The man was originally a basketball player who won the highest honor in the Olympics for his country. He possessed countless riches and fans, making him a true winner in life. His country was sending a high-profile delegation to that mysterious peninsula nation in East Asia to improve relations, and he decided to join the delegation. This decision completely changed his life. After visiting the peninsula, the man was delighted to give the middle finger to a tall statue. The initially docile tour guide immediately tried to arrest him, but he chose to flee before being apprehended. Behind him were police officers and countless barking police dogs. He fled all the way to the edge of a cliff, looked at the snow-covered mountains in front of him, and knew that he had no other choice, so he jumped off the cliff. When he woke up, he found himself standing in the school square. He saw his name on his student ID and realized that his name was Jiang Yuan. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard, finally confirming that it was all real. Suddenly, a voice came from the stage. Today is the awakening day for the senior students of Shanghai City No. 1 High School. Anyone who is 18 years old or older can become an awakener through the awakening ceremony. Jiang Yuan looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a dignified robe addressing the crowd solemnly. Jiang Yuan realized he had transmigrated, and felt both surprised and happy. The man speaking on the stage was none other than Xiaoheng, the principal of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. He was said to be a fourth-tier mage exceeding level 120, possessing an extremely high cultivation level. Everyone close your eyes, calm your minds and meditate. Awakening begins. As soon as the words were spoken, a stream of elemental energy surged from the crystal ball, flowing into the bodies of many students and merging with them. The next instant, the stage shone brightly, and voices rang out in succession. Shixiangdong, Awakened Combat Class, Warrior, Common Level, Liaikuan, Awakened Life Skill Class, Idol Producer. Next batch! Principal Xiaoheng waved his hand expressionlessly. What a pity, the only elite level profession is actually in the life skills department. The students below the stage were exchanging heated words. Memories of this world also surfaced in Jiang Yuan's mind. It turned out that he had lived in this world for a full 18 years, and had been waiting for this day to arrive every moment. 1,000 years ago, the abyss invaded Earth, causing cataclysmic changes and monsters to run rampant. However, the abyss's invasion also caused the world to expand continuously, and its current area is at least 100 times larger than it was 1,000 years ago. A special energy altered the planet Earth, giving rise to various treasures, dungeons, and secret realms across the world. From then on, the era of global datafication and universal job change officially began. Anyone over the age of 18 can awaken a job. Players can gain experience and level up by defeating monsters and completing dungeons. Once they reach a certain level, they can advance to a higher class and gain new powers, talents, and more. Are you nervous? Suddenly, a pair of soft, boneless hands gently grasped Jiang Yuan's palm. Jiang Yuan turned around and was astonished to find that it was a tall, stunningly beautiful girl with an irresistible charm. A tender affection shone in the girl's almond-shaped eyes. She was Lynn, the class beauty, the school beauty of Shanghai No. 1 High School, and the white moonlight goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Although Jiang Yuan was an orphan, he consistently ranked first in his class. Ever since Lynn took the initiative to ask him for help with her studies in their first year of high school, the two have been inseparable. Over time, they developed feelings for each other, and tacitly acknowledged their budding romance. What's there to be nervous about? Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a perfectly timed, gentle smile. Ugh, who's wafting that stench of love from here? A sour voice immediately followed from the side. The newcomer was named Zhao Biao. He was burly and stood at a full 2 meters tall, making him a perfect candidate to serve as a tank. Jiang Yuan and Zhao Biao were both orphans who had lost both parents. They grew up in the same welfare home and had a very good relationship. Upon hearing this, Lin Mushua's pretty face flushed slightly, and she quietly released Jiang Yuan's hand. Jiang Yuan then chuckled and scolded Zhao Biao. Jiang Yuan, what profession do you think will awaken? Zhao Biao asked with a grin. I'm not a prophet, how would I know? Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, and then added. As long as it's not a life profession, it's fine. After all, not all professionals are combat professionals. There are three main types of professions. First, combat professions, such as warriors, who are a vital force in humanity's fight against the invasion of the abyss. Second, livelihood professions, such as painters, singers. Craftsmen and blacksmiths are the least popular of the three professions, possessing almost no combat ability and the lowest social status. Only those specializing in weapon crafting have a relatively high social standing. Thirdly, there are support classes, such as priests, healers, clerics, and prophets. Because support classes are rare, they are the most sought after and popular. An excellent support player is often the team's only hope for survival. According to statistics from the Federation in recent years, more than half of them will become life professions, 40% will become combat professions, and the probability of awakening a support profession is less than 10%. With your excellent grades, I think you can not only awaken into combat professions, but maybe even become powerful professionals, Xiao Biao said. As for me, I'd be better off with a warrior-oriented profession. Job ranks are also differentiated. Those emitting a white glow are common rank jobs, while those emitting green are elite rank jobs. Above these, there are blue rare rank jobs, purple epic rank jobs. The higher the level, the higher the starting point, and the greater the potential for development, and the higher the ceiling for growth. Thank you for your kind words, Jiang Yuan replied calmly. They all knew very well that even after thousands of years of development, career awakening remained shrouded in uncertainty, entirely dependent on luck, and completely unpredictable. Career awakening was, by its very nature, a matter of randomness. Of course, an awakened class isn't static. You can still become stronger through job changes and advancements. Therefore, there is no strongest class, only the strongest player among those classes. It's our turn! Lin Mushua's soft voice rang out. 10 people would undergo awakening each time, and Jiang Yuan and his 2 companions were assigned to a team. Good luck! Jiang Yuan said, then stepped onto the platform. His gaze was fixed on the crystal ball before him. Upon closer inspection, he could feel an invisible energy flowing into his body with each breath. Awakening is about to begin. Feel the truest call of your heart. Principal Xiao Heng's gaze swept over the couple standing together. He always paid extra attention to and had higher expectations for students with excellent grades. With heaven and earth as our guide, with blood ties as our bond, professional awakening begins now. As Principal Xiaoheng waved his staff, billions of rays of light refracted from the crystal ball in the center of the ceremonial platform, and countless tiny specks of light swirled like stardust, sprinkling onto the 10 students on the platform. The moment Jiang Yuan felt the elemental energy touch his skin, a warm yet powerful force spread throughout his body, as if parched earth had received sweet rain, and a dazzling light tore through the darkness. On the ceremonial platform, the crystal ball emitted a resounding boom that echoed throughout the entire venue. The previously gentle crystal ball suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light, enveloping a certain figure on the platform like a surging tide. In an instant, the white light deepened, then turned sky blue, and finally transformed into a noble deep purple. Countless eyes were fixed on the tall figure on the platform, enveloped in rich purple light. Still deep purple, this is definitely an epic level class. Who is it? They're so lucky! It's not Jiang Yuan, it's the school beauty Lin Muxue. A series of exclamations immediately came from below the stage. Suddenly, the air around Lin Muxue, the center of everyone's attention, began to swirl violently. Her clothes fluttered wildly, and her long hair was lifted high like the wings of a butterfly about to take flight. That was the peculiar energy representing the wind element. Even more shocking sights followed. An ethereal interplay of light and shadow, as if possessing a life of its own, coiled around Lin Mushue's body, outlining intricate patterns between her brows. Her eyes slowly closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The vortex of wind around her ceased its violent movement, instead intertwining with her purple spiritual power to form a spiraling energy field, causing subtle ripples in the space wherever it passed. Dual elemental energy? Could she be a dual elemental awakener? Principal Xiaoheng immediately sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Muxue, his sharp eyes fixed on the center of the arena. Just then, The energy in the crystal ball suddenly contracted and surged wildly into Lin Mushue's body. A pair of enormous wings suddenly unfurled from her back, the wings formed from condensed cyan wind elements. A phantom image of a blue phoenix appeared above her head, spreading its wings and circling. Blue wind and purple spiritual energy intertwined and merged around the phantom image, forming a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Such powerful energy! Lin Mushue slowly opened her eyes, half of which were cyan wind patterns, and the other half were purple spiritual marks. Her body exuded an aura that was both majestic and agile. She could clearly feel that the wind element was like her own limbs, which she could control at will. Her mental power was like an invisible tentacle, capable of sensing the emotional fluctuations of everyone around her. The phantom of the Azure Phoenix transformed into a stream of light and merged into her brow, leaving a small Azure Phoenix mark. As the light gradually faded, Lin Mushue looked at the boy beside her with his eyes closed, only to see that he was covered in a layer of white light. The boy stood before her, looking somewhat pale and overwhelmed. Jian Yuan, meanwhile, was lost in his own world. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening your profession. The infinite amplification system has been activated. A crisp, cold mechanical voice rang in Jian Yuan's mind. System? You've finally arrived! Jian Yuan was overjoyed. Jian Yuan, are you all right? Before Jian Yuan could even understand the system's functions, Lin Mushue's worried voice reached his ears. I'm fine. Jian Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Lin Mushue, whose illusory image of a blue phoenix still lingered behind him, and gave her a reassuring look. The crystal screen beside them already displayed their awakened professions. Lin Mushue, Awakened Combat Class, Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy, Epic. Jian Yuan, Awakened Combat Class, Mage, Common. Zhao Biao, Awakened Support Class, Priest, Common. Among all the white tier professions, Lin Mushue's epic tier profession stood out as exceptionally noble and dazzling. However, as a couple who consistently ranked first and second on the leaderboard, the professions they awakened were worlds apart. Jian Yuan, a top student, only awakened a common level mage, a significant setback. Lin Mushue, the goddess in everyone's eyes, remained a high and unattainable figure. The Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy. It's actually the legendary Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy. Principal Xiaoheng trembled with excitement. This was the first time Jian Yuan had ever seen Xiaoheng display such an out-of-control expression. Is there any explanation, Principal? Although Jian Yuan had studied many professional skills, he realized he knew very little about this particular profession. The Azure Phoenix was a divine beast of wind. He never expected it to reappear in the world today. Principal Xiaoheng explained slowly, showing no rush to proceed with the next batch of awakenings. The Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy alone was enough to shock the entire Shanghai city, ensuring that Shanghai No. 1 Middle School would firmly hold the top spot among all schools this year. So amazing! Jian Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Of course, the Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy, though not a legend, is even more legendary than a legend. Xiaoheng's eyes were full of praise. Don't underestimate the Azure Phoenix Contract Master just because it's only an epic level class. It's related to the divine beast Azure Phoenix and possesses dual elemental powers. Its potential for further class advancement is immense and immeasurable. As for you, being a mage is actually not bad either. You can continue to improve through job advancement. After his initial excitement, Principal Xiaoheng looked at Jian Yuan with a hint of disappointment and helplessness in his eyes. It's really good. Jian Yuan nodded. His minimum expectation was just to awaken a combat class, not to mention that he had also activated the infinite amplification system, which was undoubtedly a huge unexpected surprise. He had just glanced at the system's functions. The system's function was roughly that each time a skill was used, its power and effect would double, and this could be stacked infinitely. So what if he was a regular mage? You used to teach me theoretical knowledge, but from now on I'll protect you. Lin Mushue stared at Jian Yuan with her beautiful eyes, and she really didn't sense any sense of loss from Jian Yuan's emotions. Lin Mushue, on the contrary, keenly sensed that Jian Yuan seemed to be hiding a strong joy deep within his heart, which puzzled her. Perhaps he was happy for her. That was the only guess she could make. Chapter 3, Team Invitation. Thank you, Mu Shui. Jian Yuan looked at Lin Mu Shui's fair and delicate face and felt much more at ease. He even joked that he was probably going to have to live off her. To Jian Yuan's relief, their relationship did not change despite the significant difference in their professional ranks. Lin Mushui did not become arrogant after awakening the Azure Phoenix contract master, nor did she distance herself from him because of it. Jian Yuan himself did not belittle himself because he had only awakened the ordinary mage profession, nor did he have any thoughts of being unworthy of the other party. He was very clear in his heart that having a different starting point did not mean that he would necessarily be inferior to the other party in the future. As soon as the group stepped off the stage, Xiao Biao complained helplessly, asking them to at least consider the single people. If there was anyone with the biggest contrast, it was definitely Xiao Biao. He ended up becoming a pastor. Xiao Biao is over 2 meters tall and looks like he was born to be a meat shield. Just imagining him wearing a white priest's robe and healing his teammates feels strangely incongruous. Lin Mushui glanced at Xiao Biao and said directly, "Stop talking nonsense. I can take you with me when we level up." Xiao Biao smiled and added that although he was a priest, he would still dare to charge forward when it really came down to it. Support classes may not be very strong in the early game, but everyone understands their importance, and they are even more popular than warriors. After all, in battles, as long as you stay in the back and are responsible for healing and replenishing status, the danger is often much lower. After listening, Jian Yuan reminded Xiao Biao that priests aren't necessarily limited to pure support roles. Further advancements include paths like Light Knight and Retribution Priest, which not only heal but also deal significant damage. For professionals, they can advance to a higher job every 30 levels. This is the only way for a lower-level job to become a higher-level job, so Jian Yuan was not discouraged by his starting point as an ordinary mage. In his view, awakening a profession is just a different starting point. How high one can truly reach depends on subsequent growth. Moreover, he now has a system by his side, which is his true source of confidence. Lin Mushui then looked at Jian Yuan and asked him if they should go straight to the dungeon plaza next. Jian Yuan thought for a few seconds and decided to go to the commercial street next to the dungeon plaza first to prepare his skills and equipment. Xiao Biao raised another question: shouldn't they find some teammates first? After all, their current professional team composition didn't seem normal at all, clearly lacking the configuration a complete team should have. A typical professional team usually needs a mage and archer to be the main damage dealers, a warrior or tank to absorb damage, an assassin or scout to scout and launch attacks, and a support class. Although Lin Mushui's Azure Phoenix contract is epic level, it's essentially a mage-oriented class, somewhat overlapping with Jian Yuan's mage class. Both of them deal magic damage, clearly indicating a class conflict. If they encounter monsters with high magic resistance, their team's damage output will be quite awkward. Therefore, what they need most right now is a physical damage dealer and a tank. As soon as Xiao Biao finished speaking, the students who had awakened the tank, warrior, and ranged archer classes swarmed around him as if they had smelled something, and they all took the initiative to invite him to team up. Some claimed to have awakened an elite-level magic-blooded warrior, with twice the health of an ordinary warrior, capable of both offense and defense. Others claimed to be a rare-level hurricane mage, easily adding another magic user to their team. Some people claimed to be stealthy assassins, saying they were best at figuring out the strength of monsters. In the blink of an eye, dozens of combat professionals surrounded the three of them, and the scene suddenly became lively. Among these people are many elite professionals, and even some rare professionals. After all, Jian Yuan and Lin Mushui are prominent figures in the school, and everyone knows that teaming up with them is unlikely to be a bad idea. However, the vast majority of people actually came for Lin Mushui. After all, the allure of an epic-level class is undeniable, and even though Jian Yuan himself is excellent, he still pales in comparison to this aura. In fact, Jian Yuan is not bad at all. He was originally a mage DPS, and his grades in all subjects were almost always perfect. He had a solid theoretical knowledge, and always performed well in simulation courses. He was fully capable of being a team captain and coordinating and commanding. Compared to an epic-level profession, even the most outstanding achievements can hardly overshadow that aura of talent. Jian Yuan understood this very well, so despite everyone's enthusiasm, he didn't immediately agree, but instead said he would go buy something first. He did this partly out of caution, and partly because he didn't want to offend anyone on the spot. Normally, he wouldn't mind picking a few suitable teammates from among them, but the situation was clearly different now. Because of the system's existence, Jian Yuan doesn't plan to easily accept others for the time being. He doesn't want his secrets to be exposed, especially since his current understanding of the system is only based on written descriptions. After Jian Yuan and his group left, some people in the crowd quickly revealed their dissatisfaction. A haughty young man stared at Jian Yuan's departing figure, his face full of disdain and his eyes filled with resentment. This person was Zhou Luochen, the student who awakened the rare-level Hurricane Mage. Among those who have successfully awakened so far, Lin Wuxue is undoubtedly ranked first, while Zhou Luochen considers himself firmly in second place. Even so, Jian Yuan still stole much of the limelight today, which made him particularly uncomfortable. In his eyes, Jian Yuan was just an ordinary mage who acted so high and mighty, making him unpleasant to look at. A group of sycophantic students quickly surrounded Zhou Luochen, each echoing his sentiments and suggesting that Jian Yuan only dared to act so arrogantly because of his close relationship with Lin Wuxue. Some people asserted that, given the Lin family's background and Lin Wuxue's talent, she would definitely distance herself from an ordinary orphan like Jian Yuan in the future. Some even deliberately compared a toad to a swan, making rather harsh remarks. Hearing these words, Zhou Luochen's arrogance intensified. He even went so far as to correct them, saying that Lin Wuxue was a azure phoenix. Someone like Jian Yuan had no right to even set his sights on such a person. He was a prominent figure at school, born into the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of Shanghai City, and his grades were also among the best. However, he was usually overshadowed by Jian Yuan and Lin Wuxue and was not as conspicuous. Thinking of this, Zhou Luochen immediately picked up his smart bracelet and sent a message. He knew very well that the news of Lin Wuxue awakening as a Qingwan contractor would soon cause a sensation throughout the entire Shanghai city, and the Lin family would never easily accept Jian Yuan. In Zhou Luochen's view, even if he did nothing, someone would eventually break them up. That's why he held back from turning hostile on the spot, so as not to affect his impression on Lin Wuxue. Once the two are truly forced apart, he can seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. At that point, as long as he wins over Lin Wuxue, a mere Jian Yuan will be utterly insignificant in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jian Yuan was quietly studying the system's functions along the way. As his understanding deepened, he finally figured out just how exaggerated the system's core capabilities were. This system, called the infinite amplification system, works simply and directly. Every time Jian Yuan uses a skill, its power permanently doubles, and this amplification remains indefinitely without any cap. Not only that, every time he uses a skill 10 times, its power will permanently increase tenfold, and a new special effect will be activated. When the power increases to hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times in the future, he can continue to unlock new abilities. Chapter 4: The Heavenly Book Pavilion. Jian Yuan quickly understood that the core of this system lay in the number of times skills were used. The more frequently skills were used, the higher the cumulative amplification multiplier would be, and the more obvious the system's effects would be. Therefore, his next strategy is clear: prioritize skills with short cooldowns, low resource consumption, and high frequency of use. Only in this way can he continuously unleash attacks within a limited time frame, truly maximizing the system's amplification effects. If you choose a powerful skill with a cooldown of 1 or 2 hours, it may seem incredibly powerful, but you can only use it a few times a day. The stacking efficiency is too poor, and you can't fully realize the value of the system. Jian Yuan, lost in thought, soon followed the group to the commercial street in the southern district. Located right next to the dungeon plaza, it was bustling with professional players, giving the entire street a lively and busy atmosphere. For professionals, running dungeons is a routine activity. As long as they successfully complete a dungeon, they can reap considerable rewards, including monster materials, equipment, skill books, scrolls, and various treasures. After leaving the instance, these people would often sell or trade items they didn't need at the moment. Over time, this area gradually developed into a bustling commercial street, where business was always booming. The place Jian Yuan and his group came to this time was called the Heavenly Book Pavilion. On the surface, it looked like a bookstore, but the things sold inside were clearly not the same as those in ordinary bookstores. As soon as you step into the Heavenly Book Pavilion, the noise of the street outside seems to be shut out, and the surroundings immediately become quiet, with only the soft sound of pages turning, giving the whole space a special atmosphere. The air was filled with the scents of ink, wood, and a slightly cool, metallic aroma, a truly unique fragrance. Looking up, the pavilion's dome was astonishingly high, with dark gold beams supporting the entire space, creating an imposing sight. The beams and pillars were engraved with flowing cloud patterns and complex, obscure runes, while the floor was paved with dark blue jade bricks, polished to a mirror-like shine. Everywhere you looked, there were shelves overflowing with goods, a dazzling array of products. Above each row of shelves hangs a gilded plaque, inscribed with different categories in ancient seal script. Scrolls of skills, books of knowledge, attribute pages, arcane scrolls, and even rarer ancient relics are all clearly distinguished. Moreover, each book or scroll has a detailed description and price listed next to it, making it easy for customers to choose. Although there are many people coming and going inside, it is not chaotic at all and appears to be well organized. Every now and then you can see some shop assistants wearing blue robes with the Tianshuj logo on their chests weaving through the crowd, patiently answering customers' questions and giving directions. Their service looks quite professional. At this moment, a pretty female shop assistant came up with a smile, greeted them, and pointed them in a direction, saying that the store was having a promotion today, with discounts as low as 30%. She pointed to the area to the right of the attic, which was noticeably more lively than the rest, crowded with young people who looked like students. Clearly, today was Awakening Day, and the Heavenly Book Pavilion had been eyeing these newly minted professionals for some time. This promotional campaign was extremely aggressive, almost to the point of losing money to generate buzz. The purpose wasn't hard to guess: on one hand, to generate hype, and on the other hand, to cultivate spending habits among emerging professionals as they begin their careers. After hearing this, Jian Yuan naturally had an idea in mind. He wasn't exactly flush with cash right now, and this kind of discount was incredibly tempting, so he nodded and led his people over there. Lin Muxue quietly followed Jian Yuan. Compared to the larger area outside, the space here was more compact, but the shelves were arranged more closely, and the goods looked more concentrated. It was clear at a glance that this area was specifically designed for newcomers. Jian Yuan quickly scanned the area and got a general idea of what was being sold. The items were categorized and varied, covering almost everything a professional would need to learn in the early stages. Skill scrolls, simply put, are the primary source for professionals to learn skills. As long as you successfully master the contents recorded within, you can acquire the corresponding skill. They are something that every professional cannot avoid on their path to growth. The Book of Knowledge is more about enhancement. Reading it will grant you skill points, which can be used to upgrade the level of skills you have already learned. It is a very important resource for later development. Attribute pages are more direct. Absorbing them enhances physical attributes. In simpler terms, they increase a professional's base attribute points, improving values such as strength, spirit, agility, and constitution. As for secret scrolls, they serve a different purpose. Some powerful professionals seal their own power within scrolls, which can be activated in battle to unleash the sealed secret power. Ancient scriptures are even more special. These kinds of things mostly come from secret realms or ruins, and they record many secrets that are little known to the outside world. The information about the Azure Phoenix contractors that Principal Xiaoheng mentioned earlier came from something similar. Besides these common categories, they also sell items like job change certificates, dungeon tickets, wilderness maps, and secret realm maps. In short, you can find almost any resource related to a character's progression here. At this moment, Lin Muxue spoke first, asking Jian Yuan which type of skill he planned to buy. Jian Yuan answered almost without hesitation, stating that what he needed most right now was definitely an offensive skill. Among elemental spells, fire, lightning, and wind are undoubtedly his top priorities. Fire and lightning, in particular, have relatively high damage output compared to other basic spells, making them highly valuable in actual combat. In fact, even before he awakened to this truth, Jiang Yuan had already done detailed research on various professions through the internet and books. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had long ago made a comprehensive plan for his future career path. This naturally includes the path of the mage. His class panel is now fully displayed. He is a common level mage, level 0, first job advancement, with all stats at 10, strength, spirit, agility, and constitution, 100 mana, and 50 health. His talent is spell mastery, which allows him to learn all the basic skills of magic-based professions. However, he hasn't truly mastered any skills yet, and he only has one skill slot. He will unlock a new slot every 10 levels. After a professional completes their awakening, they will all unlock their own attribute panel. This is the same for everyone. However, Jiang Yuan is well aware that as an ordinary level mage, he doesn't have any particularly outstanding advantages in terms of talent. Its advantage lies in its strong compatibility. It can learn all kinds of basic spells, whether they are fire, wind, lightning, or other magic skills. In theory, there are no restrictions, which gives it a considerable range of choices. However, the problem is equally obvious. While one may learn a wide range of things, one lacks specialization. Being able to dabble in everything often means that none of them will be particularly outstanding, and one won't have the extra powerful bonus that comes with specializing in a particular profession. Moreover, this talent only allows him to master basic skills. Truly advanced spells are not something he can learn at will. In comparison, specialized paths like Fire Mage, while having more limitations, also offer very direct advantages. They can only learn skills specific to their own element, but the corresponding elemental affinity and damage amplification will be much higher. Because of this, Jiang Yuan is even more aware that he must plan his path in advance and not try everything, lest he ruin himself in the process. Lin Wuxia then reminded him that the choice of skills would actually determine his future growth system and career advancement direction. Unless he planned to switch to an elemental mage in the future, it was best not to learn too many different skills. Her meaning was clear: if you really want to go far, you have to thoroughly understand a system first. Jiang Yuan understood this principle, so he simply nodded in agreement, indicating that he already had these things in mind. After speaking, he glanced at Lin Wuxia and earnestly reminded her. Given her status as a Qingyuan contract envoy, it would be a waste of her talent to simply learn the conventional skills of an ordinary mage. After all, skill slots are limited, with only one new slot opening every 10 levels, making each slot extremely valuable. No matter how strong a class is, if you learn skills haphazardly in the early stages, it will still affect your growth pace and ultimately make you just another ordinary player. Lin Wuxia simply nodded after hearing this, indicating that she would think about it more carefully and wouldn't rush into a decision. Clearly, she knew how important the first skill was and couldn't just pick one randomly. The Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy is different from ordinary professions. Not only can she learn dual attribute skills of wind and spirit, but she can also access contract and summoning skills. In addition, with the attribute bonuses brought by the epic profession itself, her starting point is already extremely high. That's why she couldn't just pick a random, standard skill like a typical mage would. For her, the first skill had to be chosen carefully. She'd rather leave it empty than waste a precious skill slot. Jiang Yuan had probably guessed what she was thinking. He had always known that Lin Wuxia's background was not simple. Now that she had awakened this profession, her family had most likely already planned out her future and would not allow Jiang Yuan to be her boyfriend. So Jiang Yuan didn't say much, only expressing his understanding. As for Zhao Biao, he parted ways with them at this point. He pointed to the other side, where they were selling priest-related items, which were obviously more suitable for him to choose from. After splitting up, Jiang Yuan and Lin Wuxia headed towards the skill scroll sales area, which was exclusively for mages. Now was the time to truly lay the foundation for their future. Chapter 5: The Lin family arrives. Jiang Yuan stood before the fiery red skill scroll, his gaze lingering for a long time as he carefully examined its description. The scroll was called Fire Arrow Technique, a first-tier skill from the Flame City dungeon, with all its information clearly marked. The skill's characteristics are also straightforward. It can condense fire energy, compress it into sharp fire arrows, and shoot them at the target. Upon hitting the target, there is a chance to trigger an explosion. The only drawback is that the cooldown time is relatively long, and the mana consumption is also not low. More importantly, the scroll also included evaluations from professional appraisers. After reading it, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but admire the Heavenly Book Pavilion's business acumen. At least they could make it clear at a glance whether something was worth buying. This is precisely why customers don't need to guess when choosing skill scrolls, nor do they have to worry about spending a lot of money only to buy something unsuitable. The merits and demerits of each scroll are clearly stated, giving customers peace of mind when making their selection. Just then, a mature and composed voice came from the side. The other person smoothly took over the conversation, directly pointing out the biggest feature of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. It has a dedicated team of appraisers who evaluate every skill scroll. Moreover, this introduction isn't just something casually written. If a customer buys the product and the learning results don't match the description, they can directly hold the appraiser accountable. This demonstrates how much Tianshuge values its reputation. Jiang Yuan looked over and saw a mature woman in a dark-colored cheongsam with subtle patterns walking slowly towards him. Every gesture exuded a composure honed through years of professional experience. Her bright red lips possessed both the allure of a mature woman and a touch of assertive competence. The moment this woman appeared, her aura immediately overshadowed many people around her. Unlike Lynn Muxue, who was pure and beautiful, she was more like a red rose in full bloom, bright, flamboyant, and just by standing there, you could tell she was no ordinary person. When Lynn Muxue saw the person who came, she was stunned for a moment, her face full of surprise. The woman, with a hint of teasing, smiled and asked Lynn Muxue, "Since you're coming, why didn't you say so beforehand? Don't you even want to acknowledge your sister anymore?" As she spoke, her gaze naturally fell on Jiang Yuan, giving him a light, fleeting look. Her tone was slightly teasing, already suggesting a closer relationship between Jiang Yuan and Lynn Muxue. Upon hearing this, Lynn Muxue quickly denied it. Then, Lynn Muxue took the initiative to introduce herself to Jiang Yuan. This woman's name was Si Junya, the person in charge of the Tianshu Pavilion's branch in Shanghai City. As soon as her identity was revealed, even though Jiang Yuan already felt that she was not a simple person, he was immediately impressed. It's important to understand that the Heavenly Book Pavilion is a behemoth spanning the Federation and multiple countries. Although this branch in Shanghai City is just a small part of it, it remains one of the most powerful forces locally. With a market share exceeding 90%, its status is quite astonishing. As the branch manager, Si Junya was no ordinary person. Even the city lord of Shanghai City would have to give her face. Her coming here now was clearly not for any ordinary guest, but for Lynn Muxue. Jiang Yuan greeted her while silently observing her. Si Junya was strikingly beautiful, with a mature and assertive demeanor, completely different from Lynn Muxue. One was elegant and gentle, the other bright and capable, creating a striking contrast. Si Junya casually asked Jiang Yuan if he had any skill scrolls he liked, and even said that she could give him one today because of Lynn Muxue. She even mentioned that she thought the fire arrow technique was quite good and a suitable choice. Jiang Yuan, however, remained unmoved after hearing this, calmly shaking his head. In his view, things given away for free are the hardest to accept. On the surface, it might seem like a bargain, but once accepted, the favor would ultimately go to Lynn Muxue. Moreover, while the fire arrow technique is decent, it doesn't align with Jiang Yuan's current goals. He came here not for the high praise and cheap price, but to find the skill best suited to him. Seeing this, Lynn Muxue immediately took Si Junyao's arm with a hint of coquetry, deliberately complaining that Si Junya was biased and wouldn't give her anything. Si Junya was amused by her, and said that if Lynn Muxue really wanted something, the Heavenly Book Pavilion had several skills suitable for the Azure Phoenix contract envoy to control. However, she didn't rule it out outright, but specifically reminded everyone that such matters ultimately required Lin Mushue's father's approval. After all, the career development system was no small matter, and for an epic profession like the Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy, skills couldn't be learned haphazardly. This wasn't meant to scare them, but rather a genuine reminder. After all, the news of Lin Mushue's awakening as an Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy had already spread throughout the entire city on their way to the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Looking at the whole of Shanghai City this year, the last time an epic-level professional appeared in Shanghai City was 17 years ago. Such talent and stature are enough to make the Lin family place all their focus on her. Therefore, it's not surprising at all that Si Junya is here today. Just then, Si Junya's gaze suddenly turned to the doorway, and the smile on her face faded slightly. Jiang Yuan and Lin Muxue looked over and saw a man and a woman walking briskly through the crowd, heading straight for them with a clear purpose. The young man walking in front was about 30 years old. As soon as he arrived, he politely greeted Si Junya, and then immediately turned his gaze to Lin Muxue. He hardly exchanged any pleasantries and told Lin Muxue to go home with him right away. This man was Lin Mushue's cousin, Lin Yufan. He had clearly come on the orders of the Lin family. Seeing this, Lin Muxue could only carefully explain that she had already made plans with her classmates, but as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yufan directly refused. In Lin Yufan's view, Lin Muxue is no longer the little girl who could go out and play at will. She has awakened the Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy, and the news has caused too much of a stir. Now, no matter where she goes, she may be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Therefore, according to him, if Lin Muxue wanted to level up, gain experience, or even go out, she would have to be under the protection of the family's experts. Because from this moment on, she not only represented herself, but also became the future hope of the Lin family. After saying this, Lin Yufan turned his gaze to Jiang Yuan. On the surface, his tone remained polite, and he even took the initiative to explain his identity and purpose, but the real sharpness in his words was clearly not directed at Lin Muxue. When he mentioned Lin Mushue's past immaturity, his tone became deliberately harsher, subtly alluding to Jiang Yuan. He then repeatedly emphasized Lin Mushue's status as the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the future of the Lin family, wanting Jiang Yuan to understand that the two were no longer from the same world. Lin Yufan's meaning couldn't be clearer. He could overlook their past relationship, but from the moment Lin Muxue awakened her epic-level class, Jiang Yuan, this ordinary mage, had better be sensible, or something terrible would happen to him. The warning wasn't explicitly stated, but the threat was overwhelming. Especially considering the Lin family was one of the 4 major families of Shanghai City, possessing immense power and deep-rooted influence. For them, dealing with an ordinary professional with no connections was indeed not a difficult task. Lin Muxue naturally understood her cousin's meaning, and her expression changed instantly. Just as she was about to speak up for Jiang Yuan, he didn't give her a chance to continue arguing. He then signaled the middle-aged woman behind him to take action and ordered her to bring the eldest daughter of the Lin family back immediately. The next moment, the middle-aged woman called Encho moved, and the entire pavilion seemed to freeze in that instant, the air becoming frighteningly heavy. Jiang Yuan felt as if his blood had been frozen, and his body was completely immobilized. Faced with a powerhouse of this level, Jiang Yuan didn't even have the right to resist. He could only watch helplessly as Aunt Zhou walked up to Lin Muxue, but before he could react, Lin Mushue's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, as if she had never existed. Chapter 6: The Mysterious Painter's Fireball Technique. Lin Yufan blocked Jiang Yuan's path, telling him bluntly that Lin Muxue was 1,000 times safer than if she were with Jiang Yuan. He also emphasized that Muxue was still young, and the Lin family didn't want her to go astray. Previously, out of consideration for Lin Muxue, Lin Yufan had maintained some politeness towards Jiang Yuan. But now that Jiang Yuan had been taken away, he was no longer bothered to maintain a facade, and his tone was noticeably harsher than before, leaving almost no room for negotiation. Jiang Yuan frowned after hearing this, naturally disliking his cousin who was pressing him so hard. He didn't back down either, only coldly replying that he didn't need anyone else to worry about the path he wanted to take, and it was none of Lin Yufan's business to tell him what to do. Lin Yufan completely disregarded Jiang Yuan's attitude and continued to coldly warn him not to contact Lin Wuxue again, because they were never on the same path. More importantly, Lin Wuxue was not an ordinary girl. She was the future of the Lin family and carried the family's mission on her shoulders. In Lin Yufan's view, Lin Wuxue would receive the full support of the family in the future and was destined to shoulder the responsibilities entrusted to her by the Lin family. The relationship between Jiang Yuan and her was genuinely accepted by the Lin family from the very beginning, a very realistic assessment. Jiang Yuan disagreed with this view. In his eyes, compared to the so-called family mission, Lin Wuxue was first and foremost an independent person, and her own happiness and feelings should not be easily ignored. But Lin Yufan quickly rejected Jiang Yuan's idea. In his view, the personal fate of people in large families was already intertwined with the honor and disgrace of the family. This connection was not something that anyone could break free from, much less something that could be changed by simply saying, "I like you." He added that unless Jiang Yuan and Lin Wuxue had become powerful enough that the entire Lin family cannot stop them, there will be no turning back. Lin Yufan looked at the young man in front of him, his tone still showing no sign of softening. In fact, the Lin family had always known of Jiang Yuan's existence. As the most special boy around Lin Wuxue, it was impossible for the Lin family to completely ignore him. It's just that Jiang Yuan's academic performance was indeed outstanding in the past, which was tantamount to tacitly acknowledging this contact. If Jiang Yuan had awakened a sufficiently powerful profession like Lin Wuxue, the Lin family might not only have refrained from interfering, but might even have accepted their continued association. But reality doesn't allow for what-ifs. Jiang Yuan is currently just an ordinary mage. In the Lin family's eyes, ordinary mages are not worthy of Lin Wuxue, which is why they are now forcibly intervening. Even if this seems like breaking up a loving couple, they will not hesitate, because the family has never cared about the feelings of young people. Faced with this almost condescending denial, Jiang Yuan did not bow his head. He looked directly at Lin Yufan, his tone filled with strong confidence, and simply replied, "That day will definitely come, and it won't be too far away." He didn't explain further. Lin Yufan sneered upon hearing this. In his view, it was nothing more than the boy's stubbornness in the face of defeat. With Jiang Yuan's current status as an ordinary mage, he was not even worth the Lin family's attention, let alone the Lin family's permission for him to have a normal relationship with Lin Wuxue. Lin Yufan finally uttered those harsh words, telling Jiang Yuan to stay away from Lin Wuxue in the future, otherwise no one would even know if he died one day. His eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Jiang Yuan, as if he were looking at a nobody who was not worth paying attention to. After saying this, Lin Yufan turned to the side, his face quickly returning to a smile. He politely greeted Miss Si and then turned to leave. His rapid change in attitude made the conversation all the more jarring. Jiang Yuan stood there, coldly watching the other person's departing figure, his hands involuntarily clenching tighter. Having lived in this world for 18 years, he had long understood that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and without strength, one had no right to speak. At this moment, Si Junya looked at Jiang Yuan with a scrutinizing tone. She was somewhat surprised that her girlfriend had been forcibly taken away by her family, and that her family clearly did not allow them to be together, yet Jiang Yuan's face did not show any obvious anger or loss of control. After listening, Jiang Yuan countered with a question. "What's the use of getting angry?" It was impossible for him not to be angry at all, but he knew very well that anger wouldn't solve anything. The only thing that could truly change the situation was strength. Si Junya could only admit that what he said was indeed true. However, she still reminded Jiang Yuan that although Lin Yufan's words were harsh, he was definitely not a kind person, so Jiang Yuan had better be careful in the future and avoid direct conflict with the Lin family. She gave this reminder out of respect for Lin Wuxue, but also out of concern that Jiang Yuan, being young and impetuous, might actually go against the Lin family. After all, with the Lin family's background, dealing with an ordinary person wouldn't be difficult. More importantly, if things escalate, Lin Wuxue will actually be in the most difficult position. Si Junya doesn't want Jiang Yuan, an outsider, to cause a real rift between her and the Lin family, so she specifically reminded Jiang Yuan that it would be best not to put Wuxue in a difficult position. Jian Yuan understood Si Junya's meaning and knew that her words meant no harm, so he nodded, indicating that he wouldn't make things difficult for Lin Wuxue. Si Junya simply smiled, then swayed her alluring figure and slowly left. After everyone left, Jian Yuan refocused his attention on the skill scrolls in the display window. Improving his strength was more important than dwelling on what had just happened. So he continued browsing the various skill scrolls, hoping to quickly find one that suited him. He focused on three main aspects. First, the skill type, prioritizing offensive spells. Second, cooldown time and mana cost, because with the system at his disposal, he needed skills with low cooldowns, low mana consumption, and high frequency of use. As for the third point, it's about price. Jian Yuan currently has less than 1,000 gold coins in savings. It might be enough for daily life, but it's far from enough to buy the skills and equipment needed by professionals. He simply can't afford many of the scrolls he has his eye on. The shop window displayed high-tier skills like Flame Wave Impact, Lightning Chain Technique, and Azure Blade Slash, some with high power, some with large range, and some with shorter cooldowns. But Jian Yuan kept looking at them, constantly weighing the cooldowns, costs, and prices, making it impossible for him to use them casually. After all, with the infinite amplification system, skills with high single-hit damage but long cooldowns might not actually be suitable for him. As long as the skills can be used repeatedly, their power will continue to increase through the system stacking, becoming increasingly outrageous. See, that's the key. Just as Jian Yuan continued reading, his gaze suddenly stopped on a skill scroll in the corner that almost no one had noticed before. It was a level 1 fireball spell, and its placement clearly indicated that it was something that no one would normally give a second glance to. The skill's description is simple. It condenses a small amount of fire element to form a fireball the size of an egg, or even more like a flame, dealing very low burning damage to the target. The cooldown is only 2 seconds, and the mana cost is a mere 2 points. In stark contrast to these two values is its almost absurd rating. This skill scroll received a total of 0 stars, not even 1. Keep in mind that even the worst scrolls at least get a few stars as a minimum. The review above is quite direct, stating that this is a product of a failed attempt at replication, and strictly speaking, it cannot even be considered a complete skill scroll. Its practical value is extremely limited, and it even explicitly states that learning and using it is not recommended. Its collectible value is much higher. After reading it, Jian Yuan's expression became somewhat strange. This fireball spell was indeed the weakest of all the skill scrolls in terms of damage and effect, and its rating was a mere 0 stars. It seemed like a complete failure no matter how you looked at it. Jian Yuan didn't immediately dismiss it, because he soon noticed something very unusual. The appraiser of this scroll wasn't an ordinary level 2 appraiser, but a level 5 appraiser named Su Han, which was highly unusual. There are 9 levels of appraisers, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. Looking at these scrolls, most of the appraisers are level 2 or 3, with a few being level 3. But this incomplete scroll has been personally appraised by a level 5 appraiser. As far as Jian Yuan knew, there were no more than a handful of level 4 appraisers in the entire Shanghai city, and only one level 5 appraiser, this Su Han. It was indeed rather strange that someone like him would personally appraise such a tattered skill book. What's even more outrageous is its price. It's currently priced at 800 gold coins, while the original price was a whopping 80,000 gold coins. Such a price difference is simply outrageous. No normal person could possibly spend that much money to buy something like this, so it's no wonder it's been left unattended in a corner. Perhaps the only thing this scroll can offer is its so-called collectible value. After all, judging from its skill effects, rating, and comments, it doesn't seem like a practical skill worth seriously choosing. Jian Yuan felt that although the item looked dilapidated, the fact that a level 5 appraiser had personally examined it suggested that the mysterious scroll painter from the Heavenly Book Pavilion might not be a simple person. Chapter 7, Beginner Dungeon. To others, this skill would be practically worthless, but in Jian Yuan's hands, it was like finding a treasure. To him, this scroll perfectly met his needs. The more he looked at it, the more suitable it seemed, and he could hardly contain his excitement. The reason is simple. The skill's cooldown time and mana cost are perfect. perfectly matching his entire vision for the system's stacking mechanism. Plus, with the event discount, the originally expensive scroll is now only 800 gold coins, which he can easily afford. With that in mind, Jiang Yuan no longer hesitated. He immediately called over a shop assistant, ready to buy the skill scroll directly. What might be useless to others was, for him, the crucial step that best suited his current path. A slender female shop assistant approached. She initially wore a professional smile, but when she saw the scroll Jiang Yuan was pointing to, her expression became noticeably strange, as if she hadn't expected anyone to actually be interested in it. This skill scroll has indeed sparked considerable discussion since it hit the shelves 6 months ago. At the time, many people speculated that the painter who created such a scroll must be some powerful figure behind the scenes. Despite the heated discussions, when it came to actually buying it, no one actually took the plunge. After all, its original price was a whopping 80,000 gold coins, which, in most people's eyes, was a complete failure and not worth the gamble. Even with today's promotion, where the price has been slashed to just 800 gold coins, few students are willing to touch it. It's not that they can't afford it, but everyone understands that the most valuable thing about skill scrolls is never the price, but the limited number of skill slots. Even someone as strapped for cash as Jiang Yuan could grit his teeth and acquire this scroll. The problem is, who would be willing to waste their precious skill slots on a skill with such low power that its future prospects are practically non-existent? Faced with the shop assistant's probing question, Jiang Yuan didn't hesitate at all, his tone remaining calm. Now that he understood the value of this skill to him, he naturally wouldn't change his mind because of other people's opinions. Seeing his firm attitude, the female shop assistant didn't say anything more and simply led him to the checkout according to procedure. The transaction at Tianshugu was already very efficient. The entire transaction was completed smoothly in less than a minute. The moment Jiang Yuan received the scroll, he felt a sense of relief. What others looked down upon, the fireball technique, was, in his eyes, a truly top-tier resource and a crucial piece of the puzzle for activating his system amplification strategy. Just then, Zhao Biao came back from somewhere, his face full of curiosity. He casually asked Jiang Yuanju, who seemed to have just finished his shopping, still carrying several items in his hands, clearly having spent a lot of money. Jiang Yuan simply nodded without offering any further explanation. Zhao Biao, on the other hand, clearly bought a wider variety of items, including skill scrolls, books of knowledge, and attribute pages, essentially acquiring every resource he could possibly need. However, with so many purchases, his wallet naturally emptied out. Looking at the items in his hands, Zhao Biao couldn't help but sigh, saying that his entire fortune of a few thousand gold coins had been practically wiped out on this trip. He had originally planned to buy some equipment while he was at it, but now he clearly didn't have the resources. He had no choice but to pin his hopes on dungeon drops, but he knew that the drop rate in beginner dungeons had never been high. While saying this, Zhao Biao wisely avoided mentioning Lynn Muxue. He had seen everything that happened in the shop earlier, and knew that some things were not appropriate to discuss further, so he simply talked to Jiang Yuan about the upcoming arrangements. In Zhao Biao's mind, what Lin Yufan had said before wasn't entirely without merit. In terms of family background, social status, and upbringing, there was indeed a line between them and Lin Muxue that was difficult to cross easily. In school, everyone is still a student, and often the competition is based on grades. Family background and social status seem less important. But once you leave school, reality will directly present the disparity before your eyes, and no one can escape it. The two then left the Heavenly Book Pavilion one after the other, heading towards the dungeon plaza. The streets were still bustling with people, but no one noticed that on the top floor of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, someone was watching Jiang Yuan's retreating figure. Standing on the high ground, looking down at the boy, was Si Junya. Her gaze held a mixture of inquiry and unspoken doubt. The shop assistant had immediately informed her after Jiang Yuan purchased the fireball technique. Because that fireball spell scroll was originally her creation, and it was a remnant from her first attempt at making a skill scroll. Although the result wasn't exactly a success, it held special significance for her. Therefore, the statement in the scroll's description that its collectible value outweighs its practical value is not an exaggeration at all. It may not be suitable for most professionals, but in Si Junya's eyes, it is more like a special collectible with commemorative significance. That's precisely why Jiang Yuan's choice bothered her even more. Logically speaking, even Lynn Muxue didn't know that she made this scroll, so it was even more impossible for Jiang Yuan to see its origins. This whole thing seemed rather strange. She even began to suspect that Jiang Yuan might have sensed something, or that he had simply stumbled upon it by chance. But no matter how she thought about it, she found it hard to believe that Jiang Yuan would actually value the scroll's combat worth. Based on her previous interactions with Jiang Yuan, she judged him not to be the type to blindly choose skills. But if it wasn't a random choice, then what was his reason for selecting this fireball spell? Si Junya stood on the high place, her gaze lingering, her peach blossom eyes filled with contemplation. Jiang Yuan, of course, was unaware of this. He and Zhao Biao had already followed the flow of people to the most bustling and chaotic dungeon plaza in Shanghai City. As soon as you get close, you can hear shouts of vendors and people looking to team up coming from all directions. Some people are selling freshly obtained materials, some are tossing potions, and others are loudly calling out team requests. The scene is even noisier than a vegetable market. This bustling scene isn't just due to the large number of people, but also because the world is vastly different from what it used to be. Since the abyss invaded reality, the rules of heaven and earth have undergone drastic changes, and many special regions have gradually emerged in the world. These areas can be broadly divided into dungeons, secret realms, wilderness, ruins, and the most dangerous abyss. Each represents different risks and opportunities, while dungeons are the type that professionals encounter first and most often. According to the book, a copy is a special, independent space formed after the abyss descends through the fusion of the backtracking rules, in the rules of heaven and earth with a certain region or a certain historical event. Its most distinctive feature is that it resets. No matter how much damage a player causes in the instance, or how many battles they engage in, once the time is up, the entire instance will return to its initial state, as if nothing had ever happened. This is why dungeons can be entered and cleared repeatedly, becoming an important way for professionals to acquire resources. However, this repeated farming also comes at a cost. Aside from the initial attempt, the more times you clear a dungeon, the fewer rewards you usually receive. Later, some powerful enough professionals even move dungeon spaces directly into city areas, making it easier for more people to enter and train. Compared to the dangerous wilderness outside the city, dungeons are generally much safer and more controllable. A novice like Jiang Yuan, who has just awakened, should normally start by leveling up in beginner dungeons to gradually familiarize himself with the combat rhythm. Only after gaining experience will he be qualified to tackle higher-level dungeons or even venture into the wilderness. After years of development, the Dungeon Plaza in Shanghai City now boasts over 100 dungeon teleportation points of varying sizes, a truly astonishing scale. However, these dungeons are not public resources that anyone can freely enter. These are mostly firmly controlled by powerful forces such as government agencies, families, conglomerates, and guilds. If ordinary professionals want to enter, they not only have to buy expensive dungeon tickets, but the treasures and materials that drop must also be prioritized for purchase by their respective factions. Therefore, from a profit perspective, whether for individuals or small teams, the actual profit from dungeons isn't very high. The biggest advantage is that the dungeon environment is relatively stable, resulting in a much lower casualty rate. Especially for beginner dungeons that have already been cleared multiple times, detailed walkthroughs are often already available online. Following the steps should guarantee a smooth run. However, these walkthroughs aren't readily available for free. When Jiang Yuan and Zhao Biao arrived at the portal to the beginner dungeon, a number of professionals had already gathered there, recruiting others to form teams. Among them were some students from the Mountain and Sea sect, and a few familiar faces could be seen in the crowd. Looking at the situation before him, Zhao Biao turned to Jiang Yuanju and asked him. His meaning was clear: there were only 2 of them, and their equipment was mediocre. It would be best to find some reliable teammates to start a dungeon first, which would also increase their safety. Just then, a young man carrying a musket called out to Zhao Biao from afar, extending an olive branch to him. His intentions were straightforward: their team was short of a healer, and a priest like Zhao Biao would be perfect for joining. It was a 4-person squad, standing quite respectable, with each member already wearing 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. Even the most basic white and green gear was enough to boost their combat effectiveness. Compared to them, Jiang Yuan and Zhao Biao looked quite shabby. They were still wearing their faded Shanghai middle school uniforms, without any equipment bonuses or even the most basic attribute boosts. Zhao Biao was clearly tempted by the invitation, so he took the opportunity to ask about the team's specific lineup. After all, the situation was different now than in school, and their ordinary combination was unlikely to be a popular choice. The boy named Luo Heng didn't mince words and directly stated the team composition. The team currently had a Thunder Spellcaster, a Gale Hunter, a Berserker, and himself, an Explosive Musketeer. All they needed was a healer to start the dungeon. He also emphasized that these people were all elite-level professionals with good equipment, and their overall combat strength was already considered quite formidable among the new students. They would have a very high success rate in clearing the beginner dungeons. Among students, this team of all elite-level classes is indeed considered a luxurious setup. After all, rare and epic classes are few and far between, and not everyone can assemble such a lineup right after awakening. Not to mention, they had already equipped themselves with gear before even officially starting the dungeon. Just in terms of financial resources alone, they had already left most students behind, something that is clearly not something that ordinary families can easily afford. For any professional, joining a reliable team and having suitable teammates often directly impacts their early game growth rate. This is especially true for the first dungeon run, where the difference can sometimes be more tangible than individual talent. Chapter 8: The Mechanical Graveyard. Xiao Biao hesitated for a moment, then asked if he could bring Jian Yuanqi along. While the beginner dungeon didn't have a player limit, a 5-person team was still the most suitable setup. Too many people would dilute the experience gained and make loot distribution harder. A well-balanced team would actually be more efficient. Luo Heng explained somewhat embarrassedly that their team already had a magic damage dealer, and they were only missing a healer. With their current 4-person lineup, clearing the dungeon shouldn't be a problem, but having an additional healer would make the team more stable and increase their margin for error. Jian Yuan didn't seem to care after hearing this, and instead readily agreed to let Zhao Biao join them. He had already been thinking about how to split up with Zhao Biao. The system was his trump card, and he didn't want to team up with anyone else, even though Zhao Biao was a close childhood friend. That wouldn't change his mind easily. But Zhao Biao was unwilling, feeling it was inappropriate to leave Jiang Yuan behind alone. He turned around and tried to pull him away to find someone else to team up with. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan could only stop him and earnestly persuaded him, not wanting Zhao Biao to miss a more suitable opportunity because of him. In Jiang Yuan's view, leveling up as a priest is not easy in the early stages and relies heavily on a team. It was already a good opportunity for Zhao Biao to be chosen by Luo Heng and his group. If it weren't for the fact that he was a priest, elite professionals like Luo Heng might not have actively invited an ordinary class member into their team. After all, support classes are already few in number, and priests who can truly heal are even rarer, so healers are always a highly sought-after position in any team. After some persuasion, Zhao Biao was finally convinced and followed Luo Heng and the others into one of the beginner dungeons. After they left, Jiang Yuan didn't plan to team up with anyone. He first wandered around the nearby stalls, spending some of the remaining gold coins in his account to buy some basic potions, iron elixir to restore health, and spirit elixir to restore mana, commonly known as red and blue potions. After preparing everything, Jiang Yuanqi arrived at the dungeon entrance alone and showed his student ID. After checking his ID, the staff noticed that he was alone and specifically asked if he planned to enter the dungeon alone, clearly somewhat surprised by his choice. After Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, the other party gave him a few reminders as usual. Although the beginner dungeon wasn't very difficult, with monsters only reaching level 10 at most, it still posed a considerable danger to newly awakened professionals. Entering solo was naturally riskier than in a group. However, Jiang Yuan's attitude was clear, and seeing his insistence, the staff didn't say anything more, simply handing him the dungeon ticket according to procedure. This ticket was valid for 10 days, during which he could enter 5 beginner dungeons for free, with no limit on the number of entries. In addition, the staff also explained how to use the dungeon ticket. Once you successfully complete the dungeon, you can teleport out at any time. If you can't complete the dungeon, or encounter danger along the way, you can also activate the ticket, but the teleportation will take 5 seconds and cannot be interrupted during those 5 seconds. Jian Yuan thanked him, accepted the ticket, and walked directly into the dungeon portal. Soon, the names of 5 beginner dungeons appeared before him: Shadow Rift, Uncontrolled Ruins, Mechanical Graveyard, Lava Land, and Ember Mine for him to choose from. Although this was Jian Yuan's first time actually entering a dungeon, he was no stranger to these beginner dungeons. The earliest beginner dungeons appeared 500 years ago, roughly the same age as Shanghai City. By now, the conditions within these dungeons had been thoroughly explored by players. Whether it's monster distribution, terrain, or walkthrough routes and strategies, complete guides can be easily found online. Therefore, Jian Yuan didn't hesitate for long and quickly chose the Mechanical Graveyard dungeon, preparing to begin his first dungeon challenge there. With a buzzing sound, Jian Yuan felt his vision blur and his head spin. When he could see his surroundings again, he found himself in another space. The sky was shrouded in a layer of energy mist, and the surroundings were gray and gloomy, with almost no bright colors visible. Beneath his feet lay heavily rusted metal debris and broken machinery, the air thick with the smell of rust. Each step produced a harsh, metallic scraping sound. Even before entering, Jian Yuan understood that the environment was far more desolate than he had imagined. Jian Yuan quickly recalled the information about the mechanical graveyard. According to the dungeon guides left by his predecessors, this place was originally an abandoned testing ground in the post-technological era, filled with a large number of out-of-control mechanical wreckages, accompanied by energy leaks, and the environment was full of rusted metal and dangerous radiation. The monsters in the dungeon are not ordinary life forms, but mechanical monsters formed from the constant recombination and mutation of these metal fragments under the influence of special energy. Judging from the ruins before us, this place clearly once belonged to a world with a highly advanced technological civilization, which was later completely destroyed. Seeing this scene, Jian Yuan couldn't help but think of Blue Star's predicament. Everything here was so similar to the disaster Blue Star experienced 1,000 years ago. If Blue Star were to one day succumb to the abyss's encroachment, it would probably eventually reach this point, becoming like this, swallowed by ruins. Just as he was thinking about these things, a metallic scraping sound suddenly rang out, directly interrupting his thoughts. Jian Yuan immediately turned his head and saw that the dog-shaped mechanical wreckage not far away had suddenly moved, clearly having locked onto him, the living person who had just entered the instance. The mechanical hunting dog, its limbs cast in brass, landed with a heavy thud, its chest vibrating like a boiler, its sensors flashing a blinding red light, scanning its surroundings like crimson eyes. The next moment, it fixed its gaze on Jian Yuan and pounced. At the same time, detailed information about the mechanical hound appeared before Jian Yuan's eyes. It belonged to the mechanical race, was only level 1, had an attack of 16, a defense of 33, and 250 HP. It also possessed the talent of self-repair, and the skill of patrolling and hunting. These were all informational details unique to the beginner dungeon. In other high-level dungeons or the wilderness outside, without scouting skills, it would be impossible to see such detailed monster attributes. But Jian Yuan didn't have time to think about it now. Facing the charging mechanical hound, he raised his hand and cast a fireball, blasting it directly at the opponent. A pale red fireball streaked through the air, striking precisely the boiler on the mechanical hound's chest. However, the result was somewhat embarrassing. The fireball barely affected the boiler, and the hound's health bar only dropped slightly. The damage was ridiculously low. Based on this damage, if Jian Yuan really wanted to whittle it down with ordinary fireballs, he would have to fire at least 250 shots. Looking at the result, he was somewhat speechless. The mechanical hound clearly only had high physical defense, and not much magic resistance, yet the effect of the fireballs was still frustratingly poor. Jian Yuan could only sigh inwardly. This fireball technique truly lived up to its reputation as a failed skill, as the damage was indeed pathetic. However, he wasn't entirely surprised by the result, because he already knew what was going on before he even made the move. This attack was originally intended for testing, and the main point wasn't this. Sure enough, the system notification immediately rang in Jiang Yuan's mind after the first fireball was cast. With this spell completed, the power of the fireball increased by a factor of 2, and the current amplification factor also became a factor of 2. This was Jiang Yuan's true confidence in soloing the dungeon. The next second, without pausing, he raised his hand and unleashed another fireball. Compared to the first one, this fireball was noticeably larger and more powerful. After hitting the mechanical hound, only 2 seconds later, Jiang Yuan raised his hand again and unleashed a third fireball. Chapter 9, Tenfold Increase. 9 stars align. Ding! Using this fireball spell has increased its power by 2 times, current amplification multiplier, 2x. Ding! Using fireball has increased skill power by 3 times, current amplification multiplier, 3x. Ding! Using fireball has increased skill power by 4 times, current amplification, 4x. Ding! Fireball spell's amplification multiplier has reached 10x, gaining the special effect, 9 stars alignment. 9 stars align, fires 9 fireballs in quick succession. Each time a fireball hits a target, the damage stacks and inflicts continuous burning damage. System prompt: amplification multipliers and special effects can be freely turned on or off. Jiang Yuan used the fireball technique again. The scorching fire element surged wildly in Jiang Yuan's palm, and the orange-red halo made his angular profile appear crimson. This fireball was about the size of a soccer ball. Moreover, there were 9 of them, one after another, flying out and landing heavily on the mechanical hound. Boom! The intense heat from the fireball instantly ignited the mechanical hound, and flames shot into the machine through the pipes. The steam-powered hound let out a piercing wail, and its brass casing glowed red-hot and warped at a visible speed. Finally it collapsed with a roar, turning into a pile of scrap metal emitting black smoke. Is this what they call 10 times the special effects? Even a top-tier fireball spell is probably no better than this. Jiang Yuan was amazed. Ding! Killed a level 1 mechanical hound, gained 10 personal experience points, 1 skill experience point, and 1 piece of brass material. Ding! Your level has increased to level 1. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. At that moment, the power brought by the upgrade surged into Jiang Yuan's body. Class: Mage Transfer. Rank: Level 1. Experience required to upgrade to Level 2, 0/100. Strength 20. Spirit 20. Agility 20. Constitution 20. Mana 180/200. Health points 100/100. Talent: Spell Mastery. Skill: Fireball, LV0. Free attribute points 10. The experience required to level up from level 0 to level 1 is very small, only 10 points. Therefore, all it took was killing the top-tier mechanical hound to level him up. However, the experience required for later upgrades will increase, and the upgrade difficulty will become more and more significant. It takes a full 100 experience points just to go from level 1 to level 2. However, the improvements brought about by the upgrade are enormous. Each level up increases all 4 attributes by 10 points. This applies to all professions. There are also 10 attribute points that can be freely allocated. These are the attribute points obtained from a normal level profession. For elite level professions, each level up grants 20 free attribute points. Rare professions award 30 points. Epic level classes like Lynn will receive 40 free attribute points. Therefore, the advantage of highly skilled professionals lies not only in their starting point. As you continue to advance, the gap between you and ordinary professionals will widen. Under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Yuan, an ordinary mage, to catch up with Lin Muxue, who had received strong support from the Lin family and possessed an epic-level profession. Fortunately, a system exists. With my current damage output, I'm afraid even legendary classes are far inferior to me, let alone epic-level classes. Jiang Yuan chuckled softly. Jiang Yuan, as a mage, possesses a high bonus to his mental abilities. The higher his mental attribute value, the stronger he will be in all aspects. Because the spirit attribute is the foundation of a mage, the strength of all skills is related to the spirit attribute. To put it simply, Jiang Yuan can now convert his spirit attribute points into 10 points of mana. The damage and skill enhancement effects are self-evident. However, adding points to Constitution only translates to 5 points of health, unlike some tank classes where adding points to Constitution is equivalent to 10 or 20 points of health. Adding points to Agility only translates to 5 points of speed, while assassins and archers can gain 10 or even more speed bonuses. The base attribute bonuses for different professions differ by several times. This gap will likely widen further as rank and job level increase. This is why Jiang Yuan added all his free attribute points to his spirit. Because of its high spirit bonus, it's cost-effective. As a mage, if you don't add any points to your spirit attribute, and instead put them all into your physical strength and agility, that would be the opposite of the heavenly element. If Jiang Yuan lacks defense, he should learn earth and metal elemental skills that provide shield defense. If you lack speed, learn wind-based elemental skills. If your health bar is low, you can learn a skill that converts mana into health, meaning your mana is equal to your health. The strength of all his skills is based on the attribute of spirit. The higher one's mental strength, the greater the defense and shield provided by earth-type skills, and the faster wind-type skills level up. Instead of putting attribute points into agility or constitution, that would be the stupidest thing to do. In the end, it ended up with either the damage of a mage nor the defense of a tank, and it couldn't even run as fast as an assassin. Because Jiang Yuan has a high constitution attribute, it will not increase the amount of skill shields or defense values, since he is a mage and the strength of his skills depends on spirit. Only tank-type class skills rely on the constitution attribute for their defensive skill bonuses, rather than the spirit attribute. Basically, the main attribute for mages and priests is spirit, the main attribute for tanks is constitution, the main attribute for assassins and archers is agility, and the main attribute for warriors is strength. Each profession's main attribute will receive additional profession bonuses. As for the other 3 major attributes, they will not only not receive profession bonuses, but will also be reduced due to profession restrictions. In a casual gesture, Jiang Yuan added all 10 free attribute points to his spirit. The mental attribute has reached 30 points. The damage from the fireball spell is 3 times that of 10 points of spirit. Crunch! Above the ruined graveyard, the ear-piercing shrieks of metal scraping echoed, and pitch-black mechanical tentacles suddenly shot out from cracks in the ground. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so eyes glowing with the scarlet light lit up. The loud commotion just now completely shattered the tranquility of the graveyard. Ahead appeared mechanical hounds covered in brass shells, surging towards Jiang Yuan like a tide. Although they were only level 2 mechanical hounds, they gave off a considerable sense of intimidation. If it were any other student team, they would probably have had a tough time dealing with it. You've come at the perfect time. You've gotten used to eating engine oil, now it's time for you to taste the flavor of flames. Jiang Yuan shouted in a low voice. His right hand suddenly pushed forward, and the fire element gathered in his palm instantly took shape. The color changed from orange-red to deep red, like a block of iron thoroughly heated in a forge. The red is rich and deep, without any trace of fleeting texture. The fireball's outline became increasingly refined, and it seemed as if magma was churning inside. Just looking at it, you can feel a scorching pressure coming at you. Swish, swish, swish. 9 fireballs, each the size of a basketball, burst through the air with a roaring heatwave. It struck the mechanical hound charging at the forefront with pinpoint accuracy. With a loud rumble, the intense heat instantly melted the mechanical hound's body. Faced with an increasing number of mechanical hounds, Jiang Yuan threw fireballs from his hands as if they were free. If other people saw this, they would be absolutely stunned. Who would have thought that a mere ordinary mage could unleash such powerful fire skills with such high intensity? But for Jiang Yuan, Each fireball spell can be cast in just 2 seconds. The mana cost is only a mere 2 points. At this level, he possesses 300 mana points, enough to cast the spell 150 times. Splash! As dazzling fireballs flew out, countless newly emerged mechanical hounds were all burned to ashes. Ding! Killed a level 1 mechanical hound, gain 9 personal experience points, and 1 skill experience point. Ding! Killed a level 2 mechanical hound, gain 35 personal experience points, and 1 skill experience point. Ding! Killed a level 6 mechanical hound, gained 180 personal experience points, 1 skill experience point, and a piece of mechanical equipment. Ding! Killed a level 9 mechanical hound, gained 260 personal experience points, and 2 skill experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 3. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 4. Each of your 4 attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Jiang Yuan glanced at his level and added all his free attribute points to his spirit. The equipment that fell unexpectedly was in the shape of a mechanical arm. The equipment is in an unidentified state, meaning not only are its specific stats not visible, but it also cannot be worn. The attributes and effects of equipment will only be activated after it has been appraised by an appraiser. Jiang Yuan simply put it into his backpack space. Each professional has a 100-slot backpack to store items. Unlimited amplification system. Fireball, current amplification 35x, special effect, 9 stars align. Only 35 times. You need to cast Fireball 65 more times to get the 100x effect. Jiang Yuan stared straight ahead. The original metal ruins and graveyard have been turned into a sea of fire. As far as the eye could see, there were only piles of charred metal wreckage. The mechanical monster was nowhere to be seen. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yuan cast a fireball spell and headed towards the core of the mechanical graveyard. He chose the mechanical graveyard instance because it contained what he wanted. Chapter 10, 100x Special Effects, Fireball Impact. On the other side. It's also within the mechanical graveyard instance. Luo Heng's team was being attacked by a pack of mechanical hounds, their mechanical arms elbowing the boy in iron armor. I can't hold on any longer, heal me! The only melee axe warrior in the team had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of being in the front line. His body was covered in wounds. His own condition has dropped to below half. Skill cooldown is still over 50 seconds. Zhao Biao quickly said. Hold on a little longer, I'll help you carry it. Okay. You're in charge of blocking the mechanical hounds on the right. The berserker warrior initially complained a bit, but when he saw Zhao Biao rush up to share the burden, he was somewhat surprised. At the same time, I felt a bit more affection for this big, clumsy nanny. Let's focus on those few weakened mechanical hounds. Luo Heng, standing behind, raised his musket high and fired continuously, hitting the brass casing with bullets. The other 2 thunder spellcasters, Gale Hunter and Swift Hunter, then made their moves. The team has just been formed, and their coordination is still a bit disorganized. But as time went on, the group's teamwork improved, and they gradually eliminated the pack of mechanical hounds surrounding them. I never expected these mechanical hounds to be so difficult to deal with. After the battle, the berserker axe warrior Jiao Yefeng collapsed to the ground, his health bar nearly depleted. If there were a few more mechanical hounds, we'd probably be doomed. Whoosh! A holy white light shone down on Jiao Yefeng. Thanks, bro! Jiao Yefeng looked up and saw Zhang's equally scarred face. Originally, Jiao Yefeng did not think much of Zhao Biao, who was only an ordinary priest. After this battle, Jiao Yefeng felt that Zhao Biao was definitely a trustworthy, responsible, and reliable teammate. At this moment, Zhao Biao truly integrated into the team. Many professional teams are forged through countless battles. In addition to personal ability and teamwork, one must also consider an individual's character and integrity. You're welcome. Xiao Biao smiled. However, there was inevitably some worry in his eyes. I thought the beginner dungeon wouldn't be too difficult, and they should be able to clear it easily. Unexpectedly, this team with 4 elite nurses was struggling to make progress. Indeed, no matter how much you learn in school, it's all just empty talk. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly understand the difficulty of combat. Even in beginner dungeons, you could lose your life if you're not careful. Every year, quite a few students die in beginner dungeons due to carelessness. If it's this difficult for them, it must be even more difficult for others. He couldn't help but think of his good brother Jiang Yuan. I just hope Jiang Yuan can find a group of good teammates he can rely on. We were too reckless just now, which is why we're in this crisis. We should play it safe from now on. Let's go to the edge and hunt down some scattered mechanical hunters to level everyone up. Luo Heng summarized his experience. He pulled out a map with some red dots marked on it. Each red dot represents a monster. The closer to the center of the map, the denser the red dots become. But in the very center was a dark, almost blackish red area. That means extreme danger. Jiang Yuan was completely unaware of his good friend Xiao Biao's concerns. He was strolling leisurely through the core area, which was marked as extremely dangerous. With a simple gesture, Jiang Yuan threw out a fireball as dazzling as the sun, blasting the mechanical monster, whose head was 2 meters tall, to pieces. Ding! Using fireball has increased skill power by 100 times, current amplification factor, 100x. Ding! Fireball spell's amplification multiplier has reached 100x, gaining the special effect, Fireball Impact. Fireball Impact. When a fireball hits a target, or after flying a certain distance, it will cause a violent fireball, causing multiple damages such as explosion and impact to surrounding enemy targets, and inflicting continuous severe bleeding. There is a certain chance to stun the target. 100-fold damage boost. Plus 100 times the special effect of the fireball impact. This power is probably stronger than some second-tier fire skills. Jiang Yuan was repeatedly amazed. Don't be fooled by the fact that fireball has very low base stats. However, with a 100-fold damage bonus, and the special effects of 9-star chain and flame burst impact, its power is astonishingly high. On the way here, even level 10 mechanical monsters couldn't stop him from casting fireballs. If he were to cast a fireball every 2 seconds, he would instantly transform into a mobile humanoid fire turret. Rumble! The ground suddenly rumbled under the immense pressure, the ruins collapsed, and a mechanical behemoth the size of a small mountain slowly rose to its feet. Its entire body is made of dark purple superalloy, and its body is comparable to a 3-story building. Its thick limbs are like cast steel pillars, and every step it takes can sink the ground several inches. 2 giant cannons are suspended from its shoulders. This is the boss of the mechanical graveyard. Annihilation Steel Body Gus Ram. Name: Annihilation Steel Body Mech Boss Monster. Race: Machine. Level 10. Strength: 148. Spirit: 10. Agility: 90. Constitution: 480. Mana: 8000/8000. HP: 220000/220000. Talent: Body of Annihilation. Skills: Electromagnetic Pulse, Azure Annihilation Cannon, Steel Energy Shield. As expected of a boss-level monster, these attributes are just too powerful. Especially this amount of health, a whopping 220,000. Jiang Yuan sighed. In comparison, Jiang Yuan's own attributes are not worth mentioning at all. As a level 5 mage, he is very fragile and has only 300 health points. It can only withstand 2 frontal attacks from the Annihilation Steel Body at most. With such high defense and health, it would be very difficult to defeat it without a well-coordinated team. If you're not careful, you could be killed by the boss. As expected of the boss guarding the dungeon, he certainly has a lot of prestige. However, Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the fire element around him instantly became violent, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. 9 blazing fireballs suddenly coalesced in front of him. Each fireball was as big as a washbasin, with a bright red flame core enveloping a dark blue core, radiating a terrifying temperature capable of melting steel. The 9 fireballs were arranged in an arc, like a cluster of stars falling from the heavens, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. "Go, in the name of the raging flames, burn everything to ashes!" Jiang shouted, and his arms swung forward suddenly. 9 fireballs, as if drawn by an invisible force, shot out one after another with a sharp whooshing sound. Just as the first fireball reached the front of the Annihilation steel body mech, the second one followed closely behind, narrowly avoiding the energy shield that the mech had hastily formed. The first fireball slammed into the joint of the mech's torso, unleashing a blinding burst of light and triggering a violent fireball. The intense heat instantly turned the metal surface a dark red, the energy patterns on the shield flickered violently, and then shattered inch by inch. Chapter 11 Skill Growth System. Before the Annihilation steel body mech could react, a second, a third, and 9 more fireballs struck the same spot in quick succession, each unleashing a terrifying shockwave powerful enough to destroy a building. The raging fire energy, like a giant beast breaking free of its restraints, raged wildly. The explosion unleashed towering flames, and the shockwave ripped away the rubble within a radius of tens of meters. The ear-piercing sound of metal twisting mingled with the roar of exploding flames. The torso of the Annihilation steel body mech began to disintegrate, and the thick armor plates were torn apart by flames like paper. The internal circuitry and components melted in the high temperature, leaving only a pool of molten iron bubbling up in the ground. "This boss is nothing special after all?" Jiang Yuan said, still feeling unsatisfied. Don't be fooled by the astonishing destruction caused by the fireball. But for Jiang Yuan, it was nothing more than raising his hand to unleash a fireball. Moreover, it's a fireball spell with a 2-second cooldown and a cost of 2 points. However, the damage it causes surpasses that of some second-tier fire skills, and may even be comparable to third-tier skills. Therefore, dealing with mechanical monsters that are only level 10 is like a dimensional reduction attack. It seems that all I need to do is keep stacking the skill amplification multiplier. If you use it enough times, its power is stronger than any high-level skill, or even a forbidden spell. There's absolutely no need to learn those high-level skills with long cooldowns. Jiang Yuan pondered to himself. After a period of trial and error, he now knows how to maximize the functionality of the system. Ding! Defeat level 10 boss Annihilation steel body mech. Gain 5,000 personal experience points, 10 skill experience points, 5 metal materials, 1 steel mechanical heart, Gusram's growth notes, and 3 pieces of equipment, unidentified. Ding! Congratulations on your first clear of the mechanical graveyard dungeon. You have been rewarded with 10 attribute pages and a book of knowledge. Ding! Your level has increased to 7. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Several notifications came in succession, indicating that Jiang Yuan's level had reached level 7. Because he monopolized all the experience points and also managed to kill bosses of slightly higher levels, his leveling speed was extremely fast. For other students, it would take at least several days to reach level 7. However, with the infinite amplification system and explosive attack skills, leveling up by defeating monsters is a piece of cake for Jiang Yuan. For Jiang Yuan, whether or not you upgrade is not important. The important thing is to stack up the skill multiplier. Bang bang bang. Even though the boss had been killed, Jiang Yuan continued to release his skill every 2 seconds, creating huge fire pits in the surrounding ruins. Attribute pages and books of knowledge are quite good, more attributes mean more power. As for the other drop items, they are not very useful to me, so I may consider selling them. After Jiang Yuan performed the operation, he opened the attribute panel. Class Mage Transfer. Rank 7, 30/6,000 experience points to upgrade to 8. Strength 80. Spirit 160. Agility 80. Physical fitness, 80. Mana, 1423/1600. HP, 400/400. Talent, spell mastery. Skill, fireball, LV2. Free attribute points, 0. Free skill points, 1. The attribute points gained from absorbing attribute pages and leveling up are naturally all added to the spirit attribute. Currently, Fireball has been upgraded to level 2. To upgrade it further, you need 4 skill points. So I'll have to save my skill points for now. Like professionals, skills have a complete progression system. The main focus is on upgrading and advancing. Successfully defeating monsters with skills will grant you skill experience. Once you accumulate a certain amount, you can level up. The same applies to allocating skill points. After a skill is upgraded, its base stats will increase, but the skill's appearance will not change. For example, even if the Fireball spell is leveled up to level 100, it will still be the Fireball spell. In addition, advancement refers to upgrading from a low-level skill to a high-level skill. Not only will the damage increase, but the skill's form will also change. For example, in the advanced progression system of the Fireball spell, it can be upgraded to the second-tier Explosion spell, the third-tier Rain of Flames spell, and the fourth-tier Falling Rock spell. The advantage of advancing skills and learning new skills is that they share the same skill slot. Within the same skill slot, you can have up to 9 levels of that skill, or even all forms of forbidden spells. This is the most complete and powerful skill progression system. It is something that many professionals dream of achieving. However, the difficulty is astonishingly high. Generally, one needs to have a wealth of knowledge and a thorough understanding of skill advancement paths. In addition, having extensive personal connections and skill resources is essential to collecting the corresponding skill scrolls. Behind this lies a massive investment of time, energy, and money. Unless there is a powerful force or conglomerate supporting it. Only a family like the Lynn family, with wealth comparable to that of a nation, could assemble a complete set of skill books. In a way, the skill advancement system is similar to the system's multiplier effect. 10 times the power of the 9 stars alignment, 100 times the power of the flame burst impact hits like the effect of a high-level fire-type skill. The difference lies in other skill development systems require not only multiple skill scroll books, but also the improvement of their own rank. For example, a new job can only learn first-tier skills, and a second job can only learn second-tier skills. They cannot learn skills higher than their own tier. Jian Yuan, on the other hand, doesn't face as many restrictions. If we look at it from the perspective of the skill development system, 9 stars alignment is a tier 2 skill, while flame burst impact is a tier 3 skill. And I, a mere mage who hasn't even left the beginner village, have already mastered a powerful 3rd-tier skill. This is not the end. I can also have effects 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times greater. At that time, the Fireball spell can unleash power comparable to a forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Jian Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. A forbidden fire spell that lasts only 2 seconds, it's terrifying to even think about. At that time, will Lin Yufan still dare to taunt me? Do they even dare to stop him from dating Lin Muxue? They probably wish they could send their own daughters over. Others may experience ups and downs in life, but don't underestimate a young person's potential. Jian Yuan felt that 30 years was too long. 3 years? 3 months? 30 days? No. It will only take 3 days at most. Boom! Jian Yuan unleashed another fireball spell, amplified more than 100-fold, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Ding! You have cleared the dungeon. Do you wish to teleport away immediately? A small hint appeared before Jian Yuan. But Jian Yuan immediately chose no. The copy is a sealed, unique space. He was all alone here. Whatever happened, only he knows. He could easily keep increasing the multiplier here. Moreover, there's a real reason why I chose the mechanical graveyard dungeon. See, I haven't accomplished anything yet. Chapter 12, a 1,000-fold increase. the fiery dragon pillar. Although the Annihilation steel body mech is the gatekeeper boss, defeating it counts as clearing the dungeon. This is for beginners. In reality, this mechanical graveyard is not that simple. Deep underground in the mechanical graveyard lies a normally functioning mechanical factory, continuously producing mechanical monsters such as mechanical hounds. The mechanical monsters Jiang Yuan encountered before all came from this mechanical factory. If a professional player cannot pass the level, the difficulty will increase as the game progresses. As time goes by, the number of mechanical monsters will increase, eventually reaching a terrifying number. Of course, due to the restrictions of the dungeon rules, the mechanical monsters manufactured by the mechanical factory will not exceed level 10, and the level of professionals in the dungeon will also not exceed level 10. Therefore, most professionals choose to leave after killing the silent steel body mech. Because a team once spent a lot of time and effort to thoroughly explore the entire instance and successfully destroyed the mechanical factory, but did not receive much reward. You have to log out and log back and repeatedly to fight the boss monster, the Annihilation steel body mech. Therefore, the sign of clearing a dungeon is usually defeating the boss. As for the other mechanical minions, killing them or not makes no difference. Until one day, a team spent more than a month in the dungeon in order to farm metal and mechanical materials. Each member of the team killed over 10,000 mechanical monsters, thus unlocking a special achievement title called Mechanical Hunter. This was discovered by Jiang Yuan when he was learning about the beginner dungeon during his time at school. The effect of the Mechanical Hunter title is to slightly increase the compatibility with controlling machinery, and reduce the cooldown time of all skills by 1 second. For the vast majority of professionals, this title is as useless as a chicken bone. Mechanical compatibility is only useful for professionals who work in the mechanical field. As for reducing the cooldown time by seconds, it's completely useless. After all, most professional skills are measured in minutes or hours. The higher the skill level, the longer the cooldown time. Some have a cooling time as long as a year and a half. But for Jiang Yuan, this second of cooldown reduction was like a divine skill. For a mere 10,000 mechanical monsters! Jiang Yuan walked forward as if no one else was there, and finally arrived at the underground cave entrance recorded in the previous guides. Dozens of blinding red lights emerged from the dark cave entrance, and a pack of mechanical hounds swarmed out. Jiang Yuan raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell, blasting them all into nothingness. He did not intend to enter the cave. They had no intention of destroying the machine factory. He planned to wait and see until he killed tens of thousands of mechanical monsters and obtained the achievement title of Mechanical Hunter. Is this considered a bug? Jiang Yuan watched as the leading mechanical monster crawled out of the cave and disappeared into the burning sea of fire. Whatever, just keep refreshing. Jiang Yuan had no intention of exploring the underground factory. After all, it's a copy that was discovered hundreds of years ago. Previous developers have explored every detail of the game, leaving no room for omissions. Glug. Jiang Yuan took out a bottle of psychotropic drug from his backpack and gulped it down. The consumed mana is slowly recovering. About half an hour later, 9 fireballs, each the size of a disc, flew out, and the terrifying shockwaves from the explosions created 9 deep red craters in the ground. With a deafening roar, 9 pillars of magma, carrying molten debris, shot into the sky. The pillar of fire is not a static stream of flames, but rather twists and churns as it rises. It transformed into 9 fire dragons connected end to end. With its head held high and claws menacing, the dragon, carrying temperatures high enough to melt steel, soared straight into the sky. The crimson pillars of magma dyed the sky a molten gold color, and falling sparks rained down, exploding into small, blazing flames upon hitting the ground. The space, spanning hundreds of meters in radius, was instantly transformed into a veritable magma inferno. The temperature soared rapidly, reaching 400 or 500 degrees Celsius in no time. This is the skill effect, 1,000 times greater, Infernal Dragon Pillar! Jiang Yuan, who was in the midst of a magma inferno, was secretly terrified. This power is probably already at the peak of a 4th tier spell. If he hadn't been located between instances, the terrifying destructive power of the infernal dragon pillar would have been enough to destroy the entire instance plaza, and even the surrounding commercial street would not have been spared. Even someone as powerful as Principal Xiaoheng was only a 4th-rank mage in his entire life. It is said that the strongest person in Shanghai City is the city lord, whose strength is at the 5th level. And the number of 5th-tier professionals in the city is less than 10. Jiang Yuan was deeply moved. It seems that those once high and mighty powerful figures weren't really that great after all. However, Jiang Yuan was well aware that he was substantially different from a true powerhouse. His attack damage is indeed formidable. A 4th-tier fire spell can be cast in 2 seconds. Even a true 5th-tier powerhouse could withstand such astonishing damage. However, its shortcomings are quite obvious. He was still a fragile mage who wasn't even level 10. He could be swatted dead like a fly with a casual tap. No matter how much Jiang Yuan resisted, it was useless. Mages are inherently high in attack and low in defense. And I've taken this characteristic to its extreme. After calming down, Jiang Yuan realized that he needed to continue developing his strength cautiously. Otherwise, if his secret were discovered, he would probably die very quickly. Never reveal your true strength to others unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yuan pondered to himself. Unless he eventually has enough ability to protect himself. Even if he could stand out among all the heroes in Shanghai City, he was still nothing compared to the rest of the entire Blue Star. Shanghai City is a secondary base city under the jurisdiction of the Southern Frontier State, one of the 36 states of the Federation. The base city is tightly isolated from the outside world by steel walls and magic arrays. The city is a human home and is very safe. At least in the past 18 years, Jiang Yuan has not been attacked by monsters. Beyond the base city lies a dangerous wilderness. Compared to 1,000 years ago, when humans were the masters of the world, now they can only cower within their base cities. The city of Shanghai has been established for hundreds of years, but its development has been greatly limited due to its location surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on the other. The population is now only 3 million. Unlike those level 4 or 5 base cities, which often have populations in the tens of millions. Not to mention Nanjiang City, the capital of Nanjiang Prefecture, which is a megacity with a population of over 100 million. Among them are countless powerful individuals, and high-level professionals are everywhere. Therefore, one should remain humble unless one is truly invincible in the world. Once you reach level 10, you'll unlock a new skill slot. Perhaps I need to find a skill to save my life. Jiang Yuan raised his hand and unleashed another skill. This time, it didn't cause any big commotion, it was just an ordinary little fireball. Because he temporarily turned off both the amplification factor and the special effects. If the fiery dragon pillar were to unleash its power 1,000 times over every time, the entire dungeon space would be destroyed in no time. At that time, it will likely attract the attention of countless people. At this moment, Jiang Yuan had no desire to be arrested and have his tissue slices examined. We have to keep refreshing, Jiang Yuan murmured. He had 2 objectives for entering the instance. The goal is to kill 10,000 mechanical monsters and earn the title of Mechanical Hunter. One is to continuously stack skill amplification multiples. Chapter 1310-000X Special Effects, Burning Meteor Shower. Achievement Title, Mechanical Hunter. Ding! Killed a level 10 Mechanical Hound, gained 300 personal experience points, and 1 skill experience point. Ding! Killed a level 10 Mechanical Hound, gained 300 personal experience points, and 1 skill experience point. Ding! Your level has reached 10. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points and unlock a new skill slot. Ding! Your level has reached the cap for the Mechanical Graveyard Dungeon. Due to dungeon rules, you cannot level up further, and you will no longer gain experience points from killing monsters. Jiang Yuan's level successfully rose to level 10. After adding points to his formation, his attribute panel changed again. Class Mage Transfer. Rank, 10, 59999/60,000 experience points to upgrade to 11. Strength, 110. Spirit, 220. Agility, 110. Physical fitness, 110. Mana, 390/2200. HP, 550/550. Talent, Spell Mastery. Skill, Fireball, LV4. I never expected to reach level 10 in less than a day. Jian Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's important to know that upgrading a professional's career is extremely difficult. The higher the level, the more experience is required to level up. At the same time, the higher the level, the more experience you will gain from killing lower-level monsters. Right now, it takes a full 60,000 experience points to level up 10 times. Hunting a level 10 mechanical hound only grants 300 points, while you need to kill a full 200 to level up. That is, Jiang Yuan. If it were any other professional, they would not be able to do it in less than 10 days or half a month. Of course, compared to the increase in level, Jiang Yuan's combat power rose like a rocket. Don't be fooled by his level of only 10. His actual combat strength rivals that of advanced professionals. Ding! Using Fireball has increased skill power by a factor of 1. Current amplification factor, 9999x. Ding! Using Fireball has increased skill power by a factor of 10,000. Current amplification factor, 10,000. Ding! Fireball spell's amplification multiplier has reached 10,000 times, gaining the special effect, Heaven Burning Meteor. Burning Meteorite, in the name of the god of flames, a meteorite burning with blazing flames is summoned, unleashing a massive, devastating attack on the ground. Jian Yuan raised his hand, and the extremely crimson ball in his palm suddenly exploded, transforming into a pillar of flame that shot straight into the sky, distorting and turning the sky red. The next second, it was as if a scorching gash had been torn open in the sky, and countless beams of fire poured out from the crack. Those were no ordinary meteorites, but fiery meteorites carrying embers of magma, each with a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees. The roar of the fiery meteor streaking through the sky was deafening, and its crimson tail of flame intertwined to form a fiery net that blotted out the sun, densely covering the entire world. They were no longer falling in scattered bursts, but instead merged into a terrifying shower of fiery meteors. Each fiery meteor carried the power to scorch mountains and boil seas. The air emitted a dying hum in the high temperature, and even the light was burned and distorted. The moment the fiery meteor crashed to the ground, a series of deafening roars erupted, crimson flames shot into the sky, and the earth was smashed into countless deep craters of molten lava. Scalding magma overflowed in all directions, burning metal, ruins, and even soil into nothingness. The raging flames swept across every inch of land, and as far as the eye could see, there was only a sea of crimson fire. This fiery meteor shower showed no mercy, carrying a resolute determination to destroy everything, aiming to burn the entire world to ashes. As if the end of the world had arrived, everything in the world was annihilated, leaving only that solitary figure amidst the raging flames. This blazing meteor is absolutely terrifying. Jian Yuan was repeatedly amazed. The entire mechanical graveyard was completely transformed into a world of fire, nothing but flames. Click! He could even faintly hear the sound of space tearing and shattering. This is the dungeon world that is about to be unable to withstand the terrifyingly powerful blazing flames. If it happens again, the entire dungeon world will be truly destroyed, and the mechanical graveyard dungeon may never exist again. You need to tone it down. If we really destroy the instance, that would be a huge problem. Jian Yuan immediately turned off the multiplier and special effects bonus, and continued to release small fireballs one by one. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! You have successfully killed 10,000 mechanical monsters and have earned the achievement, Mechanical Hunter. Mechanical Hunter, White slightly increases the affinity with controlling machines and reduces the cooldown of all skills by 1 second. Achievement Title Activation Rules. Titles must be selected and publicly displayed to be effective. They will not be effective if hidden or not worn. There is no limit to the number of achievement titles that can be acquired, but a maximum of 9 can be worn at the same time. Finally got it! Jian Yuan she immediately put on and displayed the title. The next instant, the 4 large characters Mechanical Hunter with a technologically advanced metallic texture appeared above his head, radiating a faint white light. There are different levels of achievement titles. Similar to the rarity of professions, they are divided into white, common, green, elite, blue, rare, purple, epic, gold, legendary, and rainbow, mythical. The higher the level of achievement, the greater its function and effect. Although the title of Mechanical Hunter is only white level, it has the function that Jian Yuan needs most. All skill cooldowns reduced by seconds. This means that the Fireball spell, which originally required a 2-second cooldown, now only needs 1 second. Jian Yuan then opened the system panel. Unlimited Amplification System. Fireball, Current Amplification, 49800X. Special Effects, 9 stars Alignment, Flame Burst Impact, Infernal Dragon Pillar, Heaven Burning Meteor. Just over 50,000 more tries to reach the 100,000-fold increase, and unlock the 100,000-fold special effects. Reducing the cooling time to seconds will undoubtedly speed up this process. However, Jian Yuan did not intend to stay in the Mechanical Graveyard instance any longer. The Mechanical Graveyard instance can only be leveled up to level 10, which caused his level to remain at level 10. Moreover, the dungeon level is too low and the spatial rules are too weak. If the most powerful Fireball spell is released, it will probably destroy the dungeon. Secondly, Jian Yuan had run out of mental potions, and his mana was insufficient to support a Fireball spell every second. Finally, after Jian Yuan reaches level 10, he can learn new skills. Although the Fireball spell has a nearly 50,000-fold amplification bonus, its attack method is too simple. Jian Yuan is currently in an awkward situation where his offensive power is invincible, but his defense is extremely low. Whoosh! Jian Yuan hid the title above his head and immediately exited the instance. Jian Yuan's figure emerged from the teleportation gate for Novice Secondary Sect members. He glanced around and noticed that there were far fewer students coming and going. After all, several days have passed, and most students are only entering the beginner dungeon as a transition. When a player reaches a certain level and has higher combat power, they will choose to go to a higher level dungeon or a leveling area outside the base city. After all, the monsters in the beginner dungeons don't give much experience, and the drop rate for treasures is pitifully low. Jian Yuan killed over 10,000 mechanical monsters, but only obtained a little over 200 pieces of various metal materials and equipment. Jian Yuan found a recycling shop next to the instance square and recycled all of them. Chapter 14 Recycling Shops. That's 1569 gold coins in total. Let me round it up to 1,600 gold coins for you. The shop owner who took back the shop was a shrewd old man with narrow eyes and an unchanging smile on his face. Only 16,000? Jian Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Although this amount of money is more than his entire previous net worth. But for professionals, 1,600 gold coins aren't even enough to buy a skill scroll. Our store has been operating with integrity for many years, all thanks to our excellent reputation. You have a lot of equipment and materials, but most of them are white common grade, and only a dozen or so are green quality. If you went to another shop, you wouldn't even be able to sell them for 1,500 gold coins. A price of 1,600 is already higher than the market average. Besides, I haven't even charged you a part of the appraisal fee yet. The recycling shop owner explained with a smile, his small eyes sizing up Jian Yuan fan. Equipment dropped by monsters is in an unknown state. It needs to be identified before it can be activated, revealing its specific attribute values and allowing you to wear and use it. Authentication, on the other hand, requires professionals who have studied authentication techniques or specialized appraisers. Therefore, appraisers are among the most sought-after professions in life. Some appraisal masters even have the ability to upgrade the attributes of items through appraisal. 16,000 it is. Jian Yuan pondered for a few seconds before agreeing to the deal. After all, he knew that this was an item produced from the beginner dungeon of the mechanical graveyard, and its market price wouldn't be too high. Moreover, he is a student and can enter the instance for free. If it were someone in another profession, their income would probably be even lower if they factored in the cost of dungeon tickets. "Boss, do you take back skill scrolls here?" Several professional figures, for men and women, slowly walked into the store. Judging from their appearance, they are not very old. He looks similar to Jiang Yuan. They just didn't know each other. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Yuan originally planned to leave. Hearing their conversation, he stopped in his tracks. Generally speaking, even if there are suitable skill scrolls, they will choose to sell them through the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Few people choose to recycle shops. "Oh, what kind of skill scroll? Let me see?" The recycling shop owner still squinted his eyes, a faint smile on his face. "This." The leading boy, Paniunchi, handed over a scroll with pale blue patterns, from which a faint breeze seemed to waft. "A very common level 2 Gale technique." The recycling shop owner merely glanced at it before saying, 950 gold coins, I'll take it." "Boss, this is way too much of a rip-off. Have you ever seen a skill scroll on the market that costs less than 1,000 gold coins? The lowest price is 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins." The man immediately retorted, slapping his hand on the skill scroll. "Young man, can the recycling price be the same as the selling price? The price I quoted is perfectly reasonable." The recycling shop owner sounded quite calm. "Boss, can you raise it a bit more? How about 1,200 gold coins?" Among the group, the only girl, Kang Jianing, spoke in a sweet voice. "If the price is too low, we might as well go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion." The leading boy, Paniunchi, chimed in. "Young lady, you must have gotten these skill scrolls from the beginner dungeon, right? What good stuff can you get from a mere beginner dungeon? Furthermore, this skill scroll shows signs of having been appraised, so you have already been to the Heavenly Book Pavilion and had it appraised, and you know the specific function of this skill scroll. According to the Heavenly Book Pavilion's assessment, the price they offered you should be 900 gold coins. I'll give you 950 gold coins, 50 of which will be your errand fee." The recycling shop owner had a shrewd look on his face, as if he had them figured out. "This?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had no secrets from their boss. Because everything the boss said turned out to be true. "What should we do? Sell it or not? The price isn't even 1,000 gold coins, that's outrageous. Why don't we keep it for now? Paniunchi, aren't you an assassin? This Gale technique is perfect for you." "I don't want to learn such a useless skill." "Actually, 950 gold coins isn't too bad. You can exchange them for several pieces of basic equipment. If we plan to grind monsters in the leveling area outside the city, we need to equip ourselves with the right gear. It's much more dangerous outside than in the dungeons." The group huddled together and discussed in hushed tones. Jiang Yuan watched from the side, and actually, he was quite interested in this so-called trash skill. After all, what other professionals consider trash skills might be top-notch to Jiang Yuan. However, due to the fact that the recycling shop owner was in his territory, Jiang Yuan couldn't directly conduct a transaction with the group of students. "What, interested? This kind of useless skill is a waste of a skill slot. Learning it takes up a skill slot and is like crippling yourself. Even if you offer the training for free, few professionals would be willing to do it." That's what the recycling shop owner joked. "Then what is its value?" Jiang Yuan's rhetorical question. "For experimental research, or as materials," the recycling shop owner said. "This blank scroll is worth at least 1,000 gold coins, but after being inscribed with a useless skill, its value has actually decreased." "Oh." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. "The fireball spell I purchased earlier was created by a certain painter. Therefore, skill scrolls are not only obtained from monster drops, but some special professions can also craft corresponding skill books." "Are skill books difficult to create?" Jiang Yuan asked curiously. Previously, he had mostly studied knowledge related to combat professions. I have little knowledge of the special profession of scroll painters and the skills they possess. Combining the boss's words with his own understanding, Jian Yuan suddenly saw the light. Perhaps he doesn't need to buy those skill books available on the market. Perhaps after learning the relevant skills, I can create the skill books myself. As a last resort, you can ask some painters to tailor-make skill books for you. Of course it's high. Only a few special professions can qualify, and their status is much higher than that of appraisers. The recycling shop owner said with a smile. He is an appraiser himself, and what he says is highly credible. Moreover, he had no reason to deceive Jiang Yuan. The scroll painter? Jiang Yuan now. Yes, scroll painters are the best of the best in this profession, and they all start at the epic level. They have the ability to create, replicate, improve, and even innovate skill scrolls. Any painter, no matter where he goes, will be treated as an honored guest by various forces. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the eyes of the recycling shop owner, clearly not expecting that Jiang Yuan knew about the existence of the scroll painter. Such a high status? Jiang Yuan asked in surprise. He couldn't help but think of the painter who created the fireball spell. Even if it's just a failed product, the person responsible for its evaluation is a level 5 appraiser. From this perspective, the statement that its collectible value outweighs its practical value is becoming increasingly valuable. That scroll painter definitely has a high-ranking position in the martial arts world. Maybe we can get in touch with him by using the skill scroll for the fireball spell. Chapter 15. Mastering the Gale Technique. You should know about the skill progression system, right? It's extremely difficult to collect a complete set of skill books. If you're unlucky and happen to lack the most crucial skill, your skills will never be able to advance. This is where the importance of professionals like scroll painters comes into play, as they can help fill in the skill gaps for others. The recycling shop owner didn't seem to mind revealing more information. As a renowned appraiser, he may not excel in other areas, but his judgment is absolutely impeccable. As a student who had only recently awakened, Jian Yuan's ability to obtain hundreds of materials and equipment in the mechanical graveyard instance within just a few days was by no means an easy feat. They either possess abilities far exceeding those of their peers, or they have powerful backgrounds. There is absolutely no harm in befriending either of them. Even if we can't be friends, we shouldn't become enemies. Boss, how about 1,000 gold coins? We spent 100 gold coins on the appraisal fee alone. After finishing the discussion, Pan Yunqi came over with the scroll. They had planned to sell it to the Heavenly Book Pavilion, so naturally they had it appraised there. The final price they received was indeed the 900 gold coins the owner had mentioned. But they thought the price was too low and didn't sell it. However, the appraisal fee still needs to be paid. The boss is now asking for 950 gold coins, which seems like 50 more than the price, but after deducting the 100 appraisal fee, it's actually a loss. 1,000 gold coins is acceptable, but the appraisal report from the Heavenly Book Pavilion must be kept, the boss said with a smile. Tian Shuge not only sells books, but also offers authentication services. Therefore, even if you don't sell the product after the appraisal, as long as you pay the appraisal fee, you will receive a corresponding appraisal report. Okay. Pan Yunqi nodded and then took out an evaluation report stamped with the seal of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. After settling the money and goods with the boss, the group left. Have a look. The boss handed the appraisal report from Tian Shuge to Jiang Yuan. Given Tian Shuji's reputation, their appraisal report is certainly not fake. Skill, Gale Technique, Rank. Origin, from the Shadow Rift Dungeon. Description, sensing the presence of wind element grants a slight movement speed boost, lasting up to 3 seconds, 8-second cooldown, 5 mana cost. Overall rating, 1 star. The skill effect bonus is small, the duration is short, and it has little effect in combat. It is the lowest quality among various wind spells. The estimated value is between 800-1200 gold coins. Appraiser, Shanghai, Level 2 Appraiser from Tian Shugu. Learning restrictions, none. After reading the skill evaluation, Jiang Yuan confirmed that, just as he had guessed, it was indeed a garbage skill book. No wonder Pan Yunqi preferred to sell it rather than learn how to use it. Do you want more? The recycling shop owner, Renbo, still had a smiling face. How much? Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then asked. The skill's effect is truly useless. But Jiang Yuan still took a liking to it. The main advantage is that the cooldown time is only 8 seconds. Although there are many other wind-slash techniques on the market, their effects far surpass this useless skill. However, the corresponding cooldown time is very long, measured in minutes. In comparison, this useless gale technique is more suitable for Jiang Yuan. With the title of Mechanical Hunter, the cooldown is only 7 seconds. Now that Jiang Yuan possesses the Fireball spell, which has been amplified tens of thousands of times, he is not actually lacking in offensive methods. The Gale technique can compensate for Jiang Yuan's lack of survival skills. 1,000 gold coins, consider it a token of friendship. If you have anything to sell in the future, sell it to me first, and I guarantee the price will not be lower than the market price. That's what the boss, Renbo, said. Although it doesn't make money, it's not a big favor either. Since it's a risk-free business, establishing a relationship with Jiang Yuan is definitely a surefire way to make money. Can? Jiang Yuan thought for a few seconds and then agreed. Jiang Yuan didn't see anything wrong with his boss's idea. Just as the boss thought, having more friends means having more options. Moreover, he will need a channel to sell his goods in the future. If you come across similar skill books in the future, please keep an eye out for them for me. Jiang Yuan also made a small request. No problem. The boss nodded. Are there any additional requirements for the skill book? Spells with short cooldowns and low mana costs. Jiang Yuan replied. I've got it. Let's add each other as friends. That's what the boss said. Jiang Yuan took out his smart bracelet and exchanged contact information with him. At this moment, Jiang Yuankai saw that there were several unread messages. Within the copy space, signals are isolated, and no information can be received. Similarly, there is no signal in most wilderness areas. A full signal can only be received in base cities. Jiang Yuan opened and checked each item one by one. First, there were several messages sent by Zhao Biao. Jiang Yuan, have you found a suitable team yet? Haha, we cleared the dungeon, even though it was a bit thrilling. Be careful when you enter the dungeon. It's definitely not without danger. I've almost died several times. Where are you? Are you still in the instance? I've reached level 3 and even got 2 pieces of equipment. My teammates are all pretty good. Haha, I finally reached level 5. My teammates are planning to go out of town to level up because the monsters in the dungeons give too little experience. Jiang Yuan, what level are you at now? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Did something happen to you? Still in the instance? Let me know when you come out. Bro, please don't get hurt. I should have teamed up with you. It's clear that Zhao Biao making the right choice by joining Luo Heng's team was a wise decision. Not only did they level up to level 5, they also went to the training area outside the city to fight monsters. That means I've completely passed the novice stage and become a true professional. Jiang Yuan quickly replied to him, telling him that he was fine, he had just stayed in the dungeon for a few extra days. After sending the message, Zhao Biao did not reply immediately. It must be upgrading outside the service area, which is why it can't receive a signal. In addition, there were dozens of messages from Lynn Muxue. Lynn Muxue expressed her apologies for leaving without saying goodbye and for not being able to upgrade her relationship with him, and asked Jiang Yuan not to be angry. Due to the nature of her profession, she had to accept her family's arrangement. Her elders took her away from Shanghai City to Nanjiang City. Through her family's connections, she gained the favor of a tutor at the Nanjiang Academy, was accepted as a student, and began receiving a portion of the Azure Phoenix's inheritance. Before that, under the protection of her protectors, Lin Muxue leveled up by fighting monsters in the wilderness, successfully reaching level 10 and mastering 2 powerful skills, both related to the Azure Phoenix inheritance. Finally, Lin Muxue inquired about Jian Yuan's current situation and made a promise to achieve good results in the Federal Unified Examination so that the two of them could take the exam together to enter the Southern Xinjiang Academy. TSK, so this is the advantage of an epic level class. Jian Yuan was filled with emotion. Chapter 16 Reunion with Si Junya. Lin Muxue's experience is truly enviable. Nanjiang City is not only the capital of Nanjiang Prefecture, but also the largest city in the southern region of the Federation. The Federation has tens of thousands of universities, among which the 5 most famous are the 5 major universities. The Southern Xinjiang Academy is one such example. Countless professionals dream of joining the Southern Xinjiang Academy. Only a select few can get into the top 5 universities. Each year, the number of students from Shanghai City who are admitted to the top 5 universities is no more than 2. Those who can serve as instructors at the academies in southern Xinjiang are all highly skilled professionals. Unexpectedly, Lin Muxue had already become a student of the tutor at the Southern Xinjiang Academy ahead of schedule. If nothing unexpected happens, she will basically become a member of the Southern Xinjiang Academy. Lin Muxue has truly risen to prominence, becoming unattainable overnight. From this perspective, Jian Yuan, being just an ordinary mage, really doesn't have much of a chance. Even if he changes jobs and becomes a higher-level professional. But Lin Muxue's growth rate will only be faster than his. If it weren't for the system, I probably would never have been able to catch up with Lin Muxue in my entire life. Jian Yuan thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Without the system, Jian Yuan might feel inferior when facing Lin Muxue. In reality, Jian Yuan's true strength far surpasses Lin Muxue's. Immediately, Jian Yuan told Lin Muxue that he had advanced to level 10 and promised that he would shine in the Federal Unified Examination and be admitted to the Southern Xinjiang Academy. As a top-tier university, the Southern Xinjiang Academy possesses an extremely large faculty and resources, which can indeed help Jian Yuan grow better. At the very least, if Jian Yuan wanted to acquire some top-tier skills, the Southern Frontier Academy could undoubtedly provide more assistance. Moreover, Shanghai City is only a level 2 base city, which is ultimately too small. Only by stepping out of the city can one broaden their horizons and see a wider world. You really leveled up to level 10? That was fast. How did you do it? With Aunt Joe's help, I'm only at level 12 now. The upgrades are so slow later on. Then you should be able to learn your second skill now. Skills are extremely important for professionals, so you must choose carefully and not be tempted by cheap deals to learn some random skills. The smart bracelet immediately started ringing with a series of notifications, all sent by Lin Muxue. Actually, I have a pretty good relationship with Sister Junya. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask Sister Junya for help. If you see a skill you like in the Heavenly Book Pavilion, just ask Sister Junya for it, and it'll be on my tab. Consider this money alone, you'll have to pay me back later. Before Jian Yuan could reply, Lin Muxue sent another barrage of messages. This little girl. Jian Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Having been an orphan for 18 years, the feeling of being remembered and cared for is quite nice. Especially the last few sentences, it seems that Lin Muxue had a conversation with Si Junya, and even knew that she had bought a trash fireball technique, which is why she expressed her concerns in her words. It was only to protect Jian Yuan's pride that she said she was lending him the money and that he would have to pay it back later, instead of directly offering to give it to him. Jian Yuan and Lin Muxue chatted casually, recounting their experiences over the past few days and exchanging combat tips. After a while, Lin Muxue said that she needed to continue leveling up, and the two ended the conversation. We definitely need to go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Jian Yuan looked at the cyan scroll in his hand but did not immediately choose to learn it. Although he asked the recycling shop owner to keep an eye out for the skill books he needed, it was all down to luck. It's important to know that the Heavenly Book Pavilion controls over 90% of the skilled trading market in the entire mountain and sea city. Whether buying or selling skill scrolls, the Heavenly Book Pavilion is the top choice. If anyone could provide Jian Yuan with the skill books he wanted, it would definitely be the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Even Pan Yinshi, who sells the Gale technique, first goes to the Heavenly Book Pavilion, and only chooses the recycling shop if he feels the price is not right. If only we could ask that mysterious painter for help. Jian Yuan walked towards the tallest building in the commercial street. I learned from the owner of the recycling shop that the lowest level of the scroll painter is an epic level profession. Unlike engravers, they can not only copy skill scrolls. The painters possessed a wide range of skills. Replicating is just one of the most insignificant abilities. Replicating is to obtain a skill scroll in the same shape as the original skill scroll by copying it. Crafting, on the other hand, involves creating the corresponding skill scrolls based on descriptions or blueprints. Improvement means enhancing the original skill scroll to make it more powerful. The most impressive thing is creation. Based on their own experience and knowledge, they create unprecedented skill scrolls from scratch. After entering the Heavenly Book Pavilion, Jian Yuan did not look for any staff members. Instead, he tried to contact Si Junya using the contact information given to him by Lynn. Jian Yuan wasn't particularly hopeful about this. Although Lin Muxue and Si Junya have a good relationship. But after all, he is the head of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, holding a high position and wielding great power, with numerous responsibilities. They might not even remember him, this nobody. After a while, a staff member came over and took him to the top floor of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. A crystal chandelier hangs from the gilded dome, its shards of light spilling onto the scarlet carpet and rosewood furniture. The walls are inlaid with jade discs, the antique shelves are filled with celadon inkstones and calligraphy by famous calligraphers, and even the floor is made of icy jadeite. As Jian Yuan pushed open the door, the wind whipped his clothes across the subtle gold thread patterns on the carpet. Si Junya stood before the sandalwood desk, dressed in a moon-white cheongsam with subtle patterns. A jade button lightly adorned her collarbone, and a green jade hairpin held up her long hair, with stray hairs at her temples tinged with the scent of ink. With a gentle and unrestrained temperament, and a calm and composed demeanor, he is surrounded by the refreshing scent of Xian paper and pine soot ink. She lowered her eyes, holding a wolf hair brush, the tip of which hovered over the gold-flecked Xian paper. Sunlight streamed through the lattice window, falling on her profile and making her fair wrist, which was exposed outside her three-quarter sleeve, appear even whiter than the Xian paper on the table. The room, filled with luxurious noise, fell silent the moment she looked up, transforming into a vivid, ink-washed painting. Upon seeing this beautiful scene, Jian Yuan immediately held his breath, afraid of breaking the spell. Suddenly, the image of that mysterious painter came to mind. His figure overlapped with that of Si Junya in front of him. Could it be? You're here? Si Junya raised her wrist and put down the wolf hair brush, exhaling a fragrant scent of books. Yet, within that clear and calm voice lay a detached and indifferent air. Si Junya did not refuse Jian Yuan's visit. It wasn't that they valued Jian Yuan that much. More importantly, it was because he had agreed to his younger sister Lin Muxue's request. Miss Si Junya, I apologize for disturbing you. Jian Yuan looked at Si Junya, who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Although a doubt arose in his mind, he did not say it immediately. Chapter 17 The Noble Scroll Painter. It's all right, I promised Sister Mu Shui I'd help her out. She was accepted as a student by a professor at the Southern Xinjiang Academy, and that professor was even an elder in my family. Which skill book do you fancy? I'll have someone fetch it for you right away. Si Junya exudes a powerful aura, her beauty radiating a decisive and efficient demeanor. They seemed to be having a casual chat, but their words were tinged with a sense of caution, as if reminding each other of the difference in their status and circumstances. It was further clarified that the help was solely due to Lin Muxue, and only on this occasion. I previously purchased a skill scroll from your store. I want to know who the painter who created the skill book was. Jian Yuan was not overwhelmed by Si Junyao's powerful aura, and his expression remained neither humble nor arrogant. Why are you asking this? Si Junyao's beautiful eyes revealed a scrutinizing and wary look. Scroll painters are an extremely rare and highly skilled profession, unknown to most people, especially in a place like Shanghai City. Without a deeper understanding, one would simply assume they are ordinary painters or similar professions. This is why the fireball spell created by that painter, priced at 80,000 gold coins, remained unsold for so long. Only then did Si Junya recall that the fireball technique, which had been deemed a failure, seemed to have been bought by the boy in front of her. The fireball spell was indeed created by Si Junya. Moreover, it was her debut work. Therefore, even though it was just a failed product, it held special significance for Si Junya. If possible, I would like to ask the other party for a favor, to improve this skill scroll. Jiang Yuan revealed his purpose. Since he intended to use Lin Mushue's favor, Jiang Yuan naturally wouldn't just ask for a free skill book. Oh? Si Junyao's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Jiang Yuan, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Jiang Yuan's expression changed slightly. His intuition told him that he felt as if the mature woman in front of him had seen right through him. It seems that Si Junya used some kind of detection technique on him. You really learned my fireball technique? Si Junya looked at him with a strange expression. Although she is a renowned scroll artist, skilled not only in creating various skill scrolls but also a high-level appraiser, she has naturally learned exploration skills. Using her detection technique, she naturally saw through Jiang Yuan's attribute panel. In its skill bar, a lone fireball skill is displayed. Your fireball spell? Jiang Yuan stared at her, but didn't show much surprise. Because that fireball technique was created by Si Junya, the person in charge of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, everything makes sense. Si Junya is young, yet she is able to serve as the head of the mountain and see branch of the Heavenly Book Pavilion precisely because of her profession as a scroll painter. The fact that his fireball spell was personally appraised and commented on by a level 5 appraiser, and priced at 80,000 gold coins, makes perfect sense. That's right, I am the painter you're looking for, Si Junya added. Then the fireball spell I learned is indeed yours. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. You really? Upon receiving Jiang Yuan's affirmation, Si Junyao's expression became incredibly complex. There was shock, helplessness, and a touch of relief and secret joy. And a sense of loss and regret, as if something precious had been lost. Si Junya never expected that someone would actually learn her fireball technique after buying it, instead of just keeping it as a collectible. Especially when his debut work had been transformed into a Dao skill on the boy's attribute panel, he felt a little reluctant to part with it. Well, you really surprised me. But I'm curious, if you learned my fireball-like technique, how were you able to reach level 10 in just a few days? Si Junya raised a question that had been on her mind. Using his detection technique, Jiang Yuan's attribute panel was laid bare before him, revealing everything clearly despite the vast difference in their levels. Fortunately, the existence of the system cannot be detected by any detection technique, not even a god-level detection technique. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan really wouldn't have any secrets from Si Junya. Well, is it okay if I don't answer that? Jiang Yuan countered with a question. His upgrade speed is indeed quite fast. Although Lin Mushue has already reached level 10 or so, she is an epic-level character with the help of a powerful family. Jiang Yuan, with no background, was just an ordinary mage who had even learned a trash fireball spell. Reaching level 10 so quickly certainly reveals something unusual. Could that fireball spell, with its pitifully low damage, really kill a monster? That's why Si Junya was so curious. What Si Junya didn't know was that if Jiang Yuan hadn't been stuck in the beginner dungeon these past few days, limiting his level, he probably wouldn't have had any problem reaching level 20. Whatever! Si Junya had no intention of digging deeper. Tell me, what skill scroll do you want me to improve? Jiang Yuan wondered if it was just his imagination, but Si Junyao's tone was still calm this time, but it was no longer as cold and distant as before. It's a swift wind technique. I want to reduce the cooldown time and mana cost of skills. Is that possible? Jiang Yuan took out a cyan skill scroll. Where did you buy this skill scroll? It's worse than garbage. Si Junya took it and was speechless. If you wish to learn a second skill, my heavenly book Pavilion is brimming with top-tier skills, 100 times stronger than this Gale technique. I can even open up some of my rare collections that are not for sale to you. There is bound to be one that suits you. After all, I promise Sister Mushue. Si Junya stared at Jiang Yuan in front of her. Why does this seemingly intelligent and handsome young man always do things that are hard to understand and make people think? This was a favor from Si Junya, and she actually used it to improve a trash skill. If word gets out, it won't just be Jiang Yuan who loses face, but also the face of the person in charge of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. No need, I only need to improve the scale technique. Jiang Yuan shook his head. Are you really stupid or just plain dumb? Si Junya was speechless. She gripped the cyan scroll tightly, and at that moment she even had the thought of tearing the scroll apart with her bare hands. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Jiang Yuan reached out to take it back. Wait, are you really going to improve this skill? Do you know that in the market, hiring an animation scriptwriter starts at least at 1,000,000 gold coins? 1,000,000 gold coins is enough to buy you 1,000 copies of the Gale technique. Si Junya said in a deep voice. So expensive? Jiang Yuan was somewhat surprised. Although I understand that being a scroll painter is a noble profession. His status is very high, but I never expected his appearance fee to be so expensive. It really is both tall and expensive. Of course. And those are the work of a master painter. If I were to personally handle a project, I would choose any job worth tens of millions. There are far more people asking me to make skill scrolls than people pursuing me. The line stretches from Shanghai City to Nanjiang City. Si Junyao's expression carried a hint of pride. In fact, she considers her most prestigious aura to be that of a scroll painter. She is not the eldest daughter of the Si family, nor the person in charge of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, nor a peerless beauty listed on the Southern Frontier Goddess ranking. Chapter 18: The Improved, Perfect, Gale Technique. Then forget it. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I never expected Si Junyao's favors to be so expensive. Let's not cause Lynn Mushue any more trouble. You're smart to know your place. I'll have someone take you to the Heavenly Book Pavilion's treasury, where you can choose any top-tier skill scroll. Even among Win-type skills of the same type, there are quite a few. Si Junya said. Are there any skills with very short cooldowns? It's best not to exceed 10 seconds. Jiang Yuan asked. No. The better the skill, the longer the cooldown time usually is, but its overall cost-effectiveness is definitely far superior to skill books of the same level and type. I remember there's a wind transformation technique in the treasure vault. It's also a tier 1 technique. Although the cooldown is as long as 3 minutes, it has a high-speed movement speed of up to 2.5 minutes, allowing for brief aerial flight. During this time, it increases the chance of dodging and makes you immune to most damage. Among the tiered skills, the wind transformation technique is the best of the best. Si Junya waved the cyan scroll in her hand with some disdain. It's 100 times better than this Gale technique. Let's talk about skill selection another time. I apologize for bothering you this time, Miss C. But Jiang Yuan remained unmoved after hearing this. The wind transformation technique is an excellent skill for others. But for Jiang Yuan, the Gale technique with a cooldown of only 8 seconds is the real gem. You're such a stubborn mule. I really don't know what Mu Shui saw in you. Si Junya said with slight anger. In her opinion, Jiang Yuan was being ungrateful. Fine, are you sure you want to use Mu Shui's favor to improve this Gale technique? Si Junya said. No, the price is too high. Jiang Yuan shook his head again and reached out to take the scroll back. It's not like you owe me a favor. I promise Mu Shui. Si Junya used the scroll to slap Jiang Yuan's hand away. That won't work either, Jiang Yuan said without the slightest surprise. Jiang Yuan had previously thought that the most favors he could receive were limited to obtaining free Tier 1 skills. Tier 1 skills are mostly worth between 1,000 and 10,000 gold coins. Even the best tier skills are worth at most tens of thousands of gold coins, and will not exceed 100,000. You could ask a master painter to do it, which would be a favor worth millions or even tens of millions. Both involve human relationships, but the two are vastly different. So what do you mean now? Si Junya raised her eyebrows slightly. I don't want anything. Can you give me back the scroll? I'll leave now, as if I never came today. Jiang Yuan now. I don't understand you at all. You have so many top-tier skills, why don't you want them? Why insist on focusing on this useless skill? Is there really something special about this skill? Si Junya unfurled the cyan scroll with both hands and cast the appraisal spell once again. But after looking again and again, she still couldn't see anything amiss. After you take it back, you're not really going to use it as your second skill, are you? Si Junya looked at Jiang Yuan again. Jiang Yuan did not answer, but his meaning was clear. Since you insist on this, then I'll help you make some improvements. Improved skill scrolls aren't difficult for me to obtain, and the selling fee isn't that high. Since you don't want Mu Shui to owe me a favor. Si Junya rephrased it. Then consider it as you owing me a favor, is that alright? That's good. But it must be within the scope of what is required. After careful consideration, Jiang Yuan accepted Si Junya's proposal. It seems that the result has not changed anything. But the meanings are quite different. Alright, then you'd better work hard to become stronger, otherwise you'll never be able to repay this debt of gratitude. Si Junya reached out and touched the blue patterns on the scroll. What aspect did you just say you wanted to improve? Minimize cooldown time as much as possible, and secondly, reduce mana consumption. Jiang Yuan made his request. This is the strangest request I've ever seen since I became a scroll painter. And what about the most important speed boost? You need to understand that even if the cooldown of Gale's spell is very low, it won't increase your speed and won't be of any use at all. Si Junya was puzzled. It doesn't matter. Jiang Yuan now. After all, even if the initial speed bonus is low, it will become extremely terrifying with a bonus of 1,000 or 10,000 times. Although with Si Junya's abilities, it wouldn't be a problem to incidentally increase her movement speed. The more requirements there are, the more difficult it becomes to improve, and the more time and effort it takes. It may even require injecting rare materials into the skill scroll, making the cost extremely high. Everything invested must be repaid with a corresponding price. Okay, you can wait for me in the meeting room next door, Si Junya said. Good. Jiang Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling a little regretful. I thought I would be able to witness the process of a painter refining a scroll. But Si Junya gave him the order to leave. After all, their relationship wasn't good enough for Si Junya to have no secrets from him. What a strange little guy! Si Junya watched the departing figure of the young man. To be honest, Jiang Yuan's behavior is really hard to understand. In fact, the reason for buying her debut work was not because of the painter. But he really wanted to learn that fireball technique. Is the cooling really that effective? Si Junya selected a box of valuable navy blue ink from her many collections. She then picked up a wolf hair brush from the table, dipped the tip in it, and began to alter the text and patterns on the scroll. Jiang Yuan stayed in the reception room, expecting to wait a long time. Less than half an hour later, a woman in a work uniform walked in and handed him a skill scroll. As for Si Junya, she did not appear, whether because she was extremely disappointed in Jiang Yuan or for some other reason. Jiang Yuan looked at the brand new skill scroll in his hand, which also included Si Junya's evaluation of the skill. In particular, the skill description section clearly states, Summoning Wind Elemental Companions grants the user a light and agile movement speed boost for 3 seconds. Cooldown is 3 seconds. Mana cost is 3 points. It seems that Si Junya did indeed make some improvements according to Jiang Yuan's requirements. The cooldown time has been reduced from 8 seconds to 3 seconds. The mana cost has been reduced by 2 points. It now only costs 3 mana to use. Although Jiang Yuan did not request any changes to the skill effects, he still received a certain enhancement. It's unclear whether Si Junya intentionally enhanced it or did so incidentally during the improvement process. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, the improved Gale technique was absolutely perfect. With the mechanical hunter buff, the cooldown time is only 2 seconds. Although I owe someone a favor, it's all worth it. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with this. He immediately began learning, and the skill scroll transformed into a bluish light that merged into his body. A new skill, Swift Wind, has been added to the skill bar. Chapter 19 Career Planning. He really did learn the Gale technique. He wasn't just making it sound mysterious. Inside Si Junya's office, a live video feed of the meeting room is playing. During the earlier improvements, she suspected that Jiang Yuan might have ulterior motives. He even used the excuse of improving the Gale technique to get close to her. He made seemingly unreasonable demands in order to deepen his impression of her. After all, Si Junya used to blindly pursue men and deliberately do strange things that were hard to understand and eye-catching. She even speculated that the fireball spell on Jiang Yuan's panel might not be the same fireball spell she had created. After all, who would joke about their future? But after watching Jiang Yuan learn the swift wind technique without hesitation, Si Junya was even more confused. Forget it, whatever this kid's motives are, it has nothing to do with me. Si Junya turned off the surveillance video and stopped thinking about what had happened. As for the favor Jiang Yuan owed, Si Junya was just saying it casually. She didn't believe there was anything she couldn't solve on her own that required Jiang Yuan's help. Therefore, Si Junya never thought about Jiang Yuan repaying the favor. If it weren't for Lynn, Si Junya will never have anything to do with people like Jiang Yuan in her life. Jiang Yuan had already left the Heavenly Book Pavilion by this time. He was unaware of Si Junya's thoughts. Of course, Jiang Yuan had no intention of reneging on the favor he owed. She even thought about how to quickly repay her boss Junyao's favor. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jiang Yuan is just an ordinary level 10 mage on the surface. His actual combat strength is extremely terrifying. Even if Si Junya asked him to go to the wilderness to kill a level 100 boss monster, Jiang Yuan could easily complete the task as long as he provided the coordinates. Furthermore, Si Junyao's scroll painting skills will be able to help Jiang Yuan continue to improve his skills in the future. This is much easier than him specifically looking for suitable skills. After all, both the fireball and wind spell are obtained through luck. While top-tier skills are extremely rare, trash skills with only a few seconds of cooldown are equally rare. It's time to level up. Let's get our level up to 30 first. Jiang Yuan then went to a nearby store and used all his savings to buy psychotropic drugs. As for equipment, Jiang Yuan still has no intention of purchasing any. It's not because we don't have money. With his abilities, leveling up wouldn't be difficult. Your level will increase rapidly in no time. Now is clearly not the best time to buy equipment. Moreover, once you reach level 30, you will need to change jobs and advance to the next level. At that time, the equipment of the higher tier will be obsolete and will be even less useful. Instead of wasting money on this, you should buy a few more bottles of psychic potions. Upgrading is not difficult. Currently, the skills include Fireball and Gale, one for attack and the other for survival, which can be considered a good balance between offense and defense. As for new skills, we'll see how things go. There's no rush. We'll talk about them when we come across a suitable one. For me, the most important thing is to change jobs and advance. After leaving the commercial street, Jiang Yuan walked lightly towards the nearest south gate. With the boost from the Gale spell, the speed is not slow at all. On the way, he maintained a frequency of casting Gale's spell every 2 seconds. Bian then began to ponder his next steps, mainly concerning job advancement. Every 30 levels, a professional can undergo a job advancement. To change jobs, you can do so using a job change certificate or by completing a task. This is the main channel for professionals to advance their professional level. For example, a regular mage can become an elite fire mage, elemental mage, etc., through job advancement. If you can successfully advance each time, even a normal class can be promoted to an epic or even legendary class. Of course, changing jobs is not easy. Not every professional can successfully change jobs. As for advancing to the next level, it's actually even simpler. You only need to go through the second transfer point. But your profession will not change. It's equivalent to going from a first stage mage to a second stage mage. After changing jobs and advancing to the next level, you will no longer be limited to the level cap of 30. You can reach level 60 after the second job advancement. In addition, each job advancement grants additional attribute bonuses and rank suppression. A level 30 ordinary mage who has completed 2 job advancements can easily defeat 5 level 30 ordinary mages. The second-tier mage should have a rank suppression over the first-tier mage, reducing the second-tier mage's attributes in various aspects. Second-tier mages, on the other hand, have attribute boosts from their advancement. With this shift in power, second-tier job changers easily crush first-tier job changers. The job advancement quest is just as easy for me as leveling up. The difficult part is finding a new career that suits me. Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought. While the common level mage is the worst, it is also the least restricted class. There are many advanced professions to choose from. For example, a fire mage who controls a single fire element can maximize their ability to manipulate the fire element. If Jiang Yuan were to change his class to a fire mage, the power of his fireball spells would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. The downside is that you can only learn fire-related skills from now on. Alternatively, one can become an elemental mage, possessing the ability to manipulate various elemental powers, and thus control elemental skills including wind, fire, lightning, and more. In addition, there are Shadow Mage, Necromancer, and Holy Mage, all of which are classes that can be advanced. However, none of these professions were Jiang Yuan's ideal career. Just like skills, the choice of profession must be compatible with the system's functions. I learned from books that some professions can reduce the cooldown time of their skills, and even achieve the point where skills can be cast instantly without chanting spells. Jiang Yuan pondered to himself. This type of profession is undoubtedly Jiang Yuan's ideal goal. However, to switch to a different profession, you must first obtain a certificate for that profession. After careful consideration, Jiang Yuan made some plans. First, level up to level 30. This is the easiest and not difficult at all. Secondly, he plans to increase the multiplier of Gale and Fireball spells. He intends to spend several days increasing Gale to 10,000 times and Fireball to 100,000 times, unlocking the 100,000 times effect. In the process, the first upgrade goal will also be completed. The third goal is to find a suitable advanced profession and make a perfect job change. For Jiang Yuan, completing the job change should be no problem. The key lies in the preparation period, how to find the career you want to switch to and how to obtain the certificate for switching careers. This tests both an individual's knowledge reserves and the channels through which they can acquire information. I must visit the school's library to learn about the characteristics of this profession in advance. In addition, the Bike Siege store on the commercial street sells all kinds of confidential information, provided you have money. Jiang Yuan thought about it and figured that if he could handle these points, there wouldn't be any major problems with changing jobs and advancing to the next level. Chapter 20 Tianhai City Ruins. Once you exit the south gate, you enter the true wilderness. The wilderness is no longer a place for humans, but a paradise for all kinds of monsters. The Federation divides areas where monsters congregate into low, medium, and high-level monster zones, danger zones, and forbidden areas based on the monster's level and danger level. The dangerous areas are inhabited by many high-level monsters and powerful boss-level monsters, and even top professionals would be in danger of losing their lives if they entered. As for the forbidden area, it is a restricted zone for humans. As the name suggests, entering the forbidden area is almost certainly a matter of life and death. But Jiang Yuan also knew that above the forbidden area, there was an even more terrifying region known as the Abyss. The closer the wilderness area is to the base city, the lower the level of danger. The further away from the base city, the higher the level of danger. Outside the city, in the area surrounding the city of Huanshanhai, lies a low-level monster zone, also known as a leveling zone. Because of its proximity to Shanghai City would periodically send out a professional army, in conjunction with various forces and guild members, to kill high-level monsters or mutated demonic monsters. This not only ensures the safety of the city to prevent monster attacks, but also provides a buffer zone for lower-level players to level up by fighting monsters. Especially for low-level professionals like Jiang Yuan. We can't just run into powerful monsters as soon as we leave the wilderness. Who would dare to leave the city to level up then? Of course, even in leveling areas, there are still dangers. There are far more monsters here than in the beginner dungeon. The leveling area is also divided into different levels, ranging from level 1 to level 60. At roughly every 10 levels, the official Shanghai City team sets up clear signs to remind players. To prevent professionals from accidentally entering areas where monsters are of a higher level than themselves. Of course, this only applies to professionals. Monsters don't care about human markings. Not all monsters are like dungeon monsters, staying in one place or only staying within the areas that humans think they have planned. These monsters roam around, moving from high-level areas to low-level areas. But the real danger in the wilderness lies here. Several causes of occupational death remain high in federal statistics. It is a situation where high-level monsters invade low-level monster areas and indiscriminately kill low-level professionals inside. The monsters that roam freely are more aggressive and hostile towards humans than those that stay in one place year-round. Many professionals have been killed by high-level monsters that suddenly appear. Among them are entire groups of monsters migrating, which are more dangerous than individual high-level monsters. To seize new territory, they would carry out large-scale massacres. The most representative example is the monster siege. Secondly, when professionals encounter mutated or demonized monsters or bosses, the strength of these monsters suddenly surges, exceeding the capabilities of the professionals. The third most popular event is the battles between professionals. Although federal law strictly prohibits professionals from fighting each other. However, within the base city, the City Lord's Mansion and the City Defense Army, as official forces, regulate all professionals. However, once you reach the wilderness, the law of the jungle applies, and federal laws have almost no binding force. In particular, some professionals, when engaging in activities such as stealing monsters and treasures, or when enemies meet, often resort to killing. Whoosh! After leaving the city, Jiang Yuan increased his speed, and the wind elements around him surged wildly, turning him into a blur as he headed towards the leveling area. Lu has continuously cast the Gale spell over 100 times. And unlocked the 10x and 100x effects. Flowing Wind and Shadow summons wind elements to envelop the entire body, moving with such speed that it's like a blur, making it difficult to catch, greatly increases movement speed, attack speed, and evasion chance. Sky-splitting Wind Blade gathers the power of wind element to unleash a massive wind blade forward, dealing massive damage to enemies in its path, and grants a movement speed bonus that is doubled. Jiang Yuan traveled at an incredibly fast pace of 10 meters per step, almost as if he were leaping at low altitude. Before long, Jiang Yuan passed through the level 10 and level 20 training areas and slowed down. A clear road sign appeared ahead. South, straight ahead Silent Forest, levels 15 to 30, Sky Sea City Ruins, levels 30 to 90, Sky Sea Ancient Battlefield, levels 90 to 150, Danger Zone, Thousand Islands Sea, levels 100 and above, Danger Zone. East, Qingyu Cliff, levels 10 to 30, Dayan Peak, levels 30 to 60. Southwest, Taiyagang, levels 20 to 30, Nanjiang Town Mine, levels 30 to 100, Military Jurisdiction. After staring at the map and road signs for a while, Jiang Yuan decided to head to the Tianhai City ruins. The highest level monster in the Eastern Monster Zone is only level 60. As for the southwest, it is a mining area and a military stronghold, both controlled by the military and major powers, and ordinary people are prohibited from entering. Only Tianhai City in the south, despite its vastly different monster levels, is a perfect place for Jiang Yuan to level up. With his combat prowess, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a level 90 boss. Sky Sea City was one of the first base cities established by the Human Federation. It was built by the sea and thrived alongside it. Thanks to its unique port advantages, the region boasts a thriving fishing and trade industry and a developed commercial economy. At its peak, the permanent population exceeded 7 million, and the floating population exceeded 10 million. However, due to its proximity to the sea, it is frequently attacked by large groups of sea monsters. However, what caused Tianhai City to be reduced to ruins was the Second Great War 500 years ago. The spies within Shanghai City, in collusion with the cultists of the evil god who had defected to the Dark Abyss, secretly held a sacrificial and summoning ritual within the city. This successfully allowed the avatar of the evil god of the Abyss to descend into the world, tearing apart space and leading to the successful invasion of the Abyss demon army. Tianhai City and the Federation led the human race's powerful warriors in a desperate resistance. The battle was earth-shattering, with the heavens and earth weeping blood, and countless professionals sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Although they eventually repelled the demon army from the Abyss and sealed the Abyss Rift, the once glorious Tianhai City was reduced to ruins. Later, after a decision by the Federal High Command, the reconstruction of Tianhai City was abandoned, and the population was relocated to the important town of Shanghai, which was then expanded and became the Shanghai City we know today. I only knew about Amakawa Castle from textbooks before, but now I can finally see it for myself. Jiang Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued south. Just as he was leaving, several figures emerged from the silent forest. Brother Qin, was that person who just passed by Jiang Yuan? A skilled assassin, clad in leather armor and with sharp eyes, watched Jiang Yuan's disappearing figure. It looks like him. How dare he go to the silent forest alone? They probably can't find any teammates. He deserved to refuse our team back then, now he can't find anyone. I heard that Lin Wuxue broke up with him, and even Zhao Biao abandoned him and joined an elite squad. Then doesn't that mean Brother Chen has a chance? The group was abuzz with discussion, their eyes frequently glancing at the young nobleman at the head of the group, who was dressed in luxurious gear and wielded a purple staff. Chapter 21 Rival Zhou Luochen. Brother Chen, he's all alone. Should we go and teach him a lesson? The lurking assassin revealed a fawning expression. Previously at school, Jiang Yuan always ranked first in every exam and was always seen with Lin Wuxue. Although many people like and admire Jiang Yuan, quite a few people also dislike him. Zhou Luochen was one of them. However, given Jiang Yuan's status as a top student, even if they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do about it. But in the wilderness, there aren't so many rules. Moreover, Jiang Yuan was just a minor, ordinary mage. And this group of people are all at least elite-level professionals, and their levels are almost up to level 10. Zhou Luochen, who leads the group, is a rare-level mage and has already reached level 10. Just a pathetic clown. Dealing with him would only dirty my hands. The most important thing right now is to get back to the city. I need to learn my second skill. Zhou Luochen, dressed in a dharma robe, had a sinister glint in his eyes. Yes, Jiang Yuan is nothing but a clown, how could he possibly catch Brother Chen's eye? Other facial compliments. Zhou Luochen told the other team members to move forward, while he stayed at the very back of the group. Then he pointed in the direction Jiang Yuan left, and made a throat-slitting gesture. In the shadows where no one was watching, the outline of a figure appeared, only to disappear again very quickly. As a direct descendant of the Zhou family and a rare-level professional, Zhou Luochen, although not as highly regarded as Lin Wuxue by the Lin family, would naturally be protected by some experts when he went to the wilderness to level up, in order to prevent any accidents. If it weren't for the huge level gap among professionals, making it impossible to gain experience by teaming up to kill monsters, many clans would probably be leveling up rapidly by leading their juniors. The experience points gained from killing monsters are closely related to the player's class and the monster's level. Players with low-level skills will receive extra experience rewards if they kill high-level monsters. If a high-level player kills a low-level monster, they will be penalized with a significant reduction in experience points. Without Lin Wuxue by your side, who will protect you? Zhou Luochen thought to himself. He was clearly not as magnanimous as he appeared to be. He was a fervent pursuer of Lin Wuxue, attracted by both her beauty and her family background. Therefore, he held a grudge against Jiang Yuan for being friends with Lin Wuxue, and harbored deep resentment in his heart. He thought that by using the Lin family's influence to break up Jiang Yuan and Lin Wuxue, he would have a chance to get close to Fang Zhe. Unexpectedly, Lin Wuxue had already left Shanghai City, causing him to lose the opportunity to get close to her once again. Zhou Luochen attributed all the reasons to Jiang Yuan. On the surface, she doesn't seem to hold a grudge against Jiang Yuan, but in reality, she wishes Jiang Yuan would die sooner. And the person protecting him was none other than a third-tier professional. Dealing with a regular mage is a piece of cake. After completing this set of small movements, Zhou Luochen felt incredibly relaxed and happy. In his view, Jiang Yuan was doomed. Moreover, his death has nothing to do with me. Once Lin Wuxue returns to Shanghai City, she won't be able to rekindle her old flame with a dead person, so he will naturally have a chance. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Yuanlu ran wildly, stirring up a gust of wind in the forest. Jiang Yuan was unaware of Zhou Luochen, the pedestrian who passed by him. Because the leveling area is never short of professionals. Especially in monster zones below level 30, there are quite a few student teams. The silent forest is known for its stillness, not for its safety, but because the monsters there are extremely well hidden and adept at lurking in the shadows. You never know what monsters might be lurking beneath your feet, in the grass beside you, or in what appears to be an ordinary tree. Especially when there are noises, it is easy to attract monster attacks. Jiang Yuan seemed completely unaware of this, and simply swaggered past. Sizzle! Suddenly, as Jiang Yuan passed between two large trees, several 2-meter-long chameleon mantises shot out from above, wielding sharp scythes and slashing at him. Chameleon mantises are the most common camouflage creatures in the silent forest, launching a surprise attack when their prey gets close. Just as the chameleon mantis's attack was about to hit Jiang Yuan's head, Jiang Yuan's figure suddenly increased in size, leaving only an afterimage in his original position, and he was already far away. Only a group of chameleon mantises, having missed their target, were left looking at each other in bewilderment. They never expected that the seemingly novice human would possess such speed. It's worth noting that the chameleon mantis, besides its mastery of camouflage, is also renowned for its speed. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan dodged the sudden attack. Just as the chameleon mantis was about to continue its disguise and wait for the next batch of victims, a series of whooshing sounds rang out, and a terrifying and huge wind blade, like a sword tens of meters long, suddenly slashed down at the chameleon mantis. Pft! Boom! After the wind blades dissipated, the surrounding trees were cut down, and more than a dozen chameleon mantises were chopped into piles of minced meat. After a while, a dark shadow appeared on a nearby tree. When he saw what was happening on the scene, his expression, which had been shrouded in darkness, changed noticeably, and his eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Judging from his aura, that kid definitely passed through here. He caused all of this. That's probably impossible. After all, he's just a level A few novice professional. Perhaps it's a coincidence. Regardless, let's finish the young master's task first. That kid's pretty good at running. At this moment, Jiang Yuan continued to move swiftly like the wind, completely unaware that someone was secretly pursuing him. Ding! Killed a level 20 chameleon mantis, gained 3,200 personal experience points, 5 skill experience points, swiftness, and 1 chameleon stone. Ding! Killed a level 25 chameleon mantis, gained 4,500 personal experience points, and 7 skill experience points. Ding! Killed a level 28 chameleon mantis, gained 5,300 personal experience points, 7 skill experience points, 1 piece of equipment, and 1 serving of chameleon mantis meat. Ding! Your level has increased to 11. Each of your 4 attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Ding! Your level has increased to 12. Each of your 4 attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. As expected, the monsters in the wilderness area give more experience and drop more loot than those in dungeons. After Jian Yuan traversed the vast, silent forest, he encountered fewer and fewer people. Even the professionals they encounter are getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, they are basically complete teams with full equipment. Most of the time, professionals who meet in the wilderness will tacitly maintain a safe distance and will not deliberately get close, so as not to be mistaken by the other party for someone trying to steal monsters or treasures, thus causing an accidental fight. Similarly, the monsters nearby are getting higher and higher level, and becoming increasingly dangerous. Chapter 22: The Sudden Attack. Tianhai City Ruins. Jian Yuan looked at this once prosperous city. Everywhere he looked, there were collapsed city walls, broken weapons, scattered bones, and corroded building ruins. Broken streets, dried-up waterways, the sea breeze blowing through the dilapidated alleys, making a wailing sound, like the howling and roaring of the dead. Centuries later, it seems as if we can still hear the tragic lament left behind by that fierce battle. Roar! A monster with a head covered in jet-black scales, a spiraling black horn on its head, and a body resembling a giant sea lion crawled out from the side of the street. 3 shadow-scale beasts were munching on a human skeleton, their black scales gleaming coldly in the dim light, their spiraling abyssal horns occasionally scraping the ground, leaving deep marks. Shadow-scale beast. Jian Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he recognized the monster's origin. This is the offspring of a sea monster and an abyssal horn demon, capable of spraying concentrated shadow acid that corrodes metal and rock like rotten wood. A ghostly light that attracts monsters seeps from the gaps in its scales. It is a unique product of the Tianhai City ruins. Since Jian Yuan had not learned any exploration skills, he could only roughly judge the strength of monsters based on his experience and knowledge. The level of a typical shadow-scale beast is generally between 30 and 60. With the cooperation of a professional team that has completed the second stage of the upgrade, it can be killed. If it is a mutated evolved monster, its spiral horn will turn silver, and its minimum level is 60. It takes at least a second-tier elite professional team, or even a third-tier or higher professional team, to kill it. There is also the Shadow-Scale Horn Beast King, also known as the boss-level monster. It is generally over 5 meters tall, has a spiral horn of dark gold, and is usually around level 90. The spiral horn is black, so its level should be no higher than level 60. Faced with the menacing shadow-scale beast, Jian Yuan quietly observed and sized it up. The 3 shadow-scale beasts, whose meal had been disturbed, roared angrily when they saw a human swaggering into their territory. Perfect timing to test the sky-splitting wind blade, which has been amplified by more than 200 times. Jian Yuan murmured to himself, raised his fingertips, and the condensed wind element suddenly became extremely violent. He did not approach the shadow-scale beast rashly, because he knew that this type of monster had the ability to spray shadow acid, and the range was not short, so he had to keep a safe distance from it. Jian Yuan is, after all, a fragile mage. When facing monsters that are dozens of levels higher than yourself, you must be cautious. Otherwise, if he were hit by a monster, his mere few hundred health points wouldn't be enough to withstand it. Whoosh! A massive wind blade shot out, hurtling straight toward its target with a whistling sound. The wind blade struck the scaly beast precisely in the side of its belly, easily tearing through its dark scales and gushing out dark green blood, causing it to let out a shrill roar of pain. Then it cleaved its scale-covered body in 2, splattering bits of flesh and blood everywhere. The other 2 scaly beasts were immediately alarmed and turned to charge at Jian Yuan, one of them spitting out a thick cloud of shadow acid. Jian Yuan was prepared for this. He touched the ground with his toes and used the wind element to push off to the side. The acid landed where he had just stood, and the rock was instantly corroded into a deep pit that emitted white smoke. The moment he landed, he once again channeled his magic power, unleashing an even more solid wind blade that struck the head of the leading horned beast, successfully completing the decapitation strike. The last shadow-scale beast, seeing its companions being killed one after another by Jian Yuan, became even more ferocious. Its entire body surged with dark demonic energy that emitted a foul stench, and it leaped up suddenly with all four legs, pressing down on Jian Yuan. Jian Yuan's eyes sharpened, and all the wind element in his body erupted. As his figure suddenly cleaved open, a giant wind blade was formed and slashed fiercely upwards. Click! With a crisp sound, the sky-splitting wind blade severed the shadow-scaled beast's spiral horn, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, struggling incessantly. Seeing this, Jian Yuan, who was not far away, couldn't help but show a look of surprise and doubt. I never expected the shadow-scale beast to be so resilient. Another pale blue wind blade, carrying a world-destroying aura, instantly cleaved the leaping scaly beast in two, its dark green blood and shattered scales scattering everywhere. Although the shadow scale beast has fused the power of the abyss and sea monsters, making it incredibly tough and resilient, its defense is astonishing. But the power of the sky-splitting wind blade did not disappoint me. A faint white light flashed across Jian Yuan's body. Although he only killed 3 shadow scale beasts, they were all above level 40 and had an extra experience reward for killing higher level enemies, which successfully helped Jian Yuan level up. His level is now 13. It also yielded a piece of shadow material, 2 pieces of equipment, and 3 spiral scales. The harvest was quite good. After all, these aren't materials or equipment dropped in beginner dungeons. Instead, they are equipment materials at levels dozens of levels, and their prices are much higher than the materials produced in the mechanical graveyard. Let's set a small goal first, to increase the Gale spell's power by 10,000 times. The achievement title, Mechanical Hunter, lit up above Jian Yuan's head, and he drank a bottle of mental potion to restore his mana. Just as he was about to continue riding the wind forward, his figure suddenly stopped. The dagger with its blood-red hilt slashed past him. If Jian Yuan had continued moving forward, his neck would have struck the dagger, and he would have certainly died. Fortunately, Jian Yuan released the Gale technique. Although he could not see the enemy's presence, the sudden disruption of the wind element made Jian Yuan feel something was wrong, thus cleaving away this extremely deadly assassination attempt. Whoosh! A sharp glint flashed in Jian Yuan's eyes, and his hair stood on end. Then the blood-patterned dagger was pointed directly at Jian Yuan's head. Jian Yuan rapidly gathered wind elements around his body and suddenly retreated. Where he had been standing, a figure whose face was not visible and whose entire body was shrouded in a black trench coat suddenly appeared. He held a blood-patterned dagger with a cold gleam in each hand. Jian Yuan almost became a victim of the other party's blade. This was absolutely the closest he had come to death in his 18 years. Although he knew the wilderness was extremely dangerous, with the help of the system, he made his way through with an invincible momentum. Instead, it gradually lowered their own vigilance. Just now, we were attacked in an unprecedented manner. It was like a blow to the head, immediately waking Jian Yuan up. No matter how strong you are, you must never let your guard down. Who are you? Why did you want to kill me? Jian Yuan shouted. Seemingly attempting to communicate with the other party, a pale blue wind blade swiftly formed in his hand. Chapter 23: The Terrifying Nature of the Heaven-Burning Meteor. Although there are no rules in the wilderness, professionals will fight each other. There must be a reason. For example, the two sides have a history of grudges and affections. Or perhaps they belong to an opposing faction. And also, they rebelled for wealth, and committed murder and robbery. Those monsters who kill indiscriminately and take pleasure in killing are, after all, a very small minority. Jian Yuan did not believe that his killing of the 3 shadow-scale beasts would attract the covetousness of others. Clearly, the other party must have other motives. Buzz! The man in black transformed into a shadow and quickly disappeared from Jian Yuan's sight. The wind blade he threw did not hit its target, but only left a crack about 100 meters long on the ground. Disappeared? The opponent is very fast and extremely skilled at disguise. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sneak up to my side without being detected. I only noticed them when they made their move. It's highly unlikely that a second-tier professional can dodge the sky-splitting blade. Then the opponent's strength level should be at the 3rd level, and they belong to the assassin type of professional. Jiang Yuan quickly thought it over. As for whether the assassin will be a 4th-tier professional, or a higher-level professional, this possibility does not exist. If it were a 4th-level advancement, Jiang Yuan would have absolutely no chance of avoiding the opponent's surprise attack. Just who is this kid? Is he really just a novice professional? This movement speed, reaction speed, and burst of wind blade attack damage are comparable to a 3rd-tier professional. This child must possess some great secret, or perhaps some powerful treasure. The figure lurking in the shadows felt a surge of turmoil within him. He had assumed it would be a task that could be completed easily. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan proved to be quite troublesome. His true combat strength, however, shocked him. Jiang Yuan's assessment of his strength was correct. He is indeed a 3rd-tier professional. Even at the 3rd rank, they dared not directly withstand the damage from the sky-splitting wind blade. In his view, Jiang Yuan was just as dangerous as a 3rd-tier professional. If they were to confront each other head-on, his chances of winning would not be high. However, as a shadow stalker, his greatest skills are stealth and assassination. He hid in the shadows, watching his prey like a hunter, waiting for the prey to make a mistake so he could strike and kill it. He didn't believe that Jiang Yuan could evade his assassination attempt. He can take countless attempts and fail countless times. But if Jiang Yuan shows even the slightest weakness, he will be killed. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Patience is also an essential quality for a hunter. I know you're still here. Are you waiting for me to make a mistake? I don't care who you are, you'll regret this. Jiang Yuan was surrounded by condensed wind elements, and any enemy who dared to get close would be detected by him. But if the enemy is hiding in the shadows, then Jiang Yuan will have a hard time finding him. This will undoubtedly put Jiang Yuan in a very passive position. Looks like we'll have to use our ultimate move. No matter who the other party is or what their purpose is, we must not let them leave alive. Jiang Yuan thought to himself. He raised his hands again, this time not with pale blue wind elements, but with dazzling flame elements. Jiang Yuan was indeed unable to pinpoint the enemy's location. However, this does not mean that he lacks the means to deal with enemies. Infernal Dragon Pillar. Centered on Jiang Yuan, terrifying flame elements surged and spread rapidly in all directions like an eruption of lava. In the next instant, the earth turned blood red, and 9 pillars of blazing flames shot into the sky, covering an area of several hundred meters around, forming a sealed-off sea of magma and flames. Jiang Yuan, who was at the center of the magma and flames, felt the intense heat of the flames, which reached hundreds of meters high, and instantly dispelled the cold, deathly danger surrounding him. The fiery dragon pillar can not only temporarily seal off the surrounding area, but also provide Jiang Yuan with a powerful layer of protection. Even a 3rd-tier professional would likely struggle to cope with the intense heat of the flames, which could reach hundreds of degrees Celsius. What the hell is this? This terrifying flame element is definitely not something a 3rd-tier fire magic could possess. Could it be a 4th-tier one? He's just an ordinary commoner. How could he possibly possess such a powerful spell scroll? The Shadow Stalker, hiding in the dark, was being tortured by the scorching heat and was deeply shocked. He didn't believe that the terrifying fire magic originated from Jiang Yuan himself. He only thought that Jiang Yuan was afraid of being killed, so he released a rare, high-level spell scroll. Spell scrolls are not uncommon. The young master Zhou Luochen, whom he was protecting, had a magic scroll given to him by his family to save his life. Even Zhou Luochen's spell scrolls are mostly 2nd or 3rd tier. At this moment, this spell scroll was emanating a 4th tier aura. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to escape. As an assassin, his intuition was very accurate. If we stay here any longer, we'll probably lose our lives. To his surprise, 9 towering pillars of flame completely sealed off the area, making it impossible for him to leave. A meteorite that burns the heavens! Jiang Yuan called out softly. This was Jian Yuan's first time unleashing his full power without reservation, releasing the burning heaven meteor with a nearly 50,000-fold amplification. As for the serious consequences of unleashing such terrifying fire magic, Jian Yuan had no time to consider them at the moment. After all, nothing is more important than one's own life. The sky suddenly changed color. The originally dark clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, and countless crimson-gold light spots gathered at the gaps in the clouds, gradually condensing into huge, fiery meteors. These fiery meteorites were engulfed in raging flames, their surfaces flowing with scalding magma, exuding an aura of cataclysmic destruction. Like falling stars, they crashed down towards the ruins of Tianhai City with a piercing whistling sound. At this moment, deep within the ruins of Tianhai City, a team of professionals who were dealing with the shadow-scale beast boss were the first to notice the strange phenomenon in the sky. When they looked up and saw the huge, fiery meteors in the sky, their faces instantly filled with vigilance and astonishment. Their mouths were agape, their weapons nearly slipping from their hands, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. My God, what's going on? Such terrifying fire element, if I'm not mistaken, it's at least a 5th-tier fire magic. Goodness gracious, isn't that a 5th-rank mage? Could it be the city lord who's coming? Impossible! Although the lord of Shanghai City is a 5th-level cultivator, he is not a magic user, but a melee class. Who is that powerful figure? As far as I know, there are no 5th-rank fire magic masters in Shanghai City. Could it be a powerful expert from another base city? The elite 3rd-tier professionals were too preoccupied to kill the already weakened boss, and all stared in horror at the flaming meteor falling from the sky. They could even feel the vibrations from the falling meteorite beneath their feet, and the scorching heat wave rushed towards them. As the number of meteors that burn the sky gradually increases, the range of their impact continues to expand. There were faint, even faint signs that it was about to fall towards their location. Chapter 24 instantly reached level 30. Something's wrong! We need to run! Get out of this place! The team leader looked serious. He couldn't fathom why that powerful figure would venture into a monster zone with monsters at level 90 or higher. Regardless, they should try their best to avoid conflict. If the strong are kind, law-abiding, and powerful, then that's fine. However, if they encounter a powerful 5th-level cultivator who is evil and indiscriminately killing, they will probably not survive. But the boss only has a little health left, one of the team members said with some reluctance. Even if you lose the boss, you can keep killing it. I'm going to die. Everything is over. Everyone, follow me immediately. The captain has the highest command authority. Once he makes a decision, the other team members, even if they are still somewhat unwilling, can only silently obey. Within the Tianhai City ruins, there are not only this group of professionals. The appearance of the blazing meteorite shocked all the professionals in the ruins, and along with the shock came endless worry and fear. They had no idea who this 5th-tier fire mage was or why he had come. All I wanted to do was escape Tianhai City as quickly as possible. Not only human professionals, but also the monsters lurking in the ruins. They were already terrified out of their wits by the terrifying pressure emanating from the fiery meteor. The poisonous lizards in the cracks of the rocks twisted and turned frantically as they tried to escape, while swarms of decaying insects surged out of their nests like a black tide. There were also groups of shadow-scale beasts everywhere, frantically fleeing this area that was about to be engulfed by flames. The once silent ruins instantly turned into chaos due to panic. Everyone, including the monster, was fleeing. No one dared to linger. Of course, at the epicenter of the blazing meteor eruption, there was also someone trying to escape. But he discovered to his despair that everything around him had been engulfed and sealed off by flames, and no matter what he did, he could not escape this place. Boom! The first fiery meteor crashed down, the deafening explosion shaking the earth violently. The broken stone walls collapsed instantly, raising clouds of dust and flames. With just one strike, the shadowy figure deeply hidden in the dark was blasted to pieces, his flesh and blood completely burned away. But it wasn't just the shadow lurker, the culprit, who suffered. Fiery meteors continued to fall, and the intense shockwaves spread in all directions, igniting everything flammable in their path and creating a sea of fire. The shadow-scale beasts in the vicinity were struck by the meteorite and engulfed in flames, losing their lives before they could even let out a wail. The scattered carrion worms that lived in the underground waterways all year round were directly blown away by the high-temperature shock wave and turned into charred powder. Countless fiery meteors fell in succession, like a devastating meteor shower. The fiery meteors crashed into the ground, causing devastating damage to the ancient city ruins within a radius of 1 kilometer. The already dilapidated buildings were completely razed to the ground, leaving huge craters in the earth, with magma churning inside and radiating terrifying heat. Those monsters that failed to escape the area in time were completely devoured in this raging catastrophe and turned to ashes. No one expected that the power of the blazing meteor would be so astonishing. At the edge of the ruins, the team of professionals fled in a sorry state. Their hearts were still pounding as they looked back at the ruins engulfed in flames. The earth-shattering scene they just witnessed has become an unforgettable memory for them. They really did just walk off the brink of death. If we slow down any further, we'll probably end up like those monsters, either crushed to death or burned alive. Similarly, Jian Yuan had not expected the power of the heaven-burning meteor to be so terrifying. The damage caused was much greater than what was done in the previous instance. However, the amplification factor of the meteorite at that time was 10,000 times. This time it's nearly 50,000 times. After all, Jian Yuan would not hold back in order to completely kill the assassin. Ding! You have defeated a level 54 Shadow Unicorn, gaining 300,000 personal experience points, 300 skill experience points, a set of shadow materials, and a piece of equipment. Ding! You have defeated a level 72 mutated Shadow Unicorn, gaining 5,400,000 personal experience points, 1,000 skill experience points, 3 mutated scales/horns, 3 pieces of equipment, and 3 sets of shadow materials. Ding! Defeat the level 90 Shadow Scale Beast King, Regional Boss, gaining 100 million personal experience points, 5,000 skill experience points, 5 pieces of equipment, set, 1 Dark Heart, 10 Sky Sea City Ruins Dungeon Tickets, 1 Class Change Certificate, and 2 Skill Scrolls. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill of the area boss. Reward, 10 Knowledge Books and 50 Attribute Pages. Ding! Your level has increased to 14. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Ding! Your level has reached 15. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Ding! Your level has reached 30. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 10 points. You can freely allocate 10 attribute points. Ding! Your level has reached level 30, the job advancement cap. Please complete your job advancement as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to continue leveling up. Jian Yuan looked at the prompts. The level jumped directly from level 13 to level 30. It was faster than I expected. But nothing unexpected happened. In particular, the experience points he gains from hunting high-level monsters at a low level are very generous. The drop rate for treasures was so high that it almost filled the entire backpack. Fortunately, similar items can be stacked, taking up only 1 slot. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be enough space to pack all those items. The inventory can be expanded using coins. However, I don't have any gold coins right now, so I can only wait until I return to town, sell my equipment, and then expand my operations. Class Mage Transfer. Rank 30, experience required to upgrade to level 31, 299, 999/300, 000. Strength 310. Spirit 670. Agility 310. Physical fitness 310. Mana 6128/6700. HP 1550/1550. Talent, Spell Mastery. Skills Fireball, LV13 Gale, LV2. Jiang Yuan activated his own attributes, and all of them experienced a massive increase. Among them, the mental attribute reached 670 points. It is more than twice that of other attributes. The main reward is attribute pages, tiers, which can be absorbed to gain free attribute points. However, attribute pages cannot be used indefinitely. A professional can only absorb a maximum of 300 pages. In fact, when a player changes professions and levels up to level 30, they gain 300 points in each of their basic attributes. For ordinary level professionals, the free attribute points gained upon leveling up to level 30 are also 300. Therefore, when Jiang Yuan was reincarnated, his mental attribute could rise to a maximum of 910 points, of which 10 points were the initial attribute. However, attribute pages can only be obtained by defeating certain special monsters or boss monsters, or by completing certain first kill quests. The Heavenly Book Pavilion also sells attribute pages, but the price is not low. The attribute pages for a certain rank can cost as much as 500 gold coins. It is better than most tier equipment, second only to skill books. After all, equipment can be replaced or even phased out. The attributes can be permanent bonuses. Chapter 25: The Origins and Enemies of the Shadow Stalker Zhou Luochen. If I want to max out all my attribute points, I'll need to spend over 60,000 gold coins to buy attribute book pages. I've collected so many equipment materials, I should be able to sell them for several 100,000 without any problem. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. I plan to absorb all 300 attribute points from the book pages before changing jobs. These 300 attribute points will naturally all be added to spirit. After all, mental attributes are much more important than strength, physique, and agility. Ding! Killed a level 87 Shadow Stalker, third job advancement, gaining 50 million personal experience points, 3,000 skill experience points, 7 pieces of equipment, 10 invisibility potions, 99 basic recovery potions, 99 basic spirit potions, 6 intermediate recovery potions, 10 intermediate spirit potions, and number tokens. Among the numerous kill notifications, Jiang Yuan finally found the assassin who had tried to kill him. As expected, it's a third-tier assassin class. Jiang Yuan frowned. Assassins are professionals who, because they possess the skills of disguise, infiltration, and assassination, are the most fond of killing and robbing. Jiang Yuan did not believe that the other party was after money. After all, he was dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't have any equipment. He didn't look like a rich person at all. How could it possibly attract the attention of a third-tier assassin? This puzzled him greatly. Fortunately, Jiang Yuan found the answer from the items dropped by the Shadow Stalker's death. Killing a professional will drop most of the items from their inventory. This also became Jiang Yuan's wealth. It yields far greater rewards than the level 90 Shadow Scale Beast boss. This is why many professionals kill each other in the wilderness. Once you kill a professional, you can obtain most of their inheritance. Finally, a token revealed the other party's identity. The token is engraved with the traditional Chinese character on the front and the character on the back. Therefore, this assassin is a renowned retainer of the Zhou family. There are quite a few people with the surname Zhou in Shanghai City. However, only the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families, can afford to support a third-tier professional as a tribute. Jiang Yuan pondered. The answer is obvious. The Zhou family. Zhou Luochen. This is the only Zhou family member Jiang Yuan has ever crossed paths with. Jiang Yuan and Zhou Luochen didn't have much of a relationship, but they knew each other. Because he consistently ranked first, while Zhou Luochen's performance hovered between the top 3 and top 10. Furthermore, he also knew that Zhou Luochen was Lin Mushue's suitor. He appears to be a sunny and amiable person on the surface, but in reality, he is full of dark and sinister thoughts. In particular, when rumors of a romantic relationship between Jiang Yuan and Lin Mushue surfaced, Zhou Luochen sent someone to warn them. At that time, Jiang Yuan was not able to contend with the power of Zhou Luochen and the Zhou family. In the end, it was Lin Mushue who stepped in to resolve the issue. Just because of jealousy, you want to kill me? What a cruel heart this person has! A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. If Jiang Yuan didn't have the system, he definitely wouldn't have survived an assassination attempt by a third-tier assassin. But Zhou Luoqin's approach wasn't simply to teach him a lesson. They want Jiang Yuan to disappear from the world completely. Zhou Luoqin. You'd better stay hidden in the base city for the rest of your life. Otherwise, today's debt will be repaid 100-fold. Jiang Yuan can be described as someone who always seeks revenge. Since the other party was going to kill him, how could Jiang Yuan let him go? With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a 5th-tier professional. And how many 5th-level cultivators are there in the entire mountain and sea city? If you really provoke him, who in the entire Shanghai city can stop him from killing? Of course, Jiang Yuan wouldn't do that unless absolutely necessary. Although he could disregard the powerful figures of Shanghai city. But behind Shanghai city lies the entire Federation. He currently has no power to oppose the Federation. We still need to continue improving our strength. My survival skills are still lacking. If I were to encounter a 4th or 5th job advancement professional, unless I strike first and kill them, once they break through my defenses, my life would be in danger. Jiang Yuan stood amidst the ruins that had transformed into a fiery inferno, continuously throwing fireballs from his hand. The frequency is maintained between seconds. Jiang Yuan originally planned to improve his gale technique first. But upon further reflection, even if the heavenly meteor is comparable to a 5th-tier magic, it is not an absolute crushing defeat against a 5th-tier professional. Only by obtaining a 100,000-fold amplification bonus and special effects can Jiang Yuan truly become invincible within the scope of Shanghai City. In particular, it will be completed after casting 50,000 more fireballs. With a large supply of mental potions obtained from the Shadow Stalkers as a backup, the issue of mana consumption is not a concern at all. The goal can be achieved in a maximum of 1 day. Jiang Yuan did not leave, but stayed where he was. Due to the astonishing destructive power of the meteorite, the ruins of Tianhai City were engulfed in raging flames, turning into a sea of fire and becoming a forbidden area. The monsters inside are either dead or have escaped. The professionals who originally stayed at the ruins also fled the place. There is no one else on this territory except Jiang Yuan. Naturally, no one will bother him. Professionals like the Shadow Stalker, who intend to harm him, cannot even get close. Moreover, the real world is much more stable than the dungeon world, so even if you unleash the most powerful skills, you don't have to worry about spatial collapse. Furthermore, Jiang Yuan's level is already maxed out, and he has no strong need to level up. Shanghai City. Crisis Warning Center. A series of red alerts sounded in succession. The staff immediately sprang into action, contacting various factions and powerful figures within the city. Intense elemental fluctuations have been detected in the Tianhai City ruins area. The element is a different type of flame, covering an area of approximately 5 kilometers in radius. The overall danger level is assessed as Level 5. Level 5 alert has been reached at the Shanghai City police boundary, and has been transmitted to Nanjiang City and the Federation. Temporary military control is in effect within the city. Personnel are only allowed to enter and not leave. We are ready to activate the city's defensive formation at any time. Lord Commander, should we notify the troops stationed at the Nanjiang town mine to return to the base city immediately? Jiang Yuan never expected that the heaven-burning meteor he released at the Tianhai City ruins would cause a huge upheaval in Shanghai City, like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, and even alarming the official authorities. Top professionals from renowned cities and towns gathered at the early warning center. This includes He Qiaoyu, the current city lord of Shanghai City, Gao Jun, the commander-in-chief of the city guard, and Song Jingran, the president of the Professionals Guild. These three are all 5th-tier professionals, representing the top combat strength of Shanghai City. Behind them were more than a dozen 4th-tier professionals, all of whom were high-ranking figures in Shanghai City. They are either the head of a faction or hold an important position in the government. At this moment, their eyes were all fixed on a huge screen. Chapter 26: The shock to the officials of Shanghai City. The screen is displaying photos taken by the satellite. The original ruins have now become a sea of flames, with huge craters visible on the ground. Magma churned on the ground, radiating terrifyingly high temperatures. The raging flames continued to spread outwards, and did not extinguish with the end of the meteor shower. The fire continued to expand uncontrollably. On another, relatively smaller screen, a video of a world-destroying meteor falling from the sky was playing. Because the satellite imagery was captured on short notice, the picture is relatively blurry. Even through the screen, everyone could still feel the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from each fiery meteorite. Is there a figure there, capable of taking clear photos up close? City Lord He Xiaoyu pointed to the blurry figure standing in the sea of fire in the photo. Reporting to the City Lord, this is already the clearest photo available. Those fire elements are extremely special. They can interfere with satellite detection. We've tried before, but we've all failed, a staff member quickly said. What are your thoughts on this? Although City Lord He Xiaoyu appeared to be a frail middle-aged man with a refined and scholarly air, his intelligent eyes observed the crowd. No one dared to underestimate He Xiaoyu. After all, he was not only the city lord, but also the person with the highest status and power. He is a fifth-tier professional, and his combat power is the strongest among them. This is fire magic. It looks like it's at the 5th level. Someone was the first to express their opinion. 5th-tier fire magic? Is it really that powerful? Yes, the coverage area is several kilometers in radius, and if we're talking about the dangerous area, it could probably reach more than 10 kilometers. He's at least a 5th-tier fire mage. I wonder if President Song knows anything about him. Others also spoke up. Finally, his gaze fell on Song Jingran, who had white hair. Song Jingran is the guild leader and a 5th-level mage, but he specializes in water magic. In summary, this fire spell is most likely a 5th-tier spell, and it is very similar to the 5th-tier fire spells Heavenly Flame, Meteor, and Starfall. But there are 2 special points. The flames are burning, likely the blazing flames, a high-level fire element, commonly found in high-level magic. This means it's at least a 7th-tier fire intensity. The fact that the flames haven't extinguished and are still spreading and burning further proves this. The second point is the attack range of the skill. The core area covered by the meteorite is about 3 kilometers in diameter, the splash range is 5 to 6 kilometers in diameter, and the area of influence is about 15 kilometers in diameter. This far exceeds the range of a 5th-tier fire skill. Song Jingran analyzed the situation with a serious expression. So? The city's garrison commander-in-chief, Gao Jun, looked solemn. First, the opponent is a 5th-rank fire mage, but the fire skills he controls are top-tier among 5th-rank mages, and his combat strength is also among the best of the 5th rank. Although I am a water mage, I am afraid that my chances of winning in a head-on confrontation are not high. The second possibility is that the opponent is a high-level mage, at least a 6th-rank archmage, and there's a possibility that they are a 7th-rank mage saint. Song Jingran said. Which one does Chairman Song prefer? City Lord He Xiaoyu inquired. The latter, Song Jingran replied. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. If they were merely 5th-tier fire elemental mages, they might be able to fight the enemy by relying on the city defending formation and the combined strength of everyone. However, if they are 6th or 7th level experts, no matter how many of them there are, they can be wiped out with a wave of their hand. Can you determine the other party's identity? He Xiaoyu continued to press for answers. There's too little information. I don't know any monks or Dharma masters who are like this. To find out the other person's true identity, you may need to get close to them. Moreover, even if we knew the other party's identity, it wouldn't actually benefit us at all. Song Jingran pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Why would such an important person come to a small place like our Shanghai city? Could there be some treasure in the Tianhai city ruins that attracted him? If we're talking about treasures, wouldn't the ancient battlefield of Tianhai have even more? Why didn't they go to the ancient battlefield, but instead went to the ruins to blast fish? The crowd couldn't help but raise their doubts. No matter what their purpose is, as long as they don't pose a threat to Shanghai City, it's fine. This is what Gao Jun, the commander-in-chief of the city's garrison, said. His duty is to guard the city of Shanghai. As long as it doesn't affect Shanghai City, whether the other party is a Dharma saint or a Dharma emperor is irrelevant to him. There's some truth to that. They might just be passing by and will probably leave soon. Someone echoed this sentiment. Temporarily downgrade the alert level to level 3 yellow. Announce to the entire city, avoid leaving the city unless absolutely necessary, and strictly prohibit travel to the vicinity of the Tianhai City ruins. Also, let's see if there are any survivors in Tianhai City. Maybe we can get some information from them. After giving his instructions, City Lord He Qiaoyu continued. We should avoid provoking such a powerful person unless they come to us on their own initiative. He Qiaoyu finally made a decision. Although this blazing meteorite disrupted the peace of the entire Shanghai city, causing many people to be terrified. Ultimately, the Tianhai City ruins are located in the wilderness area and are not under the jurisdiction of Shanghai City. Even if they wanted to inquire about the origins of that powerful figure, they had no legitimate reason to do so. More likely, you might offend someone during the process of making contact. It's important to know that the stronger and more powerful a person is, the worse their temper tends to be. The city lord is right. Until the next day. The warning center sounded the alarm again. The crowd that gathered yesterday reappeared, and there were even more people than yesterday. When everyone saw the images captured by the satellite, they were once again filled with shock and disbelief. Even those who had previously planned to explore the ruins of Tianhai City quickly abandoned the dangerous idea, thankful that they had not yet taken action. On the screen, the blazing meteor reappeared. Compared to the video footage taken yesterday, this meteor shower was several times larger in scale, with a greater number and density of falling meteors, resembling a meteor shower that sent chills down one's spine. What's even more astonishing is that, amidst the raging inferno, floated a tall figure engulfed in flames, as if a god had descended to earth. The figure raised its hand, and the falling fiery meteors were suspended in midair. At that moment, it was as if everything in the world had stopped. Whether it was the scene on the screen or the people in the center of the scene, everyone maintained the same posture and did not make a sound. Is the signal card stuck? It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that someone voiced a shocked question. Chapter 27 100,000X Special Effects, The Flame God Possession. No card, the footage I've been shooting has always looked like this. The staff were sweating profusely as they repeatedly confirmed that the video feed was being broadcast live and not choppy. As if to verify the staff's words, the fiery meteors on the screen started moving again. But it didn't land vertically. Instead, they circled around the fiery figure. Glug. In the silent early warning center, someone swallowed hard. To control flames to such an extraordinary degree, one must be at least a 7th level Dharma saint. Song Jingran's voice rang out. As the highest ranking mage in the arena, his assessment was naturally beyond question. Immediately upload the satellite images to Southern Frontier City and the Federation. Ask them if they know this top expert. This level is beyond the capabilities of our mountain and sea city. If it's a saint of law who isn't registered with the Federation, then... City Lord He Qiaoyu did not continue speaking. The unknown 7th level Dharma saint, whether friend or foe, is simply unsettling. If the enemy sets their sights on Shanghai City, they might not even have a chance to wait for reinforcements from higher authorities before being wiped out. Even the city's protective formations couldn't protect them. All they can do now is pray that the other party is a strongman from the Federation or from the lawful faction, rather than powerful figures from hostile forces or the Abyss cult. Is this the 100,000X special effect, the possession of the Flame God? Control the power of fire at will. At this moment, Jiang Yuan stood atop the sea of fire. He was no longer in human form, but had transformed into a 5-meter-tall, crimson-gold divine giant. His expression was extremely majestic, and his whole body was enveloped in crimson gold flames. Judging from its appearance, absolutely no one would associate this crimson gold statue with Jiang Yuan. He seemed to have become the only god in this world, able to control everything with every gesture. This power comes from the 100,000x effect of the infinite amplification system, Flame God Possession. Flame God Possession merges oneself with the ultimate fire element, transforming into the form of the flame god. One can transform into the fire element at any time, and one's form can freely change. One no longer has a physical form, is immune to conventional physical attacks, has 100% fire resistance, and is immune to all fire damage. One can freely control all fire power within range, and all fire skills are doubled in power. This is simply divine skill. Even high-level fire magic may not possess the powerful skill effects of being possessed by the flame god. No matter how powerful someone's fire magic is, there will always be a time when the skill ends and they enter a long cooldown period. However, for Jiang Yuan, he can release one skill per second. As long as he has enough mana, he can maintain the state of being possessed by the flame god. It can even unleash skills in the form of Infernal Dragon Pillar and Sky Burning Meteor, and the damage and range will be higher and larger than before. Most importantly, Jiang Yuan can enter an elemental state at any time, becoming immune to regular physical attacks and possessing 100% fire resistance, making him immune to all fire damage. Even if he stood still, 100 third-tier Shadow Stalkers couldn't kill him. You can only say they're incredibly arrogant. Jiang Yuan tried for a long time, his figure moving freely in the blazing sea of fire. The flames, both in the sky and on the ground, were all within his control. He gradually became familiar with the effects of the flame god's possession. Jiang Yuan felt that the effects of the flame god's possession were far more than that, and there was still room for further development and exploration. Furthermore, if Jiang Yuan were to pursue only the fire mage path in the future, he could easily reach the end of that path. The fireball spell has been amplified by 100,000 times. The next stage will feature special effects 1,000,000 times greater. Even without eating or sleeping, it would still take at least 10 days to cast the swiftness spell every second. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yuan decided to improve his Gale technique first. After all, compared to Fireball, Gale only has a multiplier of around 200. I've reached level 30. Even without job advancement, there are still 2 skill slots available. Which type of skill should I choose for the remaining 2 skills? Attack? Defense? Healing? Control. Jiang Yuan remained in his flame god form, attempting to summon the surrounding wind elements, only to find that the wind elements were burned away by the blazing flames as soon as they got close. Only when Jiang Yuan controlled the blazing flame could the faint wind element get close to him. Moreover, he was also able to control the raging flames so that they did not damage the wind element. Among elemental forces, lightning and fire are undoubtedly the strongest. One of those slots could perhaps be reserved for a lightning-type skill. My strength lies in my powerful attack, so I will maximize that advantage. Jiang Yuan pondered. Jiang Yuan's decision to choose a powerful offensive skill was not impulsive, but rather the result of careful consideration. After all, his attack methods are too simplistic. Only the power of fire. Although the Gale technique also has the effect of the sky-splitting wind blade, its damage is too low to play a significant role in combat. Especially after seeing the elemental form, it becomes immune to regular physical attacks, has 100% fire resistance, and is immune to all fire damage. That's a really good ability. Try to put yourself in someone else's shoes. What if the opponent also has elemental abilities and is immune to fire damage? Wouldn't that leave Jiang Yuan with absolutely no way to deal with the other party? Therefore, it is necessary to increase one's own attack methods. As for the other skill slot, Jiang Yuan plans to choose either a defensive skill or a support/healing skill. Defensive skills can greatly improve one's ability to survive. As for healing skills, even if you are accidentally injured, you can heal and recover on your own. After all, Jiang Yuan is not like other professionals who can rely on the strength of a team, where everyone performs their own duties and the team has damage dealers, tanks, and supports who complement each other. Jiang Yuan's chosen path makes it impossible for him to have teammates who will stay with him for a long time. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Therefore, Jiang Yuan is pursuing the path of an all-around professional. In fact, Jiang Yuan is not only interested in various elemental spells, but also in some special powers. For example, spatial, temporal, and divine powers. They are all very powerful. However, these skill scrolls are extremely rare. They are not visible on the trading market at all. You do need a bit of luck to get it. Moreover, among the Tier 1 spells, those with temporal and spatial powers are extremely rare in the world. Most space-time skills are of a high level. High-level skills mean extremely long cooldown times. Let's collect all 4 skills first. Jiang Yuan temporarily put aside this idea. For him, being down to earth is more important. In reality, the system was his greatest asset. As for the types of skills, that's secondary. As long as the skill amplification factor is continuously increased, even the power of ordinary elements will become extremely terrifying. For example, the power of the fireball spell evolves from ordinary flames to raging flames, and then to scorching flames. Although it is still a raging inferno, it now has a crimson gold color, and is much more domineering than the original raging inferno. Chapter 28 Federal Inspector 6th rank Anti-Magic Knight. Ding! Using the secondary Gale technique, skill power increased by 1000 times, current amplification multiplier, 1000x. Ding! Gale technique's amplification multiplier has reached 1000x, gaining the special effect, Meteor Wind Release. Meteor Wind Escape. The user escapes into the wind element, gaining extraordinary movement speed like a meteor streaking through the air, and a high chance of dodging during this time. Wind blades will remain in the path the user passes through, and the faster the movement speed, the more wind blades there will be, and the higher the damage. The development path of the Gale technique perfectly matches Jiang Yuan's expectations, which is to maximize speed. As for the damage that comes with the skill, it's negligible and Jiang Yuan doesn't value it much. After all, he possesses fire-type skills that have been amplified 10,000 times. Another day passed. Jiang Yuan successfully unlocked the 10,000x special effect, Hurricane Domain. Centered on itself, it unfolds a spherical hurricane domain with a minimum diameter of 500 meters, capable of tearing apart anything within the domain. Within the domain, one can fly freely, ignoring any obstacles, evading attacks 100%, manipulate the power of wind elements, and temporarily control hundreds of low-level wind spells. Buzz! As soon as Jiang Yuan thought of it, a huge cyan sphere began to spread rapidly outwards from him. The coverage area is approximately 500 meters in radius. The size of the hurricane domain is related to both the amplification factor and Jiang Yuan's own mental attributes. 500 meters is just the minimum. As he gets stronger, the range will continue to expand. Moreover, this range is not a flat circle. Instead, it's spherical. The actual scope is much larger than imagined. Within the hurricane domain, I am virtually invincible. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with the hurricane domain, which had increased 10,000-fold. Especially within the domain, one can move freely, ignoring obstacles and dodging all attacks. Moreover, the domain has a similar sealing effect to the infernal dragon pillar. Enemies within the hurricane's area of effect will be trapped within it. Unless the power is strong enough to break through the domain of 10,000 hurricanes. According to Jiang Yuan's calculations, Hurricane Domain is considered a top-tier wind-type magic in the 5th tier. To break through the power of a domain, one needs at least a 6th-tier skill. The next step is a 100,000-fold increase in special effects. At this moment, Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought. Currently, the Gale spell can be cast every 2 seconds. It needs to be stacked 90,000 times to activate the 100,000x effect. Even if it doesn't stop for a moment, it will take a full 180,000 seconds, which is equivalent to 50 hours. In practice, it will probably take at least 3 days. After all, Jian Yuan himself was only at level 30, and he couldn't possibly go without eating or defecating or sleeping for days. 3 days is actually not bad. If I could simultaneously master the 100,000 times effect of Fireball and Gale, it would be equivalent to wielding a 6th-tier spell. With this, we can practically roam freely in Shanghai City. Jian Yuan decided to stay a little longer. Moreover, he had a premonition that the 100,000-fold increase in the effect of the Gale technique would definitely satisfy him. After all, Fireball is imbued with the power of the Flame God, so Gale's spell can't be much worse. Moreover, the Tianhai City ruins have now become the exclusive territory of the Jianyuan people. No fools will bother him. Therefore, he can confidently stack skill amplification multipliers. Several days later, at the top of the city wall of Shanghai City. Your Excellency the Inspector! The city lord, dressed in a gold-embroidered robe, led the powerful warriors of Shanghai City, standing solemnly atop the city wall. Their expressions were respectful yet tinged with trepidation, their gazes fixed on the horizon. Just then, the distant clouds were suddenly torn apart by a pale purple halo. The halo, like a sharp blade slicing through the sky, carried a strong anti-magic aura and rapidly approached Shanghai City. The expressions of the many magic-based professionals standing on the city wall changed drastically. They felt that the elemental power in the world was being dispersed by an invisible force, and the power within their bodies was being completely suppressed. The next moment, the dark prison lion appeared in everyone's sight, its lion body and eagle wings exuding the domineering aura of an ancient beast. The lion's body was covered with dark purple scales, each scale covered with a special kind of magic-suppressing runes. As the distance closed, the dark prison lion let out a deep roar. The anti-magic energy contained in the roar made the air on the city wall tremble, and even the defensive magic runes engraved on the city wall dimmed a bit. On the back of the dark prison lion was a tall man dressed as a knight. His figure was as upright as a pine tree, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his muscle lines were faintly visible under the heavy armor. It possesses both the powerful explosiveness of a warrior and the unique discipline and majesty of a knight. In particular, the armor he wore was forged from deep-sea cold iron mixed with anti-magic crystals. It was dark black all over and had no extra decorations on the surface. Only layers of armor plates were pieced together to form a highly defensive arc. At the very center is a huge 6-pointed anti-magic array, with a fist-sized magic-devouring core embedded in the array's eye. It emits a strong anti-magic aura, and any elements or magic that get close to it will be forcibly devoured by the core. The knight's dark eyes swept over the crowd on the city wall, his gaze calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. The city lord and the others subconsciously bowed and saluted, not daring to raise their heads even slightly. The dark prison lion slowly descended, its wings gently flapping as it landed steadily on the open ground atop the city wall without making a sound, demonstrating the perfect harmony and control between the beast and its rider. Welcome, Inspector General, to Shanghai City. A welcoming banquet has been prepared for you. Please come and join us. City Lord He Qiaoyu said with a respectful expression. Although he was not a magic user, as a melee user, he also felt the intense pressure emanating from the person in front of him. Moreover, the other party did not conceal any information. Above his head, a large number of achievements, titles, and ranks were prominently displayed. And they make no attempt to conceal their rank and profession. Anti-Magic Knight, Level 172, 6th Job Advancement. The words, Forbidden Magic Knight, are in a noble deep purple. This means that the powerful figure who has arrived is an epic-level anti-magic knight at the 6th rank. Enough with the nonsense. This inspector has many important matters to attend to. Is that person still in the ruins of Tianhai City? Tang Qiyuan, the anti-magic knight, asked in a low voice. A few days ago, Tianhai City experienced several meteor showers, and a suspected 6th-rank archmage who was not registered with the Federation appeared. The Federation has attached great importance to this matter. Although Shanghai City is only a 2nd-level base city, it has a population of more than 3 million. We must not sit idly by when faced with an unknown hidden danger. Ultimately, it was decided to send Tang Chiyuan, who was on patrol duty nearby, to investigate the situation. There was a reason for choosing Tang Chiyuan. Because his profession is anti-magic knight, which is the nemesis of magic-based professions. If that 6th-tier archmage shows hostility, or is from the opposing faction, then you have the power to punish them. Chapter 29 The 100,000X Effect of Gale Technique, Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. The fire at the ruins continues to burn relentlessly, so that person is most likely still alive. This is what the city lord Hichiayu replied. Don't delay, come with me. The dark prison lion, ridden by the demon-suppressing knight Tang Chiyuan, quickly took flight. President Song, let's go there together. Commander Gao, you will continue to oversee the base city. City Lord Hichiayu quickly said. The two then rode on a raging griffin, following behind the dark prison lion. Although the Gale Griffin is a wind-type pet, it still cannot catch up with the dark prison lion even when traveling at full speed. After all, this Gale Griffin is only a 3rd-tier flying demon pet. The dark prison lion is of the same rank as the Forbidden Magic Knight, a 6th-tier battle pet. It wasn't until the dark prison lion slowed down slightly that the Gale Griffin carrying Hichiayu and Song Jingran barely managed to catch up. Has that person ever been a professional killer, or even attacked Shanghai City? I am a demon-suppressing knight, Tang Chiyuan asked. Not at the moment. According to the personal accounts and analysis of professionals who returned from leveling up at the Tianhai City ruins, no evidence was found that the other party intentionally killed professionals. And in the past few days, although the other party's activities have been confined to the ruins, they have not approached Shanghai City. Hichiayu replied. Judging from this, even if the other party isn't a powerful figure from the Federation, they should be from a neutral and friendly faction. The anti-magic knight Tang Chiyuan nodded slightly. If it really is a 6th-tier mage from the opposing faction, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy Shanghai City. Even if they don't commit massacres, the professionals leveling up in the wilderness will inevitably die. Of course, there is also the possibility that if a massacre is committed, the city will inevitably be relentlessly hunted down by the powerful forces of the Federation. Even the madmen of the evil god temple wouldn't do such a thing easily. When you meet them, be careful what you say and don't offend them. Ding! Using the secondary Gale technique, skill power increased by a factor of 1, current amplification factor, 99,998. Ding! Using the secondary Gale technique, skill power increased by a factor of 1, current amplification factor, 99,999 times. Ding! Using the secondary Gale technique, skill power increased by a factor of 100, current amplification factor, 100,000. Ding! The Gale technique's amplification multiplier has reached 100,000 times, gaining the special effect, Spirit Void Demon Phoenix. After many days of unremitting efforts, Jian Yuan finally stacked the amplification factor of the Gale technique to 100,000 times, successfully unlocking the new special effect. The Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix? It seems to have completely different special effects from before. Jian Yuan let out a long breath and stopped making any moves to unleash his skills. The Spirit Void Demon Phoenix communicates with the mysterious Spirit Void realm, forms a soul contract with the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix clan, and summons the first Spirit Void Demon Phoenix as a battle partner. The Spirit Void Phoenix is a descendant of a divine beast that exists in the Spirit Void realm. It controls the Spirit Void wind, which can tear things apart, and has an extremely fast flight speed, covering thousands of miles in an instant. During the existence of a battle partner, it will fight alongside the contractor, and the damage suffered by the contractor can be shared by the Spirit Void Phoenix. At any given time, only the head Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix can exist. If the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix dies in battle, it must wait 10 days in reality before it can use the contract to summon again. Summoning a battle pet? Jian Yuan was stunned. If it's a summoning type effect, Jian Yuan doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. Unexpectedly, The 100,000x effect of the Gale technique was to summon the head spirit ruins demon phoenix to fight. Isn't this development path a bit off track? However, for Jianyuan, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Moreover, as a descendant of a divine beast, the spirit void demon phoenix must be incredibly powerful. It can be used as a flying pet or a battle partner. This can be described as achieving two goals at once. The only drawback is that it can only summon the spirit void demon phoenix through a contract. If you die in battle, you will suffer a severe death penalty. It will take 10 days in reality to establish a new summoning contract. In other words, this spirit ruins demon phoenix is not formed from any elemental spirit or energy body. They are real living beings, only they exist in another world. If the spirit void demon phoenix dies in battle, the next summon might be another spirit void demon phoenix. But what exactly is this spirit ruins realm? Jianyuan analyzed it carefully. Sir, would you please come out and see me? Just as Jianyuan was about to summon the spirit void demon phoenix to take a look, a voice that resounded throughout the heavens and earth suddenly came, giving people a strange sense of oppression. Who? Jianyuan's body was suddenly enveloped in a crimson gold flame, placing him within the image of the flame god. It wasn't that Jianyuan was making a fuss. His physical defenses were simply too weak. Jianyuan looked up toward the source of the sound. Several dark shadows were seen floating in the sky above the fire at the ruins. A powerful figure from Shanghai City? Jianyuan gazed into the distance, pondering the other party's intentions. Shanghai City is the closest base city to the ruins, so everything that happened here must have been detected by the Shanghai City authorities long ago. However, no one has bothered him in the past few days. Jianyuan originally thought that the authorities would not intervene. After all, the power of the heaven-burning meteorite is so terrifying that even a fifth-level professional cannot withstand it. The other party may not dare to spy or investigate. I never expected that they would send someone over today. To see or not to see? Jianyuan frowned. Although he now possesses two powerful special effects that are 100,000 times stronger, he is not afraid of even 6th-tier professionals, let alone 5th-tier professionals. However, he did not want to reveal his identity. Being a student will undoubtedly be the best disguise for oneself. Just like Zhou Luochen disliked Jianyuan and planned to kill him. They thought they could take care of Jianyuan by sending out only a 3rd-tier assassin. In this way, they underestimated Jianyuan's true strength and were thus killed by him. If Jianyuan reveals his strength, and if enemies are after him, the enemies they send will not be 3rd rank, but 6th rank, or even more powerful experts. Sir, please don't worry, we have no hostile intentions. I just happened to be passing by and stopped to say hello. The voice of Tang Qiyuan, the anti-magic knight, came again. While Jianyuan was still deep in thought, he suddenly felt that the raging sea of flames was suddenly suppressed by a strong force. This power doesn't seem to belong to a 5th-tier professional. It seems he's not from Shanghai City. He's most likely a powerful individual transferred from the Federation. His strength is at least at the 6th level. Even if I choose to avoid them, they might still keep investigating me. Jianyuan's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. Your Excellency Inspector, it seems the other party is unwilling to meet with us? City Lord Hichiayu looked extremely solemn. Having witnessed the presence of the raging inferno up close, he felt that if he were in the inferno, he would probably be burned to death in no time. He met Song Jingran's gaze, and the other's face was equally solemn and helpless. No rush! Wait a little longer. The demon-suppressing knight Tang Qiyuan stared intently at what was below. He had just tested the waters, and although his magic-suppressing power had temporarily suppressed the raging sea of fire, truly suppressing it would be extremely difficult, and he wasn't 100% confident. Chapter 30 Friendly Exchange. If you were to fight him, would you be confident in defeating him? Hichiayu asked again. If my opponent's cultivation level is the same as mine, my chances of winning are 50-50. Tang Qiyuan's face was serious. His. He Xiaoyu and Song Jingran couldn't help but gasp. You should know that the anti-magic knight is the natural nemesis of magic-based classes. Generally speaking, they almost completely overwhelm magic practitioners of the same rank. Unexpectedly, Tang Qiyuan has now only managed a draw with his opponent. If I and my mount fight together, we have an 80% chance of winning, Tang Qiyuan added leisurely. That's good. He Xiaoyu felt relieved, but inwardly she felt a little resentful. Couldn't you have just said everything at once? Phew. Suddenly, a phoenix's cry pierced the sky and tore through the universe, then exploded with a deafening roar. High in the sky, the wind howled and the clouds seemed to freeze in an instant. That was not the clear cry of an ordinary bird, but the unique innate cry of the Spirit Ruins demon phoenix lineage. It was clear and powerful, as loud as thunder rolling across the clouds, or like a sharp whistle tearing through the sky. The sound waves spread out in layers, and as soon as they entered the ears, they caused the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to surge wildly. The gale in the sky suddenly reversed, and even the clouds were shaken by this phoenix cry and scattered in all directions. Originally, the area around the demon-suppressing knight Tang Qiyuan was a self-contained restricted space, which would completely suppress any elemental power. Yet, within that phoenix cry, there were faint signs of a breakthrough. High above, the three powerful figures standing on the clouds all had their expressions changed drastically, and their hearts trembled. The mounts they rode were even worse. The griffin was so shocked that it fainted on the spot and fell directly from midair. Fortunately, He Xiaoyu and his companion acted quickly and used a spell scroll containing the levitation technique to barely maintain their levitation state. As for the dark prison lion, its entire body gleamed with a cold light, as if facing a formidable enemy, and the dark purple scales on its body emitted a dazzling light. A sense of horror exploded from the bottom of his heart. It was awe from the depths of his bloodline, an instinctive tremor in the face of the primal pressure of the ancient divine beast. In the next instant, a gust of azure wind swept up from the raging sea of flames, and the demon phoenix of the head Spirit Ruins soared into the sky, its azure wings covering the heavens, standing proudly in the firmament. The spirit phoenix spread its azure-green feathers, which were bathed in the clear light of the spirit realm. Its smoky green wings cut through the clouds and split the wind. Its 9-jan-long tail hung down. As the green light flowed, layers of green wind swirled around its body. It could generate wind without wind, and all the winds for thousands of miles bowed down and surrounded its body. Qinghuang's figure was elegant yet fierce, her phoenix head held high. The phoenix cry that pierced the sky came from its mouth. Its blue eyes were emerald green, and its gaze looked down upon the world, showing the arrogance and majesty of the phoenix sovereign. Such prestige is definitely not that of an ordinary phoenix. On the back of this terrifying spirit-void phoenix, which shook the heavens and earth and made everyone's heart tremble, a crimson gold figure stood steadily at an even higher and more arrogant position. This was Jiang Yuan, who was riding the spirit-void demon phoenix. However, Jiang Yuan was currently in the state of being possessed by the flame god. Outsiders can't see his true face at all, they can only see a golden statue. What do you want with me? Jiang Yuanfa spoke in a majestic voice. They were just as shocked as Tang Qiyuan and the others. Jiang Yuan was equally astonished. Jiang Yuan naturally recognized the three people in front of him, City Lord He Xiaoyu, who frequently appeared in public, and Guild President Song Jingran. However, at this point, the two were merely supporting characters. Leading the group was a level 172 anti-magic knight. A professional's level and occupational information can be made public, similar to achievement titles. However, professionals usually keep it hidden. After all, revealing one's rank and position is equivalent to exposing one's strength, making one an easy target for others to find weaknesses and exploit. The reason why Tang Qiyuan, the Forbidden Magic Knight, did not conceal his level and class information was that. The main reason is that he represents the Federation, and his trip there is to protect Shanghai City, carrying a demonstrative connotation. For most magic users, seeing a magic-suppressing knight is like encountering their nemesis. Few mages would oppose a magic-suppressing knight. Not to mention, in a one-on-one fight, the anti-magic knight almost always wins. I am an inspector of the Federation, and my inspection area covers the southern frontier prefecture. We have just learned of the unusual celestial phenomenon that has occurred at the Tianhai City ruins for several days, with meteorites and meteors falling one after another. This may endanger the nearby base city, so we have come to investigate. I was unaware that you were cultivating here. Please forgive me. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Qiyuan maintained his composure and humility. However, his words inevitably revealed a hint of respect. This not only revealed the Federation's identity and purpose, but also conveyed the message that they had no intention of being enemies with Jiang Yuan. There was no way around it. If he were merely a 6th-rank archmage who wielded ultimate fire, Tang Qiyuan, as a magic-suppressing knight, would be in no way inferior to him. However, if the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix, whose strength has also reached the 6th level, is added to the mix, even if he has a mount, his chances of winning are probably not high. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that the two sides become hostile and fight each other. Oh, so the meteor you're talking about was a skill I used. I never expected to have alarmed the authorities. Don't worry, I won't destroy Shanghai City. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a few seconds. He originally thought that at most it would only alarm the officials of Shanghai City, so he wasn't afraid even if he made a big move. Unexpectedly, this attracted the attention of the Federation, which specially dispatched powerful individuals to inspect the area. With his current strength, dealing with the strongest professional in Shanghai City is naturally no problem. However, considering the entire Federation, it's not even worth mentioning. In particular, the Federation's intervention was led by the anti-magic knight, a nemesis of mages. Jiang Yuan had some understanding of the epic class, the anti-magic knight. I am still a mage, a class that is subject to being restrained. Perhaps if the anti-magic knight intervenes, one will be unable to use their elemental powers. So, like Tang Qiyuan, both sides were somewhat uneasy. So it was all a misunderstanding? Tang Qiyuan forced a smile. It really is a misunderstanding. Jiang Yuan strongly agreed with this statement. In this way, everyone will be happy. He Qiaoyu and Song Jingran, who had been silent all along, finally felt relieved. May I ask where you come from, and whether you are a member of our Federation? Hearing Jiang Yuan's words of easing tensions, Tang Qiyuan breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he ruled out the worst-case scenario. Jiang Yuan harbored no hostility towards them. Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded. That's wonderful. May I ask what position you hold in the Federation? Tang Qiyuan asked tentatively. The person before me is at least at the 6th level of cultivation, so he is certainly not some unknown nobody. However, Jiang Yuan did not answer this question. I have offended you. Could you please leave your name or code name? In this way, I can give an explanation to my superiors in the Federation and give this mission a name. Those who are registered as friendly individuals with federal authorities will be able to avoid unnecessary conflicts and disputes when they meet with other professionals in the future. Tang Qiyuan thought for a moment and proposed a compromise. Chapter 31 Code Name, Flame God. The terrifying attributes of the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. Since Jiang Yuan doesn't intend to show his true face, he definitely doesn't want to reveal his identity. In fact, quite a few people in the Federation do this. Few professionals would be willing to tell all their secrets to others. As for Tang Qiyuan publicly revealing his rank and profession, it was related to his position. He did this for two reasons: first, to identify himself and prevent others from impersonating him, and second, to demonstrate his powerful military strength to deter petty criminals. After all, as an inspector who tours various regions, it is much easier to act once one demonstrates one's strength. Just like this time, without the anti-magic knight class characteristic suppressing this mysterious magic-wielding expert in front of them, the conversation between the two sides probably wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Then let's call him Flame God. Jiang Yuan pondered for a long time and thought that choosing a code name was a good idea. Wearing multiple layers of disguise actually makes it less likely to expose one's true identity. From now on, Yenshin's identity will be officially recorded, and even if he appears in some places in the future, it will not attract official investigation. What happened today could have been completely avoided. Tang Chiyuan's attitude was relatively friendly this time. But that doesn't mean the next powerful person you encounter will be the same friendly one. Fire God? Tang Chiyuan was shocked, not expecting the other party to be so arrogant. To dare to use God as a code name is no ordinary person. They're either ignorant fools or they have absolute confidence in their own abilities. Is there a problem? Jiang Yuan countered with a question. The reason he chose this title was not only because it was easy to remember, but also because he was currently possessed by the flame god. As for the arrogant attitude of using the name of God, Jiang Yuan didn't think too much about it. It's just a code name anyway. If it doesn't fit, I can always find another one next time. Of course not, Tang Chiyuan said with a smile. I doubt you'd add me as a contact. But we've only just met, and we might need each other's help in the future. This is a telepathic conch shell. It has only one function. It allows me to communicate with you privately, even in the wilderness where there is no signal. Tang Chiyuan held up a conch-shaped object. This is for communication only. It will absolutely not reveal any other information about you. Can. Jiang Yuan had previously learned about the 1,000-mile sound-transmitting conch, which was considered a special treasure. The only drawback is that it only allows one-way communication and cannot contact other people. But the advantage is that it offers a very high level of privacy. After all, when people exchange online friends as a form of contact, it is possible to find out the identity of the registrant using certain methods. Could you please give me a token? If you are unable to show up next time, we can still recognize each other by presenting this token. Tang Chiyuan threw the 1,000-mile sound transmission conch over from a distance. A token? Jiang Yuan reached out and plucked a jade feather from the spirit void demon phoenix. He then tempered it with the blazing flames until several crimson gold flame patterns appeared on it. With this token, you can ask me for a favor. Jiang Yuan presented Tang Chiyuan with a jade feather that shimmered with a reddish gold luster as a return gift. Thank you. If you encounter any trouble, please feel free to contact me. Tang Chiyuan gripped the jade feather tightly, feeling that the trip had been worthwhile. After all, they had met the powerful magic-based professional flame god and exchanged tokens with him. They had established an initial friendship. This scene filled He Qiaoyu and Song Jingran with envy. They also wanted to establish a friendly relationship with this mysterious and powerful figure. But there was nothing they could do, their strength was insufficient, and their status was simply unequal. All right, then I'll take my leave. Jiang Yuan gently patted the back of the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. The Spirit Void Demon Phoenix stirred up a sky full of azure light, wrapped in howling gales, and soared straight into the flowing clouds of the 9 heavens. In an instant, it had traversed 10,000 miles of sky and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Such speed! What kind of pet is that? He Qiaoyu and the other person were extremely surprised. Leaving aside the flame god, his pet beasts alone brought them immense pressure. At least a peak 6th-tier battle pet. Tang Chiyuan watched the other person's figure disappear, and his shock was no less than that of the two of them. The crisis warning for Shanghai City has been lifted. You guys go back first. Tang Chiyuan waved his hand. Yes, Your Excellency. He Qiaoyu and his companions slowly descended. They can't fly, so they naturally have to walk back. In addition, they also need to check if the storm griffin that crashed to the ground is dead. Tang Chiyuan then opened the Dao interface, recorded and reported the events of the day. Codename, Flame God. Rank, possibly peak of 6th reincarnation. Abilities, Blazing Flames, high level, peak rank 6 wind-type battle pet, possibly possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Azure Phoenix. Danger level, 6.5 to 7 stars. Origin, self-proclaimed federal citizen. Relationship, currently friendly, contact is possible. Detailed description, first appeared at the Tianhai City ruins. Soon, Tang Chiyuan reported the detailed information about Flame God to the Federation and entered it into the database. The Federation's foundation is still strong. To investigate my situation, they dispatched a powerful 6th-rank anti-magic knight. Fortunately, I didn't show any hostility or threaten Shanghai City. Otherwise, they probably would have sent more than just 6th-tier professionals. Jiang Yuan rode the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix, soaring through the 9 heavens. To avoid being discovered, he deliberately flew into the Thousand Islands area and then circled back. The wilderness is a paradise for monsters, and the sky is also teeming with flying monsters, the overlords of the skies. But when the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix appeared, a large number of flying monsters scattered and fled. Speaking of which, the attributes of this Spirit Void Demon Phoenix are indeed quite astonishing. A new scene appeared before Jiang Yuan's eyes. Name, Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix, Sole Contractor, Jiang Yuan. Race, Divine Phoenix Clan. Level, 180, Descent Strength is related to the contractor. Strength, 17,000, plus 240%. Spirit, 32,000, plus 500%. Agility, 40,000, plus 600%. Constitution, 25,000, plus 240%. Mana Power, 1951-0000/1952-0000. HP 90000/9000000. Talents: Spirit Void Gale, Divine Phoenix Legacy, Azure Feather Divine Curse, Divine Phoenix Contract, Descent. Skills: Divine Phoenix Protection, Contract, Thousand Feather Transformation, Spirit Void Wind Seal, Azure Sky Edge, Azure Nether Wind Scroll, Wind Breath Healing Technique, Spirit Void Wind God Transformation, Azure Nether Wind Domain. Click to view more detailed attributes. His. After reading the attributes of the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix, Jiang Yuan was completely shocked. The Linshu Demon Phoenix's interface is absolutely gorgeous. In comparison, Jiang Yuan's attributes are like those of a beggar. Even his highest mental attribute is only 670 points. The spiritual attribute of the Spiritual Phoenix is as high as 32,000 points. This isn't even the highest attribute. Agility reaches a whopping 40,000 points, plus a full 600% additional attribute bonus. Based on this calculation, its actual agility attribute value is 300,000 points. 300,000 in agility attribute. No wonder it flies so fast, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Chapter 32: The Girl in Blue. Even more outrageous is that its mana value is as high as 19.52 million. The unit is not a point. It's 10,000. That's enough for Jiang Yuan to unleash tens of millions of fireballs. The Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix even has a health pool of 9 million points. Since the two parties have a contractual relationship, if Jiang Yuan is harmed, the responsibility can be transferred to the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. This means that unless someone deals more than 9 million damage to Jiang Yuan, it would be impossible to kill him. To kill Jiang Yuan, you must first get past the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. The attributes of the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix are terrifying. Its level is 180, which corresponds to the maximum level for the 6th job advancement. So it seems that the 6th rank anti-magic knight's attributes, even if not as good as the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix, are not far off. Jiang Yuan was secretly relieved that he had not had a conflict with Tang Chiyuan. Even if a fight breaks out, our side might not necessarily lose. But even if you win, what good will it do? It will only bring you more trouble. After all, Tang Chiyuan was an inspector appointed by the Federation, and had the Federation as his backing. And there are countless experts and powerful figures within the Federation. It seems I still need to get stronger. Jiang Yuan then turned his attention to the attribute panel of the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. After a while, they gained a certain understanding of the strength of the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. There is also a progressive understanding of the relationship between the two sides. The two parties establish a soul contract relationship, which, strictly speaking, is not a superior-subordinate or master-servant relationship. Rather, as the skill description states, a battle partner. Jiang Yuan is not the master of the spirit void demon phoenix, nor is the spirit void demon phoenix Jiang Yuan's battle pet. In addition, the strength of the spirit ruins demon phoenix does not remain at level 180, it will increase as Jiang Yuan's strength level increases. When Jiang Yuan checked his own attributes, he noticed that the talent panel had changed. Talent, Spell Mastery, Divine Contract, Summoning. I've gained a new talent, Divine Envoy Contract, Summoning. This corresponds to the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix's Divine Phoenix Contract, Descent, talent. So, what kind of place is the Spirit Ruins realm? Is it some kind of world similar to the real world or the Abyss realm? Jiang Yuan pondered. What puzzled him even more was that the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix should be a living being, not an energy body or a spirit. Why would someone sign a soul contract with themselves? Moreover, it was not signed with the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix alone, but with the entire Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix clan. Even if the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix beneath his feet dies, Jiang Yuan can still summon other Spirit Void Demon Phoenixes. A soul contract relationship is clearly a fair and equal one, rather than a forced and unequal one. So why did the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix clan choose Jiang Yuan? What is the reason behind this? Is it simply because of the system? Jiang Yuan couldn't understand it. However, this is not a bad thing for Jiang Yuan. After all, they now have a descendant of a divine beast at level 180 as their protector. If people knew this, it would be cooler than anything else. Which of those scions of powerful families or influential figures could afford to hire a 6th-level expert as their protector? This 1000-feather transformation skill seems to be able to change its form. Jiang Yuan whispered. Could you transform into human form and let me take a look? Buzz. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix's entire body emitted a blue light, and the next second, it transformed into a beautiful young woman in blue robes with a slender waist and a well-proportioned figure. Her flawless face possesses both a pure and ethereal beauty and a noble charm. Her eyebrows and eyes are like paintings, her nose is delicate and her lips are cherry red, and every feature is just right. Her skin was radiant and translucent, with a faint jade-like luster, so delicate that there was not a single flaw, and when touched, it seemed as if a cool breeze lingered around her. Her eyebrows, like distant mountains shrouded in mist, were naturally graceful willow-leaf brows, with slightly upturned ends, carrying a hint of the untamed and agile spirit of a phoenix. Beneath her brows, her pupils were a pure, deep blue-green. The eyes share the same origin as the phoenix eyes, and when they move, fine wind patterns appear in the depths of the eyes, making them sparkle with brilliance. The upper garment is a short jacket with a slanted front, the main body of which is a deep, dark blue-green color. The edges of the garment are embroidered with fine wind seal patterns, which shimmer with a faint blue light. As the body moves, the patterns flow with the wind, as if they come alive. The cuffs are loose and wide, with light blue mist-like patterns along the edges. When they flutter in the wind, they resemble a blue breeze surging. When the wide sleeves are unfolded, they seem to resemble blue feathers spreading out. The lower garment is a floor-length skirt in a translucent, flowing turquoise color. The skirt is wide and embroidered with 9 phoenix tail feather patterns. The tail feather patterns are made of silk threads that gradually change from blue to green. Each tail feather is lifelike. When the skirt moves, the tail feather patterns seem to sway in the wind and even scatter fine turquoise dust. Jiang Yuan was stunned when he saw the stunningly beautiful girl who suddenly appeared before him. He had never seen such a beautiful person before. She seemed not to exist in reality, but rather like a celestial maiden descended to earth, someone he could only see in his dreams. But the next second, Jiang Yuan found himself getting further and further away from the fairy in front of him. Was it really just a dream? Wrong. This is not a dream. Instead, Jiang Yuanjing fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Holy crap, I'm going to die from this fall! Jiang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. If this were to fall from a great height, it wouldn't just be bruises and welts, but rather pieces of everything. Just as Jiang Yuan was preparing to save himself, a gust of wind swept by, and a graceful figure appeared beside Jiang Yuan. Two soft, boneless, and delicate hands wrapped around Jiang Yuan's neck and legs respectively. Thank you. Jiang Yuan quickly reached out and hugged the girl in green around the neck, faintly smelling a milky fragrance. He never expected that, 10,000 meters in the air, he would give a fairy a princess carry, and the two embraced each other intimately. Since ancient times, heroes have always saved beauties. Unexpectedly, I was rescued by a beauty today. The girl in green had phoenix eyes that shone like jade. Her red lips opened and closed, but no sound came out, as if she had just realized that she did not know the language of this world. Through the soul contract, Jiang Yuan instantly understood the girl's meaning. You're welcome, we're partners. Or perhaps. Jiang Yuan looked at the exquisite face so close to his own. The two embraced, their faces only a few centimeters apart, and they could even feel each other's breath. This made him feel like he was in a dream, a little unreal. To be honest, the 100,000x effect of the Gale technique has repeatedly exceeded Jiang Yuan's expectations. Who would have thought that the development path of the Gale technique would evolve into an unparalleled young girl? This isn't a summoning system. Phew. The girl in green transformed once again into a 9-foot-tall blue-feathered phoenix from the spirit realm, carrying Jiang Yuan on her back. It transformed into a streak of azure light and flew towards the direction of Shanghai City. It wasn't until they were about 10 kilometers away from Shanghai City that Jiang Yuan allowed the spirit ruins demon phoenix to land on the ground. Are you able to descend directly into the real world? Jiang Yuan looked at the graceful young woman in front of him, her long black hair reaching her waist, and a gentle breeze always seemed to waft around her. The girl in the green dress nodded slightly, her pink lips parted, and a sweet smile revealed her shallow dimples. Chapter 33 Jiang Huang. Through the exchange of their souls, Jiang Yuan learned that the true strength of the spirit ruins demon phoenix was far greater than it currently possessed. It is only because of his contractor that he can only unleash power at level 180. However, although she descended in her true form, her origin was in the spirit ruins realm. Whenever one's power is severely depleted, one needs to return to the spirit ruins realm to replenish one's original power. If the power is not exhausted, it is indeed possible to stay in the real world. As for Jiang Yuanjin's desire to learn about the spirit ruins realm, and even to find out about the soul contracts signed by the spirit realm's races, she simply shook her head and didn't reveal any information. Then, how about we give you a name? I can't just call you the spirit ruins demon phoenix. Jiang Yuan looked at the girl in blue and said, The spirit ruins demon phoenix is not her name, but the name of her clan. Just like Jiang Yuan is called Jiang Yuan, not Federal Man. The girl gently stroked her cascading black hair with her small hands, her bright phoenix eyes shining as she looked expectantly at the young man. They seemed to be very much looking forward to naming Jiang Yuan. In the spirit ruins realm, she did not have a name that belonged to her alone. She and her people all share the name Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix. My surname is Jiang, so naturally you are also surnamed Jiang. Then I'll call you Jiang Linger or Jiang Huang. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, and then said, Which one do you like? Jiang Huang. Jiang Huang parted her red lips slightly and uttered a soft, cute lowly voice. Alright, from now on I'll call you Jiang Huang. Jiang Yuan smiled. Jiang Huang wasn't unable to speak, she just hadn't learned the language of this world yet. In addition, she doesn't have much life experience. Since birth, he has stayed in the spirit ruins realm without any contact with the outside world. Based on these few words, Jiang Yuan roughly guessed that the spirit ruins realm was a closed world isolated from the outside world, inhabited only by creatures like the spirit ruins demon phoenix. Furthermore, if Jiang Huang dies in battle in the real world, it is not a true death. It leaves its original mark in the spirit ruins realm, and even if it dies, it will be resurrected in the spirit ruins realm, but the resurrection time is uncertain. However, if Jiang Huang dies in battle and is summoned again 10 days later in real time, it may not be Jiang Huang who descends, it could be another spirit ruins demon phoenix. I'm about to enter the base city. Although you can maintain your human form, you do not have federal status. Jiang Yuan and Jiang Huang arrived near Shanghai City, where the towering city walls of the base city could be seen ahead. Strict checkpoints were set up at the city gates of the base city to prevent people of unknown origin from sneaking into the city. This is mainly to prevent hostile forces and enemies of the evil faction from interfering. Furthermore, Jiang Huang's ability to transform into human form is not unique. Some special or high-level monsters also have the ability to transform into human form, and on the surface they look no different from humans. If Jiang Huang and Jiang Yuanqi enter the city, even if their disguises can fool the city guards, they will not be able to prove their legal federal citizenship. Based on this alone, it is impossible to enter the city through normal channels. Of course, if Jiang Huang were to force her way in, no one in the entire Shanghai city could stop her. Jiang Yuan didn't want to cause any big commotion. Who knows if the demon-suppressing knight Tang Qiyuan is still in the city? Whoosh! Jiang Huang transformed into a tiny bluebird, no bigger than a palm, and landed on Jiang Yuan's shoulder. That's not bad! Jiang Yuan's face lit up with joy. Jiang Huang's transformation skill is really too useful. Moreover, its transformation into a tiny bluebird makes it even more deceptive. Who would have thought this was a level 180 boss? More importantly, the two parties are bound by a contract, so even if Jiang Yuan is suddenly attacked, he will have Jiang Huang as a safety barrier. It has a total of 9 million HP. Unless a high-level expert attacks Jiang Yuan instantly, dealing over 9 million damage, it's impossible to kill him. The situation where I was nearly killed by a shadow stalker in the Tianhai City ruins will never happen again. Pets are not uncommon in the world of professionals. Some are kept as pets. The upper class of the Federation likes to keep cute, charming, or oddly shaped pets. Generally, pets are low-level and do not have strong offensive capabilities. Some were used as mounts for traveling. For example, the city guard of Shanghai City is the Griffin Legion, which raises a flock of Gale Griffins. But more often they are used as battle pets, fighting alongside their masters. After all, the cost of keeping a pet is no less than that of training a professional. There are also summoned beasts, etc. Therefore, even if someone saw the bluebird on Jiang Yuan's shoulder, they wouldn't think there was anything special about it. The process of entering the city was very smooth, without any obstacles. After all, in the eyes of many people, the bluebird that Jiang Huang transformed into looked harmless and posed no threat whatsoever. Hey, Jiang Yuan! Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. Jiang Yuan turned around and saw a tall figure dressed in a pure white priest's robe excitedly running towards him at another checkpoint. Look closely, isn't that my good brother Zhao Biao? However, the priest's robes looked extremely incongruous with the rugged-looking, burly man. I've finally met you! Zhao Biao raised his hand and punched Jiang Yuan in the chest. Did you just get back from leveling up? Jiang Yuan looked at Zhao Biao. Besides his white robes, he was wearing several other pieces of equipment. Most of them were white-grade equipment with a faint white tint. But the staff in his hand was of green quality. These are much better than the cheap clothes I wore before. Behind him followed Luo Hang and several others. They all had some new equipment compared to the last time we met. It's clear that Zhao Biao is doing quite well in this team. Yeah, I'm level 12 now. I just finished killing some monsters and collected a lot of gold coins. Besides resting and replenishing my potions, I also plan to buy a second skill scroll when I return to town. After his initial joy, Zhao Biao looked at Jiang Yuan, and his happy smile faded somewhat. Unlike Zhao Biao, who underwent a major costume change, Jiang Yuan's attire remained largely the same. He was dressed in ordinary clothes from head to toe, with no equipment in sight. What level are you at now? Zhao Biao's expression changed slightly, and he asked cautiously. Me? You'd be shocked if I told you. Jiang Yuan did not answer his question directly. After all, he had already reached level 30. If it weren't for not changing jobs, the level could be even higher. But what he said would indeed scare Xiao Biao. After all, few people can match his leveling speed. Even Lin Muxue, who possesses an epic level class, could not possibly reach level 30 in such a short time. Most professionals need at least a month to reach level 30. Fine, I won't tell you then. Xiao Biao didn't press the matter, but instead tactfully changed the subject. The rules for this year's Unified exam have already been announced, did you know that? Chapter 34 Unified Examination Rules. I haven't looked at it yet. Are there any changes compared to previous year's Unified exams? Jiang Yuan inquired. He has been staying at the Tianhai City ruins these days, and his smart bracelet is not receiving any messages. Naturally, they were unaware of the federally published standardized testing rules. The Federal Unified Examination is usually scheduled for 1 month after the awakening ceremony. This period is the time for students to level up and become stronger. To get into university, you must take a unified entrance exam and choose a university based on the score required. If you can't get into university, then you can only join some local labor unions, gangs, or community groups. Of course, if you have connections and resources, you may have the opportunity to join a powerful conglomerate. But conglomerates don't support idle and useless people. If you can't even get into a professional university, then naturally the conglomerates won't be interested in you. Life professions and combat professions will be tested separately. I won't go into the rules for life professions. I'll just talk about the rules for combat professions. This year's Unified Examination is divided into 3 stages. In the first elimination phase, those below level 20 will be eliminated and will have no chance of going to university. Xiao Biao said. Support-type professions are counted as combat professions in the Unified Examination. Just like in previous years. Jiang Yuan nodded. The elimination phase was simple and brutal, a direct cutoff. Reaching level 20 in a month is indeed a bit difficult. But if you can't even reach level 20, no matter what your profession is, then there's no point in going to university. Once you pass the elimination stage, you can enter the interview stage, and then you're basically guaranteed admission to university. The ranking of all students in the Federation will be determined by calculating their grades and the rarity of their professions. But only universities have the right to choose students. Students cannot choose their schools and can only wait to be passively assigned. The higher the ranking, the better the university you'll be assigned to. Xiao Biao continued. The federal territory is vast and has a large population, so naturally there are a great many professional universities. There are tens of thousands of professional universities of all sizes. The best of these are, of course, the 5 universities. Following the 5 major universities are hundreds of other prestigious schools, collectively referred to as the 5 major 100 schools. As for other universities, they are naturally inferior. The 5 universities have a limited number of places available each year, and the competition for these limited places is extremely fierce every year through the Unified Entrance Examination. The third stage is the stage of the battle for supremacy among geniuses. Participating students must meet one of 2 conditions. The requirement is that the level reaches level 30 and the job rarity is at least green quality. The second is that once the rank reaches the second job advancement, there is no limit to the rarity of the profession. Xiao Biao became slightly excited as he said this. If we want to participate in the Genius Showdown, we must complete the job advancement. The first condition is clearly prepared for true geniuses and prodigies. Although some highly rare professions level up quickly. However, not all geniuses are in a rush to change jobs and advance their careers. For an epic class like Lin Muxue, each job advancement requires thorough preparation and finding a better, more suitable advancement class. Otherwise, I'd rather stay at level 30. After all, each job change is equivalent to a chance to defy fate. No one would waste such an opportunity. Not to mention, they can retain the opportunity to change jobs, and after entering a university, they will have more resources and choices, making it easier to obtain a satisfactory career. As for the second condition, it is to give an opportunity to ordinary professionals who work hard, are willing to fight and strive. students like Jiang Yuan and Zhao Biao. However, they must prove themselves through ranking in order to qualify for the Genius Showdown stage. Of course, qualifying to participate is not the end. Students who can enter the Genius competition stage are qualified to be admitted to the top 100 universities. But to get into the top 5 universities, you must achieve outstanding results in the Genius competition. This year's Genius Showdown stage is different from previous years. Participants can choose between individual or team, up to 5 players, modes. If the team ranks highly, all members of the team will be hired. Zhao Biao became very excited when he got to this point. If it were up to him alone, he would absolutely have no chance of getting into one of the top 5 universities. However, if it's a team competition, the chances are small, but not non-existent. Is there a team mode this year? This is different from previous years. What will be the assessment content? Jiang Yuan looked surprised. The rules state that the main assessment criteria are the student's actual combat ability and practical experience, as well as the team's level of coordination. The specific location and content of the assessment have not yet been announced. I suppose it will be made public after the second round of interviews, Xiao Biao said. Therefore, ranks are extremely important to us. We have awakened to the fact that ordinary professions are already at a disadvantage from the start. To catch up with others, I have to work harder. A resolute look appeared in Zhao Biao's eyes. Other elite-level professionals only need to be level 30 to participate in the Genius Showdown stage. He, on the other hand, needs to complete the second job advancement. Of course, there are also benefits to completing the job advancement, namely having a rank advantage and level advantage, making it easier to achieve excellent results in assessments. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. It all depends on the student's personal choice. If you miss the chance to enter one of the 5 major universities just to secure a better job change opportunity, then you'll regret it. We definitely need to work hard to upgrade. Jiang Yuan nodded. It seems that changing jobs is a must. Otherwise, they won't even get a spot in the competition. Not to mention the promise he made to attend the Southern Xinjiang Academy with Lynn Muxue. Jiang Yuan, why don't you come level up with us? I can persuade my teammates. Zhao Biao extended a sincere invitation. Well, Jiang Yuan didn't expect Zhao Biao to change the subject so quickly. It seems that his failure to directly answer Zhao Biao's question led to a misunderstanding. They thought it was because their level was too low and they were too embarrassed to say it. But Jiang Yuan didn't feel embarrassed. On the contrary, I was very pleased. He really is a good brother of many years. Even though he's doing well, he doesn't forget to help me out. It's settled then. Xiao Biao assumed that Jiang Yuan was just being shy, so he took it upon himself to agree. He walked over and started talking to Luo Hang and his teammates. Helping Jiang Yuan level up was a decision he made on short notice. Xiao Biao couldn't bear to see his good brother in such a miserable state. However, convincing teammates is obviously not an easy task. This is equivalent to having multiple burdens on the team, sharing the experience points that should belong to them. This will undoubtedly slow down their upgrade speed. In particular, Zhao Biao had the least say in the elite professional team. His opinions may not be accepted by his teammates. Chapter 35 The Shock of the Recycling Shop Owner. Jiang Yuan silently watched Zhao Biao and Luo Hang exchange ideas, and it was clear that disagreements and disputes had arisen between the groups. Seeing this scene, he felt a little touched. Jiang Yuan originally intended to tell the truth and did not want to team up with Zhao Biao and the others. But after thinking about it, since Zhao Biao was willing to help him out of kindness, why can't Jiang Yuan help his good brother this time? Zhao Biao's current level is only 12. There are only about 20 days left until the unified examination. From this perspective, it seems that Zhao Biao's path to level 30 and completing the job advancement will not be so smooth. In contrast, his teammates only need to reach level 30 to participate in the Genius Championship. Zhao Biao, on the other hand, has an additional requirement, to complete the job advancement. If Zhao Biao cannot accomplish this, his teammates will likely abandon him and seek other suitable teammates. If Zhao Biao can convince his teammates, then I wouldn't mind leading them to level up. If your teammates can't accept it, just level up with Zhao Biao. Jian Yuan thought to himself. He's only level 30 now and hasn't completed the job change yet. Even with experience penalties, leveling up quickly is not difficult when teaming up with Zhao Biao. At worst, we can just kill some high-level monsters. Use the rewards for killing monsters of a higher level to make up for the experience loss caused by the level difference. No problem! After a while, their teams seemed to have reached a consensus. Zhao Biao led Luo Heng toward Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, I know you're Zhao Biao's good brother. We won't bother with formalities. We can help you level up because of Zhao Biao. But you must obey my commands during battle, is that alright? Luo Heng's expression was neither sad nor happy. He simply maintained a very calm tone. When he discovered that Jiang Yuan indeed had no equipment at all, he showed the same surprised expression as Zhao Biao had just shown. It's been almost 10 days now. Even if you're in a really bad situation, you shouldn't be completely without any equipment. Logically speaking, even if Jiang Yuan, a top student, only awakened a common-level profession, he shouldn't be in such a miserable state, right? Could it be that they've just given up and haven't leveled up at all these days? But they had just seen Jiang Yuan return from outside the city. Although he couldn't quite understand it, Luo Heng didn't voice his doubts to avoid making things awkward for both of them. Zhao Biao winked and gestured for Jiang Yuan to nod quickly. No problem! Jiang Yuan smiled. To be honest, Luo Heng and his team also had a strong need for upgrades. Under these circumstances, it is truly commendable that they were able to accept Zhao Biao's opinion and relinquish some of their interests. If it were Jiang Yuan, he might not even accept a complete stranger joining his team and taking away his legitimate interests. From this perspective, what Zhao Biao said is true. The team he joined not only had good overall strength, but his teammates also had good character and personality. For Zhao Biao, this was indeed the best possible outcome. Alright, we just got back from leveling up today. Zhao Biao is going to buy a second skill, and we also need to go to the blacksmith to repair our equipment and replenish some medicines. Let's meet here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Luo Heng seemed to be talking about the team's situation, but he was actually subtly reminding Jiang Yuan. Even if your level is low, you still need to make the necessary preparations. Skills, equipment, and medicine are all indispensable. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He understood Luo Heng's implication. In fact, this was also to save face for Jiang Yuan. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Yuan was just a low-level, inexperienced newcomer. It's already quite good that they didn't show up to mock them. Therefore, Jiang Yuan also had a better impression of Luo Heng. Jiang Yuan is that kind of person. If someone treats me with respect, I will treat them with even greater respect. If the other party speaks rudely, Jiang Yuan would not mind returning the insult in full. Shall we go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion? After Luo Heng and the others left, Zhao Biao looked at Jiang Yuan. You go first. I have other things to do. Jiang Yuan shook his head. He does have 2 skill slots available, but he's short on money right now and needs to sell the items that fill his inventory first. Then remember to meet on time tomorrow. Zhao Biao gave instructions. Okay, upgrade starting tomorrow, Jiang Yuan said with a smile. Recycling shops. The entire shop was piled high with equipment and materials. These are shadow stones, essential materials for crafting shadow-type equipment or shadow-type potions. There are nearly 500 of them. This pile is full of shadow-scale horn beast horns, even some of them are dark gold. These can only be dropped by a level 90 shadow-scale horn beast king. So much equipment. This one's tier 2 excellent, this one's tier 3 rare. Wow, this is the Shadow Warrior set tier 3 epic? The boss, Rimbo, no longer had the shrewd and confident demeanor he had before. Instead, he seemed surprised and unsophisticated. After a long while, the boss, Rinbo, finally calmed down. My God, you didn't rob some guild warehouse, did you? Where did you get so many materials? Rinbo was busy for most of the day. My eyes were filled with disbelief as I turned to the boy who was sitting in a massage chair, leisurely playing with a bird. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't playing with the boy's own bird, but rather teasing the bluebird Jianghuanger. What, do we need to investigate the origin of recycled materials? Jiang Yuan said without turning his head. No, that's not it. I was just too surprised. If this batch of goods were sold at the usual market price, it would fetch at least 5 million gold coins. Rinbo calmed himself down before speaking slowly. How many? Jiang Yuan pulled his finger out of the bluebird's beak and suddenly turned to look at him. In his budget, he would be lucky to sell a few 100,000 or even 1 million gold coins. After all, Jiang Yuan's main purpose in using the burning star flame was to kill the shadow stalker. The monster rewards are just a side benefit. Many materials and equipment require identification to determine their specific properties, functions, and value. That's why Jiang Yuan misjudged the price, which was nearly 10 times higher. Don't misunderstand, I haven't finished speaking yet. I just said that was the usual price. It's definitely not this price now. The price is now 30% to 50% higher than usual. Seeing Jiang Yuan's strong reaction, Rinbo quickly said something. It seems that market prices have indeed been fluctuating a lot lately? Jiang Yuan stared at Rinbo, subtly inquiring about his whereabouts. Of course, the Tianhai City ruins have been burning for so many days. I heard the fire is still burning. That's why these shadow materials and equipment are so expensive. I've heard some rumors that the flames at the Tianhai City ruins are no ordinary thing. Even if they are extinguished in the future, that place is not suitable for the shadow-scaled beast clan to live in. It will probably be even more difficult for Shanghai City to obtain this kind of equipment and materials in the future. Rinbo held a shadow stone in his hand and lowered his voice. Aside from the shock at the goods, he really couldn't see through the boy in front of him. How did the other side manage to get so many items when no one else could obtain shadow equipment materials? Could it be that he is not an ordinary person, but is backed by some powerful force or union? Seeing the market prices soar, they decided to ship a large quantity of goods to make a fortune. But Rinbo thought about it carefully and felt it was unlikely. According to market sentiment, the current price of shadow materials and equipment has not yet reached its peak. The market is only just beginning to recover. Besides, if Jiang Yuan had connections, he would definitely have more suitable distribution channels. How could they possibly choose their own small recycling shop? Chapter 36 Sudden Wealth in One Night. Over 8 million gold coins. I see. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that the soaring price of this batch of materials and equipment was directly related to him. However, this is indeed a good thing for Jiang Yuan. This batch of goods can be conservatively estimated to sell for 7 million gold coins. If we had shipped it a few days later, the price might have gone up again, possibly even doubling. Although the boss, Rinbo, could not guess Jiang Yuan's background. But they dared not deceive anyone. If it were some unscrupulous merchants, they would have ruthlessly driven down the price, asking for 3 or 4 million. No need, let's release it now. Jiang Yuan now. He has already left the Tianhai City ruins and lost control. With the Shanghai City government likely to intervene, it's only a matter of time before the raging fire is extinguished. As for whether it will affect the survival environment of the Shadow Unicorn, no one can be sure. In Jiang Yuan's view, it is highly likely that someone is taking advantage of this situation to hoard goods and speculate, and then secretly drive up market prices. Who knows, there might be a sharp drop any day. Jiang Yuan didn't want to ride this wave of market activity, since he didn't understand any of the trading techniques involved. Instead of wasting this time, you might as well go to the wilderness and kill some monsters. Wouldn't you earn even more? You've shipped way too much. I'm afraid I can't handle it all. Renbo's face showed joy, but also some reluctance and pain. In his view, the longer he waits, the higher the price of goods will be. That's all money. If we can hold on to this market trend, we can make enough in one go to earn the same amount of money we would have made in the previous few years. However, I know someone, Manager Chen from the C-Star Chamber of Commerce. He definitely has the ability to take everything, and the price will certainly not disappoint you. Renbo added. All right. Jiang Yuan stood up. The C-Star Chamber of Commerce is a giant chamber of commerce with branches in many cities. However, its sphere of influence is mainly in the southern part of the Federation. Its overall strength is far inferior to that of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Let's sell those materials and equipment here. I plan to sell these dungeon tickets, job change certificates, and skill scrolls somewhere else. How much should I pay you for the appraisal? Jiang Yuan looked at the items dropped by the shadow-scaled Beast King, the boss monster. 10 dungeon tickets are for entering the Tianhai City Ruins dungeon, for players between level 60 and 90. The portal to the instance has now been moved to the Instance Plaza in Shanghai City. However, a dungeon ticket is required for each entry. There was no point in keeping Jiang Yuan, so he planned to sell him to the Heavenly Book Pavilion. The same applies to job change certificates and skill scrolls. Job change certificate. Using this certificate will unlock a series of quests to change your job to Shadow Warrior Elite. Only warriors can use this. Both skill scrolls contain skills that can only be learned by third job warriors. For such a large transaction, why pay for an appraisal fee? Just remember me, the old man, when you have more stock. Boss Renbo said with a smile. After a while, Manager Qian, whom Renbo had mentioned, arrived with a group of staff. They quickly assessed the goods and compiled a price list. Mr. Jiang, the total price is 7.64 million gold coins. If you're sure there's nothing wrong, please sign here. The C-Star Chamber of Commerce will immediately transfer the money to your account. Manager Qian Yushan handed over a transaction contract. Jiang Yuan checked it, and confirmed that there were no problems with the contract and the transaction price was very reasonable. Renbo's original valuation was around 7 million. The price has now reached 7.64 million. Furthermore, they sold fewer tickets, skill scrolls, and other items. Byte. Jiang Yuan's smart bracelet received a notification from the Federal Bank that 7.64 million gold coins had been deposited into his account. It must be said that the Starfish Chamber of Commerce is indeed fast in making payments, as if they are worried that I might change my mind. Jiang Yuan was equally overjoyed. This was practically a windfall. He had never seen so much money before. The most I ever had in savings was less than 2,000 gold coins. I now have over 7 million gold coins. It's like a dream come true. Mr. Jiang, this is the C-Star Chamber of Commerce's Black Gold membership card. With this card, you can enjoy exclusive member services and discounts from the Rinjia Starfish Chamber of Commerce. May I leave my contact information? If you have any materials to sell in the future, please contact me promptly. The price will definitely satisfy you. The Starfish Chamber of Commerce has been operating in the Federation for over 800 years, and its reputation is absolutely impeccable. Qian Yushan's face was bulging with fat as he tried to force a smile that looked satisfactory. No problem. Jiang Yuan glanced at Renbo, the owner of the recycling shop. The other party maintained a smile, and did not offer any opinion. Qian Yushan came and acquired all the materials and equipment. This effectively bypassed his role as an intermediary, allowing Jiang Yuan to directly complete the transaction with the C-Star Chamber of Commerce. However, it seems that the C-Star Chamber of Commerce was brought in by Renbo. The relationship between the two parties is probably not simple. Whether Renbo profited from it was not something he needed to consider. Tian Shugu, Heavenly Book Pavilion. VIP Room. Jiang Yuan sold the dungeon ticket, skill scroll, and job change certificate, successfully earning 800,000 gold coins. In particular, both skill scrolls were for the third job advancement, and they sold for 500,000 immediately. I would like to meet with your manager, Ms. Si Junya. Is she available? Jiang Yuan asked the staff member who was wearing a cheongsam. Before coming to the Heavenly Book Pavilion, Jiang Yuan sent a message to Si Junya, wanting to meet her. But the other party did not reply. Mr. Jiang, let me pass on your request. Our manager is very busy and may not have the time. The staff were friendly. After all, Jiang Yuan sold items worth 800,000, which qualified him to become a VIP of the Tianshuge Shanghai branch. Since it was a request from a VIP, it could not be ignored. However, countless people want to see Si Junya every day. Those who actually get to see the top are very few and far between. Okay, thank you for your help, Jiang Yuan responded. He leaned back on the leather sofa, flipping through a skill encyclopedia from the Heavenly Book Pavilion. There are descriptions of many skills above. All the skill scrolls sold by the Heavenly Book Pavilion are listed there. Not only do they sell skill scrolls in the Shanghai City branch, but they also sell skill scrolls in other branches. If a customer takes a liking to a skill scroll, the Heavenly Book Pavilion can transfer it from other cities, but the price will be 20% higher than the market price. There are also some extremely rare and exquisite items. Jiang Yuan first purchased 240 attribute pages of each rank, costing 500 gold coins per page, for a total of 120,000 gold coins. For Jiang Yuan, who possessed over 8 million yuan, a mere 120,000 yuan was nothing. In this way, Jiang Yuan's mental attribute reached 910 points. This is already the maximum a regular mage can reach when they are transforming. He then began searching for skill scrolls with the lightning attribute. Lightning Chain, tier 60 second cooldown, 120 mana cost, 6,000 gold. Thunderbolt, tier 2 minute cooldown, 200 mana cost, 8,000 gold. Thunderspear Throw, tier 1 3 minute cooldown, 500 mana cost, 10,000 gold. Rakeage Clone, tier 1 30 minute cooldown, 2,000 mana cost, collectible. Lightning Shield, tier 1 40 second cooldown, 50 mana cost, collectible. Thunderstorm Ring, tier 1 10 minute cooldown, 600 mana cost, collectible. Chapter 37 Supreme Lightning Shield Technique. An exorbitant selling fee. No wonder the Heavenly Book Pavilion can occupy more than 90% of the skill scroll market. Even relatively rare lightning-type skills are so numerous. Prices are generally high. After all, lightning skills have stronger attack power and functional effects than other elemental skills. The price of the lightning-type skills currently on sale is not a problem for me. However, the cooldown takes at least a few minutes, and it consumes a lot of mana. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment. Among all the top-quality collectibles, Jiang Yuan set his sights on the Thunder Shield technique. Skill, Lightning Shield, rank. Origin, from the Thunder Heaven Secret Realm. Description, active effect, creates a lightning shield around the user, granting damage reduction and protecting against incoming damage for up to 3 minutes. 40-second cooldown, 50 mana cost, can consume more mana to increase the shield's defense and shield value. Passive effect, during the shield's duration, lightning-based skills receive additional bonuses. Overall rating, 7 stars. This is an extremely rare and exceptional skill with additional passive effects. It boasts low cooldown, low cost, and significant impact, making it incredibly cost-effective and a truly exceptional find. Appraiser, Suhan, level 5 appraiser from Tianshugu. Lightning Shield not only has the shortest cooldown and lowest mana cost among all available and collectible spells, but its skill effect is also much better than many similar spells. As the reviews say, it is a rare and exceptional item. Not to mention, it also has a passive effect. This is also the first scroll with passive skills that Jiang Yuan has encountered. In Song's opinion, this lightning shield technique is in no way inferior to second-tier lightning skills. It's far, far superior to Fireball or Gale. However, this Thunder Shield technique is a treasured item of the Heavenly Book Pavilion and has no specific price tag. Not being publicly available for sale does not mean it is unavailable for purchase. Tianshuge is a business that operates openly. As long as the price is high enough, it can be acquired. If they really weren't selling it, then the Heavenly Book Pavilion wouldn't have allowed customers to see the Thunder Shield technique. It's simply a matter of waiting for the right price to sell and seeking to maximize profits. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry, our manager is very busy and really doesn't have time. If you really want to meet, you can register and make an appointment first. When the person in charge has time, we will arrange a meeting time with you. The staff member, dressed in a cheongsam, said tactfully. I want this lightning shield technique. Jiang Yuan was not surprised by this. Saying you're too busy is probably just an excuse. The last time I was able to see Si Junya was thanks to Lynn Mushue's connection. It's understandable that Si Junya doesn't want to see him now. After all, the two sides are not of equal social status. Jiang Yuan didn't insist on meeting Si Junya. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, this lightning shield technique is a treasured item of our pavilion and is not open to the public. The woman in the cheongsam gave a friendly smile. 50,000 gold coins! Jiang Yuan interrupted her directly. Among the publicly sold lightning-type skill scrolls, the highest price is only 10,000 gold coins. This is already the highest price ever paid for a Tier 1 skill scroll. A price of over 10,000 is already the price that only a second-tier skill scroll can sell for. 50,000 gold coins are equivalent to 5 top-tier skill scrolls. Mr. Jiang, I don't have the authority. I need to consult my supervisor. The woman in the cheongsam hesitated. 100,000 gold coins. If that still doesn't work, then pretend I didn't say anything. Jiang Yuan offered another price. This price could even buy a top-tier second-tier skill scroll. Upon hearing this, the woman in the cheongsam quickly contacted her superiors and completed the transaction. It has to be said that even in the world of professionals, money is omnipotent. The money has already been transferred to you. Furthermore, I have a request. I need your scroll painters from the Heavenly Book Pavilion to help me improve this Thunder Shield technique. Name your price. This time, Jiang Yuan used a different approach. If someone wants to meet with the person in charge, Si Junya, she can refuse the visitor entirely based on her own wishes. However, if one seeks out the scroll painter Si Junya, then it would be considered a transaction with the Heavenly Book Pavilion. As long as the price is right, Tian Shuge has no reason to refuse. 5 million gold coins. The woman in the cheongsam spoke directly. This time, she did not ask her superiors or supervisors for help. Perhaps when Si Junya refused to meet, she seemed to have guessed Jiang Yuan's intentions. This tells the staff the price of the handling fee. 5 million gold coins. That's equivalent to buying a Tier 5 skill scroll. You could even buy 500 lightning-type skill books. That's outrageous. This also reveals another layer of meaning, rejecting Jiang Yuan with an extremely outrageous price. But from another perspective. If a painter were to improve a sec-level skill scroll, the market price would definitely not be as high as 5 million, and even a discount would be considered high. But if it were the painter Si Junya, 5 million isn't really that high. After all, Si Junya had said before that she only took on big orders, each worth tens of millions. From this perspective, 5 million is actually a discounted price. Si Junya's price is calculated per session. You can even ask them to help you customize 4th or 5th tier skill books, or improve high tier skill books. These are all acceptable. For this type of request, the price is not expensive. However, improving a sec-level skill, even a top-tier lightning shield technique, is extremely uneconomical. 5 million it is! Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Although he felt a little heartbroken, he felt it was still within an acceptable range. Firstly, the fee charged by the painter Si Junya was originally this high. It's just that Jiang Yuan's requirements are too low. It's like asking a royal chef to specially cook a bowl of porridge for you. It's a waste of talent. Secondly, as long as the lightning shield technique is improved and one's ideal goal is achieved, then any price is worth paying. The third is that they are wealthy, possessing a huge sum of over 8 million, and can afford the exorbitant transfer fee. Mr. Jiang, are you really sure you want to spend 5 million gold coins to improve the lightning shield technique? Not to mention Jiang Yuan, even the staff were incredibly shocked and confirmed it repeatedly. Keep in mind that the lightning shield spell only costs 100,000 gold coins, and that's a significant premium. 5 million gold coins is 50 times the price of the lightning shield spell. Even the spendthrift sons of wealthy families wouldn't dare to waste money like this. That's right. The money has already been transferred to the Heavenly Book Pavilion's account. Jiang Yuan quickly completed the bank transfer, and then quickly closed the interface. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. If Jiang Yuan looked at it any longer, he might not be able to part with this huge sum of money. After all, this was the largest expense he had made in his 18 years of life so far. Okay. Then describe your improvement requirements, and we'll arrange it for you immediately. By the way, do you need me to show you the lightning shield scroll first? After a brief moment of shock, the woman in the cheongsam quickly returned to work. No need, just hand it over to the scroll painter and have her complete the improvements as soon as possible. Jiang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 3800 Knowledge Pavilion. Although Lightning Shield was not the offensive skill originally envisioned. But it's not a big problem. After receiving the system's multiplier boost and special effects, it may not only be used for defense. Jiang Yuan sat back down on the sofa. This time, they are looking for skill books with healing effects. The most common healing skills are naturally healing spells or health regeneration spells. However, these are skills that can only be learned by those in the priesthood. Jiang Yuan's profession limited him from learning priestly skills. But it's not that there's no way. Many spell-based skills also have healing and recovery effects. For example, the wood-type skills Rejuvenation, Life Nourishment, and Healing Vines. Water-based skills include Spring Rain Bath, Spring Healing, and Clear Ripples. Does he really want to improve this lightning shield technique? On the top floor of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, Si Junya put down her calligraphy brush in her office, a look of surprise appearing in her twin peach blossom eyes. Are you sure that person's name is Jiang Yuan? Si Junya asked doubtfully. The Jiang Yuan she knew was just an ordinary commoner with no family background. His talent is just average. He only awakened a common-level mage. The same applies to money. It should be noted that Jiang Yuan initially bought the Fireball Technique manual, which cost 800 gold coins, precisely because he was short of money. It's only been a few days, yet he's offering 100,000 gold coins for a copy of the Lightning Shield Technique. He even spent 5 million gold coins just to get her to help. After receiving confirmation from the staff, Si Junyao's doubts only grew stronger. Could it be that Mu Shui gave him the money? That's impossible. No matter how rich the Lynn family is, they can't just take out 5 million and squander it all. Si Junya really couldn't understand where Jiang Yuan got so much money. Even if Jiang Yuan were sold, he probably wouldn't be worth 100,000 gold coins. 5 million gold coins is an absolute fortune in Shanghai City. There aren't many people who can readily come up with that much money. Even if someone recognized Jiang Yuan's potential, they wouldn't invest so much capital. At this moment, Si Junya wished she could rush into the VIP room and confront Jiang Yuan to find out where the money came from. But she quickly suppressed her impulse. After all, she had just refused Jiang Yuan's request to meet. Tell him to come and pick up the improved version tomorrow. Since he has offered 5 million gold coins as a reward, I will certainly do my best, Si Junya said to the staff. VIP room. Jiang Yuan looked for a long time but couldn't find a skill scroll that satisfied him. The main problem is that the cooldown time is too long. The minimum is 3 minutes. The longest cooldown time even exceeded 1 hour. Even the 3-minute rejuvenation spell, after being improved, would probably still have a cooldown period of several tens of seconds. Moreover, it consumes a lot of mana, requiring only 500 mana points to cast. Jiang Yuan's current magical power can only be used a dozen or so times at most. Before the meeting, the staff conveyed Si Junyao's message to Jiang Yuan. Then I'll come again tomorrow. Jiang Yuan left the Heavenly Book Pavilion and turned to walk into the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, which was not far away. Bike is an intelligence trading organization. It is said that its intelligence agents are spread all over the world, from the highest levels of the federal government and the masters of other powers to ordinary people. They could all be informants for the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. They even have spies planted in the opposing camps of the dark forces, including the Abyss Realm. With enough money, one can obtain any information from the 100 Knowledge Pavilion. Jian Yuan originally planned to go to the library or the internet to collect information about his upcoming job change. But then I thought about it, and even if I spent a lot of time and effort to search, I might not be able to find a job that I was satisfied with. It's important to know that most career information is confidential and difficult to find through public channels. Since there are intelligence organizations like the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, that means that intelligence is actually a resource. Resources cannot be given to others for free. The room was dimly lit and simply furnished. Opposite Jiang Yuan sat a man wearing a yin-yang mask and dressed in gray cloth. We have many categories here, including federal secrets, personal privacy, dungeons, dark abyss, class skills, finding people and items, and more. What type of information would you like to purchase? The man in gray had a hoarse voice, as if he had used a voice changer. I need information about career opportunities, Jiang Yuan said slowly. Please state your specific needs. The man in gray spoke in a flat tone. I need information on the career paths and promotion channels for becoming a mage. This profession requires at least an elite level, and in terms of talent, it requires the ability to reduce skill cooldown time and mana consumption, as well as the ability to learn all elemental spells. What professions meet the requirements? Including their career advancement and transfer channels, Jiang Yuan said. Okay, regarding the content of the information, do you just need to understand the general content of the job, or is more detail better? The more detailed and comprehensive the intelligence, the higher the price. That's what the man in plain clothes said. I need detailed information, and a job change guide that meets the requirements would be even better. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, and then said, Okay, please wait a moment. I will match information according to your needs. That's what the man in plain clothes said. Chapter 39 Instant Cast Mage Job Change Guide. Occupational information has been collected. As required, we have selected 3 elite-level professions with the highest compatibility. If you want to know the basic information about these 3 professions, you will need to pay 3,000 gold coins. The man in plain clothes said to Jiang Yuan. Okay. Jiang Yuan was stunned, and then agreed. Although he possessed a fortune of over 3 million, a mere 3,000 gold coins were nothing to him. Even just knowing the basic information, the price is actually not low. No wonder Bike's business is so successful. This is an incredibly profitable business. It's important to understand that intelligence, although it is also a type of resource, it is different from consumable resources. The information in the Bike's database can be sold multiple times. The professional information that Jiang Yuan wanted could theoretically be sold directly by Bike's after it was collected and refined. These 3 professions are Nature Priest, Instant Cast Mage, and Elemental Oath Bearer. After Jiang Yuan paid, the man in plain clothes explained in detail the characteristics of his profession. These 3 factors basically meet Jiang Yuan's requirements. However, there are differences between different professions. Nature Priest can communicate and resonate with nature, drawing upon its power. The core competencies revolve around communication, resonance, and collaboration. It can communicate with plants and animals, and listen to the whispers of mountains and rivers, adapting to various scenarios such as exploration, combat, and support. The most important point is that it can utilize the power of nature, so the mana consumption for each skill is very low. Its innate characteristics also include reducing skill cooldown time and the ability to learn all elemental spells. Overall rating, mana cost 4 stars, elemental skills 3 stars, with additional effect bonuses, skill reduction 2 stars, class growth 2 stars. The second class is the Instant Cast Mage, which, as the name suggests, is a class that possesses instant cast skills. Breaking free from the constraints of spellcasting and cooldowns, low-level skills can be unleashed instantly without casting time or animation. Even for mid to high-level skills, the casting time and spell animation time will be greatly reduced. At the same time, the cooldown time will be greatly reduced, up to 90%, and the mana cost will be reduced accordingly. Therefore, instant cast mages can achieve high frequency and continuous output in battle, and are known as humanoid spell machine guns. Overall rating: skill reduction 5 stars, mana consumption 2 stars, elemental skills 5 stars, no additional effect bonus, class growth 5 stars. The last profession is the Elemental Oathbringer. This class talent allows you to form a pact with the elements, thereby gaining extremely strong elemental power and bonuses. Like the Nature Priest, they can communicate with and draw upon the elemental power of heaven and earth, which not only greatly enhances the power of their skills but also reduces the mana consumption of their skills. At the same time, it has the highest growth potential among the 3 skills, with a complete career advancement system, and can be promoted to more powerful professions such as Elemental Speaker and Elemental Prophet. Overall rating: career growth 5 stars, elemental skills 4 stars, super strong additional effect bonus, mana consumption 2 stars, skill reduction 1 star. Each of the 3 professions has its own advantages. Especially the final Elemental Oathbearer, although only an elite class, its talent traits are no less than some rare classes. Which profession have you chosen? Or should we learn about all 3 professions in detail? The man in plain clothes asked. Although Bikesiage charges a high price, the information it provides is very comprehensive. Overall, those 3,000 gold coins were well spent. Even if Jian Yuan relied on himself, he might not be able to collect such complete professional information even if it took a lot of time and effort. Let's go with an instant cast mage. I need a complete guide to the instant cast mage's class advancement. Jian Yuan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Although the other 2 professions are quite good, he prefers the instant cast mage, who is known as the human magic machine gun. A guide to the instant cast mage's job advancement, consisting of 3 parts, all of which are very detailed and complete. The guide includes how to obtain a job change certificate, activate the job change quest, how to perfectly complete the job change quest and get a higher quest score, as well as things to pay attention to during the job change process. If you purchase all 3 guides, the package price is 300,000 gold coins. If you only purchase the middle section of the job change guide, you only need to pay 150,000 gold coins. The man in plain clothes quoted a price. Jian Yuan spent 300,000 gold coins to buy it all. This is the information you purchased. It's all recorded in this all-knowing book. The book of all knowledge is bound to you. Only you can read its contents, and others cannot see them. According to Bikesiage rules, you must not disclose the intelligence content to others or publish it on public channels. Otherwise, if serious consequences are caused, Bikesiage has the right to hold you accountable and permanently blacklist you. The man in plain clothes handed the old-fashioned book to Jian Yuan and asked him to sign it, thus completing the binding. Jian Yuan naturally didn't mean anything by it. After all, Bikesiage is in the intelligence business. If he were to leak the intelligence, it would undoubtedly harm the interests of Bikesiage. He himself would not gain any benefit, and he would also offend the behemoth that is Bikesiage. It can be said to be entirely harmful and without any benefit. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to do such a thing. We hope the information is satisfactory. We welcome you to visit us again next time. Bikesiage's business not only includes selling intelligence, but also collecting all kinds of intelligence information. If you provide valuable intelligence, Bikesiage will offer a high price to acquire it. After the transaction was completed, the man in plain clothes said to Jian Yuan. Jian Yuan glanced indifferently at the man in plain clothes wearing the yin-yang mask, then turned and left. The next day, Jian Yuan got up and ate breakfast in a daze. Last night I was studying the job change guide in the encyclopedia until late at night before I could fall asleep. The contents of the 100 knowledge book cannot be described as simply detailed and complete. They can even be described as step-by-step instruction. Almost every key point was recorded clearly. It also includes memoirs from some former instant cast mage players, recording their personal experiences during the job change. Not only were there successful missions, but there were also mission failures. All the pitfalls that predecessors had encountered were recorded. It also provides many suggestions on how to complete tasks more efficiently and improve the score of job change tasks. That 300,000 was definitely well spent. Jian Yuan only glanced at the strategy guide last night. Although there are 3 guides inside, the methods are completely different. For example, in one of the stories, you need to go to the academy in southern Xinjiang to find a certain doctoral supervisor. The doctoral supervisor was a former instant cast mage, and has extremely high attainments in the study of magic. You can receive the instant cast mage's legacy from the other party, which will replace the instant cast mage's job change certificate, thus unlocking a series of job change quests. As for how to get the other party to pass on their knowledge, the guide also has detailed information. One way is to become a student at the Southern Xinjiang Academy, and the other is to have an acquaintance introduce you or provide a guarantee. Bikesiege has connections and channels, but it costs money. The other 2 require you to go and kill a world boss, which has a high chance of dropping a job change certificate. The chapter involves entering a certain dungeon, and there's a small chance of obtaining a job change certificate after clearing it. Regardless of which guide you choose, you should be able to complete the task by following the steps outlined above. Let's go to the Heavenly Book Pavilion first. Upgrade Zhao Biao's pedestrian service again. As for the strategy, we still need to study it further and see which strategy to choose for the job change. After leaving the house, Jian Yuan headed straight for the Heavenly Book Pavilion. This time, the staff led Jian Yuan directly to the top floor. Chapter 40 Improved Supreme Lightning Shield Technique. Jian Yuan pushed open the door and saw Si Junya sitting at the desk, wearing a long silk cheongsam in a smoky pink color with dark embroidered orchids. The collar was trimmed with fine silver fox fur, and a matching jade belt was loosely tied around the waist. Her figure was slender yet graceful, her black hair half up, with the rest falling over her shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin, and her skin as white as snow. Here is your skill scroll. Take a look at the improved effects. Are you satisfied? Si Junya looked up and saw that her voice was clear and soft, like ink soaked in warm water, gentle and soft, with a touch of the clear and deep texture of grinding ink on an inkstone. Good! Jian Yuan picked up the scroll covered with deep purple lightning patterns, and could faintly feel the fluctuations of lightning elements. He glanced at the skill scroll briefly, then looked at the appraisal report next to it. This is the second appraisal and evaluation of the Thunder Shield technique by a level 5 appraiser from the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Although Si Junya is also an appraiser, not a profession, but someone who possesses appraisal skills, the Thunder Shield technique is a modified version of hers, so she naturally cannot make appraisals herself to avoid self-praise and deceiving customers. It needs to be assessed by another appraiser. Skill, Lightning Shield, Rank, Origin, from the Thunder Heaven Kingdom's secret realm, improved by the scroll painter of the Heavenly Book Pavilion. Active effect, creates a lightning shield around the user, granting damage reduction and protecting against incoming damage for up to 30 seconds. 5-second cooldown, 10 mana cost. Passive effect, increases lightning affinity slightly while the lightning shield is active. Overall rating, 7 stars. This skill improvement is not entirely successful. Although the cooldown time has been reduced to 5 seconds and mana consumption has been significantly reduced, the skill effect is not as good as the previous version of Lightning Shield. However, overall, it is still an excellent skill. Appraiser, Su Han, Level 5 Appraiser from Tian Shugu. The skill description for Lightning Shield hasn't changed much. However, its effectiveness has noticeably decreased. But it's not a big problem. Jian Yuan was very satisfied with the 5-second cooldown time. If we consider the Mechanical Hunter title, which reduces the cooldown by 1 second, then the skill can be released in just 4 seconds. This was exactly what Jian Yuan had expected. He originally thought the cooldown time might be between 8 and 10 seconds. It seems you are quite satisfied. But is it really worth spending 5 million gold coins just for this lightning shield spell with a cooldown of only 5 seconds? Si Junya blinked her peach blossom eyes, staring at the handsome young man in front of her. Several days later, when she saw Jiang Yuan again, she felt that she couldn't see through him and couldn't understand him anymore. Subconsciously, Si Junya used her detection skill on Jiang Yuan. The bluebird, perched on Jiang Yuan's shoulder, slightly raised its head, a sharp blue glint flashing in its clear phoenix eyes, shielding itself from the detection technique. Whoosh! A terrifying pressure erupted from Qingyao and quickly struck Si Junya in front of the desk. A sudden gust of wind swept through the office, howling and scattering pens, ink, paper, and drawings from the desk. Ah! Si Junya let out a scream of horror. Her peach blossom eyes lost their luster, a look of terror appeared on her face, and her entire graceful figure trembled uncontrollably, teetering on the verge of collapse. Stop! Don't do anything rash! Seeing this, Jiang Yuan quickly stopped him. Although Si Junyao's level may not be low. But it's not a combat profession after all. Rather, they are professionals in their daily lives. Facing the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix, which is a full level 180, it is likely that Si Junya could be killed simply by the pressure of its aura, without even having to make a move. If Si Junya dies, Jiang Yuan will be in big trouble. Phew! Jiang Huang let out a dissatisfied phoenix cry, controlling the raging wind and restoring peace to the room. Are you alright? Jiang Yuan watched as Si Junya gradually came to her senses and revealed a pitiful expression. Her expensive silk cheongsam was torn to shreds by the wind blades, revealing her snow-white skin stained with blood, and her proud breasts were faintly visible. Without! Si Junya shook her head, still shaken. She looked up at Jiang Yuan, and when she saw the bluebird, a look of shock and fear flashed in her eyes. Just a moment ago, Si Junya truly felt death approaching, her life hanging by a thread. I think this must be a misunderstanding. Jiang Yuan stared directly at the other person. Although Si Junya almost lost her life at the hands of Jiang Huang. But she wasn't entirely wrong. Through a soul-to-soul exchange with Jiang Huang, Jiang Yuan learned what had just happened. Who told Si Junya to use her detection technique on Jiang Yuan. It's important to understand that using detection skills on others is undoubtedly a provocative act. Especially among professionals, the detection skill can see through other people's attribute panels, uncover their secrets, and even understand their weaknesses. It would be fine if it went undetected. Once discovered, others certainly won't let it go easily. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing that Jiang Yuan had given her a way out, Si Junya naturally had no reason not to accept it. Despite having countless questions in my mind. But she didn't know how to open her mouth. All I can say is that the young man before me must have encountered some extraordinary adventure, for he is now completely different from before. Not only can they come up with millions of gold coins, but they also spend money like water. He was also accompanied by a pet beast of extremely high level. Given Si Junyao's status and position, she had naturally encountered many high-level professionals on a regular basis. Few professionals could have such a strong impact on her. Moreover, the sudden pressure released by the bluebird caused her to become dizzy, and even her life-saving measures were rendered useless. Based on this alone, there are very few strong individuals in the entire Shanghai city who can achieve this. Miss Si, I shall take my leave now. Jiang Yuan cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Although it was a misunderstanding, it was clearly an unpleasant experience for both parties. Si Junya has probably never been so embarrassed, or suffered such a great loss in her entire life. Before the other party could get angry and furious, Jiang Yuan felt he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to get Si Junya to help again next time. Wait! Si Junya gave a soft shout. She stood up with a slightly flushed face, took out a pale yellow shawl, and wrapped it around her body, which had almost been exposed. Nevertheless, she still exudes the allure of a mature woman. Is there anything else, Miss Si? Jiang Yuan turned around. Do you also need a skill like Lightning Shield? Si Junyao's peach blossom eyes shimmered with water, as if possessing a magical power that captivated all who beheld them. As far as she knew, Jian Yuan had already collected the 3 skills, Fireball, Gale, and Lightning Shield. Judging from this, his level has reached at least level 20. I'm afraid even Lin Mushui hasn't reached this level. Sure enough, this young man must have some important secret or an amazing adventure. Otherwise, an ordinary mage would have no way to do this. Not to mention, having such a high-level pet beast by your side. She became increasingly curious about Jian Yuan and couldn't help but want to know all the boy's secrets. Although Si Junya dared not continue using the detection technique, it did not mean that she could not obtain information through other means. Chapter 41 News about Hydrotherapy. I guess so. Jian Yuan vaguely sensed something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on why. I do know of a skill scroll. A water-based skill called Hydrotherapy. The skill cooldown is less than 10 seconds. Si Junya walked gracefully toward Jian Yuan, her pretty face full of smiles. Oh? How much? I'll buy it. Jian Yuan couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Just when I was feeling sleepy, a pillow appeared. He had been searching for skills with healing capabilities. There are no suitable ones available, although improvements can be made. However, the fee for hiring Si Junya is not low. Secondly, if the original skill's cooldown time was already high, the improved result might not meet Jian Yuan's needs. No, this hydrotherapy technique does not belong to our Heavenly Book Pavilion. The president of our Mountain and Sea City Professionals Guild is named Song Jingran. He is a 5th-rank water mage. He has a hobby, collecting all kinds of water-based skill books. I learned about the existence of hydrotherapy by chance. Si Junya smiled and said, If you really want to obtain that hydrotherapy technique, perhaps you can try your luck with Chairman Song. I understand, thank you. Jian Yuan nodded. However, he always felt that something was wrong. Why would Si Junya be so kind as to tell him this information? After all, this is the Heavenly Book Pavilion, not the 100 Knowledge Pavilion, and Si Junya is not selling information. Jian Yuan never believed in the existence of a free lunch. Si Junya is no one to Jian Yuan, so there's no reason for her to help him unconditionally. The second improvement might be for Lin Mushue's sake. The second time, it was because of the power of money. You're welcome. After all, you spent 5 million gold coins. If it's just to improve the lightning shield technique, it would indeed be a bit of a loss. Consider this information as compensation for you. Besides, if you have the ability to get the hydrotherapy technique from Chairman Song, you can continue to ask me to improve it. Si Junya spoke slowly. Perhaps this was Si Junya's true purpose, a test of Jian Yuan's abilities. Hydrotherapy is Song Jingran's private collection. It's different from the treasures in the Heavenly Book Pavilion. The Heavenly Book Pavilion designates these top-tier skills as collectibles simply to fetch a higher price. Private collections, on the other hand, are truly non-saleable items and will not be sold simply because someone offers a high price. After all, even if it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, Chairman Song doesn't care about it at all. Therefore, Jian Yuan had his eye on the healing technique and was able to obtain it from Song Jingran. This all proves that Jian Yuan's abilities are extraordinary. After leaving the Heavenly Book Pavilion, Jian Yuan walked absent-mindedly toward the south gate. Although I unexpectedly received news of the ultimate spa treatment. But he couldn't feel happy at all. This woman, Si Junya, seems very curious about what exactly happened to me. Jian Yuan recalled his previous experiences and conversations. This made him realize the seriousness of the situation. He discovered that Si Junya knew many things about him. Although it's not to the point that you have absolutely no secrets from the other party. However, Si Junya knew everything about the skills. Fireball spell, created by Si Junya. The Gale and Lightning Shield spells were improved by her. If we had a hydrotherapy session. In particular, every time Jian Yuan acquired a skill, he planned to have Si Junya, the scroll painter, improve it, thereby reducing the skill's cooldown time. This means that Si Junya will know all the skills he has learned, although there are systemic reasons. After the infinite amplification bonus, the true power of the skill is vastly different from its initial form. However, it still reveals a lot of information. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. This Si Junya is not as innocent and naive as she seems. He's the head of a city after all. If he were truly pure of heart, he wouldn't be in such a high position. Jian Yuan thought to himself. More importantly, besides being a painter, Si Junya is also a businesswoman. A businessman's heart is usually very dark. They'll do anything for profit. Of course, there is also the possibility that Si Junya saw Jiang Yuan's potential and felt that he was worth investing in and befriending. But this is also a businessman's mindset. It seems I'll have to be careful around this woman from now on. It's best to keep your distance, and maintain a respectful distance. Anyway, there are other painters in this world, so there's no need to hang yourself on Si Junyao's tree. As for hydrotherapy, Jian Yuan fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons, wondering whether he should get the hydrotherapy technique from Song Jingran. He does have a solution. That is, it might expose some of his secrets. This was exactly what Si Junya wanted. Jiang Yuan, we're just missing you here! Zhao Biao shouted loudly at Jiang Yuan, who was distracted. I'm late! Jiang Yuan smiled at Zhao Biao. They discovered that, apart from Zhao Biao, all 4 of his teammates had arrived. Captain Luo Hang, with 2 muskets strapped to his waist, is a blaster musketeer, a ranged physical damage dealer. The remaining 3 team members are Jiao Yefeng, the Berserker Axe Warrior, El Shiwen, the Thunder Spellcaster, and Lu Yu, the Gale Hunter. Their level is around level 13 or 14. He was 2 ranks higher than Pastor Zhao Biao. The equipment is also much stronger, mostly green, with a few radiating a blue glow. This information was sent to Jiang Yuan by Zhao Biao last night. Don't you have money to buy equipment? I should have lent you some. Even basic equipment can increase some attributes, making it easier to kill monsters, Zhao Biao said in a low voice. He noticed that Jiang Yuan was only wearing clean clothes, unlike yesterday. The equipment is useless to me, Jiang Yuan said. All right. Zhao Biao did not pursue this topic. It's time to go, Luo Hang shouted to the 2 people who were whispering to each other. No one else spoke to Jiang Yuan, although they accepted Jiang Yuan into the team. However, this compromise was made reluctantly based on Zhao Biao's strong demands. This does not mean that they approve of Jiang Yuan as a person. A few days ago, we were only killing monsters on the outskirts of the silent forest. But as our levels increase, the experience gained from killing level 15 or 16 monsters is too little. This time, we're going to go a bit deeper and try to kill monsters level 20 and above. Luo Hang began to explain today's plan. During the battle, we maintained the same lineup as the previous days. Yu Feng stood at the front of the team to pull the monsters, while Lu Yu was responsible for roaming and kiting to share the pressure on the front. Shiwen and I will take charge of the damage output. Zhao Biao, remember to keep an eye on your teammates' status and heal them in time. As for Jiang Yuan, you stay by Zhao Biao's side and help with some damage output. Don't wander off, especially during combat. Luo Heng conducted a detailed battle plan. Chapter 42 The Shadowless Leopard. Jiang Yuan barely said anything on the way. He simply followed silently at the very back of the group. After all, besides Zhao Biao, he wasn't familiar with the other people, so naturally they didn't have much to talk about. The rest of the team had no intention of communicating with Jiang Yuan. The silent forest is just ahead. Zhao Biao's voice rang in Jiang Yuan's ears. There are quite a lot of students here to level up. Jiang Yuan looked around. You can see a group of professionals with many student faces. The number of people is generally between 5 and 10. The number is much higher than in the previous few days. Yes, because even the lowest level monsters in the silent forest are level 15. The maximum level can be 30. Most people are now at level 10. Zhao Biao sighed. For the first 2 days, we were killing monsters at the edge of the forest, but as the number of people has increased these days, there are fewer and fewer monsters we can kill. Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked entering the inner perimeter to kill level 20 monsters. Zhao Biao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Their highest level was Luo Hang, who was only level 14. With the team's strength, killing monsters at level 20 or above is not difficult. The problem is that there can't be only one monster in the monster zone. But in order to upgrade, they had to take risks. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Especially now, there aren't many teams that are capable and dare to go and kill level 20 monsters, so the competition isn't fierce. If you keep up with most professional players and continue killing level 15 or 16 monsters, their upgrade speed will be very slow. Don't speak unless absolutely necessary. We've entered the Shadow Leopard's territory. Luo Hang lowered his voice. In the silent forest, any noise will attract many wild monsters. The shadowless leopard is a monster found in the silent forest. The level is generally between 15 and 25. The shadow leopard's advantage lies in its speed. If you run at full speed, you won't even be able to see your shadow. In addition, they are skilled at disguise and hiding their whereabouts. This is a basic skill possessed by all monsters that live in the silent forest. Watch out for that patch of grass 30 meters ahead. Jiang Yuan spoke up to remind him. The shadow leopard is extremely well concealed, making it difficult for ordinary people to spot. Of course, this only applies to those in lower-level professions. Even from tens of meters away, Jiang Yuan could still detect the monster's presence through its faint movements or breathing sounds. After all, a 100,000-fold increase in the Gale spell's power is no joke. Even if Jiang Yuan doesn't actively use his skills, he can detect any behavior that causes changes in the air, wind element, and the surrounding area immediately. Even if Jiang Yuan himself couldn't realize it, Jiang Huang on his shoulder was no pushover. In fact, along the way, Jiang Yuan also discovered several monsters that were hiding very well. But the monsters had no intention of launching a sneak attack, so Jiang Yuan didn't bother to say anything more. However, the shadowless leopard not far away had already entered hunting mode and regarded Jiang Yuanxing as its prey. Luo Hang frowned and glanced back at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan didn't speak, but simply nodded at him. Lu Yu, scout down! Luo Hang looked at Lu Yu, the swift hunter, not far away. Lu Yu stared intently ahead. As a skilled hunter, his eyesight was undoubtedly the best in the team. However, he did not find anything unusual about the bushes. However, he could not completely ignore Jiang Yuan's reminder and Captain Luo Hang's orders. Even if there are doubts, they should be addressed afterward. We're now in the monster zone, where even the slightest mistake can be fatal. Whoosh! Lu Yu had already taken the longbow off his back, his fingertips resting on the silver arrows that had been coated with armor-piercing agent, and the bow was drawn into a smooth full moon. The hum of the bowstring vibrating suddenly broke the silence, and the arrow shot out with a sharp whooshing sound, the arrowhead accurately embedding itself in the deepest part of the grass. Everyone maintained their fighting stance. But after a few seconds, the arrow seemed to sink into the sea, making no sound at all. Lu Yu's expression grew cold, and he looked behind him with a hint of dissatisfaction. But the moment he turned his head, the bushes suddenly burst open. A gray-black afterimage shot out with a strong gust of wind, so fast that it almost left a trail of afterimages. This is the shadowless leopard. Its fur blended perfectly with the shadows of the forest. Only its amber eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the dimness. Careful! The berserker axe warrior Jiao Yefeng was closest. He leaped up, his heavy axe whistling through the air as he cleaved horizontally. The sharp sound of the axe blade scraping against the air made one's eardrums tighten. But the shadowless leopard was incredibly agile. It twisted strangely in the air, using its limbs to propel itself off the axe and managed to avoid the powerful blow. The dark gray figure brushed past the berserker's shoulder, the gust of wind it generated stinging his cheek. The berserker staggered 2 steps when he landed, his axe blade striking the ground where it missed, sending up a spray of dirt and gravel. Just as he was about to turn back to provide support, he saw that the shadowless leopard had already locked onto the wind hunter behind him, who had no melee combat ability. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from its open, blood-red maw, and its sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the morning mist. The berserker roared and gave chase, but the shadowless leopard's speed created distance between them, and it looked as the sharp claws were about to land on Lu Yu's head. Bang! At the critical moment, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the forest, and the scorching smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. The specially designed explosive bullet grazed the back of the shadowless leopard, exploding into a burst of fire on the tree trunk behind it. The scorching shockwave caused the shadowless leopard to slow its movements for a second. In that split second, Lu Yu quickly rolled over, and the sharp claws pierced through the back of his head, successfully avoiding a fatal blow. Thunderbolt strikes down! Lu Shiwen, the thunder spellcaster in the group, had just finished chanting. He was surrounded by crackling pale blue arcs of electricity, and his hands formed a hand seal as he pushed forward. A purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm suddenly struck down from midair, hitting the shadowless leopard precisely. Arcs of electricity surged wildly along its fur, causing it to let out a shrill roar, its form completely exposed to everyone. Lu Yu, the swift hunter, pulled back and quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow. This time, the arrow, with a sharp whistling sound, struck the shadowless leopard directly in the left eye. The excruciating pain caused the shadowless leopard to completely lose control. It twisted its body wildly, but Jiao Yefeng seized the opportunity to exploit its weakness. The giant axe was raised high and then fell heavily, splitting its spine open. The explosive musketeer Luo Hang followed up with a shot, the explosive bullet hitting its heart directly, and the thunder spellcaster added a bolt of lightning, completely silencing its last struggle. After a tense and fierce battle, the shadowless leopard's massive body crashed heavily to the ground, its amber eyes lost their luster, and its limbs twitched a few times before it became completely still. Silence returned to the forest, broken only by the heavy breathing of a few people and the lingering smell of blood and gunpowder in the air. Chapter 43: The Hidden Boss in the Team. Are you alright? Berserker Axe Warrior Jiao Yefeng wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at his teammates in a deep voice. Fine. Not quite right. The shadowless leopard is faster than I expected. The swift hunter sheathed his longbow, shook his head, and stared at the corpse of the shadow leopard, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Fortunately, as a swift hunter, he is also quite fast. If it had been Luo Hang or Elshiwen, they probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it at all. This shadowless leopard is level 19. The speed is indeed quite fast. Fortunately, with our excellent teamwork, we managed to kill it. Luo Hang looked towards the back of the group, a grateful expression on his face. Jiang Yuan, thanks to your reminder. He didn't expect that Jiang Yuan would be the first to notice the shadowless leopard. If it weren't for Jiang Yuan's timely reminder, they would have surely entered the shadowless leopard's ambush if they had continued forward. By then, they will likely be injured, if not killed. Unlike now, it was a close call with no one getting hurt. The others cast grateful glances at Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, how did you find out? The happiest person was naturally Zhao Biao. At first, when Lu Yu's arrow sank into the grass without causing any disturbance, he was worried for Jiang Yuan. He was worried that his teammates would criticize him. However, the shadowless leopard's sudden attack proved that Jiang Yuan's judgment was correct. Feel, Jiang Yuan said calmly. He hadn't made a move yet. Instead, he was observing the other members of the group. It must be said that once Luo Hang's team enters combat mode, the teamwork between the members is quite exquisite. Even Zhao Biao, who had never made a move before, gripped his staff tightly, paying close attention to his teammates' health and status. If a teammate is injured, he will provide treatment immediately. You can sense danger just by feeling it? Zhao Biao looked surprised. Isn't Jiang Yuan an ordinary mage? Awakened professional talent, with this kind of perception ability? More or less. Even now, at least 10 shadow leopards are eyeing us, Jiang Yuan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Biao, who was about to ask further questions, was taken aback. Even those who had just relaxed looked around warily, not daring to make a sound. But the surrounding area remained completely silent. It doesn't look like it's hiding any monsters at all. Having learned from their previous experience, no one had any doubts. Let's form a team first. Just as everyone was on tenterhooks, Jiang Yuan's voice rang out again. Oh right, I almost forgot you haven't joined the team yet. Luo Hang couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. The 5 of them always stayed in the same group. But Jiang Yuan is new, and he hasn't been brought into the team yet. Since they weren't in a team, Jiang Yuan didn't get any experience points from the level 19 shadowless leopard they just killed. Ding! Due to a level difference exceeding 15 levels among team members, all team members will suffer an experience penalty, with experience gained reduced by 30%. For every 5 levels a team member's level exceeds, they will be penalized with a 10% reduction in experience. A 15-level difference means a 30% reduction in experience. Furthermore, if there is a rank difference between team members, there will be an additional 30% experience penalty for each rank difference. The higher the level of a team, the greater the experience penalty, which can reach up to 100%, meaning that no experience points can be gained. Therefore, even those professionals with exceptional backgrounds can only level up by relying on themselves or teammates whose levels are not closely related. In addition, experience distribution in team situations adopts a dual-track system of half-contribution distribution and half-equal distribution. In other words, 50% of the experience gained from killing the shadowless leopard is divided equally among everyone in the team. Even if Zhao Biao didn't participate in the battle, he still gets a share of the experience points. Contribution distribution is based on the experience points earned during combat. Higher contributions result in higher experience gains. Contribution is determined by a combination of factors, including damage output, survivability, defense, healing, and vision. When the notification sound plays in the squad's chat channel, everyone was shocked by this tip. Because the highest level member in the team, Luo Hang, is only level 14. Even if Jiang Yuan hasn't leveled up, the level difference couldn't possibly exceed 15 levels, right? 3 level 30? I'm not seeing things, am I? Lu Yu suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly opened the Team Up interface. In the team, it was discovered that after Jiang Yuan's name, the words, level 30, appeared. This? You. Zhao Biao opened his mouth wide, too shocked to speak. The others were equally shocked. They all thought Jiang Yuan was a newbie, at most a few levels. He was even thinking of taking Jiang Yuan, this burden, along to level up out of respect for Zhao Biao. But to my utter surprise, Jiang Yuan is a real big shot. When they were only in their teens, Jiang Yuan was already at level 30. This is the highest level of rotation. You can't get distracted during a battle. Jiang Yuan spoke casually, slightly raising his hand, and a blazing flame condensed in his palm. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the group was making a fuss and being shocked, suddenly, a burst of intense roars erupted from the depths of the forest, the sharp cries surging from all directions and shattering the brief tranquility. The surrounding swarm of shadowless leopards suddenly charged out, officially initiating the hunt. Their speed surpassed that of the previous one, their ember eyes forming a bloodthirsty sea of light in the dim light, and the force of their 4 claws stomping the ground caused the grass and trees to tremble as they frantically pounced on the squad. Oops! Luo Hang and the others' expressions changed. At this moment, there were more than a dozen shadowless leopards charging towards them. Clearly, they were all drawn here by the commotion from the battle just now. Despite having a numerical advantage, the shadowless leopards shamelessly launched a sneak attack, which is utterly despicable. Faced with a vast disparity in numbers and strength, everyone felt an impending crisis of death. This time, the odds are likely to be against us. Several of them felt a pang of regret. I should have known better than to trespass into the Shadow Leopard's territory. But there's no going back in this world. Everyone, stand back! As the deep voice fell, Jiang Yuan's arms suddenly trembled. 9 fireballs, each the size of a washbasin, instantly took shape, their surfaces crackling with flames and radiating suffocating heat. Rumble! 9 fireballs shot out like cannonballs, flying precisely towards the shadowless leopards. As the fireball streaked through the air, it left a long trail of fire, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed the entire area. The flames surged wildly, completely consuming the shadowless leopard's silhouette. The screams rose and fell, but stopped abruptly in an instant. Chapter 44 Rapid Leveling Up. With the 9-star chain attack's multiplier effect turned off, its power is just right! Jiang Yuan looked at the battlefield, which had been engulfed by flames and was now devoid of any remains, and felt quite satisfied. The amplification multiplier and special effects of the infinite amplification system can be adjusted and turned on or off according to individual needs. For example, Jiang Yuan now possesses a fireball spell with a 100,000-fold amplification bonus and multiple special effects. During battle, he can adjust the amplification factor, controlling it between 0 and 100,000. Of course, it can be as low as 0x, which means completely turning off the multiplier, but the maximum cannot exceed the upper limit of the stacked multiplier, and it is impossible to adjust it to more than 100,000x. The same applies to special effects. You can choose to use or not use special effects, or enable one or more special effects. To deal with a shadowless leopard whose level is only around 20, Jiang Yuan couldn't possibly unleash a 100,000 times stronger heavenly meteor, otherwise he would turn the entire silent forest into a sea of fire. That would be too shocking. It will also expose one's true strength. Jiang Yuan's mental attribute of 910 points, combined with the 9-star link, makes his combat power incredibly strong. Didn't you see that the corpses of the shadow leopards were burned to ashes? Hiss! 12 shadowless leopards, wiped out in an instant. What kind of fire skill is this? How can it be so powerful? Wow, this is a real master! We were blind before, we didn't recognize your greatness. After experiencing multiple shocks and narrow escapes, everyone in the team was still incredibly stunned. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Yuan, his eyes revealed an extremely complex mix of emotions, apology, embarrassment, and awe. They initially thought that it was their goodwill that led Jiang Yuan to level up. Although no one said anything openly, they were all somewhat dissatisfied. But it turned out that the clown was actually themselves. Jiang Yuan doesn't need them to help him level up. They've already reached level 30. They were more than 10 levels ahead of them. Not to mention, facing the attack of the group of shadowless leopards, their lives were hanging by a thread. If it weren't for Jiang Yuan, their entire group would most likely have been wiped out. But Jiang Yuan made a move and instantly killed the shadowless leopard. Even with the penalty of a 30% reduction in experience, they still managed to level up. Jiang Yuan, thank you for saving us. Before it was us. Luo Heng bowed to him, his face full of apology. Stop with the pleasantries, we're teammates now. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to be too nervous. Moreover, Xiao Biao will need your help to take care of him in the team from now on. Jiang Yuan did not display any arrogant attitude. Everything was for my good brother Xiao Biao. If he doesn't give Luo Heng and the others a friendly look, it might affect Xiao Biao's relationship with them. Jiang Yuan can no longer directly lead Xiao Biao's development. This team is undoubtedly the best place for Xiao Biao. Thanks. Luo Heng thanked him again and then looked at Xiao Biao. He was truly glad that he hadn't refused Xiao Biao's request yesterday. Otherwise, they would have missed a chance to curry favor with a powerful figure. Xiao Biao is the lifeline of our team, we will definitely protect him. Besides, when it comes to taking care of us, Xiao Biao has taken better care of us. Yes, Xiao Biao has been providing us with treatment. The others chimed in with agreement. Seeing that Jiang Yuan had a good temper and didn't keep people at arm's length, everyone felt much more relaxed. Good brother, don't say such things. You should have just said you were level 30, then I wouldn't have held you back. Zhao Biao was also deeply moved, with tears welling up in his eyes. Anyway, I'm already at max level, so I might as well help you guys level up. Jian Yuan patted him on the shoulder. If you want to qualify for the Genius Tournament, your previous leveling speed won't be enough. Let me help you level up to level 30 first. The monsters here are still too low level. Let's go to the level 30 monster area. Jian Yuan addressed the crowd. He had subtly seized control of the team's discourse and become the leader. There's no way around it. This world is all about strength. Okay, we'll do whatever you say. With a powerful mentor guiding us through the upgrades, we will absolutely obey. Boss, these are the materials and equipment dropped from killing the shadowless leopard. Luo Hang and the others immediately obeyed Jian Yuan. Keep everything that fell, Jian Yuan said in a way that left no room for doubt. Without delay, everyone quickly composed themselves and followed Jian Yuan into the depths of the silent forest. The deeper you go, the thicker and taller the trees become, their intertwined branches blocking out the sun, allowing only a few faint rays of light to filter through the gaps. Along the way, the monsters they encountered became increasingly higher level. A level 20 shadowless leopard. Level 25 chameleon mantis. A level 30 iron claw lion. All of them were transformed into streams of experience under Jian Yuan's giant fireball technique. Zhao Biao and the others' ranks rose like a rocket, and Lu Fei's rank also increased. Level 15. Level 18. Level 20. Level 25. If they relied on themselves, it would be impossible to reach level 20 in less than 3 to 5 days. It probably won't be long before they're able to reach level 30 like Jian Yuan. There was no way around it. Jian Yuan's monster-killing speed was simply too fast. His fire-type skills could kill large groups of monsters. Moreover, Jian Yuan's fire-type skills seem to have no cooldown time and can be released immediately. They were absolutely thrilled about it. However, Jian Yuan felt somewhat dissatisfied. After most of the day has passed, they are only at level 25. It wasn't that he didn't want to hurry, but there were just so many monsters in this silent forest, not enough for him to kill. Moreover, the highest level is only level 30. We need to kill some higher level monsters. I think we should go to the Tianhai City ruins. Jian Yuan frowned. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to help Zhao Biao reach level 30 today. As for tomorrow, Jian Yuan will no longer be able to team up with Zhao Biao and the others. The Tianhai City ruins are a monster zone with levels 30 to 90. Upgrading there will undoubtedly be much faster. Jian Yuan hadn't forgotten that he had leveled up from over 10 levels to level 30 in the Tianhai City ruins. However, something major seems to have happened at the Tianhai City ruins a few days ago. It's been temporarily sealed off by the authorities, and we low-level professionals aren't allowed to go there. Luo Hang quickly replied. He admitted that Jian Yuan was very strong. But after all, it's only level 30, not invincible. The Tianhai City ruins are filled with monsters at least level 30, and they are all second-tier monsters. There is a hierarchy that suppresses them. Although Jian Yuan can instantly kill low-level monsters, he may not be able to kill second or third-level monsters. It's blocked. Jian Yuan was speechless. However, he guessed that the reason for the lockdown was because of him. Chapter 45 Shifting the Blame East. I think we should find some boss monsters instead, Luo Hang suggested. Yeah, you get more experience from killing boss monsters. Jian Yuan nodded. I know the location of the boss monsters around here, Luo Hang immediately said. Since they chose to level up in the silent forest, they must have researched the places where bosses appear. It's not that we're going to kill them. Instead, we should avoid these dangerous areas. Go another 500 meters to the southeast, and you'll reach the territory of the level 30 Iron Claw Lion boss. Luo Hang took out a map, determined the direction, and headed towards the boss's location. As they walked through a thicket of thorns, they suddenly heard the sounds of fierce fighting ahead. The clanging of metal against metal, the sounds of elements exploding, the roars of monsters, and the screams and cries of humans mingled together, causing the surrounding branches and leaves to rustle. "There's trouble ahead!" Luo Hang lowered his voice, signaling everyone to slow down and move closer to the source of the sound. After passing an ancient tree that required 5 or 6 people to encircle, the sight before them caused everyone's pupils to shrink. In a wide open forest clearing, a massive, iron-clawed lion king was wreaking havoc. It was as big as 4 or 5 elephants, with its brownish-yellow mane bursting open like burning flames, and its thick claws gleaming with a cold metallic luster, like steel knives. Its large, copper bell-sized eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness, and saliva dripped continuously from the corners of its mouth. Every swing of its claws, every flick of its head, carries astonishing power. On the open ground, a group of professionals were struggling to hold on, fighting against the Iron Claw Lion. Their number was about a dozen. They were now in complete disarray, with several wounded team members lying on the ground. Some had severed arms, while others had gruesome wounds torn open by sharp claws, their armor and clothes soaked in blood, and their painful groans echoed everywhere. The remaining professionals were also filled with fear, desperately swinging their weapons to defend themselves. But they were no match for the Iron Claw Lion King. "This Iron Claw Lion King has entered a berserk state. It may have mutated." Jiang Yuan quickly scanned the battlefield and made an analysis. "It's likely that this large group of professionals, for reasons unknown, angered it during the battle, causing it to evolve and mutate, and also putting it into a berserk state. Under the influence of mutation and berserk rage, the Iron Claw Lion King's speed and strength increased several times over. The original hunting plan completely collapsed, and instead they were plunged into a desperate situation of being slaughtered. At this point, everyone was at their limit. It was no longer a question of whether they could kill the Iron Claw Lion King. The real question is whether the Iron Claw Lion King will let them go. "Quick, lure the boss over there!" Just then, a man wearing a blue robe caught sight of Jiang Yuanxing not far away out of the corner of his eye, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. He suddenly gave a wink to the team members beside him. Before the words were even finished, several melee classes who had been fighting off the Iron Claw Lion King immediately changed their defensive formation, deliberately exposing an opening towards the location of Jiang Yuan's team. At the same time, he pounded his weapon against the shield, making a piercing sound, and kept shouting provocatively, provoking the berserk and delirious Iron Claw Lion King. The Iron Claw Lion King was already enraged after being beaten. At this moment, drawn by the sudden provocation, the Crimson Beast's eyes locked onto the direction where Jiang Yuanxing was, let out a deafening roar, turned its huge body around, and charged towards this place with a whistling wind. It must be said that this tactic of diverting blame was extremely successful. Jiang Yuan and the others, who had originally remained uninvolved, became the targets of the Iron Claw Lion King's attack. "It's true what they say, enemies are destined to meet." Jiang Yuan's gaze narrowed slightly. His attention was originally focused on the Iron Claw Lion King. It wasn't until the man in the blue robe spoke that they recognized him. Zhou Luochen. Last time, Zhou Luochen sent the Zhou family's shadow stalker to assassinate Jiang Yuan. This time, they directly shifted the blame eastward. These are all acts that lead to someone's death. Hateful! The mad axe warrior Jiao Yefeng roared angrily, about to step forward to stop them, but Jiang Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Although Jiao Yefeng was physically stronger than the others, he was no match for the raging Iron Claw Lion King. "Court death!" Jiang Yuan stared coldly at the charging Iron Claw Lion King, and the air around him suddenly heated up. The previously dissipated flames gathered again in a frenzy, and this energy fluctuation was far more violent than when the shadowless leopard pack was wiped out. Above his heart, a ball of flames several times larger than the previous fireball, the size of a wash basin, suddenly took shape. The flames illuminated the entire forest, and even the air itself was distorted by the heat. When the Iron Claw Lion King rushed close, Jiang Yuan suddenly pushed his hands forward, and a giant fireball shot out with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. The huge fireball was like a small sun falling, and the grass and trees along the way were instantly scorched and curled up. Boom! The fireball struck the Iron Claw Lion King precisely on the head, and the violent explosion instantly created a towering sea of fire. The scorching heatwave swept outwards, blasting a deep crater in the ground. The roar of the Iron Claw Lion King echoed intermittently through the sea of fire, initially carrying a ferocious power, but gradually becoming hoarse and weak. Finally, the Iron Claw Lion King's massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, where it lay still. Its mane was completely burned away, its flesh was charred and cracked, and you could even see the bones deformed by the flames. Its scarlet eyes had long lost their luster, and it was completely devoid of life. Hiss! Whether it was Zhao Biao and the others, or the group of professionals opposite them, their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at the corpse of the Iron Claw Lion King on the ground. The Iron Claw Lion King was killed just like that? Could it be that this Iron Claw Lion King is made of clay? But that's simply impossible. They had fought the Iron Claw Lion King for so long that they knew how terrifying it was. Let's go quickly. On the original battlefield, the captain of the professional squad, who had suffered heavy casualties, glanced at Jiang Yuan and then quickly looked away, afraid of attracting his attention. Despite paying a heavy price, they still failed to defeat the Iron Claw Lion King. But what he was more worried about was that their recent attempt to shift the blame would invite Jiang Yuan's retaliation. Before they could even speak, 5 or 6 people secretly withdrew from the battlefield. From this perspective, this large group of professionals does not belong to the same team. Instead, it was a temporary formation of several professional teams. How could it be him? He's still alive! Only after the battle ended did Zhou Luoqin get a clear look at Jiang Yuanxing's appearance. When Zhou Luoqin saw Jiang Yuan, a look of surprise was clearly visible on his face. You should know that just a few days ago he sent a third-tier shadow stalker to assassinate Jiang Yuan. In his view, Jiang Yuan was doomed. But the result was that the shadow stalker never returned, and its whereabouts became unknown. Zhou Luoqin mobilized the Zhou family's resources to investigate, but to no avail. To his utter surprise, the shadow stalker died, but Jiang Yuan appeared alive and well right in front of him. Could it be that Jiang Yuan killed the shadow stalker instead? Impossible. He knew the shadow stalker's strength all too well, but it was only level 87 after the third job advancement. Jiang Yuan was just an ordinary mage with only a few levels of cultivation. Chapter 46, Stealing the Spoils of War? That kid's got a really tough life. Zhou Luoqin assumed that Jiang Yuan had simply escaped the pursuit of the shadow stalkers by chance. The death of the shadow stalker was likely an accident. Considering the spectacular meteor shower that occurred in Tianhai City a few days ago, it's possible that the shadow stalker was unlucky enough to be crushed to death there. In this way, everything makes sense. That's why Jiang Yuan was able to escape. The Iron Claw Lion King is finally dead! The crowd, initially shocked, gradually breathed a sigh of relief. But once the death crisis was over, many people started to have their own little schemes. Looking at the corpse of the Iron Claw Lion King, his eyes were filled with greed and resentment. This is a mutated level 30 area boss monster, and the rewards are exceptionally rich. Since the Iron Claw Lion King was killed by a group of people working together, apart from the experience points gained from the kill, all the treasures dropped by it fell to the ground. These loot items are quite valuable, including several pieces of equipment. The equipment dropped by the boss is of extremely high quality. This is enough to elevate their team's strength to another level. We were the ones who first discovered and hunted this Iron Claw Lion King. We finally managed to whittle it down to its last bit of health, and you dare to steal our monster? Zhou Luoqin took the initiative, attempting to seize the moral high ground and overwhelm Jiang Yuanxing with his imposing manner. As he spoke, he winked at the other team leaders. This large group of people was divided into 4 teams. Initially, Zhou Luoqin had agreed with one of the teams to fight the Iron Claw Lion King and split the spoils equally. But then, things took an unexpected turn. Two professional teams were drawn by the sounds of battle, leaving no choice but to let them join. They thought that with the increase in the number of people, it would be easy to kill the Iron Claw Lion King. But who knew that the Iron Claw Lion King would undergo an evolutionary mutation? We've paid such a high price. We absolutely cannot let the lost treasure be stolen, Zhou Luochen whispered to the other two team captains. He also noticed that there was one less unit on the battlefield. But he didn't really care. It's better if there are fewer spoils. They can get more of the loot. As for Jiang Yuangsengren, Zhou Luochen didn't take him seriously at all. Aside from Jiang Yuan's somewhat unfathomable strength, he was very clear about the strength of Luo Heng's team, an elite team with an average level of only 12 or 13. In comparison, each of these teams has at least one rare level professional player. The team members are all between level 16 and 17. He himself reached level 18. That's right, all these spoils belong to us. Get lost! Don't you know that stealing someone else's boss is a shameful and despicable act? Since this is the first time you've made this mistake, I'll let you go. Now get out of here! The group, armed with weapons, strode quickly toward Jiang Yuanxing, their faces displaying an arrogant demeanor. No matter how strong Jiang Yuan is, so what? He was just a person. Furthermore, although Zhou Luochen's statement is somewhat far-fetched, upon closer examination, it seems to make some sense. Jiang Yuan was able to instantly kill the Iron Claw Lion King because its health was already at 0, and it just happened to be that way. Besides, Jiang Yuan just used his skill, so it should be on cooldown now. For mages, the cooldown period of their skills is when they are at their weakest. You are utterly ungrateful and shameless. You were the ones who lured the boss monster here, deliberately trying to distract us and send us to our deaths. If Jiang Yuan hadn't intervened, you would probably have been killed by the boss long ago. How dare you come here to claim the spoils? You're the shameless and despicable ones. Xiao Biao is not a good-tempered person. He was not afraid at all when faced with the menacing crowd. In the past, perhaps out of fear of their strength, people would have chosen to keep quiet and yield. But now, he's a respectable level 25. On the other side, the highest level player wasn't even level 20. What right do they have to yell at them? That's right, a bunch of ungrateful scoundrels. Luo Heng glanced at Jiang Yuan and cursed with full confidence. With Jiang Yuan backing them up, what do they have to fear? So what if there are several rare level professionals on the other side? Even without Jiang Yuan, their group of level 25 players are not afraid of a group of level 10 or 25 professionals. So you mean you're planning to steal our spoils? A cold smile appeared on Zhou Luochen's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. This would give them a reason to teach Jiang Yuan a lesson. Although he really wanted to take the opportunity to kill Jiang Yuan, he obviously couldn't do so with so many people present. Although the Zhou family is one of the 4 major families in Shanghai City, they do not have absolute power. Some things, if done in private, even if others guess the truth, they won't say much. But if the murder is committed openly, then it's a completely different story. So what if it is? Jiang Yuan stared at Zhou Luochen, and their gazes met. His thoughts were similar to Zhou Luochen's. They wished they could kill the other party. However, this is clearly not the time to commit murder. Even in the wild, professionals inevitably fight each other, but they always do it very discreetly. Few people would dare to commit murder in public. Unless you spend your whole life in the wilderness and never return to the Federation's base city. Of course, killing someone openly is not an option. But fighting and brawling is no problem. As long as no one dies on the spot, federal law will not investigate the matter further, especially since it happened in a wilderness area. So what if it's so great? Utterly arrogant. You think this is a school? You still think Lynn Wuxue can protect you? Zhou Luochen gripped his staff tightly with both hands and shouted. Go up and teach them a lesson! Battle is imminent. Luo Heng, Zhao Biao, and others were clearly on guard and immediately launched a counterattack. Zhao Yefeng brandished the axe on the medical record and chopped at them. Swift Hunter Lu Yu, explosive musketeer Luo Hang, and thunder spellcaster El Shiwen also quickly took their positions, forming a battle formation. Although they outnumbered their opponents, they had extensive teamwork experience, and were generally of a higher level. Moreover, the opposing side consisted mostly of wounded and disabled soldiers, so they were not afraid of the conflict at all. In an instant, a chaotic battle erupted in the clearing in the woods. The battle became a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched. Jiang Yuanren, however, stood outside the battlefield, quietly watching the fight. Perhaps because Jiang Yuan had just instantly killed the Iron Claw Lion King, almost no one dared to make a move against him. Jiang Yuan hadn't originally planned to make a move, but since Zhao Biao and the others had leveled up so much, it would be a good opportunity for them to get used to their increased power. Moreover, combat between professionals is completely different from killing monsters. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare. The fury of the hurricane. Although Zhou Luochen shouted the loudest, as a hurricane mage, he hid at the very back, chanting a wind spell. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Yuan, who was standing outside the battlefield. Chapter 47: Defeating the enemy, crushing its strength in its strongest area. Joke! Jiang Yuan felt a sudden surge of wind elements in the air. The wisp of magic belonging to Zhou Luochen drew the airflow together wildly, causing even the surrounding vegetation to rustle. In response, Jiang Yuan's lips slowly curled into a faint, cold sneer. The trajectory of the wind element was as clear to him as the lines on his palm. Zhou Luochen's chanting finally ended, the last note carrying an arrogant air of certainty. He unleashed the full power of the hurricane mage, a fierce whirlwind forming in front of him, with layers of azure wind blades, enough to grind boulders into dust. A rare-level hurricane mage, a wind mage who wields the power of wind. This is the pride etched into his bones, the source of all his confidence in standing here. But just as that hurricane spell was about to burst through the air, Jiang Yuan made a move. He simply raised one hand slowly, his 5 fingers slightly spread, without lengthy chanting, complicated hand seals, or even a trace of extra magical energy leakage. The surrounding wind elements seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, instantly condensing at his fingertips. The cyan wind light condensed into a wind blade as thin as a cicada's wing, yet with a chilling silver edge. The air was torn apart by the blade, producing tiny popping sounds, the death tremors of wind element compressed to its limit. Sky-splitting wind blade. It didn't have any earth-shattering momentum, but it was so fast that people didn't even have time for their pupils to contract. Just as Zhou Luochen's hurricane technique stirred up the first wave of turmoil, this wind blade had already pierced through the air, slashing straight toward the center of the battlefield. More precisely, it slashed toward the wind magic source that Zhou Luochen was so proud of. The collision of winds should be the most intense symphony in the world. But at this moment, there was only a deathly silence of crushing force. The wind blades that Jiang Yuan conjured were like sharp blades that could cut through the heavens and earth. Wherever they passed, the hurricane that Zhou Luochen had painstakingly condensed shattered. Those layers upon layers of wind blades couldn't offer any resistance, and were shredded into fine wisps of wind, dissipating into the air. Even as the wind blade that cleaved through the air still possessed its momentum, the moment it cleaved through the hurricane, the wind's edge swept past Zhou Luochen's body, instantly tearing his robe to shreds. The wind blades, sharp as blades, left streaks of blood on his body. Boom! Beside Zhou Luochen, the ground was churned into a deep furrow that revealed bones, with gravel flying and dust rising everywhere. Zhou Luochen glanced to the side, enduring the pain, his eyes filled with fear. If he had been hit head-on by the sky-splitting wind blade, he would probably have been decapitated. The fear of death arose instantly in my heart. He collapsed slowly, almost losing all his strength, when suddenly a figure appeared beside him and caught him. As expected, someone is secretly protecting us. Jiang Yuan glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man beside Zhou Luochen, his face full of disdain. However, although he couldn't actually kill Zhou Luochen, but it's enough to shatter the opponent's confidence and pride. What Zhou Luochen is most proud of is his wind-type talent, his title as a rare-level hurricane mage, and his absolute confidence in wielding the wind element. Jiang Yuan's rules have always been extremely simple. To defeat a person, shatter all their pride. In Zhou Luoqin's most proficient domain of wind, he used the purest wind and the sharpest blade to completely crush him, leaving him no room for resistance. You! Zhou Luoqin noticed the mocking smile on Jiang Yuan's lips, and froze on the spot, his face as pale as paper. Uncle Yang, kill him! I want him dead! Zhou Luoqin's face contorted with rage, completely losing his usual feigned weakness. Young Master Luoqin, calm down! The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Yang, shook his head slightly, then said in a low voice, There are too many people here. He was sent to secretly protect Zhou Luoqin after the shadow stalker disappeared. He naturally could not ignore Zhou Luoqin's orders. But with so many people around, if he were to kill someone, and word got out, it wouldn't just affect Zhou Luoqin himself, but would also severely damage the Zhou family's reputation. Let's end the battle. You've lost. These spoils belong to them. Then another figure emerged from behind the tree. This is another expert from a prominent family in Shanghai City among the crowd. Like Zhou Luoqin, he is responsible for protecting the safety of the direct descendants of the family. Whether it was the previous battle against the mutated and ferocious Iron Claw Lion King, or the battles against Jiang Yuan and others, they all chose to stand by and watch, without intervening. This can be considered a tacit understanding within a large family. What they need is to train their family members and help them grow, rather than protecting one's tastes or using power to oppress others. The children raised in that way are either spoiled brats or hothouse flowers, incapable of shouldering great responsibilities. In principle, they will not intervene unless there is a life-threatening situation. They are not weak, their willingness to back down is already a very magnanimous act. After all, Jiang Yuan is just a professional player on the surface. If they were being unreasonable, we would have intervened long ago and bullied the weak. Young man, how about we stop here? The expert looked at Jiang Yuan. He was clearly not as unreasonable as the others. Of course, he was quite shocked by the power that Jiang Yuan had displayed. Thinking to himself, Jiang Yuan might have an extraordinary background. Either it has unlimited potential. It's best to avoid offending such people, lest you bring powerful enemies upon your family's influence. Can? Jiang Yuan nodded. He naturally had no objections, since he hadn't suffered any loss. Besides, given their family background and considerable personal strength, their willingness to back down is already a very magnanimous act. After all, Jiang Yuan is just a professional player on the surface. Let's go! Zhou Luoqin knew his uncle wouldn't stand up for him, so he was too ashamed to stay any longer. He glared at Jiang Yuan with resentment, then glanced at Zhao Biao and the other pedestrians before quickly leading his teammates away. Among the remaining people, a young man whose background was no less impressive than Zhou Luoqin's and who also possessed a rare-level profession gave Jiang Yuan a thorough once-over before leaving as well. If Luoqin doesn't die this week, he'll really be a problem. Jiang Yuan could clearly sense the killing intent in Zhou Luoqin's eyes. This murderous intent was not only directed at himself, but also at Zhao Biao, Luo Hang, and others. If Zhou Luoqin were to come after him, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Even if the entire Zhou family were to unite, there would still be no match for Jiang Yuan. But if Zhou Luoqin were to deal with Zhao Biao and the others, they wouldn't survive. We have to find a chance to get rid of him. Jiang Yuan pondered to himself. Jiang Yuan, come quick! The boss dropped so many treasures. Zhao Biao turned around and waved to Jiang Yuan. The opponents were all defeated and fled, while Zhao Biao and the others surrounded the Iron Claw Lion King, collecting their spoils. They're here. Jiang Yuan smiled and walked over. The Iron Claw Lion King dropped 20 or 30 items of varying sizes. The Iron Claw Lion King is a wilderness boss, and the rewards for defeating it are generally much higher than those for bosses of the same level in dungeons. Not to mention that the Iron Claw Lion King underwent a secondary evolutionary mutation. Therefore, the treasures dropped this time are extremely abundant. Otherwise, Zhou Luochen and his group wouldn't have been so shameless as to try to steal the spoils of war. Chapter 48. A gentleman takes revenge without delay. The loot drops from the boss, you can distribute it yourselves. Jiang Yuan did not take the items dropped by the Iron Claw Lion King. With millions in assets, he simply didn't care about such a small amount of profit. But it was a completely different story for Zhao Biao and his group. Thank you, Jiang Yuan. The eyes of Luo Hang and the others were full of emotion and respect when they looked at Jiang Yuan. However, although they decide how to distribute the spoils, but they all gave more than half of the spoils to Zhao Biao. Less than half remained, which Luo Hang and his teammates then distributed according to their needs. Afterwards, they continued their search for the boss monster in the silent forest. After most of the day, everyone's level had reached level 30. It's like a dream! The crowd was filled with ecstatic joy. Their harvest that day was equivalent to a month's worth of work. Not only did they successfully reach level 30, but they also acquired a large amount of loot. Let's part ways here. I'm going to be changing jobs soon, so I won't have time to spend with you guys anymore. Jiang Yuan said to Zhao Biao. Good. You've already helped us so much. We need to go back to the city first, exchange the loot for equipment and skill scrolls, and then, like you, quickly complete the class change. Zhao Biao nodded repeatedly, feeling grateful. The best thing he ever did was to become brothers with Jiang Yuan. After the pedestrians separated. I wonder if Zhou Luochen is still around? Jiang Yuan transformed into a green wind, his entire body vanishing into the wind and disappearing into the forest. He's the kind of person who never holds grudges. Because he felt he had a grudge, he took revenge on the spot. He couldn't rest easy until the enemy was dead. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Jiang Yuan searched for a long time in the silent forest before finally spotting Zhou Luochen's figure. At this moment, they are surrounding and killing the level 25 rock-armored giant rhino boss. The experience and loot from defeating a boss are very high. Any professional with a bit of skill will choose to deal with the boss monster. Jiang Yuan stood at a distance, gazing at the battlefield. But just as he was about to make his move, he sensed a fluctuation coming from the surrounding area. The Taoist figure appeared behind Jiang Yuan. So it was you? Zhou Zhenfang revealed himself, glanced around, and when he found that Jiang Yuan was the only one there, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. You're really choosing the path to heaven when it's available. You insist on coming to the gates of hell, even though it's far away. What are you going to do? Jiang Yuan turned around and saw that Zhou Xingyan had suddenly produced a blood-red battle blade. What do you think? Who told you to offend young Master Luo Chen? You only have yourself to blame for courting death. Zhou Xingyan stared coldly at Jiang Yuan. Once I offer up your head, the young master will surely be very pleased. If he kills Jiang Yuan, he will surely be highly valued by young Master Zhou Luochen. Only in this way can we obtain more resources from the Zhou family. As for Jiang Yuan's identity, he had already learned it from Zhou Luochen. He was just a student who had lost both parents and had no connections. Zhou Xingyan has killed countless people like this. The Zhou family, which holds a position among the 4 major families in Shanghai City, is no pushover. The enemies secretly eliminated by the Zhou family could pile up into a mountain. That's definitely courting death. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. No wonder Zhou Luochen wanted to kill Jiang Yuan just because he didn't like him. This is perhaps the Zhou family's style of doing things. They don't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. That's good. Killing them will be doing a service to the people. Die. I'll give you a quick death. Zhou Xingyang brandished his blood-red blade, aiming for Jiang Yuan's neck. Hurricane Domain! Jiang Yuan's voice was as cold as frost, devoid of any emotion. In an instant, a devastating hurricane suddenly erupted, centered on Jiang Yuan. The howling wind swept outwards, forming a huge spherical domain. The airflow at the edge of the domain spun at high speed, emitting a sharp and piercing roar. The diameter of this hurricane field far exceeded the minimum standard, reaching a full 600 meters. It not only enveloped Zhou Xingyang, but also Zhou Luochen and others on the battlefield, as well as the rock-armored giant rhinoceros boss. What happened? What kind of power is this? Zhou Xingyang rushed in front of Jiang Yuan, but the strong wind held him firmly in place, making him unable to move at all. He kept his hands in a slashing motion, but they couldn't bring the sword down at all. You did this? Zhou Xingyang's pupils suddenly contracted, and an incredulous look of horror flashed in his eyes. Congratulations, you guessed right. As for the reward, it's a ticket to the 18th level of hell. Jiang Yuan slowly raised his hand. Invisible wind blades spun rapidly around him, and the already turbulent airflow became even more violent. The wind elements in the air seemed to be summoned by a king, frantically converging on him. No, you can't kill me! Zhou Xingyang was terrified and begged for mercy without any restraint. If you spare me, I will never be your enemy again, and I will even serve you like a slave. You're not worthy to be my beast of burden! Jiang Yuan's palm fell, and a sharp wind blade shot out, cutting Zhou Xingyang's body in two. Then a gust of wind and sharp blades swept through the area, completely pulverizing the corpse, leaving not even a trace. Your turn! Jiang Yuan's body floated lightly, moving freely through the raging hurricane as if walking on flat ground. Why did a strong wind suddenly start blowing? Zhou Luochen, standing on the battlefield, looked puzzled. The sudden gust of wind left even this hurricane mage, who possessed the power to control hurricanes, feeling powerless. He found himself as if he had become an ordinary person, having lost control of the wind element. No matter how he tried to mobilize the magic power within his body or attempt to use his skills, he was unable to do so. Clearly, this rare-level hurricane mage was completely suppressed by an even stronger hurricane force. This is a terrifying thing for professionals. Especially those professionals who cultivate the same type of power. If the opponent's power level is higher than yours, you can achieve absolute suppression, leaving the other side powerless to fight back. Su Hao, Hoi Fei, you two take me away from this godforsaken place! Zhou Luochen exclaimed in surprise. But no one replied. He didn't know when, but all that was left around him was the raging wind. The teammates who had been by his side, as well as the boss monster, had all disappeared. Uncle Yang, please save me! Zhou Luochen shouted loudly. Stop yelling, you'll be able to see him soon! Jiang Yuan's figure slowly descended from midair and hovered in front of Zhou Luochen. Jiang Yuan! How could it be you? Zhou Luochen's heart sank. Even if he's incredibly stupid, he knows what kind of situation he's in. Jiang Yuan, although my attempt to steal your spoils was wrong, I ultimately gave them to you. You didn't need to come all this way just for such a small matter. I was indeed wrong before. We were classmates, so how about I apologize to you? Zhou Luochen revealed a humble and ingratiating smile. Although he didn't know why Jiang Yuan possessed such great power. But the situation was not as favorable as theirs. Admitting defeat is the wise thing to do. Chapter 49 The Mystic Thunder Battle Spirit with Autonomous Combat Capabilities. A small matter? Sending assassins to kill me? You call that a trivial matter? Before Jiang Yuan could finish speaking, his hand grabbed out of the air, and an invisible force locked Zhou Luochen like an iron clamp, lifting him straight into the air. So you knew all along? Zhou Luochen's heart sank to the bottom. In fact, he should have guessed it the moment Jiang Yuan appeared in front of him. Most of the shadow stalkers sent to assassinate Jiang Yuan last time have been killed in return. As for Uncle Yang, who was responsible for protecting him, he was also a third-level expert, but he had disappeared without a trace, so he must be in grave danger. I was wrong! He struggled and roared, his voice cracking with panic. But you can't kill me! I'm the direct descendant of the Zhou family. If you dare lay a finger on me, the entire Zhou family will make you pay with your life. The hysterical threats couldn't hide the despair surging in his eyes. You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die. Jiang Yuan spoke indifferently, then suddenly waved his large hand. In an instant, several thin, hair-like wind blades shot out, precisely piercing Zhou Luoqin's skin and burrowing into his flesh, wreaking havoc. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the air, and the excruciating pain, like being slowly sliced to death, caused Zhou Luoqin's body to convulse, his consciousness completely consumed by pain and fear. Jiang Yuan had the ability to use instant kill, but that would be too easy on this guy who had tried to kill him many times. Please, please let my horse go! I promise I'll mend my ways and become a good person. Zhou Luoqin was in tears, making a final, desperate struggle. In my next life, I'll try to be a good person again. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly, slightly tightening his grip on his fingertips. The vortex of wind surrounding Zhou Luoqin suddenly accelerated, its tearing power increasing several times over in an instant. Jiang Yuan, I'll haunt you even as a ghost! Before the final, venomous roar could dissipate, Zhou Luoqin's body was completely torn apart in the raging whirlwind, turning into a cloud of blood mist that vanished within the hurricane's domain. After dealing with Zhou Luoqin, Jiang Yuan slowly withdrew his hurricane domain, his figure transforming into a pale blue wind shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. The violent air currents gradually subsided, leaving only a scene of devastation on the once fierce battlefield. Not long after, Zhou Luoqin's teammates hurriedly returned, and couldn't help but whisper among themselves as they approached. The wind seems to have stopped. Where's the rock-armored giant rhino boss? Is it dead? Brother Qin? Where is Brother Qin? They looked around and saw only a patch of red-stained ground covered with gullies of varying depths, but Zhou Luoqin was nowhere to be seen. Zhou Luoqin committed numerous evils and deserved to die. Even Zhou Xingyang, who was by his side, had many lives on his hands as a member of the Zhou family, and his death was also his own fault. But his teammates were ultimately just a group of students who had no grudge against Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's purpose in coming here is only to seek revenge. He is not a bloodthirsty madman, so he will not indiscriminately kill innocent people. Moreover, with Zhou Luoqin dead, the team would collapse on its own and disband without any further attack. There was no need to exterminate them. On a desolate wilderness, dark purple lightning flashed continuously, illuminating Jiang Yuan's tall and imposing figure. Ding! Using Thunder Shield technique for the second time, skill power increased by a factor of 999. Current amplification factor, 999. Ding! Using Lightning Shield technique for the second time, skill power increased by a factor of 1000. Current amplification factor, 1000. He repeatedly cast the Lightning Shield spell, and a dazzling dark purple lightning armor materialized around him, completely enveloping him. At this moment, the Lightning Shield spell had successfully unlocked 3 special effects. 10 times the special effect, Thunder Barrier, the Thunder Shield evolves into a barrier form, greatly expanding the defensive range. The shield amount and defense power soar, while also gaining a large amount of damage reduction, and it can cover other people. Mystic Thunder Armor. With 100x special effects, the Thunder Shield can be transformed into armor that fits the body's surface, activating the mystic thunder power contained within, and comprehensively amplifying vitality, combat power and defense. The spirit armor can autonomously absorb thunder elements in the air to replenish energy and repair damaged shields. Mystic Thunder Battle Spirit. With a 1000x special effect, a Thunder Spirit is born from the Mystic Thunder armor, possessing the intelligence to fight and defend autonomously. In defensive mode, the Thunder Spirit can automatically resist attacks and convert the damage it receives into thunder energy reserves, which in turn feed back to the armor to enhance its shield and defense. In combat mode, the Thunder Spirit will autonomously release Mystic Thunder spells to attack enemies. The more energy it stores, the stronger the spells become. Lightning Shield is a purely defensive lightning skill, with its core effect always revolving around strengthening defense, while also exhibiting extremely high flexibility. For example, the Thunder Armor is like a piece of equipment that can be worn at any time, and it will continue to be effective as long as the thunder energy is not exhausted. More importantly, it is not a real piece of equipment, and does not take up an equipment slot. Even if Jiang Yuan wears other defensive equipment, the two effects will still be combined. As for the Xianlei battle spirit born from the thousandfold special effects, although it possesses combat and defensive awareness, it does not have the human-like thinking and intelligence like Jian Huanger. Its greatest advantage is that, as long as there is sufficient energy, the thunder armor and thunder spirit can be activated around the clock. Even if Jiang Yuan falls into a deep sleep, he will automatically activate and launch a counterattack once he senses an external threat or attack. The next stage of Lightning Shield is a 10,000x effect. However, to amplify the increase to 10,000 times, it would take at least 10 hours. It can only be accumulated slowly. A 4-second cooldown is still too long. Jiang Yuan stopped casting the spell and muttered to himself. Let's stack it to 1,000 times for now and complete the job change first. He put down the Encyclopedia of All Knowledge and focused his gaze on the last of the 3 job change guides. I'll choose this one. This guide is the most difficult of the 3, but the risk is proportional to the reward. Successfully completing it will yield the greatest benefits. For professionals, each job change is a chance to defy fate. Even if you switch to the same profession, the completion rate of the job switch tasks will directly affect your future career development potential. The most crucial aspect is the attribute and rank bonuses gained after changing jobs. Just like the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix, her 4-dimensional attributes have already exceeded 10,000 points. Strength, 17,000, plus 240%. Spirit, 32,000, plus 500%. Agility, 40,000, plus 600%. Constitution, 25,000, plus 240%. Such terrifying attributes cannot be achieved simply by leveling up. The key lies in the additional attribute bonuses brought by each job advancement. The percentage following the attribute value is the rank bonus, and its level is directly related to the quality of job advancement. For example, if 2 professionals simultaneously change their class to Instant Cast Mage, the one with the lowest quest rating will have the highest rating. The final attribute and rank bonuses can differ by several times. Of the 3 guides, the one about going to the Southern Xinjiang Academy to find a mentor and receive the inheritance is the easiest and simplest to complete, but the corresponding rewards are also relatively limited. Jiang Yuan would naturally not choose such a conservative approach. Since it's a chance to defy fate, one should naturally pursue the greatest possible benefit. Before heading to Donkey City, we must first acquire the hydrotherapy technique. To achieve a very high rating in the job change quest, mastering the healing skills is crucial. Jiang Yuan's eyes were firm. He repeatedly went through the job change plan in his mind, refining every detail to ensure nothing was overlooked, and finally finalized a 3-step plan. First, go to the mountain and see City Professionals Guild, find the guild leader Song Jingran, and obtain the supreme healing technique. The second step is to travel to the vicinity of Donkey City, thousands of miles away, to kill the world boss and obtain the job change certificate. The third and most crucial step, officially begin the job change quest. Chapter 50 Song Jingran, President of the Professionals Guild. Upon returning to the base city, Jiang Yuan didn't waste a moment and headed straight for the city center. The Professionals Guild is located in the heart of the mountain and sea city, serving as the central hub for all professionals in the city. Jiang Yuan had long heard of the guild leader, Song Jingran. More importantly, Song Jingran was among the people accompanying Tang Qiyuan, the anti-magic knight, at the Tianhai City ruins last time. In Shanghai City, Song Jingran, as a 5th-level mage and the leader of the professional guild, held a high position of power and was one of the city's top leaders. Jiang Yuan was able to get to know Si Junya entirely thanks to Lynn Mushua's matchmaking. However, given his current student status, he would probably find it difficult to even step into the guild if he were to face someone like Song Jingran. However, Jiang Yuan already had other plans in mind, so he wasn't without options. As night deepened, the Professionals Guild building remained brightly lit, like a lighthouse standing in the darkness, illuminating the endless stream of professionals coming and going. Inside the chairman's office, Song Jingran was giving instructions to his 3 subordinates in a deep voice. With less than 20 days left until the Federal Unified Exam, those madmen from the Demon God Temple and the Evil God Temple love to stir up trouble at such crucial times. I have already had a preliminary discussion with the City Lord, and we have decided to join forces with the City Defense Army to conduct a comprehensive screening of the entire city, eliminate any potential destabilizing factors, and safeguard the students participating in the unified examination. Song Jingran paused, his tone becoming increasingly serious. Compile a list of personnel as soon as possible, and after I confirm its accuracy, we will officially launch the joint operation. Yes. The 3 subordinates responded in unison, bowed solemnly to accept the order, and then quietly pushed open the heavy wooden door, their footsteps gradually fading into the depths of the corridor. The moment the wooden door closed with a soft click, Song Jingran's tense expression eased slightly. He raised his hand and rubbed his throbbing temples. The various strange occurrences that had recently taken place inside and outside Shanghai City had already made the pressure on his shoulders feel as heavy as Mount Tai. Just as he was about to get up and walk to the window for some fresh air, Song Jingran's aura suddenly froze. A scorching and heavy pressure suddenly enveloped the entire office, causing the lights in the room to flicker and dim under this invisible pressure. Song Jingran's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression instantly became stern and frosty. He subconsciously mobilized his internal magic power, trying to condense a water wave barrier around himself, but was horrified to find that the water element in his body was completely suppressed by this pressure, and he could not mobilize it at all. Suddenly, Song Jingran turned his head sharply to look out the window. There, a figure in crimson gold stood, seemingly out of nowhere. The figure was surrounded by a faint crimson gold aura, and his robes seemed to be woven from flowing fire, with fine light patterns flowing along the edges. Even with his back to you, you can feel an overwhelming aura that transcends all living beings, as if a god has descended. Song Jingran's heart sank. Upon seeing that familiar figure, a name that sent chills down his spine instantly flashed through his mind. Fire God. How did he end up here? The person in front of me is at least a Grand Magister at the peak of the 6th rank, and may even have reached the 7th rank of Sage. If one is a 7th level Dharma Saint, then one is a top-tier expert in the Federation, a rare and exceptional combat force across the entire Federation. Even Tang Chiyuan, the Federal Inspector, had to be very polite to Flame God, and dared not provoke him in the slightest. Song Jingran never expected that such an important figure would suddenly appear in his office. He had no connection with Yunshin, so why did the other party visit him late at night? I was unaware of your late visit, Senior. What brings you here? Song Jingran suppressed the turmoil in his heart, bowed respectfully, and his voice trembled slightly with extreme shock. As the guild leader, he had seen his share of ups and downs, and quickly managed to calm himself down. Moreover, if the Flame God truly intended to harm him, given the opponent's strength, any resistance he might mount would be futile. Having figured this out, Song Jingran calmed down completely and stopped trying in vain to mobilize the suppressed water elemental power. No need for formalities. I have indeed come here today with a request. The crimson gold figure slowly turned around, disappearing into the flickering flames, its features blurred. Only his eyes shone like burning fire, and when they swept over Song Jingran, they carried an undeniable air of authority. Please speak freely, Senior. Song Jingran breathed a sigh of relief and became even more respectful. I've heard you possess a top-tier hydrotherapy technique? The voice of the Flame God was like rolling magma, deep and penetrating, frank and straightforward, making no attempt to conceal his intentions. In fact, Jiang Yuan had considered various ways to obtain hydrotherapy techniques before, but after thinking it over, he found that using the identity of Flame God was the simplest and most direct method. Even if doing so might expose some secrets, Jiang Yuan believes it's entirely worth it for the sake of the ultimate spa treatment. Your Excellency is well informed. Song Jingran's heart stirred, and he instantly understood the other party's intentions, which put his mind at ease. At least, the other party did not come to cause trouble. This junior does indeed enjoy collecting various water-based skills, including many top-quality ones, and this water therapy technique happens to be among them. I have a question though. This water therapy technique is ultimately just a Tier 1 skill. Given your status, why would you value it so much? He responded quickly. I have recently taken a liking to a junior in Shanghai City and intend to give him this water therapy technique as a token of my good fortune. I hope you will part with it. I will not take your things for nothing. You can make a reasonable request, and as long as it does not violate my principles, I will grant it. The flame god spoke calmly, his tone carrying an air of unyielding authority, but he did not resort to force. It is my honor that you would be interested in this magical skill. Song Jingran was overjoyed. He knew very well that being able to establish a connection with such a powerful figure as the flame god was 100 times more valuable than the supreme water therapy technique. He pondered for a moment, then said respectfully, This junior dares not presume to ask for a generous gift, but only hopes that if I ever encounter a life or death crisis in the future, you will be able to lend a helping hand. Can? Jian Yuan nodded slightly, but secretly felt something was off. Seeing the white-haired Song Jingran address him as Junior felt rather incongruous. Having received permission, Song Jingran dared not delay in the slightest. He quickly turned around and walked behind his desk, took out a skill scroll with a light blue sheen from the drawer, and carefully held it with both hands, handing it to the flame god. This matter is to be known only to the two of us. The flame god took the scroll and gave a few words of advice. Rest assured, I would never dare to let a third party know. Song Jingran quickly assured him. The flame god nodded slightly, and his figure transformed into a streak of crimson gold light, passing straight through the window and disappearing into the deep night sky. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the office vanished without a trace. Chapter 51 Water Spirit Spring Formation. Purifying Holy Water. Looking out at the empty night sky, Song Jingran let out a long sigh of relief. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead and found that it was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. But his face was full of excitement and relief. After a long while, he turned around, about to compose himself and deal with official business, when he was surprised to find a jade feather with a reddish-gold luster quietly placed on his desk. Song Jingran was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to hold the jade feather in his hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. He'd seen this before. When the flame god and the demon-suppressing knight Tang Chiyuan exchanged tokens, the gift he gave was this kind of jade feather. With this token, he could seek help from the flame god if he ever encountered a crisis in the future. Even if he himself doesn't need it, leaving it to his descendants is a tremendous opportunity to protect the family. But as his euphoria gradually subsided, Song Jingran suddenly realized the fatal problem. He had no way to contact the flame god. Even if he had the token, where would he go to find this important figure in the future? Song Jingran looked out the window again, and the joy on his face instantly froze, leaving him speechless with despair. Return. Please come back soon. As expected, it's much easier to get things done when you have a powerful identity. Jian Yuan returned to his small house and casually closed the door behind him. Jian Yuan didn't think that borrowing the identity of the flame god would cause him any trouble. On the contrary, he thought it would bring him many benefits. First of all, he had already instructed Song Jingran not to reveal what happened today, and he offered the jade feather as an exchange. Song Jingran is a smart man and must understand the importance of keeping the flame god's secret. He would never seek his own death. Secondly, it doesn't matter if the secret is accidentally leaked. This actually created a powerful background for him. With the powerful flame god backing them up, it's like having an extra layer of indestructible protection. If anyone wants to harm him in the future, they'd better think twice before offending a Grand Magister at the peak of the 6th rank. Just like Zhou Luochen of the Zhou family before, if they knew that there was a person like Flame God standing behind him, even if they had 10,000 times the courage, they would never dare to have the thought of assassination. This hydrotherapy technique is truly top-notch. Jian Yuan opened his palm, and the skill scroll, shimmering with pale blue water patterns, gleamed under the light. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. In terms of effect alone, it's comparable to second-tier skills. This hydrotherapy treatment has a cooldown time of only 6 seconds. When cast, it releases warm, life-giving water that can quickly repair external injuries, nourish damaged internal muscles, and provide continuous healing to the target for the next few minutes. With Jiang Yuan's current high spirit attribute of 910 points, he can use the water healing technique to instantly restore 3,000 health points to himself or his teammates. In the following minutes, he can restore 10 health points per second, for a total of 3,600 health points. Keep in mind that his current maximum health is only 1,500 points. Even the tanks and meat shields in the team, if their health bars are almost depleted, can be instantly restored by a healing spell. This is only the effect he achieved as an ordinary mage. If it were a priest or a water mage, with the class bonuses, the healing output could easily exceed 4,000 or 5,000. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of mana, requiring 100 mana points each time, which is much more than the consumption of his other 3 skills. Let me try it and see how it works. Jiang Yuan gathered a wisp of pale blue magic power at his fingertips and chanted an incantation. In an instant, the air in the room suddenly became slightly cool and damp, and visible water elements gathered from all directions like stars, layer upon layer enveloping his body. The moment the water element light spots touch the skin, there is no chill at all. Instead, it feels like soaking in a warm hot spring. The warmth seeps into the body through the pores, instantly dispelling the fatigue and soreness from days of travel. Jiang Yuan raised his hand, and a ball of lustrous, emerald-green water rose from his palm. A gentle warmth burst forth from his palm and flowed slowly through his body along his blood vessels. At this moment, he was unharmed and could only feel a comfortable sensation of smooth blood circulation and a refreshed mind. But he could clearly predict that if the body was injured, the wound would heal at a visible speed, and any bleeding wounds would quickly close. In addition, his body was covered with a layer of light blue water like light waves, which was the continuous healing effect of the hydrotherapy. Ding! Using the healing technique has increased the skill's power by a factor of 10, current amplification factor, 10x. Ding! The hydrotherapy skill's amplification has reached 10 times, unlocking the special effect, Water Spirit Spring Array. The effect of the Water Spirit Spring Array is to release a Spirit Spring Array that can provide a large and continuous healing to multiple targets within range, and quickly repair internal and external injuries. If there is only one target within the range of the magic circle, the healing effect will be amplified many times over. This is equivalent to directly upgrading a single target healing skill to an area of effect skill, greatly increasing its practicality. Jiang Yuan was extremely satisfied. His combat system is now complete. The Fireball spell grants him terrifying offensive power, especially when he is possessed by the Flame God, making him virtually invincible below the 7th level. His Gale technique allows him to control the power of hurricanes, making him as fast as a shooting star. With the level 180 Spirit Void Demon Phoenix Jiang Huang fighting alongside him, his mobility and explosive power are maximized. The Lightning Shield spell grants him an epic leap in defense. To harm him in battle, one must first break through his multiple defenses. Even if one is accidentally injured, there is the amazing healing effect of hydrotherapy as a backup, which can make one fully recover and heal all injuries. Jiang Yuan continued casting the healing water spell until his mana was depleted. The spell's amplification factor finally reached 100x, unlocking a new special effect. Purifying Holy Water. This special effect not only enhances the healing effect, but also removes various negative statuses such as dizziness, burning, dementia, and curses. The effect is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Perhaps the subsequent special effects can even heal the trauma on the spiritual and soul level. However, he did not continue to overexert himself. Instead, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep to conserve his energy and prepare for the next day's itinerary. The next morning. After a night's rest, Jiang Yuan's physical and mental state reached its peak. On the open field outside Shanghai City, a figure in blue suddenly flapped its wings. It was none other than Jiang Huang, the demonic phoenix of Lingxiu. Her 9-zhangwang tail stretched out like a blue silk ribbon in the sky. When her azure wings unfolded, the emerald halo flowing from the tips of her feathers suddenly lit up, and the blue wind swirled beneath her wings, making the surrounding air rustle loudly. On the phoenix's back, Jian Yuan's crimson gold figure stood steadily, his robes fluttering in the gale, the crimson gold light flowing around him reflecting the color of the azure phoenix's feathers. Phew! A clear and melodious phoenix cry pierced the morning sky, and it seemed that only the whistling of the wind remained in the world. The azure feathers of the spirit ruins demon phoenix gleamed in the morning light, carrying Jiang Yuan as a streak of azure and gold light, swiftly passing by the outline of Shanghai City and speeding toward the eastern horizon. In the blink of an eye, the figure shrank to a tiny dot on the horizon, leaving only the disturbed breeze to slowly dissipate in the morning air. Chapter 52 Donkey City. Tian Sigilde books the entire venue. A crimson gold figure stood on the phoenix's back, its robes fluttering as a faint golden light gently blocked the oncoming gale. Even as he sped along at lightning speed, his posture remained as steady as a mountain, his gaze fixed firmly on the east. That's the direction of Donkey City. Donkey City, located in the transition zone between plains and hills on the eastern border of the Federation, is a key hub city in the eastern region of the Federation. It is more than 6,400 kilometers away from Shanhaking, spanning 3 river basins, 2 Gobi deserts, and countless dangerous wilderness areas. This city was once a super megacity comparable to southern Xinjiang City, with a peak population of over 120 million. At that time, it was not only the economic and cultural center of the eastern part of the Federation, but also a key defensive stronghold and resource transfer center for the Federation's eastern frontier, ranking among the top 10 in the Federation in terms of prosperity. However, a disaster 300 years ago caused this megacity to decline from its peak and lose its former glory. At that time, multiple interdimensional rift passages in the Rift Valley, near Donkey City, suddenly expanded out of control. The Dark Bone Demon Emperor, one of the 36 demon emperors under the Abyss Demon God, led his Abyss Legion, which comprised millions of demon warriors, to break through the passage seal and launch a devastating attack on Donkey City. Despite Donkey City's swift response and the establishment of a robust defense system, the suddenness of the attack and the Abyss Legion's overwhelming strength ultimately led to the city's fall to the Abyss Demons. Ultimately, although federal reinforcements arrived in time, repelled the Dark Bone Demon Emperor, and resealed the Rift Valley Passage, Donkey City had been reduced to ruins. According to records, the disaster resulted in the loss of nearly 2/3 of the population of Donkey City, the destruction of more than 90% of the buildings, and a complete paralysis of the city's infrastructure. The once prosperous metropolis was completely submerged in ruins. Unlike Tianhai City, which was abandoned, Donkey City has a more important geographical location and needs to guard Rift Valley, so a lot of resources were invested to start the reconstruction project of Donkey City. However, Donkey City is no longer as glorious as it once was, and its population has now only recovered to 50 million, less than half of its peak. Although Donkey City is not as large as Nanjiang City, it is much larger than Shanghai City. Near Donkey City, there are many high-level wilderness areas where monsters of level 200 live year-round. Of course, if we're talking about the most dangerous area, it's actually the Rift Valley. There are many spatial rifts in the Rift Valley, which are important entrances for the Abyss to invade the real world. The Federation has stationed many legions in the Rift Valley year-round. This is why, even after Donkey City was destroyed, countless resources were still invested in its reconstruction. To obtain the instant cast mage class change certificate, you must defeat the world boss named Bone-Eating Demon Lord. We need to find this boss first. Jian Yuan did not enter Donkey City. Instead, they arrived at the bloodless wasteland north of Donkey City. After the Great War ended, Rift Valley was successfully sealed off, and most of the Abyss Legion's blood warriors were unable to retreat and were wiped out by the Federation army. After the bloodless wasteland became the burial ground for countless Federation soldiers and blood demon warriors, the war caused the spread of abyssal demonic energy, drastically changing the environment and turning it into a gathering place for demonized monsters. Every so often, a world boss with a level 120 or higher magic blood will be born. The Bone-Eating Demon Lord. He was a general in the vanguard army under the Dark Bone Demon Emperor, and had killed countless professionals. Bosses are generally categorized into dungeon bosses, area bosses, and world bosses. Its strength also increases from low to high, and the rewards for killing it also increase accordingly. The dungeon boss is located inside the dungeon and can be defeated multiple times. It is relatively weak. Regional bosses and world bosses are located in the wilderness area. After being defeated, they will respawn after a period of time. Refresh is a term used by professionals. There are different ways in which a true boss is born. Some of them grow up from monster groups, become the highest leaders, and thus transform into bosses. The Bone-Eating Demon Lord, on the other hand, was born from a special environment. Regional bosses operate in a specific area. For example, the Ironclaw Lion King boss lives in the Silent Forest, and will not leave this area. World bosses are different. They can leave their birthplace, making them more threatening. According to the guide, the drop rate of the job change certificate is 100% when defeating the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. Moreover, the instant cast mage job change certificate that was dropped, although it is only of the elite level, is comparable to a rare level job based on the talent effects of previous job changes. At this moment, a beam of light rushed in from the horizon. It was Jiang Yuan riding the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix. The Spirit Phoenix spread its wings, enveloped in a jade-like luster and spiritual light, forming a stark contrast with the dark demonic energy of the wasteland below. Its keen spiritual sense detected the area where the demonic energy was most prevalent, and immediately flew towards it. Jiang Yuan sensed something was wrong even before he got close. The outer perimeter of the bloodless wasteland was surrounded by several light screens engraved with runes, and dozens of well-equipped high-level professionals were stationed at various points along these screens on guard. Above their heads, they all wore the logo of Tianzi Guild. In addition, hundreds of guild members formed an assault formation and are slowly advancing into the depths of the wasteland. Jiang Yuan had never heard of the Tianzi Guild, but he figured it was a family guild in Dongke City. Guilds are divided into unofficial guilds and official guilds. Professional guilds like Songjingran's belong to official organizations. The Tianzi Guild is a civilian organization. Just as described in the guide. World bosses like the Bone-Eating Demon Lord offer extremely rich rewards for defeating them, and once they appear, guilds will be scrambling to kill them. Jiang Yuan encountered the situation described in the guide, guilds monopolizing the venue. Clearly, the Tianzi Guild had already discovered the whereabouts of the Bone-Eating Demon Lord and had set up a blockade in advance, effectively monopolizing the area. Within the Federation, once a high-level world boss appears, it is often snapped up by powerful professional guilds. They would monopolize the boss by blocking off areas and organizing raids in order to obtain rare resources such as top-tier treasures and equipment. Ordinary professionals simply cannot get involved. Not only do they deal with bosses, but the guild also frequently blocks out monster areas, preventing solo players from entering. This is not the first time the Bone-Eating Demon Lord has appeared, nor is it the first time the Tianzi Guild has killed him. Therefore, their actions not only appeared meticulous but also effortless, as if victory was assured. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly as he looked down at the guild team standing ready for battle. It let out a clear cry like a phoenix from the spirit ruins, its eyes warily fixed on the front. "Unauthorized personnel, please leave immediately!" A small team of professionals, riding flying mounts and bearing the insignia of the Tianzi Guild, shouted at Jiang Yuan with unfriendly expressions. "Is this your Tianzi Guild's private territory? Are you really so domineering that no one can control you?" Jiang Yuan's tone was cold and utterly impolite. His purpose in doing so was to obtain the instant cast mage class change certificate dropped by the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. Since they've come for the Bone-Eating Demon Lord, they might clash with the Tianzi Guild over the fight for the boss. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't be polite in their words. According to the guide's description, The birth cycle of the bone-eating demon lord can be as short as 10 days or as long as 3 to 5 months. If we miss this kill, the next time the bone-eating demon lord appears, it will be at least 10 days. As for purchasing job change certificates from the Tianzi Guild, the difficulty is comparable to ascending to heaven. As a high-burst magic class, the instant cast mage's job advancement certificate is extremely rare. Almost all guilds prioritize internal use of these resources, allocating them to promising core members within the guild to enhance the guild's overall combat strength and solidify its position in the region. Instead of being like the Heavenly Book Pavilion, which only cares about making money. This place has been booked out by our Tianzi Guild. Don't refuse a toast offered politely, you'll be forced to drink a penalty shot. Anyone who offends someone from our Tianzi Guild will never have a good ending. Seeing Jiang Yuan speak so rudely, she was filled with anger. Within the territory of Donkey City, the Tianzi Guild acts with extreme arrogance and domineering behavior. Not only is the guild powerful, but it also has a strong and profound background. Chapter 53: The World Boss of the Abyss, the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. Then I'd like to see what happens. Jiang Yuan did not back down in the slightest. Did that make him give up? That's impossible. Even if he misses this opportunity, next time he will encounter Tianzi Guild or other guilds booking the venue, and he will have no chance at all. Jiang Yuan's gaze swept over the group of people in front of him. Above their heads, besides the guild name, there are also ranks. The professional who spoke with Jiang Yuan was level 103, but his profession was not displayed. The reason for displaying the level is to demonstrate strength and deter other professionals from entering the Tianzi Guild's territory. Captain, what do we do? The opponent doesn't seem weak. Although the professionals were angry, they were also somewhat afraid when they saw Jiang Yuan's domineering attitude. In the past, this tactic had always been effective. Many solo players would be terrified and run away at the mere mention of the name of the Tianzi Guild. But to my surprise, it stopped working today. Especially when they saw the spirit void demon phoenix under Jiang Yuan's feet, exuding a powerful aura, it was clear that it was a high-level battle pet, much more powerful than the flying mounts they were riding. Those who possess such powerful battle pets are definitely not ordinary people. Go and inform the president, I'll stay here and keep watch. The man known as the captain suppressed his arrogant expression and spoke in a low voice. Despite his arrogant and domineering demeanor, he has a very sensitive side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to be in charge of the outer defense line. After realizing that the reputation of the Tianzi Guild had not deterred Jiang Yuan, he did not continue to press the matter aggressively. Instead, they retreated to the sidelines. They neither continued to drive Jiang Yuan away, nor did they leave. Are you going to rob us? Jiang Yuan ignored the others and began to carefully observe the Tianzi Guild's defenses, lost in thought. The professionals responsible for defense on the perimeter of the Tianzi Guild are not even considered the guild's core members. Nevertheless, many people have reached levels above 90, and even several levels above 100. That is, the fourth turn. Such professionals would be qualified to be leaders of powerful factions or heads of families in Shanghai City. The professionals responsible for besieging the bone-eating demon lord in the bloodless wasteland are only stronger. There might even be fifth-tier professionals with levels higher than 120. No wonder they dared to book the entire venue. Their financial strength is truly extraordinary. Although Donkey City is not as prosperous as it was 300 years ago, it still has a very deep cultural heritage. It's not difficult for the Tianzi Guild to snatch the boss. Jiang Yuan weighed the pros and cons. The Tianzi Guild is, after all, a local force in Donkey City, and it may have a powerful background behind it. As far as he knew, there were not only high-level professionals in Donkey City, but also quite a few of them. As outsiders, forcibly seizing the boss is undoubtedly a provocation against Donkey City. Although booking out an entire venue is an overbearing act, almost all forces do it this way. It's a tacit, unspoken rule. Jiang Yuanruo's attempt to forcibly steal the monster is actually unreasonable. Boom! Just as Jiang Yuan was secretly observing, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly came from the depths of the bloodless wasteland. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying surge of magical energy, far exceeding anything seen before, swept across the entire area, even staining the clouds in the sky a dark, bloody hue. Jiang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and looked in the direction of the sound. The bone-eating demon lord, who was originally fighting against the main force of the Tian-Su guild, suddenly had its demonic flames surge, and black lines cracked on its body. Thick abyssal demonic blood gushed out from the lines, making its already ferocious body even more terrifying. "It's the Abyss demonization! It has activated the Abyss bloodline!" Exclamations of surprise came from the Tian-Su guild members in the distance. Like professional players, monsters can also be leveled up. Upgrading in this way can only improve one's strength to a limited extent. However, unlike professionals, monsters' strength is affected by some special factors, causing it to surge. For example, the Iron Claw Lion King underwent a mutation and evolution, resulting in a significant increase in its strength. Even more terrifying than mutation and evolution is the abyssal demonization. Commonly found among demonic creatures from the abyss, or monsters affected by the corrupting influence of abyssal demonic energy. Oh my God! With the spiritual enhancement from the spiritual phoenix of the spiritual ruins, Jiang Yuan clearly sensed that the level of the bone-eating demon lord was rapidly increasing. In a short time, it jumped from level 120 to level 150, and even quickly surpassed level 150. It's important to note that levels 120 to 150 fall within the 5th tier. And anything above level 150 is rank 6. Only a 6th tier professional can deal with this kind of 6th tier monster. Moreover, this is a super world boss corrupted by the abyss. World boss. Demon bloodline. Abyss demonization. With several buffs, the bone-eating demon lord's combat power skyrocketed, becoming extremely terrifying. Even a fully organized team of 6th-tier professional players might not be able to handle it. The team responsible for dealing with the bone-eating demon lord this time is the most elite main force of the Tian-Su guild, whose members are basically at the 4th job advancement level. The team's captain and vice-captain are both 5th-tier professional players. They had killed the bone-eating demon lord more than once. Unexpectedly, the extremely rare abyss demonization actually occurred to the bone-eating demon lord, instantly turning him into a terrifying 6th-tier being. The sudden turn of events plunged the professional players on this team into a desperate situation. Pfft. On the battlefield, the bone-eating demon lord was shrouded in dark demonic energy. With just a swing of its claws, it severely injured 3 core members of the guild. The dark demonic energy spreading around him had a strong corrosive and paralyzing effect, and a large number of guild members fell into the demonic energy, suffering heavy casualties. Priests, quickly dispel the abyssal demonic energy. All of you tanks, push forward. Even if you die, hold it back. Everyone else, cover each other and get out of here immediately. Upon seeing this, Hijing, the guild leader of Tian-Su guild, roared and ordered a retreat. However, the corrupted bone-eating demon lord was much faster than before. Several jet-black demonic blood rays shot out and pierced through the bodies of several tanks who were trying to resist. In a short time, the Tian-Su guild was routed and suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the guild members on the outer perimeter were terrified, their defenses completely breached, and many scattered and fled. Fearing that he would be too late, he was killed by the bone-eating demon lord. The opportunity has arrived! A glint of light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Crisis, danger always hides opportunity. This is a dangerous predicament for the Tian-Su guild. But this was Jiang Yuan's perfect opportunity to make a move. Without further hesitation, he patted the spirit ruins demon phoenix on the back. The latter understood immediately and flapped its wings, swooping down into the depths of the wasteland. In the name of the god of flames, burn to ashes! In his state of being possessed by the flame god, Jiang Yuan gathered a vast amount of fire elements around him and unleashed the special effects of the heaven-burning meteor without hesitation. In terms of damage and attack power, the burning meteor is undoubtedly the strongest. The moment he finished speaking, the flames around Jiang Yuan suddenly erupted and shot straight into the sky. A vast expanse of fiery starry sky coalesced above the bone-eating demon lord's head, and countless meteorites burning with raging flames fell from the sky, bombarding the bone-eating demon lord like a torrential rain. Boom, boom, boom! Fiery meteors hurtled down like shooting stars, and continuous explosions echoed across the wasteland. Flames and smoke shot into the sky, completely engulfing the figure of the bone-eating demon lord. Chapter 54 High-Level Fire Magic? Let's start with 100. The sky was completely dyed red by the falling fiery meteors. Even the barren wasteland, which had been polluted by the demonic energy of the abyss for many years, was transformed into a sea of fire burning with pale golden flames at this moment. Meteorites, burning with raging flames, rained down as if they were free, causing the earth to tremble violently. Such a devastating apocalyptic scene left everyone utterly shocked. Those Tianzi Guild members who had managed to escape stopped their retreat and looked up in shock. High in the sky, a fiery figure like a god stood tall, while a blue phoenix circled beside it. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, a powerful expert who controls the power of fireworks came to their aid. It was him! The professionals who escaped the dangerous scene on their flying mounts felt a chill run down their spines and were filled with lingering fear when they saw the crimson gold figure high in the sky. He had just spoken rudely to that powerful figure. That's practically suicide. Fortunately, the powerful figure did not hold it against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Who is that person? When did such a top-tier fire mage appear in Tianzi City? This meteorite is terrifying. Could it be a forbidden fire spell? After fleeing, the professionals from the Tianzi Guild quickly regrouped. Many ordinary guild members who sustained minor injuries had long since lost their previous guarded demeanor. Some slumped to the ground, while others stared intently at Jiang Yuan, their eyes filled with a mixture of pleading and anticipation. The power of a fire-based forbidden spell is enough to destroy a giant city. Its power is far greater than this. It's not a forbidden fire spell, but it's definitely a high-level fire magic. Then we're saved! There's definitely hope now, but the boss is gone too. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Unexpectedly, a seemingly foolproof battle took an unexpected turn. Although this wasn't the first time they had encountered monsters and been corrupted by the abyss. However, the bone-eating demon lord was originally an abyssal demon creature. After undergoing abyssal demonization again, his level increased by dozens of levels, which was simply outrageous. Let's take a count and see how many people have died. He Jing, the guild leader of Tianzi Guild, looked disappointed. This incident caused heavy losses to the Tianzi Guild, with more than half of the main team members killed. Almost all of the remaining members were injured and covered in dark demonic energy, and their treatment would likely be extremely expensive. As a result, the strength of the Tianzi Guild will decline, and it may lose control of the bloodless wasteland. That boss should be dead by now. After the meteors fell one by one, everyone looked back at the battlefield, and their expressions all changed. The bone-eating demon lord stood calmly in place, the demonic flames on his body only dimmed slightly, and only a few shallow burns remained on his body. Even more alarming is that the wounds on its body are covered in dark demonic energy, and are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the dark demonic blood flowed, his injuries healed rapidly. The professionals of the Tianzi Guild were completely thrown into chaos, their reactions varying but all revealing a shared sense of fear and bewilderment. It's over, this bone-eating demon lord has become so terrifying. That powerful figure might not be able to deal with it. Quickly report to Donkey City and request the authorities to dispatch high-level experts to take action. Otherwise, if the bone-eating demon lord were to rampage, countless people would likely die. The first to regain his senses was guild leader He Jing. He gripped his blood-stained longsword, his face ashen as he stared at Jiang Yuan and the bone-eating demon lord, his Adam's apple bobbing a few times. Senior, please hold off this beast. The powerful warriors from Donkey City will arrive shortly. He Jing shouted loudly. He can only place his hopes on Jiang Yuan now. Roar! On the battlefield, the bone-eating demon lord's size swelled to tens of meters, and it let out an even more ferocious roar towards the sky. Its wounds, which had healed, burst open again in a fit of rage, and jet-black demonic blood gushed out mixed with blazing demonic flames. His scarlet pupils were fixed on Jiang Yuan in midair, clearly enraged by the heaven-burning meteor attack. In its eyes, this tiny human dared to challenge its authority, and even if it unleashed a powerful fire-type skill, it was nothing more than a mayfly trying to shake a tree. After being corrupted, it was confident that no one could defeat it, and in its eyes, Jiang Yuan was already a dead man. Sensing the terrifying killing intent of the bone-eating demon lord locking onto him, Jiang Yuan remained expressionless, showing no intention of backing down. It seems that sending out the blazing meteor isn't enough. Jiang Yuan was somewhat surprised by the power of the bone-eating demon lord. Based on Jiang Huanger's perception of the aura, she roughly judged that the level of the bone-eating demon lord should be around level 170 or 180. This means that the rank is only 6th. He did not break through to the 7th rank and become a high-ranking being. Even with a 100,000-fold amplification factor, Ren Jiangyuan might not be a match for a 7th-tier Abyss Demon World boss. It's possible that the terrifying damage from the 7th-tier boss will kill him before he can even finish him off. But if it's only at the 6th rank, then there's no need to worry too much. Let me show you what real flames are like. Another fiery meteor shower descended from the sky, with even more meteors than before crashing down with an aura of destruction. The number of flaming meteorites is no longer measured in individual pieces, but rather in batches, countless in number. The members of the Tianzi Guild in the distance all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The power of high-level fire magic is well known, but it also consumes a massive amount of mana. Even high-level mages may not be able to continuously output high-level magic. After all, in addition to mana consumption, there is also skill cooldown time to consider. The cooldown time for high-level skills is generally measured in days. However, the fiery figure in the sky seemed unaffected by this restriction, continuously unleashing terrifying fire magic that could ignite meteors. Woohoo! The bone-eating demon lord roared and swung its claws to defend itself, but the bombardment of meteors was relentless. Just as it blocked one wave, the 10th wave, the 20th wave, followed one after another. Despite its incredible defense, it also boasts a thick health bar that resembles a barcode. However, the damage from the flame meteor is also incredibly high. In particular, the accompanying blazing flames were a rare and high-level flame that directly burned through the Dark Demon Lord's armor. Jian Yuan hovered in midair, continuously unleashing his skills. To outsiders, Jiang Yuan appeared like a god of magic, unleashing incredibly powerful high-level fire magic. In his own view, it was simply a fireball spell that amplified damage by more than 100,000 times and had special effects. As for the cooldown time? Sorry, I'll take it in a second. Mana consumption? It only has 2 points. Since we don't have enough, let's start with 100. This is perhaps what makes the system so terrifying. Therefore, even if Jiang Yuan's highest burst damage is only equivalent to a 6th-tier peak archmage, it might only be equivalent to that of a Grand Magister. However, in terms of sustained damage output, even a 7th-level mage cannot match it. Chapter 55: The Shocks Among the High-Ranking Officials of Donkey City. Rumble. Only the roar of bombarding meteorites, the sound of exploding flames, and the gradually weakening roar of the bone-eating demon lord remained between heaven and earth. Initially, the bone-eating demon lord was able to withstand the attack thanks to his powerful physique and rapid recovery ability. However, after being bombarded by hundreds of rounds of blazing meteors, the demonic flames on its body were completely extinguished, and its black scales were burned away, revealing its bloody and mangled body underneath. Its recovery speed also became slower and slower. Each meteorite strike leaves a deeper wound on it, and thick demonic blood stains a large area of wasteland red. After an unknown amount of time, and after countless meteor showers of burning stars, a mournful wail echoed across the wasteland. The bone-eating demon lord's massive body could no longer hold on, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The abyssal demonic energy on its body quickly dissipated and finally turned into wisps of black smoke and was completely annihilated. A super boss in the abyss demonized world with a level close to 180. Ultimately, it couldn't withstand Jian Yuan's relentless bombardment of fire magic. All the professionals present, including He Jing, the guild leader of Tianzi, froze on the spot, staring dumbfounded at the huge boss corpse on the wasteland. They then turned to look at Jian Yuan, their eyes filled with extreme shock and awe. The scene they just witnessed was so utterly mind-blowing. The continuous release of high-level fire magic was beyond anything they could imagine about a strong person. Even a high-level mage probably couldn't do that. After a moment of silence, someone gasped. Immediately afterwards, low gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd, but no one dared to make a loud noise, as if afraid of disturbing the mysterious and powerful figure who resembled a fire god. Donkey City. Almost all base cities are designed with an emergency early warning center to deal with emergencies. The early warning center in Donkey City is more than 10 times larger than that in Shanghai City, and it is located near the Rift Valley, making it dozens of times more likely to experience a crisis than other base cities. Therefore, the Federation attaches great importance to this, and all kinds of equipment are top-notch, as well as many rare treasures to assist it. The staff present were mostly highly capable professionals. They are at least at the level of mid-level professionals. Without reaching level 4, one cannot even enter the gate of the early warning center. Dark demonic energy exceeding the standard has been detected in the northern barren wasteland. Signs of abyssal demonization have been detected. The target has been identified as the Lord of the Bloodstained Wasteland, the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. All information regarding the Bone-Eating Demon Lord has been retrieved. The Bone-Eating Demon Lord is undergoing abyss demonization. Demonization successful, level has surpassed 120. The level is rising, level 130, level 150, level 170. Good news! The level of the Bone-Eating Demon Lord has stopped increasing. The target level is 180. However, the possibility of the Bone-Eating Demon Lord further demonizing cannot be ruled out. Risk level assessment, level 7, temporary. Solution: immediately dispatch at least one high-level professional or a team of no fewer than 10 elite 6-tier professionals to kill the enemy and prevent the situation from escalating. The warning center kept flashing red lights, and multiple screens displayed images and information about the Bone-Eating Demon Lord and the Wasteland of Bones. In the real-time monitoring footage, members of the Tianzi Guild were being killed in droves, their heads rolling as they fled in disarray. What a turbulent time! Fan Jian, the head of the early warning center, raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to his subordinate's report. His position was extremely high, comparable to that of the city lord of Donkey City and the commander-in-chief of the Donkey War Zone. In special circumstances, they have the power to command the official military, direct all non-official forces, and mobilize all professionals in the city. Is there anything unusual about Rift Valley? Fan Jian suddenly asked. No anomalies have been detected so far. Should we increase monitoring? The subordinate answered immediately. Raise the monitoring level to level 7. Fan Jian pondered for a few seconds before speaking. Okay. What about the bone-corroding demon lord? Should we immediately dispatch professionals to kill them? According to intelligence analysis, the bone-eating demon lord, as a world boss, will likely emerge from the bloodless wasteland and wreak havoc in the surrounding area after his power increases dramatically, endangering the lives of professionals. In particular, the bone-eating demon lord, as the vanguard of the Abyss army, once invaded and captured Donkey City. He was later killed by the Federation's powerful figures, and he probably still harbors the obsession of invading Donkey City. The subordinate continued. Fan Jian fell into deep thought and did not answer immediately. Although Donkey City is not lacking in high-level experts, each of them has their own responsibilities and bears heavy burdens. As for sending a team of 6-tier professionals, he was worried that the bone-eating demon lord's strength far exceeded the surface data, and that if he were to become demonized, it might lead to the complete annihilation of the 6th-tier elite team. For Donkey City, it is absolutely crucial to avoid any serious loss of high-end combat power. Otherwise, we will be unable to cope with the next demonic tide crisis. With the power he currently holds, he can at most temporarily conscript 2 high-level experts. Sending a high-level expert is not a safe option. If it's the 2 of you, you'll probably have to pay a huge price. Where is the Divine Wing team now? Fan Jian asked. They just returned from the desolate city and haven't had time to rest yet, but I've already prepared them for battle. With only 5 members in the Skywing squad, the chances of defeating the bone-eating demon lord are not high. There's a 50% chance that everyone will be wiped out. The subordinate quickly replied. Send them to the blood-stained wasteland to stabilize the situation. There's no need for a direct confrontation with the bone-eating demon lord. If the bone-eating demon lord's level remains stable at 180, I can personally go and deal with him. Fan Jian thought this was a solution. But if he makes a move, it must be swift and decisive. After defeating the bone-eating demon lord as quickly as possible and quelling the crisis, return to Donkey City immediately. Otherwise, if he leaves for too long, it might cause even bigger trouble. Director, there's something unusual going on in the bloodless wasteland. High-level fire elemental energy fluctuations detected. A fire mage, possibly at the 6th or 7th rank, has appeared. On the large screen of the early warning center, the image quickly switched to a crimson-gold figure standing high in the sky. With a wave of his hand, countless fiery meteors crashed down on the barren wasteland. When they saw that the bone-eating demon lord was still unharmed despite the bombardment of the heaven-burning meteorite, many staff members in the early warning center changed color. The strength of the bone-eating demon lord clearly exceeded their expectations, and the level of danger needed to be further increased. At this moment, they couldn't help but worry about the fire mage. But in the next instant, everyone saw a scene they would never forget in their lives. Batch after batch of flaming meteors crashed down, completely engulfing the figure of the bone-eating demon lord. This terrifying strength and astonishing sustained output capability have already exceeded their comprehension. Seeing this scene, even though the staff at the early warning center had seen many big events, they were still shocked. Just like the Tianzi Guild members who were watching on site, they were all shocked. Chapter 56. An amazingly generous reward. Golden Legendary Achievement. Gaze from the Abyss. Who is this person? Fan Jian was startled and stood up from his chair, his eyes filled with surprise and doubt. He recalled the fire mages he had seen before, but couldn't place any of them. When did such a powerful figure appear in Donkey City? He didn't receive any messages no matter how many times he checked. To be honest, while the level 180 bone-eating demon lord is a significant threat, it is at least within a manageable range. However, the danger and instability of a 7th-level Dharma Saint whose origins are unknown are even greater. Based on a comprehensive assessment of its fire magic attack methods and damage values, it has an 80% similarity to the 6th-tier Ash Sun Meteor, a 72% similarity to the 7th-tier Flame Starfall, and a 51% similarity to the 8th-tier Blazing Sun Explosion. During the character matching process, there is no one in Donkey City who resembles this person. The highest similarity is less than 20%, so the possibility of someone from Donkey City is temporarily ruled out. According to the federal database, Gu Jingzi, the fire mage of southern Xinjiang City, has a 35% similarity, while the Holy Flame Emperor of northern Tsang has an 18% similarity. The mysterious fire mage codenamed Flame God has an 82% similarity. If you had the Blue Phoenix beside him, the resemblance is as high as 95%. Soon, staff members compiled a report based on the comprehensive intelligence. Claiming to be a federal official, but their specific identity is unknown? Fan Jian frowned as he looked at the information about Flame God. However, his expression relaxed when he saw the friendly relationship section. Has the Divine Wing team set off yet? Fan Jian now. We've already flown to the bloodless wasteland and will arrive at the scene in a maximum of 3 minutes. The staff responded. Let them try to contact and communicate with the Flame God, thank him for killing the bone-eating demon lord, and express the gratitude of Donkey City. If the other party resists communication, never provoke them. Immediately update the database information of Ember God and increase the danger level to 7.5 stars. Ding! Defeat the level 180 Abyss World Boss, the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. Gain 300 billion personal experience points, 8 million skill experience points, a full set of Abyss Demon Lord armor, 7 pieces, a full set of Bloodstained armor, 5 pieces, 1 Abyss Pass, permanent, 1 Demon Lord's Heart, 1 Abyss Demon Lord's Mark, 1 Bone-Eating Legion Tiger Talisman, and 1 Class Change Certificate, Instant Cast Mage. Ding! You have earned the achievement. World Boss Slayer Purple. For the first time defeating a world boss of level 100 or higher, and received an additional 100 attribute pages, no tier, no restrictions. Ding! You have earned the achievement. Gaze from the Abyss Gold. For your first kill of a level 180 Abyss World Boss, and received an additional 200 attribute pages, no rank, no restriction. At the moment the bone-eating demon lord fell to the ground and died. A series of notification sounds rang in Jian Yuan's ears. It must be said that the bone-eating demon lord is a super boss who has been corrupted by the Abyss. Putting everything else aside, the experience points alone are a series of zeros. If you count carefully, they amount to 3 trillion. The experience of a total of 3 trillion. If Jian Yuan hadn't been limited by the level cap, he probably could have reached level 100 by now. What a pity! In addition, the other rewards are exceptionally abundant, with as many as 50 or 60 treasures of various sizes. Jian Yuan's main objective this time, the Instant Cast Mage Job Change Certificate, was actually the least significant reward. Even the equipment that drops is in sets of 2. Abyss Demon Lord set, 7 pieces, and Bloodstained set, 5 pieces. However, the level is very high, at least above level 100, and may even reach level 180. For Jian Yuan, it's probably useless. There is also the Abyss Pass, permanent, which allows you to teleport to a certain Abyss region after activation. This is much easier than entering the Abyss Realm through the Abyss Rift. However, the Abyss Realm is an extremely dangerous place. Even if he now possesses the strength to kill the bone-eating demon lord, once he enters, he will almost certainly die. Getting in is easy, but coming back alive is practically impossible. There are also many high-level treasures, such as the Heart of the Demon Lord, the Mark of the Abyss Demon Lord, and the Tiger Talisman of the Bone-Eating Legion. Its specific function is currently unclear, but it is certainly not an ordinary object. Judging from the name, it is clear that it is closely related to the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. Once we're back in the city, I'll do some more research and study to see what use it is. In addition to the extremely generous rewards, I also successfully obtained 2 special achievement titles. World Boss Slayer, Purple Epic no longer affected by rank suppression when facing any boss monster. Bonus rewards for killing bosses plus 20%, bonus rewards for killing world bosses plus 30%. This achievement title is very effective. When facing a boss, you are no longer affected by level or rank, which weakens your own strength and reduces the damage you deal. After all, for Jian Yuan, the level of the boss is generally higher than his own. Additionally, there is an increase in rewards for defeating bosses. This means that he will get more rewards from killing bosses in the future, whether they are dungeon bosses, secret realm bosses, or world bosses. The highest level world boss can even reach 50%. As for the second achievement title, its level has reached the Golden Legendary. The Gaze from the Abyss, Golden Legend. When you gaze into the Abyss also gazes into you. When facing abyssal creatures, including demonized creatures influenced by the Abyss, either side is affected by rank suppression. Damage dealt to abyssal creatures is increased by 200%, and damage received from abyssal creatures is increased by 200%. The chance of obtaining treasures by killing abyssal creatures is increased by 100%, and you will incur the hatred of abyssal creatures. As expected of a legendary gold achievement title, the effect is indeed excellent. It's a pity it's a double-edged sword. If used well, it's fine. If used poorly, it can actually hurt you. Jiang Yuan fell into deep thought. Similarly, being unaffected by rank suppression means that abyssal monsters cannot use their higher levels to suppress Jiang Yuan. This effect is extremely useful when Jiang Yuan's level is low. If his level is high enough, he will be unable to exert any level suppression on low-level abyss monsters. However, I'm only level 30 now. Even when facing abyss monsters, their levels are generally higher than mine. This effect is good for me for now. As for what happens in the future, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, I've already enjoyed the benefits. After thinking it through, Jiang Yuan realized that he hadn't lost out. The second effect of the achievement title is that both sides can deal an additional 200% damage to the other. Simply put, it's about hurting each other. Finally, the drop rate of loot from killing abyssal creatures increases, but at the same time, it makes it easier to arouse the aggro of abyssal creatures and be attacked. But Jiang Yuan was not without options. That is the special nature of achievement titles. It needs to be worn actively by professionals for it to be effective. This means that when the situation is favorable to Jiang Yuan, he can then equip Gaze from the Abyss and enjoy the benefits of the achievement title. If the situation becomes unfavorable to you, you can voluntarily remove the achievement title. This is a kind of shameless approach. However, it can maximize the effect of achievement titles and minimize their harm. Chapter 57 unlocks the job change quest. The power of the instant cast mage. There are additional rewards for obtaining both achievement titles. There are a total of 300 attribute pages. Unlike ordinary attribute pages, these attribute pages have no rank, meaning they can be used by both job changers and 9-time job changers. Unrestricted, meaning it is not affected by the absorption limit of attribute pages. When Jiang Yuan is spinning, he can absorb a maximum of 300 attribute pages of the same rank. We simply can't use any more. But now there are no restrictions. Another 300 points of spirit attribute. This bone-corroding demon lord is truly my lucky charm. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. The highest possible spirit attribute was 910 points, which suddenly jumped to 1210 points. I never expected that I would break through to 1,000 attribute points before even completing the job advancement. If only there were more attribute pages with no level restrictions. However, obtaining these special attribute pages is not so easy. Next time, even if Jiang Yuan kills the same level 180 Abyss Demon World boss again, you cannot obtain the achievement title repeatedly, nor will you receive any additional rewards. There is an extra reward only for completing the first kill. In fact, there are many ways for professionals to become stronger. It's not just about fighting monsters, leveling up, and changing jobs. Secondly, it's about improving your own attribute values and learning high-intensity skills. Furthermore, equipment and treasures are ways to directly enhance one's combat power. Alternatively, you can acquire some special achievements, as wearing achievement titles can grant various bonus effects. Finally, there are special opportunities. As long as you are brave enough to work hard and strive, it is possible to defy fate and change your destiny. Even some of the most renowned top experts in the Federation climbed up from the bottom. This is why Jiang Yuan, despite being only an ordinary level mage, still believes he has a bright future. It's time to change jobs. Jiang Yuan took out the job change certificate from his spatial backpack. Although this job change certificate is only of elite level, it seems to be different from the regular job change certificates, as it is inlaid with faint gold-edged patterns. At first glance, it looks like a legendary gold-level job change certificate. However, through the strategy guide, Jiang Yuan also learned some secrets. That was the job change certificate dropped by the bone-eating demon lord. Although it was only of the elite level, the bonuses it provided after job change were no less than those of rare epic level jobs. This is why Jiang Yuan chose the most difficult job change strategy. The higher the risk, the greater the potential reward. If it were any other professional, they wouldn't be able to handle even the original level 120 bosses, let alone the level 180 Abyss Demonic boss. Job Change Certificate, Instant Cast Mage Elite. Usage Requirements, Mage Class, level not exceeding 90, class rarity must be common or elite. Job change instructions. This will unlock the instant cast mage job change quest line. If the job change fails, you will be unable to change jobs again for 1 month. After 3 failed job change attempts, you will be unable to change jobs again. The completion rate and evaluation of the job change quests will determine the talent effects and attribute bonuses after the job change. Should we use it immediately? Yes. Jian Yuan confirmed it without any surprise. Ding! You have started the instant cast mage class change quest. Job change quest, the long-cherished wish of the sage Qixioju, protect the Eastern Palace, protect all living beings. Mission introduction. Qixioju, the sage of law, was once the grand commander of the city guard of Donkei City. After 300 years of fierce battles to defend Donkei, facing countless armies of abyss demons, Qixioju led his soldiers in a desperate defense of Donkei City. However, in the end, Qixioju still failed, Donkei City fell, and he was killed in the battle. His only wish before his death was to protect Donkei City. Mission requirements: go to the Eastern Lonely City Abyss's Endless Calamity Dungeon, defend against the invasion of the Abyss Demons, and protect the people of Eastern Lonely City. The longer you defend against the Abyss invasion, the higher your mission completion rate and the greater your final reward. Jian Yuan quickly looked at the job change details. It's basically the same as described in the guide. Ding! Because the job change certificate you used was written in handwriting by the sage Qixioju, a special effect has been activated. Congratulations! You have been temporarily promoted to the second job advancement instant cast mage, elite. Your level cap has been increased to 60, and the talent instant chant of remembrance has been activated, granting plus 300 points to all attributes and an additional plus 300 points to spirit. You also gain a rank bonus of plus 10% to all attributes and an additional plus 10% to spirit. Note: this job bonus is temporary. The final job bonus will be reassessed based on the completion of the job change quest. Another unexpected surprise? Jian Yuan couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This effect is not recorded in any strategy guides. Perhaps it's because of the job change certificate dropped by the level 180 bone-eating demon lord. Looking at it this way, the job bonuses after I finally complete the job change might exceed my expectations. After thinking for a moment, Jian Yuan opened his own attribute panel. Class: Instant Cast Mage, Second Job Advancement, Fake. Rank 30, Experience required to upgrade to level 31, 299, 999/300, 000. Strength, 910, plus 10%. Spirit 1810, plus 20%. Agility, 910, plus 10%. Constitution, 910, plus 10%. Mana 43320/43440. HP 5005/5005. Talents: Spell Mastery, Divine Contract, Summoning, Instant Chant of Requiem. Skills: Fireball, LV30, Gale, LV10, Lightning Shield, LV3, Healing, LV1. Achievements: Mechanical Hunter, White Common, World Boss Slayer, Purple Epic, Gaze from the Abyss, Gold Legendary. Jian Yuan's attribute values have increased significantly compared to before. His mental attribute reached 1810 points. It should be noted that just half an hour ago, Jian Yuan's mental attribute was only a little over 900, not even reaching 1,000. To be precise, with the 20% rank bonus, the mental strength is 2,172 points. The mana value then became 43,440 points. At the current level, each point of spirit attribute can be converted into 10 points of mana. Now, each point of spirit attribute can be converted into 20 points of mana. It seems that I won't have to worry too much about mana consumption when using skills in the future. The increase in mana cap allows Jian Yuan to have a higher sustained output capability in battle. Most importantly, the instant cast mage's talent, Instant Requiem. The true law effect reduces the cooldown time of all skills by 30%. For skills with a cooldown time of less than 1 minute, the cooldown is reduced by an additional 20%. For skills with a cooldown time between 1 minute and 1 hour, the cooldown is reduced by an additional 10%. And for skills with a cooldown time of more than 1 hour, the cooldown is reduced by an additional 5%. Effect 2, Instant Song. When releasing a skill, the chanting and casting time is greatly reduced. If the chanting or casting time is less than 10 seconds, it can be cast instantly. Effect 3. Return of Mana. After casting a skill, if the skill successfully kills at least one target, 1/4 of the mana will be returned. Chapter 58 Divine Wing Team. A gift of gratitude from Donkey City. Hiss. That instantaneous eulogy is truly amazing. No wonder the guide says that although this instant cast mage is only elite level, it is in no way inferior to some rare or epic level classes. Jiang Yuan showed a slight look of shock. The most important point. The talent effect of Instant Requiem is not the final version. If Jiang Yuan's job change quest completion rate exceeds expectations, the talent effect will be even stronger. From this perspective, the cooldown time of all 4 of my skills is currently within 1 minute, which directly reduces the cooldown time by 50%. Even with the healing water spell, Mechanical Hunter first reduces the cooldown by a second, then reduces it by half again, meaning it can be cast every 2.5 seconds. As for Fireball, it only has 0.5 seconds of cooldown left. After doing some calculations, Jiang Yuan realized that choosing the instant cast mage class was indeed the right choice. Fireball, cooldown 0.5 seconds. Gale, 1 second cooldown. Lightning Shield, 2 second cooldown. Hydrotherapy, cools for 2.5 seconds. But besides the cooldown time, instant cast spells also have an important core feature, Instant Song. Therefore, all of Jiang Yuan's skills can be released instantly through chanting. What does this mean? This means that Jiang Yuan can unleash multiple skills within a few seconds. The chanting and casting actions previously took at least a few seconds. But now, Jiang Yuan can unleash 5 skills within seconds. That is, 2 fireballs 0.5 second cooldown, 1 each of Gale, Lightning Shield, and Healing Salve. But this is not the end. If the skill cooldown could be reduced to 0.1 seconds, Jiang Yuan could even unleash 10 skills within a second. This is the true charm of an instant cast mage. Even though Jiang Yuan hasn't officially completed his job change yet, his current job bonuses have already far exceeded expectations. Whoosh! With a thought, Jiang Yuan didn't need to chant or raise his hands. 4 distinct elemental energies quickly surged around him. Scorching, raging flames. A gentle, light breeze. A raging, devastating thunderbolt. Moist and refreshing water ripples. All of this was formed in an instant. And the multiplier for each skill has been increased by 10 times. It seems that increasing the multiplier of all 4 skills to 1,000,000 times is just around the corner. Jiang Yuan closed the attribute panel, his eyes blazing with crimson gold flames as he stared directly at the several figures flying towards him. They stopped when they were about 200 meters apart. Greetings, Your Excellency the Holy Law Master! A clear yet resonant female voice pierced through the embers of the wasteland, striking with unwavering conviction. We are the Divine Wing Squad under the command of Donkey City. We have come to pay our respects to Your Excellency on behalf of Donkey City, as ordered by the City Lord's mansion. If it weren't for your righteous intervention during this calamity caused by the bone-eating demon lord, Donkey City would have been devastated, and countless professionals would have been unable to escape the disaster. The entire city will forever remember this great kindness. On behalf of the tens of millions of citizens of Donkey City, as well as the City Lord's mansion of Shanghai City and the Federation government, I extend my sincerest gratitude to Your Excellency. The speaker was Qingyang, the captain of the Divine Wings team. This is a visually striking female warrior, with a tall and straight figure like a pine tree. Her custom-made silver-black battle armor clings to her body, outlining smooth and powerful lines. The shoulder armor is engraved with outstretched wing patterns, and the edges gleam with a faint magical glow, clearly indicating that it has been enchanted at a high level, which is why she can walk on air. He wore a wide leather belt around his waist, and a long sword with a scabbard inlaid with dark red crystals hung on his left side. Si Junya was not wearing a helmet. His long, dark hair was tied into a neat ponytail, with a few stray hairs sticking to his full forehead, making his eyebrows and eyes appear even sharper. Those eyes were an extremely deep black, strikingly bright, possessing both the decisiveness and fortitude of a warrior, and a respect for the strong, without a trace of flattery. With a high nose bridge, well-defined lips, and a healthy light pink lip color, her jawline taut sharply when she speaks, making her resemble a drawn sword reserved yet exuding a powerful aura. Jiang Yuan glanced at Si Junya and couldn't help but be amazed. It's rare to find such a heroic and uniquely charming female warrior. This is also the most powerful female professional he has encountered so far. Her identity badge floated in midair. It wasn't an achievement title with special effects, but rather the exclusive emblem of the Divine Wings team. Silver-gray wings wrapped around the emblem of Donkey City, a direct symbol of their allegiance, simple yet solemn. Below the emblem, her name, Si Junya, is clearly visible. And level information. Level 169, 6th rebirth. The only thing that was not revealed was their occupational information, which was deliberately concealed. The team members beside her were all composed 6th-tier professionals. They stood solemnly on either side, forming a well-ordered battle line. He was different from the Tang Qiyuan I had met last time. Tang Qiyuan deliberately revealed his rank and profession to demonstrate his martial prowess and status, carrying a deliberate element of intimidation. The Divine Wings team only revealed their rank to avoid arousing Jiang Yuan's suspicion. This was a show of weakness. To avoid causing any unnecessary misunderstandings for the 7th-level Dharma Saint Flame God in front of us. Otherwise, if a team of professional players with unknown combat strength suddenly attacked, anyone would be worried and afraid. It was nothing, no need to thank me. Jiang Yuan waved his hand casually, his tone flat and indifferent. Teams are different from ordinary professional squads. Generally, these are permanent, and require at least 4-tiered strength, fame, and official recognition to be considered a team. Simply put, the team is a professional, official, and highly skilled elite team. Unlike some professional teams, which are temporary groups with varying levels of skill. Unexpectedly, the entire team of 6th-tier professional players on the other side treated him with such courtesy. Of course, this also reflects their recognition of Jiang Yuan's strength. In terms of titles, Jiang Yuan was even referred to as the Sage of Law. The Sage, also known as the Saint-level Archmage. One must reach the 7th level of rank before being called a magic saint. As for whether Jiang Yuan's rank has reached the 7th level, that's not important. Importantly, the power Jiang Yuan just displayed has already reached the level of a 7th-level Dharma Saint. Even Fan Jian, the head of the Early Warning Center, assessed Jiang Yuan's danger level as 7.5 stars. This means that Jiang Yuan is not an ordinary Dharma Saint, or a Dharma Saint who has just entered the 7th level, but a powerful and experienced Dharma Saint. May I ask if you are the powerful figure codenamed Flame God? Si Junya, the captain of the Divine Wings team, maintained a bowing posture until Jiang Yuan finished speaking, then slowly straightened up and asked with sincere eyes. It's me. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. There's really no point in hiding this. From the moment he decided to take action, his identity was destined to be exposed. Even if he didn't admit it, Donkey City could still pinpoint his identity as the Flame God through subsequent intelligence analysis. Lord Flame God, our city lord of Donkey City intends to invite you to serve as a senior guest elder of Donkey City. I wonder if you would be willing? Si Junya's voice became increasingly respectful. Chapter 59 Senior Guest. A Tier 6 Golden Legendary Set. Senior Guest Elder? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. He had assumed the other party was simply coming to express their gratitude and inquire about the post-war situation in the bloodless wasteland, but he never expected them to extend such an invitation directly. This is an attempt to bring him into the Eastern City's camp. Jian Yuan was no stranger to the position of guest minister. The so-called guest advisors are non-official members of the faction who enjoy many privileges. Only professionals with sufficient strength are qualified to be invited to serve as such by the official authorities or large factions. Generally speaking, guest advisors only need to enjoy privileges and do not need to assume fixed responsibilities. Even if official forces make requests for assistance, they have the right to refuse. Senior guest advisors are the best among all guest advisors. The selection criteria for guest elders in Donkey City are already very strict, and the position of senior guest elder is something that only 7th-level professionals can fill. Once he accepted the invitation, he would no longer be an insignificant student at the bottom of society, but an important figure who would have a place in Donkey City and even the Federation. When qualified to attend special events, they can sit on equal footing with the high-ranking powerful figures, leaders of forces, and even the city lord of Donkey City. Their power may not be overwhelming, but their status is absolutely prestigious. Exactly. Si Junya nodded quickly and began to explain the relevant benefits at a moderate pace. Upon becoming a senior guest elder of Donkey City, you will receive official trust and endorsement from Donkey City, and will be invited to participate in various important events of Donkey City and the Federation. If a new high-level dungeon or instance is discovered, you will be eligible to be among the first to enter. Within the territory of Donkey City, you can also enjoy special privileges such as tax reductions and priority exchange of high-level resources. Chi Qingyang paused, then added, "Even if you do nothing afterward, Donkey City will still provide you with a salary subsidy of 1 million gold coins every year." 1 million gold coins is an astronomical figure for ordinary professionals, but for a Dharma saint, it is nothing more than a drop in the ocean and not worth mentioning at all. Oh? What responsibility do I need to take? Jian Yuan, with a clear understanding in his heart, asked calmly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Even if the status of a guest minister is very free and not directly governed by the Donkey City or the Federation government, since they enjoy such generous treatment, they still have to bear the corresponding obligations. Simply offer assistance when Donkey City faces imminent annihilation. Just like today, when the bone-eating demon lord was causing harm, you stepped in to help. But please rest assured, whether or not you take action is entirely up to your personal will. Donkey City will never force you to do so. If you are willing to lend a helping hand, we will definitely reward you handsomely afterward, in accordance with your abilities. Chi Qingyang was prepared and responded sincerely. Can. Jian Yuan thought about it carefully. Becoming a high-ranking guest of Donkey City would be entirely beneficial to him. Moreover, Flame God does not have a legitimate identity, and the Federation government does not actually have absolute trust in him. However, with the endorsement of Donkey City, that identity was already established. If they can help the government solve some problems in the future, they can gain the true recognition of the Federation. This is also one of the benefits of killing the bone-eating demon lord. Afterwards, Jian Yuan received a special token from Donkey City, signifying his status as a high-ranking guest elder. The surface is inscribed with the words high-ranking guest and flame god. The other side depicts a scene of Donkey City. This is the mark of a high-ranking guest elder, who can enjoy privileges in Donkey City and receive preferential treatment in other cities of the Federation. In addition, the special token also has an internal communication group, which consists of some high-level experts or important figures in Donkey City. It is essentially an enhanced version of the teleportation conch that Tang Qiyuan gave him. If anything happens in Donkey City, you can contact Jian Yuan using a special token. Jian Yuan could also use this opportunity to directly contact the officials of Donkey City. You can even get to know more top experts through internal communication groups. So he's infiltrated the upper echelons of Donkey City? Jian Yuan felt that the whole process was somewhat unexpected. Subsequently, Jian Yuan followed the Divine Wings team into Donkey City. Sir, here is the dungeon ticket you requested. After learning that Jian Yuan was going to enter the Donkey Lonely City instance, Chi Qingyang immediately sent someone to deliver an instance ticket. Thank you. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it. The tickets for the Eastern City of Solitude instance are not cheap, with a market price as high as 50,000 gold coins per ticket. Although Jiang Yuan was not short of money, he could not refuse the kindness of others since they had offered him a gift. "Sir, I have a favor to ask," Qi Qingyang said in a surprised tone. "What is it?" Jiang Yuan looked at Qi Qingyang. Unexpectedly, her heroic and dashing style revealed a somewhat timid and coy side. "You killed the bone-eating demon lord, you must have gotten quite a lot of equipment. Would you be willing to sell it to us?" Qi Qingyang asked hopefully. The bone-eating demon lord is, after all, a world-class boss, and one that has been corrupted by the abyss. The quality of the drops is excellent, reaching the legendary gold level. The equipment is divided into 9 levels, corresponding to professions up to the 9th rank. For example, those who change professions can only wear equipment of a certain tier. However, the quality of equipment varies at each tier. Similar to the rarity of professions, they are divided into white, common, green, elite, blue, rare, purple, epic, gold, legendary, and rainbow, mythical. The highest level of the bone-eating demon lord is only 180, and the equipment it drops has a very high probability of being a 6th-tier gold legendary item. As a 7th-tier mage, Flame God's level must be over 180, so he probably wouldn't be interested in the equipment dropped by the bone-eating demon lord. It's highly likely that they don't value the equipment dropped by the bone-eating demon lord. That's why Qi Qingyang made this request. "Yes, there is. A 7-piece Abyss Demon Lord set. A 5-piece Bloodstained set," Jiang Yuan said to her. "It is indeed possible to sell it to you." Jiang Yuan really doesn't need these 2 sets of equipment. It wasn't, as Qi Qingyang thought, that the equipment level was too low. Rather, it's because the equipment level is too high. His actual level was only level 30 after the 2nd job advancement, so he couldn't possibly wear these high-level equipment. "That's wonderful!" Qi Qingyang was overjoyed. She simply waved her hand, and a middle-aged man with a long beard jogged over to their side and greeted them respectfully. This is a senior appraiser from the Dragon Scale Chamber of Commerce. After Jiang Yuan took out both sets of equipment, he immediately conducted an appraisal. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Otherwise, they will be unable to make accurate judgments about the quality and price of the equipment, and will inevitably suffer great losses. The test results came out quickly. The Abyss Demon Lord set is a Tier 6 gold legendary equipment set, suitable for Tier 6 melee classes. The Bloodstained set is of lower quality, being only a Tier 6 epic level equipment, and is also for melee classes. After all, the Bone-Eating Demon Lord is a melee-type boss monster, and the treasures and equipment it drops are closely related to it. When they saw the 2 sets of equipment radiating golden and purple light, Qi Qingyang and the others couldn't help but feel a longing in their eyes. Chapter 60 Exorbitantly Priced Top-Tier Equipment. Keep in mind that they are all 6th-tier professionals who have been constantly farming high-level bosses in order to obtain high-quality equipment that matches their own level. Even so, it is extremely difficult to collect a complete set of epic or legendary equipment. Not to mention, this is a set bonus, which includes additional set bonuses on top of the equipment's inherent attributes. In particular, according to the appraisal results of Senior Appraiser Wen Suan, both sets of equipment are top-tier in every aspect. There's a small reason why this happens. That is, Jiang Yuan is the kind of person who defeats the strong with the weak, killing a level 180 boss at level 30. In addition to the higher drop rate, the equipment attributes are also better. How much are you planning to offer? Jiang Yuan's overall impression of Qi Qingyang was not bad. On the way, he also learned a little about the Divine Wings team. This team, belonging to the official forces of Donkey City, often carries out dangerous and difficult missions. If Jiang Yuan hadn't intervened to defeat the Bone-Eating Demon Lord today, and if Donkey City hadn't been able to send out any high-level experts, the Divine Wings team must go to deal with the Bone-Eating Demon Lord. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of teams like the Divine Wings that the safety of the people of Donkey City can be protected. Therefore, selling these 2 sets to the Divine Wing team will maximize their effectiveness. As for Jian Yuan, he didn't need it anyway, and he would have to sell it sooner or later. It doesn't matter who you sell to. It also allows you to make friends with the Fan Xingwing's team. It can also be considered as expanding one's network of contacts. There was another special reason why Jian Yuan was willing to sell to Qi Qingyang. Because Qi Qingyang is a member of the Qi family. During their previous conversation, Jian Yuan had only inquired a little about Qi Qingyang's family background. Qi Qingyang did not hide anything and directly revealed that he came from the Qi family of Dongke. Yes, it's the same Qi family as Qi Xiuzhu. The Qi family preserves a series of class-change inheritances, including instant cast mage, and many family members who have awakened magic-based professions will also choose to change their class to instant cast mage. However, the Qi family will not pass on its traditions to outsiders. Therefore, none of the 3 guides mention any records of the Qi family's heritage. For now, let's befriend Qi Qingyang. If Jian Yuan wants to advance to the higher-level profession of instant cast mage in the future, he might need to obtain a legacy or professional certificate from the Qi family. Master Wen, could you please name a price based on the market rate? Qi Qingyang was very clever. Even though Jian Yuan was willing to sell, she did not offer a purchase price. Instead, the bid is submitted through a third party. This Master Wen is a senior appraiser from the Dragon Scale Chamber of Commerce. The Dragon Scale Chamber of Commerce is one of the 3 major equipment and arms dealers within the Federation. The Dragon Scale Merchant Guild acted as an intermediary in this transaction and assessed a fair price, ensuring that both parties were satisfied. Otherwise, negotiations will break down due to price, which is not a result that either party wants to see. Based on the origin, rank, quality, and attribute bonuses of this Abyss Demon set, each piece of equipment is worth around 100 million gold coins. The demonized set consists of 7 pieces, and all 7 pieces cost 700 million gold coins. Plus the powerful set bonus, the market price is around 1 billion. Senior appraiser Wen Suan pondered for a while and gave a fair and reasonable price. How much? Jian Yuan was shocked upon hearing this. He didn't know much about the price of the equipment. After all, he didn't have a single piece of equipment on him. Jian Yuan was thinking that since he leveled up quickly anyway, instead of spending time getting equipment that suited him, he might as well stack more amplification bonuses. After all, once you upgrade and advance, you'll need to replace your equipment. It's a waste of time, energy, and money. Jian Yuan expected the Abyss Demon set to sell for tens of millions. But to everyone's surprise, when Suan asked for 1 billion? Jian Yuan had only ever seen such high numbers when he gained experience points from defeating bosses. Ahem. I misspoke. When Suan was so startled by the exclamation of the crimson gold figure before him that sweat poured down his forehead. He assumed that Jian Yuan was dissatisfied with the price. The market price is indeed 1 billion gold coins. But the Abyss Demon set is extremely rare and hard to find, so there's no worry about finding a market for it. Selling it at a 20 to 30% premium is definitely not a problem. If it were put at an auction, it could probably fetch a high price of 1.5 billion gold coins. When Suan continued, Perfect timing! In 10 days, the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild will be holding a large-scale auction, and then... Old one! Qi Qingyang couldn't help but look at Wen Suan. She sent Wen Suan to act as a middleman, not to let the other party steal the equipment. Miss Qi, I didn't mean anything by it, it's just a professional habit, I'm really sorry. Wen Suan realized he had misspoke and quickly apologized. Lord Flame God, I offer 1.5 billion gold coins and humbly request that you sell this demonized armor set to me. Qi Qingyang and his teammate exchanged a few glances, gritted their teeth, and decided to acquire the item at a high price. The quality and strength of the equipment exceeded their expectations. However, the price also exceeded their expectations. This would undoubtedly drain the entire team's savings, and it still wouldn't be enough, so Qi Qingyang planned to borrow some funds from his family. Although the Qi family is wealthy, they need to support many direct and collateral descendants, and it is impossible for them to give her hundreds of millions of gold coins for free. If the funds are temporarily diverted for emergency use and then repaid later, then there is no problem. Once she acquires this Abyss Demon set, her own strength will undoubtedly rise to a new level, greatly enhancing the overall strength of the temple team. Let's make it 1.2 billion gold coins. Jiang Yuan thought about it and decided not to sell it for 1.5 billion. In this regard, he realized that Qi Qingyang and his group did not have enough funds, and the financial pressure of 1.5 billion gold coins was enormous for them. On the other hand, the Abyss Demon set has a market price of 1 billion, and even with the premium, 12 billion gold coins is not a loss for Jiang Yuan. As for putting it in the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild's auction, it might fetch a higher price, but there are uncertainties. Moreover, auctions required the collection of a huge handling fee. Super guilds like the Dragon Scale Chamber of Commerce charge exorbitant auction fees. In the end, they will probably get less than 1.2 billion gold coins, rather than letting the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild profit from the price difference. It would be better to sell it directly to Qi Qingyang. This would undoubtedly make the Divine Wing Squad extremely grateful to him, and they would owe Jiang Yuan a personal favor. Really? Thank you so much, Lord Flame God. Qi Qingyang's almond-shaped eyes, which were usually as deep and cold as a pool, were now surprisingly bright, as if he were looking at his dream god. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan's body was completely hidden under the crimson gold flames, and his appearance could not be seen at all. But I imagine he must be incredibly handsome. Although Qi Qingyang comes from the Qi family and is a 6th-level professional, he certainly doesn't lack money. Even 300 million gold coins was still a huge sum for her. How many monsters would you have to kill to earn that much money? Chapter 61. The huge sum of 1.2 billion gold coins. No need for thanks, consider it a good deed. Next time I have time, I'll pay a visit to the Qi family. You mustn't refuse me. Jian Yuanyu smiled knowingly, his words carrying a double meaning. This is all part of a plan to elevate the instant cast mage class to a higher level. Although Jiang Yuan may not accept the legal profession inherited by the Qi family in the future. But more choices mean more paths. Moreover, it would be a good thing to make friends with Qi Qingyang and the Qi family through this opportunity. There's still a little. When you have a lot of money, it's just a string of numbers. More or less, it doesn't matter to him. Unless it's a treasure that money can't buy, it won't tempt Jiang Yuan. If you're really short on money, then go find a boss monster to kill. It is an honor for the Qi family to have you as a guest. The elders in the family will definitely welcome it. Of course I would welcome it even more, Qi Qingyang said in a very generous manner. The Qi family, as a prominent family in Dongke City, is far more powerful than the so-called 4 major families of Shanghai City. Qi Qingyang alone could easily crush the 4 major families of Shanghai City, and even the entire Shanghai City. Moreover, the Qi family has a history of hundreds of years, and there must be many high-level experts within the family. Befriending him would also become part of Jiang Yuan's network of connections with Taoists. Do you still want this blood-stained armor set? Jiang Yuan asked again. No, we really can't afford that much money. Qi Qingyang hesitated for a long time before reluctantly refusing. They originally planned to buy both sets. However, the price exceeded expectations. Just the Abyss Demonic set is already a bit too much for me. Sir, if you put this bloodstained set on our auction house, we can give you a minimum 5% commission. And we guarantee that the final auction price will not be less than 150 million gold coins. If the auction price is less than 150 million, our Dragon Scale Chamber of Commerce will make up the difference without charging any fees. When Suin quickly spoke up from the side. He also had his own ulterior motives. If the bloodstained set were put up for auction, it would undoubtedly attract more customers and enhance the reputation of the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild. Secondly, although he did not know Jiang Yuan's specific background, he knew that for Miss Qi to treat him so politely, he must be an important person worth befriending. In any case, it's a sure thing for both the Dragon Scale Chamber of Commerce and Wen Suin himself. Then put it at your auction. Jiang Yuan casually tossed the bloodstained set to Wensuan. After that, Jiang Yuan bought a set of second-tier purple epic level top-quality armor set from the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild for 600,000 gold coins. Although Wensuan was somewhat puzzled by Jiang Yuan's request for Tier 2 equipment, he didn't ask any further questions and quickly retrieved it from the Chamber of Commerce. It's a pity that the Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any Tier 2 legendary equipment in its inventory right now, otherwise he would definitely give the best equipment to Jiang Yuan. Wensuan originally wanted to give it directly to Jiang Yuan, but Jiang Yuan didn't want it, and instead bought it at the market price. After all, a mere 600,000 is a tiny sum of money for Jiang Yuan, who is burdened with a huge amount of 1.2 billion. He's not short of money, so why should he take advantage of the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild? As for Qi Qingyang's 1.2 billion gold coins, they were divided into 2 transactions. The pen is worth 1 billion gold coins, stored in an anonymous federal black card, which is accepted by banks worldwide. The other sum was 200 million gold coins, in the form of gold notes, cash. Gold notes can also be redeemed at Rinjia Bank within the federal territory. But the advantage is that even in the wilderness, where there is no signal, you can still make cash transactions with others. In fact, the federal gold note is a circulating currency recognized by most countries and regions around the world, and its uses are very wide. After that, Jiang Yuan purchased a full 10,000 bottles of high-grade psychotropic drugs. High-level psychic potions aren't cheap, they cost tens of thousands of gold coins per bottle. He spends hundreds of millions of gold coins at a time. This terrified Wensuan, Qi Qingyang, and the others. They even thought Jiang Yuan had made a mistake. It's important to understand that while advanced psychotropic drugs are highly effective, they are ultimately single-use consumables. Drink 1 bottle and you'll earn 10,000 gold coins. Even mid to high-level experts only use it during battle. Although we usually have some stock, we only sell a few dozen or 100 bottles at most and store them in our inventory. I've never seen anyone fill tens of thousands of bottles at once. However, for mages, mana is essentially life force, which is combat power, so it's normal to prepare more. Moreover, Jiang Yuan needs to stack skill amplification bonuses indefinitely, which requires an extremely high amount of mana. By the way, he also spent over 1 million gold coins to temporarily expand his inventory to 10,000 slots. 10,000 bottles of advanced psychoactive potions may sound like a lot, but they only take up 100 space slots. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Yuan went to the instance square of Donkey City alone. On the way, Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to check the equipment he had just purchased from the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild. The set is called the Arbiter, and consists of 6 pieces. The entire set of attributes increases strength by 60, spirit by 540, agility by 210, and constitution by 100. It grants an additional 25% increase to spell damage, 15% to spell critical strike chance, 25% to maximum mana, and 30% to mana regeneration. It comes with 2 active skills. These are Judgment Mark. After a skill deals damage to a target, a Judgment Mark will be applied, which will stack and unleash high damage. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Judgment of Fate. When the enemy target's health drops below 20%, there is a chance to trigger an instant kill. The more marks stacked, the greater the chance of an instant kill. Cooldown is 3 hours. And Judgment Imprisonment applies an imprisonment effect to targets marked with Judgment, with a 3-hour cooldown. No wonder it's top-tier equipment that costs 600,000 gold coins. The bonus to the spirit attribute alone is 540 points higher. Jiang Yuan felt that the money was well spent. It should be noted that Jiang Yuan's basic mental attribute value is only a little over 1,800 points. A mage who has just advanced to the 2nd class has a mental attribute of just over 1,000. The 500 plus bonus to mental attributes is equivalent to a 50% increase. The boost to strength is undoubtedly enormous. However, this is a Tier 2 epic level equipment, which is why it has such a high bonus. For other second job class players, assembling a complete set of epic equipment is not so easy. However, the attribute bonuses provided by equipment are not affected by the additional bonuses from rank. 540 points, that's all. And will not receive the additional 20% bonus. Unlike Jian Yuan's own basic spiritual attribute, which appears to be 1810 points, he will actually receive a 20% increase in rank. If you directly advance to the next job level, the increase in rank will be even more terrifying. Just like Jiang Huanger, whose spiritual attributes rank increase reached an extremely high 500%. As for the equipment, although it comes with active skills, it does not occupy the skills slots of the player. However, the cooldown time is too long. The minimum is at least 1 hour. Jian Yuan didn't think much of it. Chapter 62 of the dungeon storyline begins. The Commander-in-Chief of the City Guard. Jian Yuangang tried it out and found that even the skills on the equipment were actually affected by the system after use, and the amplification bonus could be stacked directly. The problem is that once the equipment is changed, he can no longer use the skills. Even if the amplification bonus is high, it won't be of much use. Besides, the cooldown time of 1 hour is enough to stack the fireball spell thousands of times. Therefore, equipment has also greatly improved my strength. Especially the attribute bonuses and additional effects. But the accompanying active skills are really useless. After putting on the Arbiter set, Jian Yuan made a simple assessment. Given that he has plenty of money, as long as he doesn't waste too much time and energy, getting a suitable set of top-tier equipment would be quite good. The Dragon Scale Merchant Guild happens to be one of the largest equipment sellers in the Federation. In the future, we can indeed purchase the equipment we need from the Dragon Scale Merchant Guild. After all, Wen Suan got Jian Yuan a set of Tier 2 epic equipment in less than 10 minutes. Unfortunately, legendary quality equipment is in high demand and Dragon Scale Merchant Guild doesn't have any in stock. Buying a set of legendary gold equipment is not just a matter of money, it's something that can only be obtained by chance. Just like Qi Qingyang, he only had the opportunity to buy it after Jian Yuan killed the bone-eating demon lord. A professional can wear up to 10 pieces of equipment at the same time. It includes 2 weapons, primary weapon plus secondary weapon, helmet, hat, armor, robe, cloak, leg guards, bracers, shoes, and 2 pieces of jewelry, gloves, necklace, bracelet, etc. With the right equipment, a professional's skills can be greatly enhanced. It's just that they spend too much money. In particular, equipment is soul-bound. Once bound to a professional, it cannot be unbound and can only be used by that professional. Even if you change your equipment later, you can't sell the old equipment to others. There are actually treasures that can be used to unbind equipment, but these treasures are extremely expensive, often exceeding the price of the equipment itself. Only some high-level, top-quality equipment can be unbound at a great cost. In addition, equipment has durability. Once it has been used for too long or has been damaged, it will be completely scrapped when its durability drops to 0. In the lives of professionals, a significant portion of the money they earn is spent on equipment and skills. However, equipment will be constantly replaced as the player's skill level improves. Skills, on the other hand, are permanent and follow the professional. Therefore, professionals with limited funds are more willing to spend money on purchasing skills. Secondly, there are the Book of Knowledge and the Pages of Attributes. Finally, there's the equipment. The Eastern City of Solitude instance is a level 0, 200 instance. Anyone with a level of 200 or below can enter. The difficulty of clearing most dungeons is divided into 4 modes: normal, hard, hell, and abyss. Normal mode is the easiest to complete, but also offers the fewest rewards. The abyss mode is the most difficult, but it offers the richest rewards. But Donkey Gucheng doesn't have that, it only has an endless mode. The main task of the instance is to defend Donkey City and resist the invasion of abyssal creatures. Each time you defeat a wave of abyssal creatures, you will receive generous rewards, and you can exit the dungeon with your rewards. The instance can accommodate a maximum of 10 players. Are you entering alone? At the teleportation portal of the lonely city of the Eastern Palace instance, the staff member in charge of checking tickets looked at the crimson gold figure in surprise. although professionals have all sorts of equipment and all sorts of strange outfits. But this was the first time he had ever seen a professional completely enveloped in flames. Jian Yuan responded with a faint sound. Go in. The staff inserted Jian Yuan's dungeon ticket into the slot next to the portal. Jian Yuan stepped into the teleportation array, and the scene before him instantly changed. The sky above the broken abyss mountains was torn apart by a pitch-black rift that stretched across the heavens and earth. Dark purple abyssal miasma flowed along the edges of the rift, like a wound that had been forcibly ripped open by the Tao, swallowing the surrounding light and plunging the entire world into a suffocating gloom. Within the rift, countless crimson points of light flickered the eyes of the demonic creatures. Immediately afterwards, roars and howls pierced the sky, and countless demons poured out of the rift like a black torrent. The low-level shadow-devouring demons curled up into dark clusters, spreading across the mountains like a tide. Blood-found warlocks, wielding bone spears, formed a neat charging formation, shattering rocks as they charged eastward. Even more imposing were the Rift Demon generals, wielding giant axes and cleaving through the mountains blocking their path, followed by abyssal behemoths carrying siege equipment. Wherever the Abyss Demon army passed, vegetation withered and turned black instantly, rocks crumbled, and the world was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. In the distance, the outline of Donkey City stood in the gloom. Although beacon fires had been lit on the city walls and the city guards were lined up in full battle array, they appeared small and fragile in the face of this demonic tide that was enough to devour the heavens and the earth. The vanguard of the demonic tide has reached the plains outside Donkey City, its dark mass blotting out the sky. The deafening roar of the first wave crashing against the city walls mingled with the shouts of the city guards, instantly enveloping the entire area with an apocalyptic sense of oppression. Commander-in-Chief Qi, the Abyss Demon Army is attacking! Please proceed to the city gate immediately to oversee the battle. A loud shout rang in Jian Yuan's ears. Jian Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the tall man next to him who was wearing battle armor. If a regular professional enters the instance, they act as soldiers guarding the city, and ultimately receive rewards based on the number of abyss demons they kill. However, if a player who has accepted the instant cast mage job change quest enters, they will play the role of the Grand Commander of the Eastern City Guard. Ding! You have entered the Eastern Fortress, Abyss's Endless Calamity. Instance story. An unusual event occurred in Rift Valley. High-level experts from Donkey City rushed to provide support, but suffered heavy losses in the battle. Taking advantage of the situation, the Abyss Army broke through the blockade of Rift Valley and launched a direct attack on Donkey City. Instance quest. As Qi Xiuzhu, you, the Grand Commander of the City Guard, please shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting Donkey City. Commander-in-Chief? The fully armed Deputy General was extremely anxious. All soldiers, listen to my command and fight alongside me. Jian Yuan immediately stood up and said quickly. When Jian Yuan arrived at the city, alarms sounded one after another from all over the city walls. Commander-in-Chief! Rift Valley has fallen! The defensive line there has been breached by the demonic tide, and the city lord and others who went to provide support are likely in grave danger. A scout, covered in blood, scrambled towards him. The news spread like wildfire across the city walls, causing panic to flash in the eyes of some soldiers, and a sense of unrest began to creep into the ranks. Silence! The city lord and the others will surely be safe and sound. They fought a bloody battle in the Rift Valley, and we must also defend Donkey City and wait for the arrival of Federation reinforcements. With me here, I will surely defend Donkey City and protect everyone. Jian Yuan remained calm, and his authoritative voice rang in the ears of the soldiers, quickly calming their morale. Chapter 63 The Demonic Tide Army Invades. He learned from the walkthrough that this was part of the dungeon's storyline. Throughout the entire siege, no high-level experts came to the rescue, and Donkey City truly became an isolated city that could only rely on itself to defend itself. However, he holds the title of the city's Supreme Commander, which gives him control over all the city's troops. He can mobilize city defenses, military units, and resources for defending the city, and can even conscript professionals within the city to fight off enemies. From this perspective, it seems that defending the city shouldn't be too difficult. Even with the help of the city's defenses, they were able to withstand multiple waves of demonic attacks. That's definitely right. However, many factors can affect the final score during the job change quest. Resist the onslaught of the demonic tide. Number of demons killed. These are all positive bonus points. However, there are many points that could be deducted. That is, the fall of Donkey City, the heavy casualties among the defending soldiers, and the deaths of the people within the city, will all lower the rating. Even if you mobilize all the professionals in the city to participate in the battle and successfully resist many waves of demonic attacks, the final score will be extremely low because the soldiers defending the city and the professionals in the civilian population suffered heavy casualties. These details are all recorded in the strategy guide, so Jiang Yuan would naturally not make such a mistake. All troops, listen to my command. Close all city gates and strengthen the city's defenses to the fullest extent. No one is to leave the city to fight without my order. Jiang Yuanxian issued a military order. This was to prevent the soldiers defending the city from leaving and dying. After all, the more people die, the lower his rating becomes. As for the rest, it would naturally depend on him, the commander-in-chief of the city guard. Rumble. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, a series of intense tremors shook the earth, signaling the arrival of the second wave of demonic attacks. The massive, dark army of demons swept across the plains outside the city like an endless black sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. The roars, the hooves, and the scraping of armor mingled together into a piercing rumble as it hurtled toward the walls of Donkey City. The main force of this demonic tide consisted of the most numerous shadow-devouring demon soldiers and blood-fang demon warriors, exuding a terrifying and ferocious appearance. This is the vanguard of the demon race. The demon servant army, strictly speaking, is not a true demon creature. Instead, they are monsters assimilated by dark demonic energy, or races that have fallen and sided with abyssal demons, willingly becoming their pawns. Since the invasion of the Abyss, the human forces, led by the Federation, have been resisting it. But some humans have already embraced the Abyss. Of course, in this battle to defend the city, the enemies all rushed out from the Rift Valley, and there was no large-scale enemy human army. According to the strategy guide, there are a total of 20 levels of the Demon Tide Onslaught. This is only the first wave. Mainly Shadow Devourer soldiers and Bloodfang demons, these are high-level demonized creatures. Their numbers are at least 100,000. Jiang Yuan gazed into the distance, where a dark, oppressive tide of demons was rapidly approaching, creating a profound sense of unease. This scene seemed to transport Jiang Yuan back 300 years. Don't underestimate these demon servants just because they are only of a certain rank. Their large numbers make them a force to be reckoned with. Black winds, carrying blood mist, swept across the moat of Donkey City. The armor of the soldiers on the city walls gleamed coldly, yet it could not suppress the suffocating evil aura surging from below the horizon. The warning drums on the city wall beat more and more urgently, and when the first dark shadow pierced the horizon, it spread out like a tide. The demonic tide, the first wave of its attack, has already arrived. Leading the way were hundreds of thousands of shadow-devouring demons, who were not particularly tall, but were as sticky and terrifying as liquefied asphalt. It had no clear facial features, and its entire body was covered with dark purple scales. Dark green pus seeped from the gaps in the scales, and when it landed, it corroded the bricks and stones, leaving black spots. Their bodies are twisted, as if they were entwined with countless shadows, and they move silently, leaving only slippery black trails on the ground. Interspersed among the torrent of shadow-devouring demon soldiers were even more ferocious bloodfang demons. They were taller than the shadow-devourer soldiers, with more robust bodies, their muscles bulging like the roots of an old tree, and veins bulging under their dark purple skin, as if they might burst at any moment. The bloodfang demon's head resembled a mutated wild dog, its mouth stretched out in an exaggerated grin, revealing 2 rows of jagged fangs, each fang stained with dark red blood, with hot blood dripping from its tips. With each breath, It exhaled gusts of hot air carrying a foul stench. "Commander-in-Chief, should we order the troops to launch an attack?" The adjutant beside Jian Yuan, watching the approaching demon servant army, couldn't help but ask. At this moment, the soldiers on the city wall were already fully armed, especially the ranged damage dealers, who were ready to go. "No!" Commander-in-Chief Jian Yuan waved his hand, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, sweeping over the dark mass of demons below. "It's not that I think the city guards are incapable of resisting these demon servants. Instead, these seemingly ugly and evil demon soldiers are all rated. The more demonic creatures he personally kills, the higher his final evaluation will be. If the city guards killed him, then it would have nothing to do with Jian Yuan. Today, I will use the fire that burns the heavens to protect my eastern palace and sweep away all evil." As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Yuan gripped the arbiter's staff, and at that moment, he seemed to have truly become Qi Xiuzhu, the sage of law from 300 years ago. Suddenly, a monstrous heatwave surged around him, and the originally gloomy sky was distorted by the heat. "A meteorite that burns the heavens!" Jian Yuanqing roared angrily and pushed upwards with both hands. In an instant, the clouds in the sky tore apart, and countless crimson meteorites, engulfed in flames, fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The meteorite was entirely crimson, with molten lava flowing across its surface. As it fell, it emitted a piercing shriek as it rubbed against the air, illuminating the entire world and making the shadows of the demon army impossible to hide. Boom! The first meteorite crashed into the torrent of shadow-devouring demons, exploding instantly. Hot lava splashed everywhere, vaporizing hundreds of shadow-devouring demons in the vicinity, leaving only pools of smoky, sticky liquid. Immediately afterwards, more meteorites burning with raging flames followed. Each one that fell created a huge crater. The raging flames spread along the deep pit, forming a sea of fire. The wails of the shadow-devouring demons drowned out the roars of the charge for the first time. Their seemingly tough scales were no match for the impact of the meteorite and the scorching flames, and they shattered and melted one after another. Many shadow-devourer soldiers turned to ashes in agonizing twisting. The more robust blood-fang demons were not spared either. Even though they could barely block small pieces of meteorite with their bone axes, they could not withstand the enormous impact of the falling meteorites. Many blood-fang demons were shaken and their bones were broken before they were swallowed up by the rain of fire falling from the sky. Once their bodies come into contact with flames, they will instantly burst into flames, dragging them into a sea of fire, emitting a shrill scream. Amidst the sea of fire, meteorites continued to fall, the demon army's formation completely collapsed, and the once surging torrent became chaotic and disorderly. They no longer thought of charging forward, but only wanted to escape this inferno. However, their retreat was blocked by a continuous stream of companions surging from behind, leaving them only to struggle in the sea of fire and be burned alive. Chapter 64 Instantly level up to 35. Ding! Kill the level 10 Shadow Devourer, gain 2 personal experience points and 1 skill experience point. Ding! Kill the level 20 Shadow Devourer, gain 30 personal experience points and 1 skill experience point. Ding! You have defeated a level 30 Blood-Fang Mage, gaining 2,000 personal experience points and 2 skill experience points. Ding! Kill the level 30 Blood-Fang Mage, gain 1,200 personal experience points and 2 skill experience points. Ding! Your level has reached 31. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 20 points, an additional 10 points for second job advancement. You can freely allocate 30 attribute points, an additional 10 points for second job advancement, and an additional 10 points for elite level professions. Ding! Your level has reached 32. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 20 points. You can now freely allocate 30 attribute points. Ding! Your level has reached 35. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 20 points. You can now freely allocate 30 attribute points. Jian Yuan heard kill notification sounds one after another. However, he discovered that the experience gained from killing these demon soldiers of different ranks was not high. He remembered that when he killed level 30 monsters before, he would get 5 or 6,000 experience points. However, that was when he was only a few levels high, and killing high-level monsters would give him extra experience. As his level increases, level 30 demon soldiers become low-level monsters to him, and he will naturally receive less experience. Fortunately, there were enough demon soldiers, which allowed Jiang Yuan to level up by a full 5 levels. Now, his base attributes increase by 20 points with each level up, 10 more than when he was transformed. The freedom attribute also gained a full 30 points due to the rank and class bonuses. Class: Instant Cast Mage, Second Job Advancement, Fake. Rank 35, 130,000/410, 000 experience points to level up to 36. Strength: 1010, plus 10%, excluding equipment bonuses. Mental State: 1910, plus 20%. Agility: 1010, plus 10%. Constitution: 1010, plus 10%. Mana: 49440/49440. HP: 5555/5555. Talents: Spell Mastery, Divine Contract, Summoning, Instant Chant of Requiem. Skills: Fireball, LV31, Gale, LV10, Lightning Shield, LV3, Healing, LV1. Equipment: Arbiter 6-piece set, Tier 2 Epic. Achievements: Mechanical Hunter, White Common, World Boss Slayer, Purple Epic, Gaze from the Abyss, Gold Legendary. Jiang Yuan quickly glanced at his own attribute panel. My base spirit attribute has reached 1910 points and is about to break the 2000 mark. What truly pleased Jiang Yuan was that although he was still a pseudo-second-tier instant-cast mage, he could finally continue leveling up. Experience gained from killing monsters will no longer be wasted. Simply utterly pathetic. Give me a few more, and I'll reach level 60. Jiang Yuan stood atop the city wall, his robes fluttering in the heat, his eyes coldly fixed on the carnage below. After an unknown amount of time, when the last meteorite fell, exploding into a sky full of sparks, the flames in the high sky gradually dissipated. The place where the once massive demon army once stood has now become a scorched wasteland, littered with broken scales, burnt bones, and still burning flames. The first wave of demonic attacks ended in a crushing defeat under the terrifying power of the scorching meteor, with all 100,000 demon soldiers being annihilated. Ding! Congratulations on successfully withstanding the first wave of the demonic tide. You can exit the dungeon at any time and claim your rewards. 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 11 seconds remaining until the second wave of the demonic tide attack. A countdown timer appeared in front of Jiang Yuan. The game's design allocates a full 8 hours for resisting and eliminating the first wave of over 100,000 demonic minions. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan wiped out all the demon servants in just a few minutes. For professionals, being able to quickly eliminate the first wave of the demonic tide means having more time to rest and recuperate. If the second wave of demon minions cannot be eliminated within 8 hours, then the second wave will arrive, and the pressure will only increase. Commander-in-Chief, invincible! Unparalleled in bravery! A moment of silence fell over the city walls, then a series of exclamations erupted that echoed throughout the city. The soldiers, whose hearts were still heavy from the ferocity of the demonic tide, looked down at the scorched earth below, then turned to look at the tall, crimson-gold figure on the city wall. Their eyes were first filled with disbelief and astonishment, then completely replaced by ecstasy and reverence. Jiang Yuan's upright posture, like a pine tree, was like an unshakable war god, deeply imprinted in the hearts of every soldier. Someone reacted first, suddenly raising their weapon and roaring with all their might. Commander-in-Chief, invincible! The shouts were like thunderclaps, instantly igniting the entire city wall. The soldiers, who had been tense, could no longer contain their excitement, and raised their weapons, shouting loudly in response. Commander-in-Chief, invincible! Unparalleled in bravery! Commander-in-Chief, invincible! Unparalleled in bravery! Shouts rose and fell, deafening, piercing through the remaining smoke and echoing over the eastern city. Jiang Yuan lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the excited soldiers below, a hint of gentleness flashing across his cold face. He slowly raised his hand and gently pressed it down. The shouts from the city wall gradually subsided, but an irrepressible excitement still surged in the chests of the soldiers. Pass on my orders, maintain full city defenses, increase patrols, and reassure the people. Unless it's an urgent matter, do not disturb me. Jiang Yuan spoke to the adjutant beside him, whose face was filled with awe. As the commander-in-chief of the city guard, he only needed to personally sit on the city wall to prevent the demonic army from attacking the city, and leave the rest of the affairs to his subordinate officers. After dismissing all the officers around him, Jiang Yuan took out a bottle of high-grade psychotropic drug and drank it. Immediately, various elemental energies surged around it. Ding! Using Fireball has increased skill power by a factor of 10, current amplification factor, 10.0356. Ding! Using the secondary Gale technique, skill power increased by a factor of 10, current amplification factor, 10,011.7. Ding! Lightning Shield technique activated. Skill power increased by 1001 times. Current amplification multiplier, 1001x. Ding! Using the water healing technique has increased skill power by 101 times. Current amplification multiplier, 101x. Ding! Using Fireball has increased skill power by a factor of 10. Current amplification factor, 10.0357. Within a few seconds, Jiang Yuan unleashed a total of 5 skills. If it weren't for the skill cooldown time constraint, Jiang Yuan's instant skill casting speed could be even faster. With about 8 hours remaining before the next wave of demonic attacks, Jiang Yuan had enough time to cast over 50,000 fireballs. If this continues, Jiang Yuan will be able to stack the fireball spell to 1,000,000 times its original value around the 16th or 17th wave of demonic tides. Although the official Donkey City recognized Jiang Yuan as a 7th-rank magic saint, it was because he had an extremely high frequency of fire magic output that caused them to misunderstand. Even with the added bonus of a 10,000x effect world-burning meteorite and a 100,000x effect flame god possession, its power would only reach the 6th tier limit at most. It cannot be called a truly high-level fire magic. Chapter 65 10,000x Special Effects, Thunder Spirit Clone and Heavenly River Bathing Spirit. Second and third order are considered low order. Levels 4, 5, and 6 belong to the intermediate level. Levels 7, 8, and 9 are considered high level. The gap between intermediate and advanced levels is like an insurmountable chasm, with an extremely large difference. In terms of maximum output, Jiang Yuan is no match for a true 7th-level magic saint. Jiang Yuan was well aware that this instance could accommodate professionals up to level 200, which meant that a level 200 Abyss Demon boss would inevitably appear in the subsequent battles against the demonic tide. That is, a truly high-level being. To successfully withstand 20 waves of demonic attacks and defeat the final boss, you really need special effects worth millions. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan wouldn't have been absolutely certain he could pass all the checkpoints. It should be noted that in the defense of Donkey City 300 years ago in the original world, it was personally guarded by the real 7th-rank Dharma Saint Chi Xiuzhu, but it still fell in the end. Ding! Using the water healing technique has increased skill power by a factor of 1000, current amplification factor, 1000x. Ding! The hydrotherapy skill's amplification multiplier has reached 1000 times, gaining the special effect, rejuvenation from the brink of death. The near-death rejuvenation effect triggers a rapid reversal of the near-death state when health drops below 10%. Over the next 60 seconds, it restores 10% of maximum health per second, repairs all injuries, and deeply purifies the body from demonic energy, curses, and evil spirits. This effect is passively triggered. It can be triggered a maximum of times per hour. This is essentially a chance to save your life. It was also the key to turning the tide of battle. It's just that as a mage, my health is indeed a bit low, not even 10,000. If applied to a boss, It restores 10% of its maximum health per second for 60 seconds, making it practically invincible. Jian Yuan saw the effect of the near-death experience being reversed. For him, restoring life was secondary. What mattered most was the ability to deeply purify the body of its negative effects. Don't underestimate the words deep purification. This means that even advanced curses or control effects can be completely removed. In the world of professionals, there exists a hierarchy that suppresses combat power. Similarly, the effect of a higher-level skill can completely overwhelm that of a lower-level skill. Just like the common conflict between water and fire. Generally speaking, water can control fire. However, if it is a water-based magic, it is impossible to extinguish a second-tier flame. Just like Song Jingran, a 5th-level water magician, even if he used all his skills, he could not deal with Jian Yuan's blazing flames. Ding! Lightning shield technique activated. Skill power increased by 10,000 times. Current amplification multiplier, 10,000. Ding! The thunder shield amplification multiplier has reached 10,000 times. Special effect Thunder Spirit Clone. Ding! Using the water healing technique has increased skill power by a factor of 10,000. Current amplification factor, 10,000. Ding! The hydrotherapy skills amplification multiplier has reached 10,000 times, granting the special effect, Heavenly River Spirit Bath. The Thunder Spirit Clone can create a Thunder Spirit Clone with the same level, attributes, and appearance as the user. It can be controlled by the Thunder Spirit, and has the ability to act autonomously. It shares the 5 senses and 6 perceptions with the main body, and the main body can control the clone with its mind to check on the clone's status. The Thunder Spirit Clone can absorb the elements of thunder and lightning in heaven and earth as its energy source, and can exist indefinitely until the energy is completely consumed. If the main body suffers fatal damage, it can exchange positions with the Thunder Spirit Clone, unaffected by space or distance. Once this effect is triggered, the Thunder Spirit Clone cannot be formed again for 3 days. Thunder Spirit Clone? Jian Yuan fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Previously, he had been working hard to cultivate the identity of Flame God. It could even be about creating a powerful backing for oneself. The problem is, he's just a person. It's impossible to make Jiang Yuan and Yenshin appear at the same time. However, if they had a Thunder Spirit Clone, they could appear in the same place. They won't let others think they are actually the same person. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning rapidly formed in front of him, eventually coalescing into Jiang Yuan. With his exact physique, appearance, and clothing, basic attributes are shared, but equipment attributes are not. Jian Yuan moved his mind and controlled his clone to raise his hands and take a few steps forward. Jian Yuan could then see the clone's field of vision. In the clone's eyes, a majestic and domineering crimson gold figure stood before it, like an inviolable and blasphemous deity. The feeling of switching between the main and alternate perspectives at any time is truly amazing. In addition, the Thunder Spirit Clone has a huge function. It can protect the main body from secondary death calamities. Is it unaffected by spatial distance? If Lei Ling's clone is outside the instance space, and I am killed inside the instance, wouldn't I be able to teleport to the real world? Jiang Yuan murmured. This is more than just a life-saving skill. If used properly, it can even become a teleportation skill, allowing you to appear billions of miles away from other world planes. If the instant space can do it, then wouldn't the Abyss realm also be able to? Jian Yuan previously obtained an Abyss pass from the Bone-Eating Demon Lord, which allows him to travel to the Abyss. But the worry is that once you enter the Abyss, you may never be able to come back. With the Thunder Spirit Clone, he would undoubtedly have an extra guarantee of survival when entering the Abyss. Even if Jiang Yuan wanted to reach a place tens of millions of miles away, and his main body was unable to arrive in time due to other matters, he could send his clone ahead first, and then his main body could teleport there. The intensity of skill effects is a matter of fact. Whether the skill effects can be maximized is another matter. Just like the slogan that the federal government promotes. There is no strongest profession, only the strongest professional. Jian Yuan looked at the 10,000-fold special effect of the hydrotherapy technique, Heavenly River Bathing Spirit. The Tao River is formed by drawing water from the void, and all targets within its range will receive massive health regeneration, defense boosts, purification, and other effects. After bathing in the waters of the Milky Way for more than a minute, one can gain 3 seconds of immortality. The immortal body means that even if the health is depleted, the person will remain alive and combat capable for the next 3 seconds. If they receive healing after 3 seconds, they will be able to survive. The waters of the Milky Way possess a sacred aura. When used on friendly units, they grant a sacred buff. They also have a powerful restraining effect on abyssal demons and evil creatures, dealing massive additional damage. Truly a top-notch hydrotherapy technique. The special effects obtained are also top-notch. Another life-saving ability for a 3-second true man has been added. Jian Yuan was overjoyed. The stronger the special effects, the stronger his strength, and the more ways he can protect himself. Even when facing a powerful enemy, it would be difficult for them to truly kill Jian Yuan. It's just unknown what surprises the special effects will bring him, when lightning shield and water healing are stacked up to 100,000 times. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, a large number of demonic creatures have appeared near Rift Valley and are heading towards Donkey City. It will only take 10 minutes at most for their army to be at the city gates. The lieutenant came over and whispered a reminder. Chapter 66: The Second Wave of Demonic Tide Offensive. Has the second wave of demonic invasion finally arrived? Jian Yuan gazed into the distance. The smoke from the last wave of the demonic tide had not yet completely dissipated, and sparks were still faintly flickering on the scorched earth. Suddenly, an even more violent tremor came from the ground. The tremor came from the roar of the advancing demonic tide, like thousands of giant hammers striking the ground simultaneously. On the horizon, a dark, surging tide of demons surged forth once more, this time several times larger than the previous wave. Like a moving dark cloud, it blotted out the sun and completely turned the already gloomy sky black. What's even more chilling is that this wave of demonic energy is advancing at an extremely fast speed, accompanied by howling black winds. Interspersed among them were sharp, piercing demonic howls, which contained a ferocity and pressure far exceeding those before, as if they were about to tear one's soul apart. The first to rush to the city walls were still the Shadow Devourer soldiers and Blood-Fawn demons, but their appearances were different. Not all of them are of the highest rank. There are many second-rank individuals among them. The second-tier Shadow Devourer's body was nearly twice as thick as when it was first-tier, and its dark purple scales had become even thicker. The surface is covered with irregular bumps, shimmering with a metallic luster. With such formidable scale armor defense, ordinary attacks cannot even penetrate it. The second-tier Blood-Fawn demons were even more terrifying, their figures rising to nearly 3 zhang in height. Its muscular body was covered with hideous wounds, from which flowed dark red blood that corroded deep pits the size of fists upon landing. Compared to before, it's not just a little bit more powerful. Is the second wave really that strong? Although Jian Yuan had a general idea of the strength of each wave of demonic tides through the strategy guide, he was still able to figure it out. But seeing the massive army of demons before me still left me somewhat shocked. If it were other professionals, without the help of the city guards, they probably wouldn't be able to defend it by themselves or a team alone. Just as the second-tier demonic soldiers surged toward the city wall like a tidal wave. In the middle of the demon army, an even larger figure stepped out from midair. Its head resembles that of a furious lion, but it has 3 scarlet vertical pupils, and its eyes are full of savagery and majesty. A deep scar runs across the bridge of its nose, and a piece of broken armor is embedded in the scar. Behind it grew a pair of enormous black fleshy wings that blotted out the sky when spread out. The wings were covered with fine scales and made a whooshing sound when flapping, stirring up gusts of wind. This is a first-tier, third-level Rift Demon General. It was a full 5 zhang tall, with a body as imposing as a small mountain. Its entire body was covered in thick, dark armor, which was covered with vicious barbs, each as thick as an arm, gleaming with a cold light. If there is a difference in strength between monsters, Those ordinary monsters that evolved from animals due to the changes in the world are undoubtedly the lowest level of existence, just like ordinary level professions among professionals. Above ordinary monsters are mutated monsters, which are essentially the elite among monsters. Above that are monsters that have been corrupted by demonic energy and abyssal corruption, equivalent to rare-level professions for humans. Finally, there are the abyss demons, equivalent to epic or legendary classes, with extremely high attributes and formidable combat power. When facing true abyssal demons, one cannot view them as monsters, or one will suffer greatly. Instead, the abyssal demons should be regarded as a race of beings that possess intelligence similar to humans, but are stronger than humans. Like human professionals, abyss demons can wear equipment. The leader of the demonic army before them, the Rift Demon General, held a huge bone axe in his hand. The axe was 3 zhang long, and the blade gleamed with a dark red light, as if it were stained with the blood of countless living beings. The Demon General of Rift simply stood quietly in the middle of the demon army, and a terrifying pressure spread out. Roar! The Rift Demon General let out a deafening roar, driving the second-tier Shadow Devourer and Blood-Fang Demon Warrior into a frenzy. Their attacks became incredibly fierce, making it difficult for the soldiers on the city walls to even breathe. Commander-in-Chief? The lieutenant stared wide-eyed. Jian Yuan had previously stated that no one was allowed to launch an attack without his order. But now, the demon army has already reached the city walls and is about to storm them. No need to rush! Jian Yuan simply waved his hand lightly. Although the second wave of the demonic army's offensive appeared to be much more intense than the first wave. But in Jiang Yuan's eyes, this was far from enough. Even the powerful Rift Demon General was only at level 90 of the 3rd rank. They're not even level 100, yet they dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. The reason he didn't act immediately was simply to let the demonic army enter his attack range. A mere 3rd-tier demon general dares to act so presumptuously beneath the walls of my eastern city. Just as the soldiers were filled with dread, thinking that Donkey City was on the verge of collapse, the crimson gold figure on the high platform moved once more. Jian Yuan raised his eyes, his gaze piercing through the thick black mist, meeting the crimson vertical pupils of the Rift Demon General. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, an even more intense heat wave surged around him, releasing a terrifying aura without reservation, like a blazing sun hanging over the city wall, instantly dispelling the cold and oppressive atmosphere on the battlefield. A meteorite that burns the heavens! This time, the shout was no longer a thunderclap, but carried a resolute determination capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The high-altitude clouds tore apart again, and this time the falling meteorites were larger and more numerous than those in the first wave of attacks. Each one was enveloped in raging flames and violent energy, with the lava flowing even more turbulently on its surface, and the shrieking sound as it fell almost shattered one's eardrums. The previous heaven-burning meteorite was only a 100,000-fold increase. And now, after a full 8 hours of non-stop skill release, the fireball spell's amplification factor has exceeded 150,000 times. Rumble! The first to suffer were the second-tier Shadow Devourer soldiers and Blood-Fang demons who were charging ahead. The massive meteorite crashed down, and the thick scales that the second-tier Shadow Devourer was so proud of crumbled like paper under the impact. They shattered instantly, spewing lava everywhere and melting their bodies directly. Even the robust body of the second-tier Blood-Fang mage couldn't withstand such an impact. After being struck by the meteorite, the sound of bones shattering was clearly audible, and the bone weapon in his hand turned to dust. The black poisonous fog dissipated instantly under the scorching flames, proving utterly ineffective as a hindrance. Upon seeing this, the Rift Demon General let out a furious roar and brandished his massive bone axe in an attempt to block the falling meteor. But as soon as its bone axe collided with the meteorite, it made a cracking sound, the axe blade shattered, and the huge impact forced it to retreat repeatedly. Its seemingly indestructible dark black armor was riddled with cracks after being struck by the meteorite, the barbs broke off, and blood gushed out from the cracks. Seeing that something was wrong, the Demon General of Rift tried to spread his fleshy wings and escape. However, it was struck by several meteorites that followed, and its massive body was completely smashed into a bloody pulp and annihilated in the raging inferno. Fiery meteors continued to fall, completely crushing the demon army's formation. Chapter 67: The Rank Division of the Abyss Demons. Ding! Killed a level 30 Shadow Devourer, gained 800 personal experience points and 1 skill experience point. Ding! Killed a level 40 Shadow Devourer, gained 3,600 personal experience points and 5 skill experience points. Ding! You have defeated a level 50 Bloodfang Mage, gaining 80,000 personal experience points and 100 skill experience points. Ding! You have defeated a level 60 Bloodfang Mage, gaining 1 million personal experience points and 500 skill experience points. Ding! Defeat level 90 Rift Demon General, Dungeon Boss, gaining 90 million personal experience points, 3,000 skill experience points, 2 pieces of equipment, and 5 pieces of Abyss materials. Ding! Your level has reached 36. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 20 points. You can now freely allocate 30 attribute points. Ding! Your level has reached 40. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 20 points. You can now freely allocate 30 attribute points. Ding! Your level has reached 50. Each of your 4 main attributes has increased by 20 points. You can now freely allocate 30 attribute points. The originally surging second wave of demonic tide was once again completely annihilated by Jiang Yuan's world-destroying heaven-burning meteor. The entire process also took less than a minute. Jiang Yuan's level also successfully reached level 50. If I can eliminate 2 more waves of demonic forces, I should be able to reach level 60. Although each professional needs a massive amount of experience points to level up, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. For Jiang Yuan, however, upgrading was undoubtedly the easiest thing to do, as simple as drinking water. Jiang Shuai's divine power will destroy the evil spirits. Blazing divine flame, protect my eastern palace. With the city secure, the people live in peace. The soldiers on the city wall were once again filled with shock and awe. They looked at the tall figure of the commander-in-chief, who truly lived up to his reputation as a 7th-rank Dharma saint, so terrifying. After a brief silence, someone raised their arm and shouted, and this shout, like a spark, instantly ignited the entire city wall. Immediately afterwards, even louder shouts rose and fell. The soldiers raised their weapons, the clanging of armor and shouts mingling together, resounding through the sky. They transformed their shock and reverence into fervent slogans that echoed for a long time above Donkey City. Even the people inside the city, upon hearing the shouts coming from the direction of the city walls, not only did not feel disturbed, but instead felt extremely at ease, knowing that at least they could get a good night's sleep tonight. Arrange for the soldiers to take turns resting. Jiang Yuan looked up at the darkening sky. This battle to defend the city is not something that can be ended overnight. It is a protracted war. In fact, Jiang Yuan destroyed 2 waves of demonic forces by taking action twice in a row, relying on the strength of his own people. Even if you exit the dungeon now and finish the job change quest, your rating will still be very high. But he didn't do that. Since he was here, he wanted to pursue ultimate perfection, even to the point where no one had ever reached it before. Commander-in-Chief, wouldn't you like to take a rest too? With the fall of Rift Valley, the Abyss Demon Army will likely continue to descend through spatial rifts, and their offensive will only become more and more intense. While your actions have saved the city and boosted the morale of the soldiers, what if higher-level abyssal demons appear later? The adjutant nodded, but his expression was somewhat worried as he reminded Jiang Yuan to conserve his strength. After all, we don't know when the Federation reinforcements will arrive. Although he is a fictional character, he was a real historical figure. In the dungeon world, the characters are living people, with bodies, thoughts, and emotions, instead of NPCs that cannot think. As the only remaining high-level expert in Donkey City, if Jiang Yuan, Qi Xiuzhu, suffers any unexpected mishap, or if he suffers severe losses in the early stages and lacks sufficient combat power in the later stages, it will inevitably lead to serious consequences. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Yuan dismissed his deputy and continued to unleash his skills as if no one else was around. Of course, since all the enemies were dead, Jiang Yuan's skills were not enhanced or had any special effects. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause a huge commotion. As Jiang Yuan unleashed his skills, he pulled out the Book of Knowledge and read through the detailed strategy guides inside once again. With his current strength, he should have no problem getting through the first 10 waves of attacks. After the 10th wave of demonic invasion, the demon army will become extremely powerful. There might even be high-level abyssal demons and boss-level beings. The replica of the lonely city of the Eastern Palace has existed for 300 years. But so far, no one or no team has successfully withstood the 20th wave of attacks. Jiang Yuan looked at the records in the strategy guide. In the past decade, the highest record for resisting the demonic tide offensive has only been the 19th wave. By the 20th wave, all of them had failed. After the Donkey Lonely City dungeon appeared, the Federation organized a team of 200 elite warriors, all of whom were of legendary rarity. Even such a powerful team could only withstand 19 levels at most. It's important to know that reaching level 200 means you've reached the 7th job advancement, making you a high-level professional and a top-tier combatant for the Federation. But I still couldn't pass the level. It's not just that I haven't cleared the dungeon. There is none in real history. Some even speculate that the Eastern City of Solitude's dungeons don't just have 20 levels, but there might be more beyond that, though they haven't been able to complete them yet. This is perhaps what makes the Donkey Lonely City instance so special. There was no real completion of the game. Players who enter the instance can also leave at any time. Otherwise, if you could only exit after completing the game, probably no one would survive. What kind of scene awaits on the other side of the Rift Valley? Through the dim light, Jiang Yuan looked at the enormous cracks that pierced the heavens and earth in the distance. Even from a distance of nearly 100 miles, one can still feel the terrifying abyss aura. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel the urge to go and find out what was going on. But this idea was quickly extinguished as soon as it was born. It's important to know that in the dungeon storyline, almost all the high-level powerhouses except for Si Junya went to Rift Valley, yet they still couldn't stop the invasion of the Abyss demons. Historically, most of the high-level experts who went to support Rift Valley died in that battle, with less than 10 surviving. If the Rift Valley actually exists within the instance world, going there will only lead to an even faster death. Even Si Junya, who was in charge of defending the city, eventually died. After all, this great battle was led by the Dark-Bone Demon Emperor, dispatched by the Abyss Demon God, who personally led millions of demon warriors and countless demon servants to break through the seal of the world passage and successfully invade the real world. The abyssal demons are divided into 10 ranks, similar to the ranks of human professionals. The first rank is called Demon Soldier, the second rank is Demon Warrior, and the third rank is Demon General. These are all low-ranking abyssal demon creatures, corresponding to the third rank of human professionals. The fourth rank is Demon General, the fifth rank is Demon Marquis, and the sixth rank is Demon Lord. They are the backbone of the Abyss Demon Clan, corresponding to the fourth to sixth rank of a professional. Even the most ordinary of these mid-level demonic creatures are comparable in strength to ordinary bosses in the wilderness. If they are Abyss Demon bosses, their strength is even more terrifying. In terms of attributes and health points alone, even legendary level professionals are far inferior. Chapter 68 Level 60. The Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix breaks through. Above the intermediate level. He is a 7th Order Demon Lord, in charge of hundreds of thousands or even millions of demonic creatures, and possesses the terrifying power to destroy cities with a mere wave of his hand. The Bone-Eating Demon Lord, who was killed by Jiang Yuan in the Bloodless Wasteland, was based on the Bone-Eating Demon Lord who led a large army to conquer Donkey City 300 years ago. The world boss, the Bone-Eating Demon Lord, which Jiang Yuan killed, was only level 180 after being corrupted by the Abyss. The true Bone-Eating Demon Lord is a terrifying being at the 7th rank, exceeding level 180, and possibly even reaching level 210. Above the 7th rank is the 8th rank Demon Emperor. The 9th rank Demon Emperor, the commander-in-chief of the Abyss Demon Army this time, is none other than the Dark Bone Demon Emperor. As for the 10th rank, they are called the Demon Ancestor. Above the 10th rank, those with a level exceeding 300 are Abyss Demon Gods, beings beyond description. The final boss of level 20 is the 7th tier Bone-Eating Demon Lord. If, after successfully repelling 20 waves of the demonic army's attack, there are still checkpoints to be cleared, what appears could be a Demon Emperor or even a Demon King. Jian Yuan couldn't help but guess. Don't be fooled by the fact that the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks are the same as the 2nd and 3rd ranks. They are just different ranks. However, the gap in strength will only widen over time. The difference in strength between the 7th and 8th rank is even greater than the difference between the 6th and 6th rank. Even a mere rank suppression can render opponents of a lower rank powerless to resist. 300 years ago, Donkey City had a population of over 100 million, making it a truly massive megacity. It must have many high-level experts, including some who are even at the 8th or 9th level. But in the end, they still didn't win that battle. This was absolutely the first time Jian Yuan had ever gained such a deep understanding of the Abyss Demon Clan's strength. To put it simply, so many powerful figures in Donkey City couldn't stop the 9th rank Dark Bone Demon Emperor. Even with the Federation sending countless powerful figures to provide support, they could only repel the Dark Bone Demon Emperor, but failed to capture him. And such a Demon Emperor has a total of 36 under the command of a single Abyss Demon God. If at the same time, 36 Demon Emperors led their Abyss armies to invade the real world, that would probably be the true end of the world. Of course, it's not that simple for the Abyss army to invade the real world. They must tear apart the spatial passage between the two realms. As long as humanity can control the spatial passages, the Abyss demons will be unable to invade reality. The size of the spatial passage also determines the strength of the invading abyssal creatures. Small spatial rifts can only be passed through by low-level abyssal creatures. For the Dark Bone Demon Emperor to descend, there must be a spatial rift large enough to accommodate him. Otherwise, if the main body forcibly enters, there is a very high probability that it will be destroyed by the spatial turbulence. Therefore, those powerful beings from the abyss would not force their way in without absolute certainty. After all, no matter how strong the abyss demons are, they cannot ignore the risk of death. The stronger a person is, the more they cherish their life. This statement may not be entirely accurate. However, only those who survive can become strong. Rumble. Late at night, the third wave of the Abyss Demon Tide Army arrived. The boss who leads the army has already reached the 4th level of strength. He is a soul-burning demon general who controls the karmic fire of the abyss. Jian Yuan casually unleashed a heaven-burning meteor with a 200,000x multiplier. The blazing flames completely shattered the abyss fire, successfully defending the 3rd level. Jian Yuan's level reached level 60 as he had hoped. It has reached the level cap that a 2nd-tier professional can achieve. Class: Instant Cast Mage, 2nd Job Advancement, Fake. Rank: 60. Experience required to level up to 61, 340, 000/22, 000. Strength: 1510, plus 10%, excluding equipment bonuses. Spirit: 3160, plus 20%. Agility: 1510, plus 10%. Constitution: 1510, plus 10%. Mana: 3600/75840. HP: 7555/7555. Talents: Spell Mastery, Divine Contract, Summoning, Instant Chant of Requiem. Skills: Fireball, LV42 Gale, LV18, Lightning Shield, LV7, Healing, LV7. Equipment: Arbiter 6-piece set, Tier 2 Epic. Achievements: Mechanical Hunter, White Common, World Boss Slayer, Purple Epic, Gaze from the Abyss, Gold Legendary. After reaching level 60, Jian Yuan's basic mental attribute had already broken through the 3000 mark. All other three-dimensional attributes reached 1,500. However, for magic-based classes, the most significant boost comes from the spirit attribute, while other attributes receive relatively little bonus. For example, 1 point in the spirit attribute can be converted into 20 points of mana. As for health points, 1 point of constitution is equivalent to 5 points of health. Even at level 60, Jiang Yuan's health did not exceed 10,000. If you're a tank or melee class, you can easily reach tens of thousands of HP when you switch targets. Even some high-strength tanks can have over 100,000 HP by the time they reach the second job advancement, making them as thick as a boss's HP bar. With my current health bar of less than 10,000, I'd probably be gone in a second if those abyss monsters touched me. Fortunately, the lightning shield and healing spells greatly enhanced my defensive capabilities. Although Jiang Yuan maintained the form of being possessed by the flame god, he was also wearing a layer of Xianlei armor with extremely thick shield value, as well as a buff with super high and strong recovery and healing effects. Phew! Suddenly, a loud phoenix cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The bluebird that had been perched on Jiang Yuan's shoulder suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into the original form of the Spirit Ruins demon phoenix. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, and amidst the churning clouds, countless azure wind elemental energies converged from all directions like a tide, forming a pillar of azure light that pierced through the heavens and earth, enveloping the demon phoenix within it. Outside the pillar of light, a fierce wind howled, sand and stones flew, and the wind within a radius of 100 miles became violent and restless. This is... Jiang Yuan stared in surprise at the sudden scene. However, he soon discovered that Jiang Huanga was undergoing an amazing evolution and transformation. He immediately thought that although Jiang Huanga was his fighting partner, but the strength of his abilities depends on Jiang Yuan himself. Jiang Yuan had only reached level 30 previously. And now, I have reached level 60 of the second job advancement. Their strength has been greatly enhanced. As Jiang Yuan's strength increased, Jiang Huanga's strength also improved. Whoosh! The azure jade feathers around the spirit void phoenix were now fully unfurled, their tips gleaming with a brilliant azure light. Its 9 zhang long tail stretched out flat, and the wind spirit tassels on its tail feathers trembled violently, emitting a soft whistling sound. She raised her head and let out a long phoenix cry. The sound wave pierced through the pillar of light and aura, causing the wind element in the world to resonate. The spiritual energy in the pillar of light suddenly accelerated and rushed into her body like a vortex. This is a sign of a breakthrough. Moreover, this is a very crucial breakthrough. Once the level breaks through 180, it achieves a leap from the 6th to the 7th tier. Chapter 69 7th Order Spirit Ruins Azure Phoenix 100,000x Special Effects Thunder Tribulation Dao Body and Life Source. When it broke through, the first thing to change was the size of the Spirit Void Demon Phoenix. The 9-foot-long azure feathers began to extend wildly, each tail feather like a piece of azure silk soaked in spiritual energy, growing longer and brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The length of Qingyu instantly exceeded 12 zhang, and finally settled at exactly 15 zhang. The number of tail feathers also increased from 9 to 12. The blue-green gradient patterns on each tail feather became clearer, and the wind spirit tassels at the tips of the feathers became more fluffy, shimmering with a faint golden light. When they moved with the wind, they could even create tiny spatial ripples. Next come the wings and torso. The original 3 zhang wide azure wings slowly unfolded under the infusion of spiritual energy. The wing bones made a slight clicking sound, and the layers of feathers extended outward. The azure feathers became thicker and heavier, and the misty blue patterns on the edges spread to the entire wing surface. The flowing blue feathers at the wingtips became longer and sharper, like rows of azure jade blades hanging in the sky. When its wings were fully extended, they stretched to a width of 6 zhang, approximately 33 meters. It has doubled in size since the breakthrough, and the downy feathers under its wings are fluffy like cotton. Among the pale blue-white downy feathers, there are faint golden wind patterns flowing. That was the first sign of the awakening of the Azure Phoenix's divine power. The jade phoenix crown atop the phoenix's head now has 9 feathers instead of 7. Each branch is as lustrous and translucent as the finest jade, with golden light interspersed among the green tips of its feathers. The deep blue-green in its vertical pupils grows ever more profound, and with a flicker of its gaze, it can directly draw upon the surrounding wind elements to form small whirlwinds. Is he about to break through? Could it be that I'm going to advance to become a 7th-tier spirit void demon phoenix? I originally thought that only when the fireball spell is stacked 1,000,000 times and its special effects are activated 1,000,000 times will it truly possess the power of the 7th tier. I never expected that Jiang Huang would take the lead. Jiang Yuan was shocked, but then overjoyed. Although Jiang Huang is a battle partner bound by a soul contract, she is also an important combat force for him. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix, when standing still, resembled a majestic and imposing green mountain. Compared to its previous graceful and agile appearance, it now possessed a more awe-inspiring and powerful presence befitting an ancient divine beast. With the transformation of his physique, the breakthrough was coming to an end. The azure beam suddenly contracted, pouring entirely into the demon phoenix's body. It flapped its wings violently, its 6 shone-wide wings stirring up a sky full of azure wind. Amidst the howling gale, the violent winds within 100 miles were instantly calmed, replaced by the azure wind domain completely under its control. This time, the wind was no longer as biting as before, but carried a sacred and magnificent power. Phew! The phoenix's cry, piercing the heavens and splitting the sky, rang out once more. This time, the phoenix's cry carried the oppressive power of the azure phoenix, causing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to surge and the distant clouds to crumble inch by inch. At this moment, the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix had already exceeded level 180, and it only stopped rising when it reached level 190. And the rank is indeed the 7th rank. In terms of power, his control over the wind element has reached its peak, and with the blessing of the Azure Phoenix divine power, he has truly become one of the strongest beings in the world. After all, the difference between the 6th and 7th tiers is like a chasm. At the same time, Jiang Huang is undergoing an evolutionary transformation towards becoming a true divine phoenix. Name, Lingshu Qinghuang, Jiang Huanger, Soul Contractor, Jiang Yuan. Race, Divine Phoenix Clan. Level, 190. Strength, 20,000, plus 240%. Spirit 36,000, plus 500%. Agility, 48,000, plus 700%. Constitution, 28,000, plus 320%. Mana 2 160 000/2 160 000. 8 Talents, Divine Phoenix Power, Spirit Void Gale, Divine Phoenix Legacy, Azure Feather Divine Curse. Skills, Azure Phoenix Dharma Form, Azure Wind Domain, Thousand Feather Transformation, Spirit Void Wind Seal, Azure Sky Edge, Azure Wind Scroll, Wind Breath Healing Technique, Spirit Void Wind God Transformation. Jiang Yuan quickly opened Jiang Huanger's attribute panel. Although Jiang Huanger only leveled up 10 times, her strength underwent a qualitative change, rising to a whole new level. Even if Jiang Yuan leveled up 30 times, the increase in attributes would be far less than that. After all, each subsequent level will significantly enhance your attributes. Not to mention, Jiang Huanger also successfully broke through her rank. Jiang Huanger's speed undoubtedly increased. The base agility attribute reaches 48,000 points, and it has an additional 700% rank bonus. That's equivalent to 384,000 points of agility. In terms of talent, it has gained the power of the Divine Phoenix, which means it has begun to revert to its ancestral form and is transforming into a true divine beast, the Divine Phoenix. After all, the Spirit Ruins Demon Phoenix itself comes from the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix clan. In terms of skills, it has gained powerful abilities such as the Azure Phoenix Dharma Form. By the way, Jiang Huanger's name has also undergone a slight change. From the Demon Phoenix of the Spirit Ruins to the Azure Phoenix of the Spirit Ruins. I wonder what the connection is between the Azure Phoenix and the Azure Luan. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think of Lin Mushue's awakened epic-level profession. Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy. According to the principle, when his strength reaches a certain level, he will be able to summon the Azure Phoenix to fight alongside him. Moreover, the Azure Phoenix Contract Envoy possesses dual abilities. First, the ability to control the wind element, and second, mental abilities. Although Ling Xiu Huang only possessed the power of the wind element, she cultivated it to its extreme. In any case, we have another trump card to defend against the demonic tide. Jian Yuan was overjoyed, and his confidence soared. On the second day of the dungeon, Jian Yuan made several more moves. They successfully annihilated 3 waves of demon armies led by the highest-ranking 5th-level demon lord. As the levels increase, the demonic tide's offensive grows stronger. The attacking demon army no longer consists solely of demon servants. The proportion of genuine abyssal demon warriors is steadily increasing. Even Jian Yuan needed to unleash the heaven-burning meteor multiple times to completely kill the entire demon army. As for the rewards, although the level cannot be further increased. However, each wave yielded a large amount of materials, equipment, treasures, and abyss items that Jian Yuan did not recognize. Conservative estimates put these items at tens of millions of gold coins. On the third day, Jian Yuan withstood the 7th, 8th, and 9th waves of attacks. Of course, he spent most of his time unleashing his skills. He bought a full 10,000 bottles of high-grade spiritual potions, so he didn't have to worry about consuming his mana. Ding! Lightning Shield Technique activated. Skill power increased by 100%. Current Amplification Multiplier, 99999x. Ding! Lightning Shield Technique activated. Skill power increased by 10 times. Current Amplification Multiplier, 100,000. Ding! The Thunder Shield Technique's Amplification Multiplier has reached 100,000 times. Special effect gained, Thunder Tribulation Body. Ding! Using this water healing technique, skill power increased by 100%. Current Amplification Multiplier, 99999x. Ding! Using the water healing technique has increased skill power by a factor of 10. Current amplification factor, 100,000. Ding! The hydrotherapy skills amplification multiplier has reached 100,000 times, gaining the special effect, life source. Each time the special effects are multiplied by 100,000, a qualitative leap occurs. This time is no exception. Chapter 70: A True Demonic Creature. A 6th-order Myriad Tribulations Demon Lord. The Thunder Shield Technique, with a power of 100,000 times, has the special effect of granting a Thunder Tribulation. The functions of the Thunder Tribulation Tao body can be summarized in 3 points. It is a body of lightning tribulation, which can make it immune to regular physical attacks, lightning elemental damage, and other elemental damage greatly reduced, which is somewhat similar to the fire elementalization under the possession of the Flame God. Secondly, there is the Lightning Tribulation Energy, which greatly increases the shield value of the Lightning Shield. After each attack, a layer of Lightning Tribulation Energy will be stored, which can be converted into shield value. It can be regarded as an upgraded version of the 100x special effect Mystic Lightning Armor. Thirdly, there is the Lightning Tribulation Refinement. The stored Lightning Tribulation Energy can refine his body at all times and permanently improve his physical strength, defense, vitality, recovery ability, etc. When the physical strength reaches a certain level, he can be promoted to the indestructible divine body. The first 2 are fairly standard, but the last one is completely different. After all, furthermore, Jian Yuan does not need to cultivate during this process. As long as there is lightning tribulation energy, the body can be automatically refined, just like leaving the game running. Although Jian Yuan possesses the Thunder Shield technique, which grants him formidable defensive capabilities, he needs to unleash the skill directly, and even then, it's only temporary. He can't avoid the fact that he's still a fragile mage. After being refined by the lightning tribulation, his physical attributes, health bar, and defense were even more exaggerated than those of a meat shield tank. They could even rival the abyssal demons and become the true big boss. Therefore, the core function of this special effect is the process of being injured, converting energy, and refining it to become stronger. Being attacked will grant you tribulation energy, and the amount of tribulation energy depends on the power of the damage received. Theoretically, it can be stored indefinitely. Jiang Yuan pondered. Therefore, he thought of becoming stronger, so that he could no longer kill the enemy directly as before and ensure that he himself would not suffer any harm. Instead, you should actively invite the enemy to attack you. However, it should be noted that while being attacked will grant you lightning tribulation energy, it does not mean that the attack should be harmless. The damage will still occur. Therefore, it is necessary to control the degree. Otherwise, you might accidentally kill yourself. After understanding the function of the tribulation Tao body, Jiang Yuan looked at the 100,000-fold special effect of the water healing technique, life source. Awakening the life force within the water source not only provides powerful healing and recovery effects, but also helps treat some permanent wounds. If the body is damaged by a high-level or destructive force, it can be rebuilt, including severe injuries such as severed limbs, annihilated organs, and bones turned to ash. It can even recreate a perfect body for a soul that has lost its physical form. In simple terms, permanent trauma is a permanent debuff that lowers your maximum health and permanently weakens your attributes. Originally, the maximum health was 10,000, but after being injured, the maximum health became 8,000. Ordinary treatments are simply ineffective in restoring the condition. Of course, the impact of severed limbs is not limited to a lower maximum health. It also has a serious impact on daily life and combat. Only some powerful healing spells have the healing effect of restoring the maximum health bar. It's like the blazing meteorite flames released by Jiang Yuan, but it belongs to a high-level flame power. Theoretically, it can burn indefinitely and has a continuous damage effect. If some low-level powerhouses are hit by the heaven-burning flame, even if they are lucky enough to survive, they will be left with a permanent mark of the heaven-burning flame. Parts of their bodies will be burned and cannot be restored, or they will continue to lose blood and require long-term treatment. As for low to mid-level healing skills, they are also unable to deal with the blazing flames. Only high-level skill effects can completely eliminate the permanent damage caused by the blazing flames. Am I about to become a miracle doctor? Jiang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. The special effects of this life-giving energy source are truly a divine skill. It is not uncommon for professionals to suffer permanent injuries in combat. They are most vulnerable to this kind of permanent injury, especially when fighting against the Abyss demons. This is because the Abyss demons are not only powerful, but also possess relatively advanced energy or abilities. Therefore, many professionals are very afraid when facing the Abyss demons, and they are hesitant and fearful of being tainted by the dark demonic energy, which could lead to their bodies being corrupted. Once tainted by dark demonic energy, it is very difficult to expel. The better ones are just a decline in strength. Now that we can rebuild our physical bodies, wouldn't the next step be to bring the dead back to life? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, it would take an extremely long time to stack the hydrotherapy technique to 1,000,000 times. However, with the life source and thunder tribulation body, which have a 100,000x effect, they have a greater chance of winning against the Abyss boss that appears later in the dungeon. Day 4. The 10th wave of the demonic tide has arrived. This time, the world was free of the overwhelming clamor of the previous demonic tide. Instead, there was a suffocating stillness, as if an ancient beast, dormant in the night, was slowly opening its sleeping eyes. The earth's tremors became deep and heavy, each rise and fall causing one's heart to stop beating. Everyone looked up and saw the horizon shrouded in black mist. A colossal figure descended from the sky. Behind him stood tens of thousands of Abyss demon warriors, lined up in neat rows. There were no chaotic roars, no frenzied charges. Their advance was like that of a precisely coordinated army, each step perfectly synchronized, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression. What alarmed the soldiers the most was that none of these tens of thousands of demon warriors were the previous demonized servants. The lowest ranking among them was the third-tier Rift Demon General who had previously caused them so much trouble. The figure leading the group exuded a terrifying aura that made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. He was tall and straight, wearing a dark gold armor with magical patterns, inlaid with countless dark purple magic crystals that shimmered with an eerie light. His face was handsome yet carried an extreme chill, and his eyes were a deep, dark purple, as if they contained an endless abyss. He was surrounded by faint black tribulation clouds, and amidst the rolling of these clouds, countless phantoms struggling in agony could be vaguely seen. "That is, the demon lord of 10,000 calamities!" A general who knew the secrets of the abyss cried out in shock, his voice filled with unbelievable fear. "Legend has it that in the abyss realm, to ascend to the position of demon lord, one must undergo countless tribulations throughout countless lifetimes, surviving all tribulations without dying, in order to achieve the body of the myriad tribulations demon lord. That's a terrifying being at level 180, a sixth-tier existence, far surpassing all previous demon generals and demon lords." The demon lord of myriad calamities stopped in his tracks, his dark purple eyes slowly sweeping across the top of Donkey City. Wherever his gaze fell, the air seemed to freeze. He made no unnecessary movements. He simply stood there, and the terrifying pressure that had been tempered by countless tribulations surged forth like a tide, making it difficult for the soldiers on the city wall to breathe. Many even knelt down, their weapons clattering to the ground. Chapter 71 Close Combat. Obtaining Lightning Tribulation Energy. Although this wave of demons is far smaller than the previous ones, its average strength is formidable. In addition, there is this terrifying demon lord of 10,000 calamities. This is undoubtedly the most dangerous test that Donkey City has faced so far. The strength of the myriad calamities demon lord is even greater than that of the abyss demonized boss, the bone-eating demon lord, whom Jiang Yuan killed before. After all, these are genuine abyssal race creatures. Not only the soldiers defending the city, but even Jiang Yuan was greatly affected. His body was trembling uncontrollably, and the burning flames were flickering wildly. It wasn't that Jiang Yuan developed a sense of fear. Rather, it was the suppression from the other party's abyssal race and rank. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, the boss monster that appeared in this dungeon completely replicated the true strength of the abyss race's creatures. Previously, I had only encountered relatively weak abyssal creatures, so I didn't feel anything special. But now, Jiang Yuan could clearly feel the terrifying strength and oppressive aura of the myriad tribulations demon lord. It is even more powerful than the previous abyss demon lord who had been corrupted by the bone-eating demon. Although the bone-eating demon lord has, demon lord, in its name, its true form has long since died. The bone-eating demon lord on the bloodless wasteland is merely a remnant of its power after death. Even after being corrupted by the abyss, it is still far inferior to a true abyssal creature. Phew! Jiang Huanger, who had already broken through to the 7th level, let out a majestic phoenix cry, completely shattering the oppressive aura of the myriad tribulations demon lord. In terms of racial hierarchy, Jiang Huanger, as a descendant of the Divine Phoenix clan and possessing the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, is no less than the Abyss clan. In terms of rank and level, Jiang Huanger is a true 7th rank, while the myriad tribulations demon lord is only 100 or 80 levels and has not yet overcome that real obstacle. The aura of the Azure Phoenix of the spirit realm instantly brought a sense of relief to the city guards. This caused the myriad tribulations demon lord, who was approaching through the air, to feel immense pressure. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and he stopped, no longer getting closer. "Let me!" Jiang Yuan waved his hand. Although Jiang Huanger's intervention would surely annihilate this wave of demonic forces. But Jiang Yuan did not do that. Instead, he planned to fight personally. Because we just received 2 powerful 100,000x special effects. It's a good opportunity to practice on this 6th-tier Eternal Calamity Demon Lord and see how effective it is. Whoosh! A golden achievement title instantly appeared above Jiang Yuan's head. A gaze from the abyss. When facing creatures from the abyss, you will no longer be subject to the suppression of your rank. In other words, even if the Demon Lord of Myriad Calamities is at the 6th rank while Jiang Yuan is only at the 2nd rank, he will not suffer from rank suppression, resulting in weakened attributes, a sharp drop in strength, or reduced damage. In addition, there is a mutual damage effect, where both sides can deal an additional 200% damage to the other. Buzz. The moment Jian Yuan revealed his golden legendary title, a look of hatred flashed in the eyes of the demon lord of myriad tribulations opposite him. His expression turned extremely furious, and his dark purple eyes stared intently at Jian Yuan's figure. The third effect of the achievement title is that it will greatly attract the hatred of abyssal creatures. Boom! The demon lord of myriad calamities, ignoring Jian Huang's threat, once again approached the city wall. At the same time, the demon army on the ground also advanced rapidly. Humph, so what if he's the demon lord of 10,000 calamities? Dare to offend my eastern palace, and I will make you suffer death again and again. Jian Yuan's voice suddenly exploded, shattering the deathly silence between heaven and earth. Over the past few days, influenced by the soldiers of Donkey City, Jian Yuanji seemed to have completely taken on the role of the Grand Commander, Qi Xiuzhu. Before the soldiers could react, he moved, his crimson gold figure drawing a dazzling arc in the air, and he leaped into the air like an arrow released from a bow. The power of the flame element erupted without reservation, and the heat waves around him rolled, actually forcing back some of the cold pressure emanating from the demon lord of myriad calamities. Upon seeing this, the demon lord of myriad calamities suddenly unleashed an astonishing aura from his body and charged towards Jian Yuan, displaying a domineering attitude of being determined to kill him without hesitation. Take care of these small fry first, so they don't bother us! Jian Yuanqing roared, his voice echoing through the heavens, and a fiery energy more violent than ever before gathered in his palm. It should be noted that, thanks to Jian Yuan's tireless efforts over the past few days, the multiplier of the fireball technique has reached more than 600,000 times. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were instantly scorched red, and countless crimson meteors, even larger than before, tore through the sky, carrying a world-destroying force, and rained down on the neatly arranged abyss demon warriors below. These demon warriors, who were at least third-tier rift demon generals, had no chance to resist at this moment. Where the meteorite crashed, deafening roars followed one after another, flames shot into the sky, and lava splashed everywhere. The demon general of the rift tried to swing his bone axe to defend himself, but under the terrifying impact of the meteor, the bone axe shattered instantly, the thick, dark armor shattered like paper, and his massive body was smashed into a pulp or engulfed in magma, turning to ashes amidst a mournful roar. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of abyss demon warriors were slaughtered by the falling meteors. All that remained on the battlefield was a sea of fire and charred remains. The power of the blazing meteor was on full display at this moment. Presumptuous! The demon lord of myriad calamities had a ferocious expression, and his dark purple eyes flashed with boundless rage. The black tribulation clouds around him instantly swelled up, sweeping over like a huge black cloud. Don't rush, it's your turn next! After Jian Yuan wiped out the demon warriors, he charged towards the demon lord of 10,000 calamities without hesitation. In his state of being possessed by the flame god, Jian Yuan gained complete control over the flames. The flames around him condensed into a huge flaming spear, the tip of which pointed directly at the head of the demon lord of 10,000 calamities. The demon lord of myriad calamities snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and the black tribulation clouds instantly condensed into a pitch-black demonic blade. The demonic blade was surrounded by dense dark energy, and he slashed at the flaming spear. Boom! The deafening clang of metal against metal, the moment flames collided with dark energy, a terrifying shockwave spread outwards, blasting the scorched earth below several meters high, and extinguishing parts of the sea of fire. Jian Yuan felt a tremendous force coming from him, and his body paused slightly in midair. The demon lord of myriad calamities also took a half-step back. A faint light flashed on his dark golden demonic armor, which offset some of the burning flames. As expected, there's an extra layer of tribulation energy. Even when he wasn't fighting, Jian Yuan still had the mind to observe the changes in the myriad tribulation's Dao body. Although Jian Yuangai's previous fighting style was extremely reckless, choosing to engage in close combat with the demon lord of 10,000 calamities was an extremely unwise move for a fragile mage to fight against a demon creature stronger than the human body. Jiang Yuan had his reasons for doing this. Moreover, to ensure his own safety, he took many layers of security precautions. Chapter 72. One is playing around. The other is risking their life. While possessed by the flame god, he was also covered by a thunder armor with a shield as thick as a mountain, and surrounded by the holy aura of the heavenly river water, ensuring that his condition was not affected. Not to mention, there was also a thunder spirit clone hiding inside the city, while Jiang Huanger, a 7th-level cultivator, watched the battle from the city wall. If Jiang Yuan could be killed by a mere 6th-tier Myriad Tribulations demon lord under such circumstances, then he can only consider himself unlucky, and have had the worst luck ever. Boom! Before Jiang Yuan could regain his footing, the demon lord of Myriad Calamities launched an attack. The black tribulation clouds rolled and transformed into countless jet-black blades, shooting densely towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, and flames surged around him, forming a massive fire barrier. Banging sounds echoed continuously as the black blades struck the fire shield and were instantly incinerated, but the fire shield also dimmed slightly. Your flames are quite interesting. The demon lord of Myriad Calamities actually spoke in human language, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With a flash, he appeared in front of Jiang Yuan in an instant, his pitch-black demonic claws carrying the power to tear through space as they grabbed towards Jiang Yuan's chest. Whoosh! Jiang Yuan reacted extremely quickly. The light surrounding him gained an additional cyan luster. He dodged the demonic claws by simply turning his body slightly to the side, and at the same time, he waved his left hand, unleashing several streaks of crimson fire. Emerging from the flames like a fire dragon, it coiled around the demon lord of Myriad Calamities. The black tribulation cloud surrounding the demon lord of Myriad Calamities surged once more, engulfing the crimson fire dragon completely. Then, the demonic claws lashed out again, colliding with the fiery fist that Jiang Yuan had condensed. Flames and darkness intertwined and collided in midair. Crimson flames illuminated the dark clouds of calamity, while black energy continuously eroded the flames. If others didn't know that Jiang Yuan was a mage, they would think he was some kind of fire warrior. This fighting style was completely new to Jiang Yuan. Unlike before, when they would release spells from a distance. This kind of close-quarters combat, with its brutal, visceral style of fighting, is exhilarating and incredibly exciting. Who said mages can't engage in melee combat? Jiang Yuan thought that mages were also very powerful in melee combat. Boom! Jiang Yuan's attacks were accompanied by earth-shattering flames, scorching the demonic body of the demon lord of 10,000 calamities. Meanwhile, the attacks of the demon lord of 10,000 calamities were filled with destructive and corrosive power, constantly consuming Jiang Yuan's energy. In midair, two figures moved with lightning speed, constantly clashing. Each collision generated terrifying energy fluctuations, causing the entire Donkey city to tremble slightly. The soldiers on the city walls held their breath, watching the thrilling battle in midair. Isn't our commander a magic-based class? How come he's so good at close combat? He can actually fight the Abyss Demon Lord to a standstill and not be at a disadvantage. I don't know. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? As expected of our invincible commander-in-chief, he's been hiding his abilities far too well. Boom! Another clash of fists and claws, the pitch-black dark energy seeping into their arms and causing waves of stinging pain. Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up amidst the excruciating pain. He felt his body growing stronger. We've collected another layer, and even more energy than the previous tribulation lightning. Moreover, the tribulation body does not require my own control. It is refined and operates autonomously. Jiang Yuan pondered to himself. This is the special feature of the tribulation Dao body. It can convert the damage from attacks into pure lightning energy, which nourishes itself, refines its body, and continuously enhances its physical attributes such as strength, speed, and defense. The amount of lightning energy absorbed and transformed depends precisely on the severity of the damage suffered. If it's an ordinary Abyss Demon Warrior, their attack power is limited, and even if they absorb and transform it, they can't collect much. But the demon lord of 10,000 calamities before us is different. With the strength of a 6th order level 180, each of his attacks contains the destructive power that has survived countless calamities, making him the perfect nourishment to nourish the calamity-dowed body. It seems my idea was correct. If we went all out from the start and killed the demon lord of 10,000 calamities, wouldn't that be a waste of the charging station that could provide him with energy for the tribulation lightning? Jian Yuan's mind raced, and a knowing smile appeared on his lips. His gaze changed as he looked at the demon lord of myriad calamities who was launching a series of ferocious attacks. These are hardly dangerous enemies. They're practically cultivation tools delivered right to our doorstep. With this in mind, Jian Yuan stopped trying to avoid it, and instead slightly reduced the strength of his flame shield, deliberately leaving a gap for the demon lord of myriad calamities' attack, showing weakness to his enemy. Seeing an opportunity, the demon lord of myriad calamities decisively struck, his jet-black blade slicing through the layers of enveloping flames. Dark demonic energy was constantly invading the blade. But when it touched the sacred waters of the Milky Way, it was extinguished without warning. In an instant, Jian Yuan could clearly feel that the vast dark energy was being rapidly absorbed and transformed by the tribulation body. Strands of subtle purple lightning energy flowed along his meridians, merging into his limbs and bones, giving him a faint, tingling, strengthening sensation. Is this little bit of damage enough to make you think you didn't eat? Jian Yuan let out a light hum, then turned to the demon lord of 10,000 calamities and sneered at him. Huh! You're asking for it! When the demon lord of myriad calamities saw Jian Yuan's arrogant words, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. The attack grew increasingly ferocious, and the black tribulation clouds condensed into a gigantic demonic hammer, crashing down on Jian Yuan with the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Jian Yuan nimbly dodged, only letting the aftershocks of the demonic hammer graze his body, enduring damage within a controllable range. At the same time, his thunder tribulation-dowed body transformed that terrifying impact damage into even more powerful thunderous energy. In midair, the crimson flames and the black calamity continued to clash fiercely. In fact, from the beginning to the present, this battle has been dominated by Jian Yuan. After fighting fiercely for over 100 rounds, the demon lord of 10,000 calamities finally realized that something was wrong. Jian Yuan's dodges, though seemingly dangerous, always managed to precisely avoid fatal blows, only suffering minor, insignificant impacts. Every time I slightly weakened my attack, Jian Yuan would reveal a weakness. His all-out attack not only failed to damage the opponent's foundation, but also made Jian Yuan's aura become more and more condensed. You're toying with this demon lord? The demon lord of myriad calamities' dark purple eyes suddenly narrowed. Recalling the flaw that Jian Yuan had deliberately revealed earlier, a wave of humiliation and rage at being treated as a plaything instantly overwhelmed his reason. You dare to treat me, the demon lord, as a tool for cultivation? I will tear you to pieces! With a roar, the black tribulation cloud surrounding the demon lord of myriad calamities churned wildly and burst into flames, transforming into dense dark purple demonic flames. This is his desperate move, burning his very essence. One is playing. The other one, however, was prepared to risk his life. Chapter 73 The 12th Wave of Demonic Tide. A three-headed, peak 6th order demon lord. Eternal hell! The demon lord of myriad calamities formed hand seals, and countless demonic flames carrying the aura of calamity condensed into a massive phantom of purgatory, which crashed down upon Jian Yuan. Within the phantom, countless wronged souls held, containing a terrifying power capable of eroding the soul. Jian Yuan just smiled faintly, and suddenly multiple layers of shields opened around his body. This time, the intensity was no longer restrained. The crimson flames collided with the dark purple demonic flames, and the demonic flames were completely incinerated. Meteorites quickly appeared and crashed down, and the phantom of purgatory shattered instantly. The demon lord of myriad calamities, having exhausted his very essence, struck the target, his blood surging, and black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He finally understood that the gap between his strength and Jian Yuan's was like an insurmountable chasm. Even with a full-force attack, they couldn't even break through the opponent's defenses. Fear instantly replaced rage. He turned to flee, but as soon as he activated his magic, he discovered that the space around him had already been sealed off by Jian Yuan's flame energy. 9 pillars of blazing fire erupted from the earth, completely sealing off the heavens and the earth. To be honest, Jian Yuan hasn't used the 1000x effect of the Infernal Dragon Pillar for a while now that he has the Blazing Meteor. No matter which direction the Demon Lord of Myriad Calamities tries to break through, he will be forced back by the scorching flames and will have nowhere to go. Trying to escape? Jian Yuan's voice carried a hint of mockery as he flashed behind the Myriad Tribulation's Demon Lord. With a gentle swing of his fiery fist, he sent the Myriad Tribulation's Demon Lord staggering. Your value hasn't been fully exploited yet, you can't just leave like this. Jian Yuan hadn't had enough fun yet and had no intention of killing the Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities directly. Maintaining his previous fighting stance, he skillfully dodged the futile resistance of the Demon Lord of Myriad Calamities while continuing to absorb the lightning energy transformed from the attacks to temper his body. What made one Jia Demon Lord even more desperate was that Jian Yuan actually had the leisure to use other skills during the gaps in the battle. While absorbing the energy of the lightning tribulation is important, refining the body's strength is also crucial. However, the amplification factor of stacked skills is even more important. Fireballs, gales, lightning shields, water ripples, streaks of light continuously emanated from around Jian Yuan. With each skill stacked upon the last, Jian Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord of Myriad Calamities was constantly depleting his source of power with each futile attack, his aura growing increasingly weak, and the despair in his eyes deepening. At this moment, the Demon Lord of Myriad Calamities felt that even death had become an extreme luxury. No one expected that the mighty level 180 Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities would be so easily toyed with by a mere second-tier mage. Unable to live, unable to die. Even in the end, the Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities was almost completely defeated. Considering how much you've helped me, just kneel on the ground and call me Grandpa. How about I let your horse go? Jian Yuan's eyes revealed undisguised contempt and disdain. The so-called abyss demons are nothing more than this. I will kill you. The Demon Lord of Myriad Calamities had a ferocious expression, and the demonic light that had been gradually dimming within his body reignited, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy. He's definitely a suitable tool. Even if you squeeze it, it still has some value. Jian Yuan smirked. After this battle, Jian Yuan gained a much deeper understanding of his own strength. In terms of attack power, no one below the 7th level of the 7th rank can compare. The same applies to defensive capabilities. Even if the Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities unleashed his full power, or even burned his own essence to enhance his combat strength, he could not inflict any substantial damage on Jian Yuan. You must know that the level 180, 6th-tier Demon Lord in front of us can completely represent the strongest combat power below the high tier. Moreover, even with the opponent having 200% extra damage, their defense is completely unbreakable. In front of Jian Yuan, the Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities was like a child, easily toyed with. In every aspect, Jian Yuan completely crushed him. Thinking of this, Jian Yuan became even more excited for the upcoming levels. I hope that more powerful opponents than the Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities will emerge. Time flies. 8 hours flew by. During this time, the Demon Lord of 10,000 Calamities had been tortured beyond recognition by Jian Yuan. Its movements became increasingly sluggish, its dark gold magic pattern armor was already covered in cracks. Its dark purple magic crystals shattered one after another, and the black tribulation clouds around it were so thin that they were almost invisible. He could no longer wield the demonic blade, and even standing required a struggle. Each breath was accompanied by black blood foam. Oh dear, another new tool has arrived. Now we don't need you anymore. Jian Yuanshi abandoned the way in the end, causing chaos. With a seemingly casual strike of his fiery palm, the demon lord of myriad calamities was sent flying like a broken puppet, crashing heavily onto the scorched earth, never to rise again. His dark purple eyes gradually lost their luster, and the magic power and life force within his body completely drained away. The demon lord's body, which had endured countless tribulations, ultimately became nourishment for Jian Yuan's cultivation, slowly turning into ashes on the scorched earth. But the demon lord of myriad calamities was not afraid of death. On the contrary, he felt it was a kind of liberation. Jian Yuan remained suspended in midair, his body still radiating dazzling flames and lightning energy. Having undergone the tempering of the tribulation-endowed body, he could clearly feel his physical attributes becoming stronger. The most obvious change is that Jian Yuan's physique has increased by 30 points, reaching 1640 points. Don't underestimate these 30 points. If the tribulation body continues to refine itself, this number will continue to rise. But in reality, Jian Yuan felt that his strength had improved by more than just that. The attribute panel displays the four-dimensional attributes. However, many real-world aspects cannot be seen through the data panel. For example, defense, health regeneration speed, reaction speed, eyesight, and so on. The 12th wave of the demonic tide has finally arrived. Jian Yuan stopped checking his own condition and looked into the distance. From the rift valley shrouded by spatial rifts, another dark cloud, exuding an oppressive aura, surged forth. The earth then trembled once again, a tremor unlike any before. The tremor was no longer a single, heavy one, but carried a terrifying pressure that was tripled, as if three ancient demonic mountains were approaching. A three-headed peak six-tier demon lord? The general on the city wall screamed, his voice filled with barely concealed fear. As everyone looked up, they saw three distinctly different, terrifying figures walking side by side on the horizon. Behind him were only a few thousand high-level demon soldiers with refined auras. Although their numbers were small, the overwhelming pressure they exerted was several times more terrifying than any previous wave of demonic tide. Those three leading figures were none other than Sixth Order, level 180 Demon Lords. The Demon Lord on the left is named Poison Scorpion Demon Lord. He is hunched over, yet exudes a sinister and imposing aura. Its entire body was covered with dark green scales, which were riddled with holes from which a viscous, dark green venom constantly seeped. When the venom landed, it corroded large black pits in the scorched earth and emitted a pungent toxic mist. His head resembled a giant scorpion, its black antennae constantly swaying as it probed the surrounding atmosphere. His eyes were a murky yellowish green, with vertical pupils that exuded a deadly chill. Most terrifying of all are the 6 scorpion tails on his back, each with a venom sac covered in sharp spikes hanging from its end, the surface of which gleams with a dark green sheen. Its most powerful ability is the poison domain, which can release a large-scale poisonous fog to cover the battlefield. The poisonous fog can not only corrode the flesh, but also erode the soul. Those poisoned will suffer excruciating pain as their flesh and bones dissolve and their souls are destroyed. Chapter 74. Below the 7th rank, I am invincible. In the center is a dark red burning sun demon lord. While Jian Yuan is skilled in fire, his ghostly fire is completely different. He was tall and imposing, even taller than the demon lord of 10,000 calamities, and his body was engulfed in dark red ghostly flames, with countless mournful soul shadows mixed in with the flames. The burning sun demon lord's skin was dark red, covered with lava-like patterns, from which flowed scalding magma, and sparks would drip down with every time he raised his hand. Its head resembles a burning skull, with 2 dark red flames dancing in its eye sockets. It has no jaw, yet it can emit deafening roars. He wielded a massive flaming sword, its blade forged from ghostly flames, capable of unleashing fiery energy several meters long that could incinerate everything in its path. Its ability is Netherworld Burning Heaven, which can condense Netherworld ghost fire into a torrent of flames. Wherever it passes, everything will be burned into nothingness, and even energy cannot be spared. The Demon Lord on the right is the Sky-Splitting Demon Lord. He is the most enigmatic of the 3 Demon Lords. She was slender and tall, dressed in a black robe with star patterns, adorned with countless dark blue specks of light, like stars in the night sky. His face was as pale as jade, yet expressionless. His eyes were a pure, deep blue, as if containing an endless starry sky. Faint spatial fluctuations surrounded him, and he moved without a sound, as if he could merge into the void at any time. The sky-splitting demon lord held no weapon, and the tips of his fingers glowed with a ghostly blue light. Its ability is Spatial Rift, which can tear space apart at will, creating countless spatial fragments to attack enemies. It can also teleport instantly through Spatial Jump, appearing in any corner of the battlefield, making it impossible to defend against. Even more terrifying, he can trap enemies in shattered space, tearing them to pieces in the spatial turbulence. The power of space belongs to the highest level of laws and powers in the world. The fact that the sky-rending demon lord could tear apart space already surpasses that of many powerful professionals. The three demon lords stood side by side, their dark green poisonous mist, the raging flames of the netherworld ghost fire, and the spatial fluctuations of the rift space intertwined to form a terrifying energy storm that crushed towards Donkey City. Three demon lords! The offensive is indeed getting fiercer. But I like it. Jiang Yuan watched as the three enormous, mountain-like structures drew ever closer. Moreover, these three are no ordinary individuals. Not only are they at level 180, the 6th rank, but they also possess unique abilities. Even Jiang Yuan, whose strength had greatly increased, felt considerable pressure. But it's just pressure. Let alone 3 Demon Lord level experts, even if 10 came, Jiang Yuan was absolutely confident that he could kill them. Now, apart from high-level enemies, no matter how many mid or low-level enemies there are, they cannot pose a fatal threat to him. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, these were not 3 Demon Lords, but 3 supersized power banks. Let's fight, power banks! Jiang Yuan looked down at the opposite side with pride. Human beings are so lowly, so arrogant and ignorant. Enraged by Jiang Yuan's arrogant attitude, the Burning Sun Demon Lord launched the first attack, with terrifying netherworld ghost fire rushing towards him. Playing with fire? Do you understand how to play? Let me teach you! Jiang Yuan only made a slight move, and the high-altitude clouds were completely burned through. Crimson meteorites fell like a torrential rain, each one several times thicker than the previous ones, with molten lava churning on their surfaces, carrying violent energy intertwined with flames. Before the meteorite even hit the ground, the scorching heat wave had already disrupted the energy storm in front of the 3 demon lords. The high-ranking demon soldiers who followed didn't even have a chance to react. They were instantly smashed into dust by the meteorite, not even having time to scream. The Burning Sun Demon Lord also suffered severe damage. Don't even mention that his netherworld fire is a high-level flame. However, it is still somewhat inferior to the raging flames that burn the heavens. In particular, ghost fire is a type of fire with yin and evil attributes. The blazing flame, on the other hand, is an extremely masculine flame. In terms of elemental power, they are completely countered. Stop your insolence! Burning Sun Demon Lord was the first to be defeated, and Poison Scorpion Demon Lord attacked in a fit of rage. The 6 scorpion tails swayed simultaneously, spraying large amounts of dark green venomous mist from their venom sacs in an attempt to stop the meteorite from falling. However, the poisonous mist was instantly incinerated upon contact with the meteorite's flames, without even causing a ripple. Click! A crack suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yuan. 2 sharp, eerie blue claws suddenly grabbed at Jiang Yuan's body, as if to tear him to pieces. Whoosh! A gust of blue wind swept around Jiang Yuan, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuan appeared behind the sky-splitting Demon Lord. Knowing that he had seen the sky-splitting Demon Lord, Jiang Yuan was on guard against him and was not about to be ambushed. Boom! Jiang Yuan quickly raised his hand, controlling several heaven-burning meteorites to fly over and crash heavily onto the sky-splitting Demon Lord. Immediately afterwards, the sky turned crimson, and countless fiery meteors fell like a torrential rain. The blazing meteor hurtled straight toward the 3 demon lords. The blazing Sun Demon Lord wielded his flaming battle blade, unleashing a several-foot-long blade of ghostly fire energy, while the sky-splitting Demon Lord waved his hand, tearing through space and creating spatial rifts in an attempt to devour the meteorite. However, their resistance proved utterly futile in the face of absolute power. The ghostly fire blade energy collided with the meteorite and was instantly engulfed by the flames. Even the blade itself was slightly reddened by the heat wave from the meteorite. Although the spatial rift could swallow some meteorite fragments, it could not stop the dense torrent of meteorites, and the remaining meteorites still crashed down with devastating force. The poisoned scorpion demon lord's scales were the first to be breached, and dark green blood seeped from all over his body. Within minutes of the battle, all 3 demon lords had suffered severe injuries. The real show is about to begin! Jian Yuan stopped in time, instead of killing them all at once. Just like when dealing with the demon lord of 10,000 calamities, Jian Yuan released the heaven-burning meteor from a distance, and then switched to melee mode, facing the 3 demon lords with the power of the flame god. Before the 3 demon lords could regain their footing, Jian Yuan appeared in front of them as if by teleportation, his flames condensing into countless fiery blades that slashed at the 3 of them simultaneously. His attacks were swift and fierce, each strike carrying overwhelming power, giving the 3 demon lords no chance to join forces and counterattack. As soon as the poisonous scorpion demon lord swung his scorpion tail, 2 of them were severed by the flaming blade, and dark green venom gushed out. The flaming sword of the burning sun demon lord was knocked away by Jian Yuan's fist, and a deep flame wound appeared on his arm, which was covered with lava patterns. The rift demon lord attempted to use spatial jump to get behind Jian Yuan, but was locked by the wind element around him. Just as he tore open a spatial rift, he was struck by the Tao burning heaven flame, and his pale face turned charred black. Jian Yuan completely controlled the rhythm of the entire battle. He was like a tiger among sheep, fighting against 3 opponents with ease, and suppressing the 3 level 180 demon lords. The 3 demon lords joined forces to fight back with all their might, unleashing black-green poison domain, netherworld burning heaven, and spatial rift in turn. However, their attacks were either easily blocked by Jian Yuan's flame shield or nimbly dodged by him. Even if a few attacks occasionally landed on Jian Yuan, they were instantly absorbed by his tribulation body and transformed into pure lightning energy that merged into his body. Under normal circumstances, Jian Yuan would only need to unleash his full power, with a few heaven-burning meteorites or a full-force strike, to completely kill these 3 demon lords. But at this moment, in order to temper his thunder tribulation Tao body, he deliberately slowed down his attack rhythm, and even occasionally deliberately revealed a slight flaw to lure the 3 demon lords to attack with all their might. Each time Jian Yuan endured their attacks, he could clearly feel the increase in the lightning energy within his body, and his body was constantly being tempered and strengthened. This overwhelming and relentless battle was an excellent opportunity for Jian Yuan to cultivate, but for the 3 demon lords, it was the ultimate humiliation and torment. At this moment, they finally felt the pain and torment of the demon lord of 10,000 calamities. But the angrier they became, the more violent their attacks, and the more lightning energy Jian Yuan absorbed and transformed. The outcome of the battle was predetermined from the start. The 10th wave of attacks brought a demon lord, who was easily toyed with by Jian Yuan. In the 12th wave of attacks, the 3 peak 6-tier demon lords were powerless against Jian Yuan. In the 13th wave of attacks, 10 abyssal creatures at the level of demon lords were all suppressed by Jian Yuan. In the 14th wave of attacks, the number of demon lords reached 20, but they were still no match for Jian Yuan. Even when some demon lords tried to take the opportunity to attack Donkey City, they were directly suppressed and killed by Jian Yuan. The 15th wave of demon lords numbered a terrifying 50, but it still couldn't change the outcome. Below the 7th rank, Jian Yuan is invincible. No matter how many there are, it is impossible to close the huge gap in strength between the 2 sides. And just after withstanding the 15th wave of attacks, the flames around Jian Yuan suddenly surged, and the crimson gold radiance illuminated the entire world. Chapter 75 Million Times Special Effects, Annihilation of the Flame Dragon. Ding! Using Fireball has increased skill power by a factor of 100, current amplification factor, 1 million. Ding! Fireball spell's amplification multiplier has reached 1 million times, gaining the special effect, Annihilation Dragon. The Extinction Dragon is a world-destroying ferocious beast formed from the supreme laws of fire. It is not of ordinary dragon bloodline, but a spiritual body condensed from the ultimate fire energy in the world. From its birth, it has been burdened with the mission of burning all things. The Ember Dragon wields the powerful world-destroying Ember Flame power, and its existence is the ultimate interpretation of the fire element. It's not burning, it's annihilation. It means to completely destroy all matter, energy, soul, and even laws, causing the entire world to perish and disappear. It's practically a walking catastrophe. The description of the world-destroying fire dragon does not describe its specific skills and abilities, but it is filled with various extreme destruction and devastation, all of which prove the terrifying nature of the world-destroying fire dragon. Extinction Flame Dragon! Jianyuan called out softly. Boom! The clear blue sky suddenly collapsed, the clouds were torn apart by a terrifying force, revealing a pitch-black void. In the void, crimson flames began to surge, like a volcano that had been dormant for millions of years suddenly awakening. A world-destroying heatwave poured down, cracking the earth inch by inch. From the bottomless fissures, magma gushed forth, instantly transforming into a rain of fire. Roar! The roar of the dragon shattered the universe. That was not the roar of an ordinary dragon, but a roar at the level of laws, the rolling sound waves transforming into tangible shockwaves that swept across all directions. The sky was dyed crimson, the sun, moon and stars disappeared completely, and in their place, a colossal figure stretching for over 1,000 miles slowly emerged from the void. First, there was the dragon horn burning with crimson crystals. The doomsday flames dancing at the tip of the horn distorted and collapsed the surrounding space, so that even light could not escape. Next came the head covered in flame runes, its pair of pupilless crimson gold dragon eyes resembling two burning abysses. Wherever its gaze fell, the air was instantly annihilated, turning into nothingness. The body of the Ember Dragon slowly stretched out, its entire body covered in crimson crystalline dragon scales, each scale flowing with lava-like patterns. Sparks fell in torrents, landing on the earth and creating a raging inferno. It is not made of flesh and blood, every part of its body is woven from pure fire energy, and liquid, world-destroying flames surge endlessly within its crimson veins. With the slightest movement of the body, a fiery storm that blots out the sky is unleashed. Wherever the storm passes, mountains collapse, rivers evaporate, and even hard rock layers vaporize in an instant, leaving not a trace of ash behind. As the dragon's tail swept across, a crimson crack of law was left in the space. Within the crack, the world-destroying ash flames leaked out wildly, transforming into streaks of fire snakes that entangled any energy that tried to approach. The world changed color, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. The moment the flame dragon appeared, the fire elements within a radius of 10,000 miles went completely berserk. They surged madly toward the flame dragon, only to be completely devoured the moment they got close. An aura of destruction permeated the air, the temperature soared to its limit, and even the space itself began to groan under the strain. The flame dragon of annihilation traversed the void and descended beside Jiang Yuan, its arrogant, disdainful crimson eyes gazing upon the human before it. Jiang Yuan stared directly into the gaze of the extinction flame dragon, feeling the world-destroying madness in its eyes. He was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he was secretly excited. After a long time, the Ember Dragon finally acknowledged Jiang Yuan, coiling its enormous body around him. Anyone who wanted to threaten Jiang Yuan's life had to get past the Ember Dragon. Although in the eyes of the Ember Dragon, Jiang Yuan, this human, was still very weak, like an ant, and could be destroyed with a single breath of its dragon breath. But Jiang Yuan was, after all, the master who summoned him. Without Jiang Yuan, the blazing dragon of annihilation would only be a part of the laws of the world and would not be able to manifest a physical form. Roar! The flame dragon raised its head once more, letting out a roar that shook the three realms. This time, the roar carried with it a world-destroying will. Although the flame dragon will not harm Jiang Yuan, it does not mean that it can tolerate the existence of other creatures. You must know that the mission of the Ember Dragon is to destroy everything in the world. As the dragon's roar resounded, the soldiers on the entire eastern city, and even the people inside the city, were all shaken so violently that they didn't even have the courage to look up. Even Jian Huanger, who had already broken through to the 7th level, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. "Shut up! No one within the city shall be harmed!" Jian Yuan's voice carried an unquestionable air of authority. The unruly flame dragon must be subdued with a forceful approach. Otherwise, if the flame dragon of extinction knew that Jian Yuan was easy to bully, then it wouldn't be so easy to command him. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Dragon stopped looking at the city and instead looked at the Rift Valley, which was pierced by countless spatial rifts. Meanwhile, within the Rift Valley, energy surged, and the 16th wave of demonic tide was approaching. Upon seeing this, the eyes of the Ember Dragon revealed a destructive and frenzied gaze. If it weren't for Jian Yuan's orders, the Flame Dragon would probably have already charged forward. Jian Yuan, however, paid no attention to the arrival of the demonic tide army and was still studying the Ember Dragon. The Ember Dragon, formed from the annihilation flames and laws, is immune to all physical attacks and low-level law attacks. In terms of overall ability and combat power, it is very strong. What Jian Yuan cared about was that the Flame Dragon of Annihilation was formed from the rules, so it was an immortal being. Only when everything in the world is burned away will it temporarily return to the void, waiting for the next appearance of the world, to destroy everything again, in an endless cycle. Therefore, the Flame Dragon of Annihilation can be considered unique. Jian Yuan can only summon the Ember Dragon at most. The strength and duration of the Flame Dragon's existence depend on Jian Yuan's mental attributes and mana. In other words, the appearance and battle of the Flame Dragon Dan requires Jian Yuan's mana to be continuously consumed. But from another perspective, as long as Jian Yuan has a continuous supply of mana, he can make the Flame Dragon fight for him. The combat power of the Ember Dragon has not yet been seen, but its terrifying nature can be seen through the special effects. Jian Yuan even felt that even a 7th-tier monster might not be able to withstand the full force of the Extinction Flame Dragon. Moreover, the Ember Dragon is immortal and indestructible, making it extremely troublesome for any enemy to encounter it. "You've arrived just in time. Perfect opportunity to test the strength of the Ember Dragon." Jian Yuan looked into the distance, then revealed a somewhat surprised expression. This 16th wave of attacks was not actually the Abyss Demon Army. A chilling aura, carrying the scent of death, swept in, shrouding the entire Donkey City in a deathly silence and fear. Chapter 76: The Terrifying Power of the Flame Dragon. What the hell is that?" The soldiers on the city wall cried out in despair, pointing towards the horizon. As everyone looked up, they saw that the sky, which had been shrouded in black mist, was now replaced by a gray-white death aura. Countless figures were writhing in the death aura, like an endless gray tide surging towards Donkey City. Those were countless, all kinds of dead spirits. Countless undead skeleton soldiers wielded rusty swords, their bones clanging together with a loud clatter. The ghoul was rotting all over, oozing foul-smelling pus, and its fingernails were black and sharp. The ghostly waiter floated in the air, emitting a mournful wail. His figure was erratic, and wherever he passed, the air seemed to freeze. Even more enormous undead bone dragons spread their tattered bone wings and circled high in the sky, their roars carrying a deathly pressure. The Shadow Lich strode with heavy steps, each step causing the earth to tremble, its massive shadow body still bearing undigested limbs. This is the Scourge of the Dead, an endless army of undead, devoid of fear and pain, knowing only destruction and devouring. The undead? Jian Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the figures of the dead. Compared to the previous demonic tide, these undead probably number in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, covering the mountains and fields, with no end in sight. Although the undead live in the Abyss realm, they are not Abyss demons. They are a subordinate race of the Abyss demons. Unexpectedly, the 16th wave of attacks sent out an army of undead, which surprised Jian Yuan a little. There is no record of this information in the intelligence purchased from Bike-Siege. In fact, the records about dungeons in the Job Change Guide only cover the first 10 waves, and even then, they are only described in general terms. After all, even for a professional who has changed to an instant cast mage, it is already incredibly difficult to survive to the first 10 levels, and they must rely on the strength of the city guards and other professionals in the city. Instant cast mage is an elite class, usually only low-level players choose to switch to it, and even mid-level players rarely choose instant cast mage. Therefore, it is virtually impossible for those who have changed jobs to enter the later stages of the dungeons beyond the 10th wave, no matter how much information they are given. Of course, the 100 Knowledge Pavilion definitely has detailed information about the Eastern City of Solitude dungeon, but that will be priced differently. Moreover, the price is much higher than that of a job change guide. This pressure and aura are a whole level stronger than a 6th-tier Abyss Demon Lord. Then he is a true 7th-tier being. Jian Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After going through so many waves of demonic tide attacks, he had finally encountered a 7th-tier opponent. At the very forefront of this endless army of the dead, a terrifying figure, transcending all the undead, slowly advanced. With each step, the surrounding spirits would prostrate themselves on the ground, not daring to even breathe, as if they were worshipping a supreme deity. That's the Lord of the Dead. He was not a pure abyss demon, but the supreme ruler of the undead race, who was controlled by the demons through bloody means. His level and rank had reached the 7th level, far surpassing all the previous demon lords. The terrifying pressure emanating from the high-level undead caused the defensive runes of Donkey City to buzz and dim even before they got close. The undead lord was tall and thin, yet exuded a powerful aura. He wore a black imperial robe that was already, his body was filled with death energy condensed to the extreme by millions of vengeful spirits, and surrounded by a gray-white light several feet thick. Within the deathly aura, one could vaguely see countless agonizing, grotesque ghostly figures writhing and roaring madly, yet unable to break free from the shackles of the deathly aura, only able to emit chilling whimpers and wails. Those were the remnants of the souls of countless beings devoured by the Lord of the Dead. 2 basketball-sized, eerie green soul flames burned in its pupils. As the soul flames flickered, fragmented human faces would occasionally appear and disappear in the flames, as if one could glimpse the true meaning of death. Simply being stared at by that soul fire can make one feel a bone-chilling cold and despair from the depths of one's soul. In his hands he held a scepter forged from 10,000 bones, which was raised high. The Lord of the Dead made no sound, as if he disdained to communicate with such insignificant beings. He merely shook the staff of 10,000 bones in his hands slightly. The next second, the black soul crystal at the top of the staff suddenly burst out with a dazzling eerie green light, and the endless army of undead launched a frenzied charge like a flood released from its restraints. The 16th wave of the demonic tide offensive has officially begun. It must be said that compared to the previous 16 waves, this wave of attacks was truly terrifying, creating a sense of despair and oppression. No wonder this dungeon has never been officially cleared. Even if a 7th-tier professional arrives, even if they are able to deal with the undead lord. But even that couldn't stop the endless army of the dead. The howls of skeletons, the growls of zombies, the wails of ghosts, and the roars of bone dragons intertwined, forming a terrifying symphony of death. They charged forward madly, stepping over the bones of their companions. When the undead in front fell, those behind would continue their charge, stepping over the corpses, without any retreat or hesitation. Their sole purpose was to completely raze Donkey City to the ground, slaughter all living beings within it, and then transform them all into undead. How dare these mere undead wreak havoc? Destroy them! Jian Yuan shouted in a low voice, and without the slightest hesitation, immediately ordered the extinction flame dragon to make its move. It's important to understand that Jian Yuanji wasn't just staying in the dungeon to clear it. I also have a job change quest to complete, and I must protect the safety of Donkey City. If the undead army were to invade the city and wreak havoc on the people, even if he reached level 16 or even later, his score would be lowered. Roar! The fire element in the world went berserk, and the originally gloomy and lifeless sky was torn apart by extreme heat. A dragon's roar that shook the universe resounded, but it was not a world-destroying sound containing the laws of heaven and earth. The The sound waves alone shattered the deathly aura dozens of kilometers ahead, and the undead soldiers charging at the front were instantly pulverized. The power of the annihilating flame surrounding the Ember Dragon has no complicated skills or moves. It is only the annihilating flames emanating from its body that unleash a cataclysmic calamity. The crimson flames that landed on the undead did not produce the crackling sound of ordinary flames, but instead directly caused annihilation. The moment any undead body or skeleton comes into contact with the flames, it vanishes into nothingness, leaving not even a speck of ash. Whether it's the lowest-ranking undead skeleton soldier, or the enormous undead bone dragon. The crimson-gold annihilating flames spread like a tide, annihilating the endless army of undead wherever they went. The gray-white death aura dissipated continuously in the flames, and the originally raging undead calamity was completely burned away in just a few breaths. The undead army came with great force, but it was also swift to be wiped out. No one expected that the power of the Ember Dragon would be so terrifying. Chapter 77 Seventh Order Undead Monarch? He'll die from spitting blood. Force them to submit. Even Jian Yuan, upon sensing the destructive power of the extinction flame dragon that transcended the laws of heaven and earth, could only utter a gasp of astonishment. After wiping out the entire undead army, the Ember Dragon seemed unsatisfied. He slowly turned his head, his dragon eyes burning with crimson flames, locking onto the still-standing undead lord below. What kind of power is this? The undead monarch, who had always maintained a cold and aloof image, couldn't help but let out a trembling sound of astonishment. The deathly aura surrounding the undead lord had already been largely dispelled by the oppressive power of the Ember Dragon, and the eerie green soul fire in his eyes pulsed violently, clearly indicating that he too was feeling the fear originating from the depths of his soul. Faced with the oncoming flame dragon of annihilation, the undead lord frantically swung the staff of 10,000 bones, the black soul crystal at the top of the staff bursting out with a dense, eerie green light, attempting to gather all the death energy to launch a final resistance. But all of this seemed utterly laughable in the face of the Ember Dragon. The flame dragon made no unnecessary movements, simply opening its mouth slightly. The next moment, the condensed crimson gold dragon breath, refined to its extreme, surged forth, mixed with dense black annihilation fire, like a flaming spear piercing through heaven and earth, shooting straight towards the undead monarch. The deathly aura defense condensed by the undead monarch was instantly annihilated by the dragon's breath. The staff of 10,000 bones shattered inch by inch, and the black soul crystal at the top of the staff exploded, instantly incinerating the sealed soul within. The dragon's breath struck the undead lord's body without any resistance. The 7th-tier undead lord didn't even have a chance to let out a wail before his body was rapidly annihilated in the world-destroying flames. The ghostly green soul fire on his neck was extinguished instantly, and he finally disappeared completely from the world without leaving a trace. After slaying the undead lord, the world-destroying flame dragon gradually subsided its apocalyptic flames, let out another dragon roar, and looked triumphantly at Jian Yuan. Sharp! Jian Yuan gave a thumbs up. He had to admit that although he had guessed that the millionfold special effects would be very powerful, the power displayed by the Ember Dragon still shocked and surprised him. It's important to understand that the Flame Dragon is not facing some small skeleton. It is a 7th-tier undead lord, a true high-level combatant. It is equivalent to a 7th-level human professional, or even a professional with top-tier combat power and high rarity among the 7th-level professionals. But this powerful being was killed by the breath of the Ember Flame Dragon. Shocking! It's absolutely stunning. I used to think I was invincible below the 7th rank. I am now an invincible being among the 7th rank. Jian Yuan was shocked, but then overjoyed. After all, the stronger the Flame Dragon's combat power, the more powerful Jian Yuan is. Previously, everyone in Donkey City mistakenly believed that Jian Yuan was a 7th-level Dharma saint. But at that time, he was not a true Dharma saint. As for its maximum attack power, it did not reach the 7th-tier level. Even now, he is still not a sage of law, yet he can easily annihilate a vengeful lord who is like a 7th-rank sage of law. The Fireball spell's $1 million special effects are terrifying. The Gale spell's millionfold effect can't be weak. Jian Yuan was even looking forward to the next millionfold special effects. The Gale spell has now been multiplied by more than 600,000 times. We're not far from unlocking the millionfold special effects. It will only take a few days at most. For Jian Yuan, time is the one thing he has no shortage of. Even when he was fighting the Demon Lord, he had the leisure and energy to stack skill bonuses. Jian Yuan increasingly felt that switching to the instant cast mage class was the best decision he had ever made. The significant reduction in cooldown time allows him to unleash his skills more frequently. Moreover, his ability to cast instantaneous spells allows him to unleash several skills at the same time, multiplying the stacking speed several times over. Oh, I forgot we should have left one alive! Jian Yuan was so excited that he forgot he could take the opportunity to collect the energy from the Tribulation Lightning. With such high damage output, a 7th-tier undead lord would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of lightning tribulation energy for body tempering. Never mind, let's find another opportunity next time. Jian Yuan waved to the extinction flame dragon, signaling him to return to the void space first. After all, the flame dragon and Jiang Huang are different. Jiang Huang is able to stay in the real world by relying on her own energy. After the energy is exhausted, she will return to the spirit ruins realm to replenish it. But the extinction flame dragon is different. It consumes Jian Yuan's energy. As long as it exists, it will continuously consume mana. During combat, more mana is consumed. The battle just now had completely depleted Jian Yuan's mana. If it weren't for the fact that we had purchased hundreds of millions of high-grade psychotropic drugs in advance, we wouldn't have been able to withstand this ordeal. Roar! The flame dragon was clearly somewhat unwilling to give up. After all, he had been asleep for who knows how long, and he had finally come to Fang Jinshi's world, but he hadn't completely destroyed it yet. But Jian Yuan didn't care about any of that. Whether it's due to the depletion of magical power, or the inability to allow the Ember Dragon to destroy the world, it must be allowed to leave. Don't worry, I'll summon you again. But you must obey my orders at all times. Jian Yuan's tone towards the flame dragon of extinction was authoritative, and brooked no argument. Now, go back immediately. Unlike Jiang Huanger, the Ember Flame Dragon is much more powerful and destructive. Its sole purpose in existing in this world is to destroy everything. If the intensity is not properly controlled, the flame dragon will inevitably cause a great disaster. It's alright in the dungeon world. Even if the entire dungeon world collapses, at most the job change quest score will be lower. In the real world, if the Ember Dragon were allowed to run rampant, it would likely cause the deaths of countless people. Whoosh! The annihilating flame surrounding the Ember Dragon gradually subsided, and its massive body slowly transformed into a sky full of crimson gold flame energy, merging back into the world as if it had never existed. Jian Yuan had lost his target to fight, and aside from unleashing his skills, there was nothing else to do. Because of the unique nature of instant cast mages, Jian Yuan can cast skills like Fireball without chanting or performing any actions. He only needs to think about it. This is also why we were able to stack skill multipliers while fighting. After getting used to using his mind for two purposes, Jian Yuan is now finding it somewhat difficult to adjust. Jian Yuan then began to check the kill logs and look through the loot. The backpack, with its massive 10,000 slots, was almost entirely filled with various materials, equipment, treasures, skill scrolls, and so on. The most recent record is the killing of a Tier 7, Level 190 Undead Lord. The game has revealed dozens of items, including a complete set of undead armor, the Heart of the Undead, and the Undead Lord's Job Change Certificate, Legendary. So it's a legendary Undead Lord. No wonder he can control such a large army of undead. It's a pity he was born at the wrong time, encountering the Blazing Dragon. Jian Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the Lord of the Dead. If the Undead Lord had encountered someone else, even a team of 7th-tier professionals, he might not have died so tragically. Chapter 78, 5th Skill, Undead Summoning. As Jian Yuan scanned the various items, he discovered a special skill scroll. Undead summoning. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. Based on past experience, items dropped by a 7th tier undead lord are usually of a high level or rank. These skill scrolls, even if they are not level 7, are at least level 5 or 6. It's not something Jiang Yuan can learn or use at the moment. Not to mention necromancy skills. But when Jiang Yuan examined it carefully, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise and delight. Skill: Undead summoning. Rank. Description: when used on a corpse, summons an undead skeleton. No cooldown. Costs 10 mana. Learning requirements: none. Because Jiang Yuan doesn't have the appraisal skill, he can only see the general contents of the skill scroll and doesn't have the appraiser's overall evaluation. Although the skill descriptions are simple, they hint at something far from simple. First of all, it's obviously not normal for a 7th tier undead lord to suddenly reveal a gate-level skill. Secondly, the skill descriptions are too simple and feel unremarkable. But upon closer inspection, it becomes increasingly unusual. Because there's no cooldown time for using skills. For Jiang Yuan, this was simply a divine skill among divine skills. Finally, there are the learning requirements. It's important to know that summoning undead is a core skill of necromancers, so generally only necromancer-type classes can learn it. But this undead summoning has absolutely no restrictions. This means that even warrior, support, and even life skill classes can learn it. As expected of a product from a 7th tier undead lord, it's bound to be a masterpiece. Jiang Yuan's vision cleared. All 4 skills he currently possesses are elemental skills. Elemental skills are good, but ultimately they are too one-dimensional. Jiang Yuan hadn't forgotten Tang Qiyuan, the anti-magic knight he had encountered before. Those types of classes are practically the bane of elemental mages. Tang Qiyuan was only at the 6th level of cultivation, and he was no match for Jiang Yuan in his current state. But what about a high-ranking anti-magic knight? Jiang Yuan would be powerless against that opponent. Undead skills are not elemental skills. Even if one day a high-level anti-magic knight comes to deal with Jiang Yuan, and he can't use his elemental skills, he can still use necromancy skills, so he won't just sit and wait to die. Another point is that necromancers are a powerful and rare class, and their combat strength is even much stronger than that of regular mages. People can form an army. That's what they're talking about, necromancers. Putting aside everything else, the undead monarch just now commanded an army of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of undead, enough to threaten the life and death of Donkey City. This is an effect that other 7th tier professionals would find difficult to achieve. Whoosh! Jiang Yuan slapped his hand, and the skill scroll transformed into a blinding white light, merging into his body. At this point, Jiang Yuan finally mastered the 5th skill, Undead Summoning. The necromancy skill is just as I suspected. This skill has a low floor, but its potential is limitless. If one has an unlimited supply of biological corpses, one can summon countless undead skeletons. Jiang Yuan had learned about the profession of necromancer when he was in school. The necromancer is a unique individual among mages. It's weak in the early game, has a low skill floor, and deals low damage. Once it develops, it becomes extremely powerful in the later stages, surpassing many professions of the same level, and is known. However, although the skill has no cooldown, it can be used immediately. But a corpse is required as a summoning material. Jiang Yuan looked down at the battlefield, now scorched earth, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the pity. The vast majority of the corpses had been burned to ashes. Fortunately, some of the powerful demonic creatures still had some of their corpses remaining. For example, those 6th order demon lords. Jiang Yuan extinguished the flames on his body and found the relatively intact remains of 6th tier demon lords on the battlefield. A grayish-white light disappeared into the mangled corpse. In an instant, a white mist emanating deathly energy suddenly surged from the corpse. Amidst the swirling mist, a dense, resounding creaking sound of bones grinding together could be heard. In just a few breaths, the undead skeleton soldier stepped out from the deathly white mist. Its body, standing at a height of 2 jang, approximately 6.6 meters, was like that of a giant, much larger than the skeleton soldiers in the previous undead army, and its aura was extremely strong. Jian Yuan immediately understood that the undead skeletons summoned by the dead were closely related to the strength of the corpses themselves, and had a certain probability of acquiring the abilities of the corpses in life. The higher the strength of the corpse and the stronger its internal energy, the more powerful the undead skeleton soldiers it summons. However, the undead skeleton soldiers are, after all, level 2 skills, and no matter how powerful they are, there is always a limit. Jian Yuan's gaze returned to the skeleton soldier, which was completely different from ordinary undead. Its bones are not white like those of ordinary undead, its entire body is composed of dark purple demonic bones, and the surface of the bones is covered with fine black demonic patterns, which seem to be the power imprints of a sixth-order demon lord. A ghostly purple soul fire flickered in the hollow eye sockets, more condensed than that of ordinary skeleton soldiers, exuding a ferocity originating from the demon race. Its bones are thick and hard, with a faint black magical mist swirling around its joints. It moves without any sense of sluggishness, and despite being nearly 2 meters tall, it possesses an eerie speed. In the hands of the undead skeleton soldier, there was a bone blade forged from the demon lord's bone spikes. The bone blade gleamed with a cold, eerie light, and its body was engraved with magical runes that originated from the same source as the bones. Not only is it incredibly sharp, but it also carries a faint dark corrosive power, capable of rapidly eroding the meridians of living beings upon contact with their flesh and blood. Name: Undead Skeleton Soldier, Demonized. Race: Undead. Level 1. Attack 65. Defense 50. HP 1200/1200. Talent: Undead Warrior. Skill: Bone Blade / Demonic Form. Jian Yuan couldn't help but show a surprised expression when he looked at the attribute panel of the Undead Skeleton Soldier. The Undead Skeleton Soldier, which is only level 1, has an attack power of up to 65 points. Its health points reached a staggering 1200. This is totally a mini-boss. Not to mention, it also possesses the talent of the Undead Warrior, as well as 2 active skills. Is it the skill of summoning the undead that's so powerful, or is it due to the Demon Lord's corpse? Or perhaps both? Jian Yuan was extremely satisfied with the undead skeleton soldiers he had summoned. However, given the characteristics of the undead race, even the strongest undead skeleton soldier has its limits. But if it's an endless army of undead, that would be terrifying. Jian Yuan's gaze fell upon the remains of the demon lord at the feet of the undead skeleton soldier. Although Jian Yuan used the necromancer summoning skill on the corpse, it only caused the body of the mutilated corpse to shrink slightly. Having a corpse doesn't mean you can only summon an undead skeleton? With a thought, Jian Yuan sent several beams of white light to the demon lord's mangled corpse. Soon, the corpses surged, and several more undead skeleton soldiers appeared. Chapter 79: The Birth of the Undead Legion. Ding! Using the undead skeleton skill increases its power by 10 times, current amplification multiplier, 10x. Ding! The undead skeleton's amplification multiplier has reached 10x, gaining the special effect, Undead Corpse Explosion. Undead Corpse Explosion commands summoned undead to charge at the target, detonating their bodies upon approaching the target, and causing widespread damage. Necromancers must learn a skill called Corpse Explosion, which has a similar effect. It possesses the power of an undead explosion, but its effectiveness may be limited. However, if hundreds, tens of thousands, or even millions of undead explode at the same time, even the entire Donkey City will be completely destroyed. Moreover, since the undead are summoned creatures, even if they self-destruct, they will not suffer much damage to themselves. Jian Yuan continued to use his skills on the severely shrunken corpse of the Demon Lord, until the number of undead skeletons in the surrounding area reached a full 100. Unlocked 100x special effects, Unyielding Undead. Undead can absorb death energy by killing creatures and convert it into their own energy. They will continue to exist when their energy is exhausted. In battle, when an undead suffers a fatal blow, it will gain a state of indomitable spirit for a few seconds. Generally speaking, the summoned undead skeletons have a time limit, and will perish when the time is up. With the unyielding undead ability, one can theoretically survive indefinitely, unaffected by skill duration. This is also the core ability that forms the undead scourge. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was not a true necromancer, he had only learned the skill of summoning undead. However, with the system's special effects, one can also become a powerful necromancer, and control a powerful and numerous undead army. Because the summoning of the undead has no cooldown, although most of the corpses on the battlefield were burned, Jiang Yuan still found a lot of remaining corpses and flesh. Although the quality of the summoned undead skeletons is not as high as before, their numbers are constantly increasing. Most importantly, the skill's amplification factor keeps stacking. Soon, Jiang Yuan unlocked the thousandfold special effects. Devour and evolve. Undead can level up and advance by absorbing death energy, devouring the corpses of living beings, digesting the bones of other undead, and so on, with no upper limit to their growth level. Another undead god tier skill. With the effect of devouring evolution, the undead can become stronger at a faster speed, transforming from ordinary undead skeleton soldiers into undead warriors, evolving into undead bone dragons, or even becoming a terrifying existence like an undead lord. Moreover, there are no level restrictions, and theoretically, one can grow into a god of the undead. Click! Jiang Yuan's gaze was fixed on the two undead skeleton soldiers. One of the undead skeleton soldiers immediately sprang into action, forcibly dismantling the bones of another undead skeleton soldier and attaching them to its own body, merging them into itself at a visible speed. Before long, the two undead skeleton soldiers were reduced to just one, and their original 2-meter size had grown to 3 meters. Its attributes have increased dramatically. Now, not only do we have the quantity, but we also have the quality. Jiang Yuan was very much looking forward to seeing how strong the undead skeleton soldiers would become after they directly devoured and evolved. Perhaps it won't be long before Jiang Yuan has another high-level combatant under his command. Moreover, Jiang Huanger is different from Jimmy Yanlong. There are only a few of them at most. However, there can be many high-ranking undead. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Yuan's figure darted across the battlefield, accompanied by flashes of white light, as more and more undead skeleton soldiers emerged from the battlefield. After the few remaining corpses were transformed, Jiang Yuan successfully unlocked the 10,000x special effect. This is undoubtedly the fastest skill stacking speed. Because there is no cooldown time for use, with the addition of the instant cast mage talent, Jiang Yuan could even cast more than 10 undead summons within a second. Undead Legion. When the number of undead exceeds 10, you will receive the Undead Legion bonus, which will further enhance the attributes of all undead. The more undead there are, the greater the attribute enhancement. In battle, if an undead dies, some of its necromantic energy will be transferred to the nearest undead. The more undead there are, the stronger they become. The stronger the undead, the faster the enemy dies. Moreover, even if an undead dies in battle, it will strengthen other undead. Devouring evolution combined with the undead army is like adding wings to a tiger. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed. It should be noted that the undead summoned by Jiang Yuan, although they were skeleton soldiers, were not weak. With the system's exponential amplification, it becomes ridiculously powerful. Just like the skeleton soldiers that Jiang Yuan summoned for the last time, even though they were only level 1, they had a 10,000 times bonus, making their attributes extremely abnormal. Aside from lacking in talent and skills, their combat power is roughly equivalent to a 4th-tier monster. This is absolutely terrifying. Given time, Jiang Yuan will command an army of millions of undead. Even a random undead skeleton soldier pulled out from there is as strong as a Lich King. That was the true calamity of the undead. Jiang Yuan felt regretful because the corpses of the Abyss demons had been burned in the previous battle, leaving only a small portion. Otherwise, they could have immediately unleashed an army no less powerful than the previous undead lord. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but look in the direction of Donkey City. if all the soldiers and civilians of Donkey City were transformed into undead? Hiss! Once this idea arose, it quickly filled my mind like a demonic thought. But Jian Yuan quickly calmed down and completely dismissed the dangerous thought. It has to be said that if Jian Yuanjin did this, his strength would definitely surge dramatically, and he might even become an invincible existence among high-level beings. But he knew even better that this was a bottom line that could not be crossed. Once he crosses this line, in order to increase the number and strength of the undead, he might have the idea of massacring entire cities in reality, and put it into action. Once the bottom line is broken, it will continue to fall until it reaches the abyss. Many fallen sorcerers, or those who join the abyss demons, initially pursued power, starting with small sins and evil deeds, thinking they were harmless. However, they gradually lost themselves and committed heinous crimes such as murder and massacre, becoming true demons. Therefore, Jian Yuan would never commit the act of massacring the city. Yes, if a city is massacred, the more people in Donkey City die, the lower his job advancement rating will be. Secondly, in the world of the instance, they are all living human beings, with flesh and blood and emotions, and are basically no different from humans in the real world. Once someone commits acts of murder and massacre, their bottom line will be constantly crossed. Once there's a first time, there will be a second, and countless more. Thirdly and most importantly, Jian Yuan possesses a system, and his strength will continue to grow stronger. Therefore, he has no need to commit cruel acts of killing humans to gain power. If he does that, how is he any different from a beast or a demon from the abyss? Moreover, Jian Yuan has many ways to summon the dead from corpses. For example, in the wilderness, there are monsters everywhere, far outnumbering humans, so why fixate on your own kind? Chapter 80 The Powerful Lord of Darkness. As time went by, the 17th wave arrived as scheduled. By the 16th wave, a 7th-tier undead lord had already appeared. The subsequent offensives will only be stronger and more intense than the previous ones. Jian Yuan, on the other hand, was quite confident about this. However,